Chapter 581. Gao Yang looked up. It was Green Tea. He was tall and strong, wearing casual sportswear, and walked from the store entrance. Haha, I said you looked familiar, it's you. While Green Tea was talking, several companions behind him walked into the store one after another. Gao Yang recognized them one by one. All of them were members of the 5th group of EP581 group. The leader was a fat man wearing a baseball cap and dressed in hip-hop style. He was Old 7, with a talent of finger strength. Behind Old 7 was a young girl wearing a big sweater and jeans, with short gray hair and a red lipstick, with a contrasting style on her innocent face. She was Lu Ding, with a talent of slowness. Walking side by side with Lu Ding was a girl with light blonde hair, wearing a black octagonal hat and a brown corduroy retro suit. She was thin, but gave people a sense of maturity and stability. Gao Yang remembered that her name was Yushi, with a talent of plasticine, serial number 87, and life system. Then, an older middle-aged lady came in. She was slightly plump, wearing an elegant short coat and a knee-length skirt. She had brown curly hair and a round face with heavy makeup, which gave people a friendly feeling. Her name was Sister Ling, talent praise, serial number 176, auxiliary system. If Gao Yang remembered correctly, its function was to make teammates more confident by praising them, and all aspects of their attributes were slightly improved. At the same time, it could also praise enemies, making them proud, and slightly increase the probability of exposing weaknesses and mistakes. It was Sister Ling who sold the twin bracelets to Qing Ling at the haunted house market of EP581 group. The young man who came in last was not tall, had narrow shoulders, wore a slim black casual suit, black sunglasses, chewed gum in his mouth, hung a large gold chain around his neck, and put one hand in his pocket. He looked careless, but felt good about himself. Gao Yang had a vague impression. The nickname this person gave himself was EP581. His talent was Sixth Sense Judge, serial number 154, auxiliary system. This talent can randomly make the enemy lose 2 sensory abilities, and the friendly lose 1 sensory ability within a certain range and time, including himself. This is when all the 5 groups are here. They must have asked Nana to give them the aura of the lost one, so they dared to be so high profile. What a coincidence, you guys are here for dinner too? Gao Yang asked. Yes, colleagues in the department have dinner together every week. Green Tea glanced at the members behind him and introduced them briefly. Old 7, Lu Ding, Yushi, Sister Ling, EP581, you have seen them all. 7. Old 7 almost let it slip, and quickly changed his words. Hello, Brother Yang. Other team members also greeted him one after another. Who are these two? Green Tea looked at Chushua and Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai, my brother. Gao Yang introduced him naturally, and then looked at Chushua beside him. This is Wang Xiaoxua, his cousin, who grew up abroad. After a 2-second pause, Gao Yang added in a low voice, one of us. Green Tea understood, and let down her guard. When he saw Wang Xiaoxua sticking to Gao Yang intimately, he grinned. Gao Yang, it's okay, you dare to eat grass near your home, aren't you afraid that Qing Ling will know? Gao Yang wanted to explain that he and Wang Xiaoxua were not lovers, but he and Qing Ling were not lovers either. This explanation would be endless, so he was too lazy to say it. Everyone is a handsome man, and a beautiful woman. Sister Ling said enviously, look, this face is full of collagen, so tender and tender, it's good to be young. Gao Yang knew that Sister Ling said it casually, but he was still in a good mood, worthy of being a person with a talent for praise. Friends, you're just in time, let's eat together. Wang Zikai was worried about not being able to finish the food. He wasn't afraid of wasting it, but he didn't want to admit that he failed to order the food. Okay. Green Tea readily agreed. It's such a big table, it would be a waste if we don't finish it. Gao Yang was a little surprised. He thought Green Tea would leave after saying hello. After all, today was their internal dinner for Group 5. It seems that Green Tea has something to do. Waiter, add 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and bring the menu over, we share the table. Old 7 shouted and hurriedly sat down next to Gao Yang. Others also found seats, and sat down one after another. 7. Brother Yang. Old 7 looked excited, lowered his voice, and did not forget to use code words. I heard that you fought a big boss in the game, which was twice as powerful as the bird beast, is it true? Yes, we fought a battle. Gao Yang said. I'm mute. Mute awesome. Old 7 couldn't help but swear, otherwise it wouldn't be enough to express his admiration. Brother Yang. You are my god. Punch a puppy, a beast, kick a bird. Let's eat. Gao Yang smiled faintly. Let's not talk about games, it's boring. Okay. Old Seven was also very tactful, and quickly skipped this topic. Wang Zikai was being enthusiastically grabbed by the shoulders by Green Tea and started to attack. Brother, you have a good figure, you can tell at a glance that you have talent. Wang Zikai smiled confidently, and deserved it. That's right, I have a high talent, who doesn't know it? No, I'm not talking about that talent, I'm talking about training this kind of talent. Ah? Wang Zikai didn't react. Lift weights, train your muscles. Green Tea's eyes lit up. Do you know the double-door refrigerator that is very popular recently? Train your shoulders to be broad, and I guarantee that you will be the most handsome guy wherever you go. Chu Xue was also entangled by Lu Ding and Yu Shi. Xue, what kind of gene lottery did you win? Lu Ding stared at Chu Xue's face, looking at it again and again. Yes, it's just like an SD doll. Yu Shi also smiled like an ant. Chu Xue still grabbed Gao Yang's arm. She blinked and wanted to say something but held back. Finally, she looked up and asked Gao Yang, what is a gene lottery, and what is an SD doll? Gao Yang explained simply, it means you are good looking. Oh! Chu Xue smiled, and she looked at Lu Ding and Yu Shi happily. Thank you, sister, you are also gene dolls. Oh my god! Lu Ding covered her chest with both hands and pretended to faint. I can't do it anymore, it's too cute for me. Me too, I really want to take it home. Yu Shi also smiled. Count me in. Ba crossed his legs, chewed gum, and smiled greasily. Get lost? Lu Ding rolled his eyes at him. Green Tea remembered something and stood up, saying, I buy you some drinks. Thank you. Lu Ding stretched out his hand. I want. Yuanchi avocado milk tea. Green Tea laughed and interrupted. Yushi is orchid latte, Lao 7 is Coke, Ling Jie is oolong tea, Ba is pomelo tea, I remember them all. Gao Yang looked at Green Tea's back as she left, feeling a little emotional. Your captain is really attentive. Haha, yes, the captain is very good to us, ever since his brother died. Lu Ding was stunned and shut up. Chapter 582. Yushi didn't think it was a big deal. She put down her teacup and took over the conversation generously. Since his brother died, he has been better to us. He would take us to dinner and buy us gifts. Gao Yang was speechless for a moment. He participated in the death of Green Tea's brother. This person must have something to rely on. Sister Ling sighed. The captain has no family. From now on, we are his family. Stop! Let's go out and have some fun, okay? Old Seven shouted. Yes. Why don't we discuss where to go after dinner? Ba said. Makes sense. After a while, Green Tea came back with a large cup and a small cup. As soon as he sat down, he heard Lu Ding loudly suggest, Hey, there are 9 of us tonight. Why don't we go play werewolf? For a moment, Green Tea glared at Lu Ding fiercely. Lu Ding was startled, and didn't know what he said wrong. Xiao Lu. Green Tea said in a cold voice, and put the Yuanchi avocado milk tea heavily on her table. Your suggestion is very good, don't mention it next time. But I think werewolf is fun. Lu Ding was a little unwilling, and looked at Gao Yang again, hoping to get help. Brother Gao Yang, you said? She was shocked. What's going on? Why did the 7 Shadows elders look even more terrifying? What did I say wrong? Let's go sing. Yushi, who knew a little bit about the inside story, hurriedly made a smooth situation and proposed a conventional choice. Okay. Wang Zikai responded first. He has practiced a few songs at home recently, and it's just right to show off his singing voice. Others had no objections, and soon passed unanimously. After dinner, everyone went to KTV to sing. What surprised Gao Yang was that almost everyone sang well. Some people were born with this ability, while others, like Gao Yang, relied on the charm attribute after awakening. Wang Zikai and Ba belonged to the bold and unrestrained group, and they only sang songs that were full of ambition, and passion. It felt like they were going to go to the battlefield and shed their blood after a song. Green Tea and Old Seven were surprisingly artistic, and they only sang folk songs. They sat on high chairs, closed their eyes, and held the microphone with both hands, looking very good. Lu Ding and Yushi were the sad group. They took off their shoes, bent their legs together, sat on the sofa, hugged their knees with one hand, held the microphone with the other, and sang sad love songs. Especially Lu Ding, her eyes turned red after singing only 2 sentences, and she thought of her dead boyfriend again. Gao Yang and Sister Ling belonged to the Atmosphere group, and they almost never sang songs. When the microphone was handed over, they sang a few sentences with everyone. As for Chu Xue, she would sing along with whatever Gao Yang sang. She had never heard of some songs, but she would force herself to sing along with Gao Yang, even the tune was off. Soon Chushua felt sleepy and curled up to sleep. Gao Yang carried Chushua to the corner of the sofa and took off his coat to cover her. Then he sat down in the corner, watching everyone singing lively, slightly lost in thought. Not long after, Green Tea came over with a half bottle of beer. He glanced at the sleeping Chushua next to Gao Yang. Is it convenient to talk? Gao Yang nodded. He had guessed that he had something to do, so he was just waiting for him to speak. Green Tea sat down and slowly turned the bottle in her hand, seeming a little hesitant, and seemed to be organizing her words. Green Snake, it seems that you have a dual personality, right? Green Tea asked. Yes, Gao Yang said. Can you tell me more about it? Green Tea asked. Gao Yang became alert. What do you want to ask? Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking about her. Green Tea smiled and explained. I want to know what dual personality is all about. You can check it online, you can find a doctor. Gao Yang said. I know, but that's for ordinary people. The dual personality of awakened people may be different. Green Tea said truthfully. I wanted to ask Green Snake directly, but she doesn't seem to be in Licheng, and I'm not familiar with her, so she may not pay attention to me. Why do you want to know this? Gao Yang asked. Green Tea's expression also became alert. I can't say it. At least I can't say it before I figure it out. But this matter will never implicate you in Green Snake, and it's not going to do anything bad. Green Tea raised her right hand. I can swear. No need. Activate lie detector. The target is not lying, and the attitude is kind. Gao Yang said calmly. You ask? I know Green Snake quite well. I will try my best to answer you. Okay, thank you in advance. Green Tea licked her lips. First of all, I want to know, do these two personalities know each other's existence? Green Snake's two personalities know each other. Gao Yang replied. Green Tea nodded and asked again, can the two personalities share information? As far as I know, information cannot be shared in real time. Gao Yang recalled. The two personalities cannot appear at the same time. Only the current personality knows what the current personality is experiencing, but the other personality can know it through communication. Green Snake's two personalities are very tacit, and information exchange is very fast. As long as it is not too complicated, the communication can be completed in a few seconds, or even an instant. So sometimes Qing Ling will come out by himself. Gao Yang didn't say this. I understand. Green Tea tried to understand. That is to say, no matter how compatible the two personalities are, they still need to communicate and cannot be shared. This is the case with Qing Snake. Gao Yang answered as rigorously as possible. So, Green Tea thought for a while. Is it possible that one personality appears, and the other personality appears subconsciously? Gao Yang frowned slightly. I don't understand. Green Tea scratched her head and explained further. What I mean is it possible that even if the two personalities cannot appear at the same time, they can think and exist at the same time in different ways? Let me give you an example. For example, Green Snake is eating, and what she thinks in her mind is that today's food is a bit salty. And another personality in her body is also thinking about her things subconsciously, such as she is thinking that she has an exam tomorrow and needs to review tonight. Gao Yang nodded. You want to ask, when one personality is running in the foreground, the other personality is running in the background or sleeping in the background? Yes. Green Tea slapped her thigh. That's what I mean. I really haven't thought about this. Gao Yang said, but based on my understanding of Green Snake, I think it is more likely that the other personality is sleeping in the background. Is that so? Green Tea nodded slowly and fell into thought. Green Tea, are you, Gao Yang paused and asked coldly, involved in something? Chapter 583. Green Tea was startled and waved her hand. No, I can't get involved in anything. He pretended to be relaxed and took a sip of beer. Okay, I figure it out myself. Yeah. Is it okay to keep this a secret for me for the time being? Green Tea asked again. Gao Yang nodded. I believe you, thank you. Green Tea stood up, patted Gao Yang's shoulder, and walked into the crowd. Gao Yang looked at Green Tea, who started singing and fell into thought. The singing lasted until 11 o'clock before everyone dispersed. Lu Ding and Yi Ba were drunk. One cried out the name of his dead boyfriend in grief, and the other cursed the sky, Song Dao, and insisted on fighting it. The other people in Group 5 covered their teammates' mouths and carried the two away. Gao Yang carried Chu Shui, who was still sleeping, and Wang Zikai went to the underground parking lot to pick up the car. The road was a bit roundabout, so he asked Gao Yang to go directly to the roadside on the first floor to wait for his car. Just as Gao Yang was about to leave the mall, he heard Chushua's soft and sleepy voice. Gao Yang. What's wrong? Gao Yang asked. Dolls, claw dolls, Chushua said weakly. Gao Yang thought Chushua was talking in her sleep, and when he looked sideways, he saw a row of doll-clawing machines standing next to him. He smiled and said, next time? No. Chushua seemed very persistent. You, help me claw, I want dolls. Gao Yang sighed. Okay, what doll do you want? I want Shui Dun Dun, Chushua said. Okay, wait. Gao Yang walked to a doll-clawing machine and scanned the code to pay for 5 times. He looked at Shui Dun Dun in the glass cabinet. Which one do you want? Chushua slightly opened her eyes, and her warm breath blew on Gao Yang's neck. I want the fattest one. The second one on the left? Gao Yang found it at a glance. Gao Yang controlled the joystick, and the clips in the cabinet moved squeaking, and several hooks dangled softly, and it was obvious that they would not succeed. But Gao Yang was too lucky, and he miraculously caught it the first time. Gao Yang bent down and took out the cute Shui Dun Dun from the cabinet. Shui Dun Dun is in hand, go home. Chushua smiled, contentedly, and fell asleep again. 9 a.m., Lijianjiwan, Wang Zikai's house. Gao Yang was awakened by the doorbell, and he fell asleep on the sofa again. Both arms were a little numb, with Wang Zikai on the left and Chushua on the right. After returning home last night, Chushua, who had made up for her sleep, was full of energy and clamored to play games with Wang Zikai. Gao Yang sat between them, and was forced to be the referee. He fell asleep unknowingly. Gao Yang got up to open the door, and was stunned. The visitor was a baby-faced girl wearing a business suit that didn't fit her well, with bangs in a 3:7 ratio, and a small braid behind her head. Today's hairpin was changed to blue, still with the letters SL. Her smile was a little restrained, and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes, as if she was looking forward to today's task. Hello, Elder Chiang. Hong Xiaoxiao straightened up. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Did Zhuke ask you to come? Yes, today I will accompany Elder Chiang to the 12 zodiac signs. Hong Xiaoxiao replied. Gao Yang didn't speak and waited. Sure enough, Hong Xiaoxiao immediately took off the blue hairpin from her hair, quickly adjusted her bangs, then bowed slightly, and handed the SL hairpin to Gao Yang with both hands, as if she was handing a business card to a big client. Gao Yang took the hairpin and immediately felt the abundant energy in it. This energy was like a thin, but invisible mist, lingering around his whole body. It seemed that this was an empowered black-haired hairpin, but it was painted with color for camouflage. Elder Chiang, please wear it on your body. Hong Xiaoxiao confessed. I will mark you and save you in time, and provide you with all-round protection. So it's protection. If you didn't say it, I would have thought it was surveillance. Gao Yang said sarcastically with a blank expression. Hong Xiaoxiao's face turned red, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Gao Yang clipped the hairpin in the chest pocket of his shirt, in a very obvious position, to ensure that Hong Xiaoxiao could see it at a glance. Is this okay? Yes, yes. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded immediately. Come in, no need to change shoes. Gao Yang turned around. Hong Xiaoxiao followed Gao Yang into the house, and was stunned for a while. It was indeed a rich man's home. It looked very impressive from the outside, and it was even more magnificent inside. Wow, this crystal chandelier is so luxurious. Wow, is this white jade picio an antique? Wow, is this tiger skin carpet real? Wang Zikai also woke up, holding a toothbrush in his mouth, and scratching his messy yellow hair with one hand. When he saw Hong Xiaoxiao, he asked bluntly, Who are you? Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned. So there is someone else in Elder Chiang's family. Wow, although this boy is not my type, he is also very handsome. Who are you? At this time, a delicate female voice came from the direction of the sofa. Hong Xiaoxiao looked over and saw a blonde girl lying on the sofa, looking at her unfriendly. Wow, this girl is so pretty, like a porcelain doll. Wang Zikai, Wang Xuxua, cousins, all my friends. Gao Yang briefly introduced them. This is Hong Xiaoxiao, my colleague from the union. Hello. Hong Xiaoxiao showed a warm professional smile. Wang Zikai glanced at Hong Xiaoxiao, and didn't like this organization that often ordered his brothers around. Chushua yawned, turned over and continued to sleep. Hong Xiaoxiao's smile froze on her face, a little embarrassed for a moment. I'm going out today, and will be back later. Gao Yang reminded, stay at home and don't run around. Did you hear? We're going out for something, don't run around today. Wang Zikai shouted to Chushua. You stay at home too. Gao Yang glanced at Wang Zikai. Ah? Wang Zikai opened his mouth wide. I'm worried about Xiaoxue being alone at home. Gao Yang glanced at Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai was reluctant. Okay, come back early. 1 hour later, Millennium Building 6F. Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao came to visit. Dohu and Baitu received them personally. Because they were outsiders, Dohu was still more polite. Elder Qiang, long time no see. Long time no see. Gao Yang got straight to the point. I am here to borrow the spirit rune from your organization. I submitted a written application to Miss Baitu yesterday. I received the email. Baitu said coldly, spirit armor, right? Yes. Elder Qiang, although everyone has begun to comprehend multiple talents, your speed is really a bit outrageous. Dohu smiled. Teleportation, flame, copy, phantom, liar, spirit armament, 6. How did you do it? Lucky. Gao Yang answered truthfully. Do I look like a fool? Dohu raised his eyebrows. I can't fool you. Gao Yang smiled faintly. In fact, I have a set of cultivation methods that are not passed on to others, which can effectively increase the chance of understanding and achieve the effect of wisdom. Damn! I knew it. Dohu was very excited. Quick, teach me. Sure. Gao Yang remained calm. But this cultivation method is useless for most people. I taught Qing Snake before, and it didn't work for her. If you want to learn, you can ask her. Haha, okay, I ask her when she returns to China. Let's talk about business. Baitu brought the topic back. According to the procedure, please show us spiritual armament. Show. Gao Yang thought for a while. Is the singer here? Yes. Baitu understood what Gao Yang meant. 10 minutes later, the chicken gate. In the KTV box, the singer took the microphone and sang a song for Gao Yang. Gao Yang held on for a while before his eyelids began to close uncontrollably, and he became increasingly sleepy. Baitu and Dohu, who were friendly, were obviously unable to hold on any longer. As for Hong Xiaoxiao, she had already curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. Guji put down the microphone with a smile. With this level of tolerance, I don't believe that the 7 Shadow Elders don't have the talent to resist mental attacks. Paw. Dohu slapped himself in the face to dispel his sleepiness. Okay, the process is complete. Chapter 584. Baitu secretly pinched her hand and politely woke up Hong Xiaoxiao beside her. Hong Xiaoxiao opened her eyes in a daze and suddenly reacted. She sat up straight, with a guilty look on her face for being caught slacking off at work. It's over? She asked. The first step is over. Baitu held back her laughter. Dohu looked at Gao Yang. Elder Qiang, if it was other runes, I could let you borrow them directly, but the spiritual runes must be strictly monitored. Understood. Gao Yang knew very well that the spiritual rune corresponded to the all things of Qilin, and the 12 zodiac signs would never let it have any accidents. A few minutes later, Dohu took Gao Yang to a single cell with an energy barrier. There was a bed, a chair, a lamp, a wash basin, a toilet, and nothing else. Gao Yang put on handcuffs and leg irons made of black gold, and Hong Xiaoxiao, as a caregiver, also enjoyed the same treatment and was locked up together. Finally, Dohu handed the spirit rune to Gao Yang and closed the door. He personally brought a small stool and sat outside the cell, smoking and guarding. In the room, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the spirit rune in his hand, closing his eyes to rest. Hong Xiaoxiao sat on the chair, with her feet together, her hands on her legs, picking her nails subconsciously, inexplicably nervous, with a lot of psychological activities. It was the first time for me to be in the same room with a handsome guy, and he was half my leader, so nervous. I felt like going to the toilet when I was nervous. Oh, I shouldn't have drunk so much water before. By the way, how long does it take for the 7 Shadow Elders to upgrade? It won't take a whole day, right? Damn, I can't stand it for that long. But I can't go to the toilet here. Even if Elder Qiang closes his eyes the whole time, I can't do it. It's too social. Ah, Hong Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking about? You could apply to leave the cell. The rune is not on you. But won't it make me look like I have a lot of things to do and unprofessional? That Dohu is not easy to talk to. What should I do? I am getting more and more nervous. The desire to go to the toilet is getting stronger and stronger. It's over, Su Shi failed the mission last time. What if I mess it up again this time? Okay. Huh? Hong Xiaoxiao, who was struggling with her heart, suddenly looked up, thinking she had heard it wrong. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and got off the bed. I've upgraded. Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned. This is too fast. Elder Qiang, you make me look stupid. Oh, okay. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately stood up, turned around and knocked on the door. Mr. Dohu, you could open the door. Soon, the iron door of the cell opened with a click. Dohu stood outside the door, and the cigarette in his mouth was not finished. He looked surprised. So fast? Yes. Gao Yang threw it lightly, and the spiritual element rune returned to Dohu's hand. Dohu waited for a few times, repeatedly confirmed that it was not switched, and stuffed it back into his trouser pocket. Then he took out the handcuffs and leg cuffs keys, and threw them to Gao Yang. Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao untied the shackles, did not stay, and left directly. Bai Tu sent them to the elevator. Walking out of the lobby of the Millennium Building, Gao Yang took Hong Xiaoxiao's blue hairpin from his chest pocket. Here. Just as Hong Xiaoxiao was about to take it, Gao Yang bent his fingers and retracted a little. Do you have time? I treat you to lunch. Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned. Huh? Are you talking to me? Yes, yes. Hong Xiaoxiao said. Then let's go. Gao Yang handed the hairpin back to Hong Xiaoxiao. She took it, pinned it on her hair, and adjusted her bangs. She was actually a little nervous. The green light came on, Gao Yang crossed the road, and Hong Xiaoxiao walked behind him with her head down. Her inner thoughts began to overflow again. Oh my god! Am I dreaming? Elder Chiang actually wants to treat me to a meal. Although my favorite type of handsome guy is still Brother Zhang He, Elder Chiang is not impossible. He. Stop! Hong Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking about? The leader must have something serious when he treats you to a meal. Hong Xiaoxiao was distracted when a hand suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled hard. Hong Xiaoxiao screamed awe and fell into Gao Yang's arms. Woo! A car drove past and almost hit Hong Xiaoxiao. It was very dangerous. Be careful. Gao Yang let go of Hong Xiaoxiao. Thank you, thank you. Hong Xiaoxiao was flustered and embarrassed for a moment, and couldn't help but bury her head to tidy up her bangs, which were not messy. Gao Yang walked in front calmly and asked casually, What do you want to eat? I can eat anything. Hong Xiaoxiao told the truth. How about steak? Gao Yang said. Good. 20 minutes later, Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao sat in a window booth in a high-end Western restaurant. The restaurant was quiet and elegant, and there was a pianist in a tuxedo playing live. The waiters, both men and women, were dressed neatly, polite, and smiling. Gao Yang waved to call the waiter, flipped through the menu, ordered a sirloin steak, and chose the corresponding side dishes and desserts. It was the first time for Hong Xiaoxiao to come to such a high-end restaurant. She was a little nervous. When the young and handsome waiter looked at her, she was even more nervous, and the forward-ordering secret came out of her mouth. Like him? Okay, wait a moment. The waiter picked up the menu and turned away. Gao Yang was silent, and it was hard to guess what he was thinking. Hong Xiaoxiao wanted to check her phone, but she felt disrespectful to her boss. To ease the embarrassment, she took a sip of lemonade, put it down, and quickly took another sip, and put it down again. After a while, the mushroom soup was served first. Hong Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, and finally she could do something naturally. She picked up the soup spoon, and was about to drink the soup. Hong Xiaoxiao. Gao Yang suddenly spoke. Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao was startled, and the soup spoon slipped out of her hand, almost splashing the soup. How many people are there in your family? Gao Yang asked. Hong Xiaoxiao thought she had heard it wrong, and pointed her finger at her nose. My family? Chapter 585. Yes. Gao Yang stared at Hong Xiaoxiao with a calm look, as if he wanted to see through her, so that Hong Xiaoxiao dared not neglect her at all. There are 5 people in my family, Grandma, Dad, Mom, and a younger brother who just started high school this year. Gao Yang's little finger on his right hand, which was placed on the table, trembled slightly. Gao Yang's eyes moved. Is there anything different after awakening? Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned at first, then quickly lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. Of course there is. At the beginning, people are all devastated and have no idea how to face their families. It's a little better now, but I still lock the door every night when I go home to sleep. I never locked the door before. I suggest you don't lock the door. Gao Yang reminded. There are too many differences before and after awakening, which can easily arouse suspicion. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao suddenly realized. Do you still love them? Gao Yang asked again. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded. I still love him, but I'm also afraid. I can't explain it clearly. How did you awaken? Gao Yang's voice softened. After graduation, I worked in an insurance company. It was really unlucky. I bought an electric bike in installments, and it broke down after a few days of driving. I went to the store owner to argue, but he refused to replace it for me. He said it was my own problem, and wanted me to pay for it before I could fix it. Hong Xiaoxiao tilted her head, grinned, and continued to whisper, I ran a business for a whole day, but didn't sell a single product. I was hungry and tired, and I paid 300 yuan out of my own pocket to repair the bike. At night, I rode my electric bike home and accidentally fell. My hand was scratched and my foot was sprained. I was really wronged at the time, so I sat on the road and cried. Not long after, a voice came out of my head. I later learned that it was called the talent sequence. Then, my body was shining, and my injuries healed all of a sudden. I was completely stunned. At this time, a bus stopped by the roadside, and the driver rushed out to kill me. The 6 Frost Protector happened to be on that bus. She saved me, found someone to deal with the aftermath, and took me to the 10 Dragon Village. I met the elders Qinglong and Zhu Ke, and then I joined the guild. Gao Yang nodded. He looked at Hong Xiaoxiao. Drink the soup first, don't get cold. Oh, okay. Hong Xiaoxiao lowered her head to drink the soup, and she began to wonder, why ask me such a question? Do you want to check my household registration? Or are you simply concerned about your subordinates? Then should I also ask about the family situation of the 7 Shadow Elders? Otherwise, it would seem very impolite. 7 Shadow Elder. Just call me by my name. Gao Yang. Hong Xiaoxiao is still a newcomer, and has no right to know many things. How many people are there in your family? It's just me and my sister. My grandmother died in the tide, and my mom and dad died a few days ago. Gao Yang answered simply. The air suddenly became too quiet. Hong Xiaoxiao's smile froze on her face, and she almost wanted to commit seppuku on the spot. Thank God, 2 sirloin steaks were served, and the waiter poured black pepper sauce on them. The steak sizzled and oil splashed. For a long time afterwards, the two did not speak, and ate the steak silently. Gao Yang took a bite and cut a bite. Hong Xiaoxiao cut all the steaks into pieces, as seriously as if she was doing homework. After finally cutting all the pieces, a satisfied smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Wow, it's the first time I've eaten such a high-quality steak. It must taste great. Hong Xiaoxiao picked up a piece with a fork and was about to put it in her mouth when Gao Yang spoke. What are your plans for the future? Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned. Plans for the future. Gao Yang changed the way he said it. Oh. Hong Xiaoxiao put down her fork. Nowadays, the economy is bad. I'm unemployed after graduation. I finally found a job. I want to get a permanent job as soon as possible to make money to support my family and reduce the burden on my parents. If I get paid, I will buy a footbath for my grandma and a pair of sneakers for my brother. Gao Yang was slightly stunned. It seems that Hong Xiaoxiao doesn't know that black gold coins can be exchanged for money. Yes, there used to be receptionists like Xiaoya to handle the entry procedures for newcomers and explain various matters. Now no one cares. Hong Xiaoxiao won't know a lot of common sense in the foggy world right away. Is this your plan? Gao Yang asked. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled a little embarrassedly. I usually only plan things within 2 months. It's useless to think about things after that. Your identity is different now. Gao Yang reminded. I know. Hong Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. But I always feel that this kind of thing is not something I can worry about. I am just a small person. If the sky falls, you big people will support me. I just need to do my job well. Gao Yang was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know whether to praise her for her stable mentality or her ostrich mentality. Originally, Gao Yang considered that Hong Xiaoxiao was a newcomer, had great talent, and had no loyalty to the union, so he wanted to try to dig into her. Now it seems that she herself is confused, and the time is not ripe. Eat. Gao Yang decided not to ask any more questions. Yeah. Hong Xiaoxiao was waiting for this sentence. She raised her fork and opened her mouth to eat. Hey! Someone shouted, and Hong Xiaoxiao was interrupted again. She held up the steak cut into small cubes and tilted her head at the same time as Gao Yang. The man who was speaking was tall, at least 1.9 meters tall, wearing an old blue suit, a V-neck black sweater, blue jeans, and brown leather boots. He had medium-length dark brown hair, slightly curly, parted in the middle, deep facial features, thin cheeks, and a messy beard that was not very dense. He looked very melancholy. The man's voice was hoarse, but full of magnetism. He looked at Gao Yang sharply. Are you the Arab god? As soon as he said this, the waiter holding a bottle of red wine behind him heard it. He fell down as if he had been electrocuted, and the red wine broke on the ground. Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned, with her eyes wide open, and she didn't react at all. Gao Yang was calm, his face was calm, he slowly answered, yes. Very good, now I challenge you to a life and death duel. The man continued, but it's not fair for me to fight you too. So, please accept my... The man raised his right hand and gently clenched it. Judgment. Bang. In an instant, a huge energy pressure exploded beside Gao Yang. It appeared and disappeared out of thin air, completely impossible to capture and predict. A moment later, a splash of hot blood splashed on Gao Yang's face and chest. Gao Yang didn't look sideways. Just through the corner of his eye, he already understood what happened. Hong Xiaoxiao on the opposite side of the table disappeared, turned into a sticky blood plasma. It was like a tomato that was crushed into tomato juice by a compressor. Hong Xiaoxiao died. She didn't even know what she died of. Without any shock or panic, Gao Yang had already activated the 4th level spirit armor, and his mind was absolutely calm. Ah! Intense screams appeared in the restaurant, and the lost beasts fell to the ground one after another. Only the middle-aged man who played the piano stood up coldly, and his body quickly transformed into a beast. It was the Horner. The man in the suit failed to hit him, and without any hesitation, he aimed his right hand at Gao Yang again. Cut! Gao Yang lifted the table with one hand, and a high-temperature fireball was hidden behind the table. The man in the suit sensed the danger and quickly dodged sideways. The table just flew towards the piano behind him, and exploded with a boom. The Horner who had just completed the beastification was also blown away. Gao Yang took the opportunity to squat down, picked up the things on the ground, and quickly teleported to the side of the Horner. Just as the Horner was about to get up from the ground, a table knife had already been inserted into his right eye socket and reached the brain tissue. The Horner's body trembled and fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Gao Yang didn't even look back at the enemy. He activated teleport again and escaped through the wall. The man in the suit looked at the direction Gao Yang fled, but didn't chase him. He knew he couldn't catch up. He stood there, looking at the lost beasts lying unconscious on the ground, and fell into thought. He was lucky, worthy of being the heir of God. The first surprise attack failed. It would be difficult to kill him again. The man in the suit walked to another dining table, picked up a white napkin, wiped the blood splashed on the back of his hand by the dead Hong Xiaoxiao, and turned away. Chapter 586. Gao Yang teleported out of the Western restaurant, and when he came to the alley, he quickly activated a phantom clone, rushed out of the alley, and ran along the main road. His real body teleported again, passed through the wall, and entered the building next door. This is a leisure club. Gao Yang passed through the wall, and came to a dim foot-washing room. He was lucky that there were no customers in this room. Gao Yang closed the door with one hand, threw the blood-stained black gold card in his hand on the massage bed, and then activated copy with a thought. Use level 3 gamer. Time reset. Gao Yang whispered in his mouth and opened his hands. 1 second later, the blood-stained black gold card emitted a dazzling white halo. It melted and split into countless soft white tentacles, which connected to Gao Yang's 10 fingers. Gao Yang's 10 fingers flew, controlling these white tentacles to dance at high speed. Like a 3D printer, Hong Xiaoxiao's body outline was outlined bit by bit, and details slowly appeared. In less than 30 seconds, Hong Xiaoxiao, who was 3 minutes ago, lay on the massage bed and fell asleep. Gao Yang let out a long sigh, and a drop of sweat dripped down his forehead. This time reset consumes a lot of energy. Half an hour ago, Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao left the Millennium Building. Gao Yang invited Hong Xiaoxiao to dinner. When crossing the road, he helped Hong Xiaoxiao avoid the vehicles, and by the way, he touched her body and copied her game player. Gao Yang has always been curious about Hong Xiaoxiao's talent. By copying her talent, he can fully understand its detailed mechanism and know himself and the enemy. Hong Xiaoxiao's game player has 2 abilities. One is to mark a fixed space. Everything that happens in the space can be restored to the state 3 minutes ago. The size of the space does not exceed 50 cubic meters. There is also an ability that can directly lock onto a high-level life form and mark the target body, which can force the life form to rewind, that is, return to the state 3 minutes ago, with the side effect of falling into a coma. This morning, Hong Xiaoxiao gave Gao Yang the marked hairpin and asked him to carry it with him, just to save Gao Yang every 3 minutes. In this way, if Gao Yang does something illegal or dangerous while borrowing runes from the 12 zodiac signs, Hong Xiaoxiao can immediately activate the time reset to force Gao Yang to go back 3 minutes ago and fall into a coma, so as to achieve the purpose of monitoring and stopping him. However, the process of borrowing runes went smoothly, and there were no accidents. Gao Yang returned the black hairpin to Hong Xiaoxiao, and the mark returned to Hong Xiaoxiao. Afterwards, Gao Yang copied Hong Xiaoxiao's talent, and was attacked by the man in a suit while eating. Gao Yang did not understand the strange ability of the man in the suit, but he vaguely guessed that he and Hong Xiaoxiao should be randomly judged. In the end, he was lucky, and it was Hong Xiaoxiao who died. At that time, Gao Yang immediately came to two conclusions. 1. If you don't understand the enemy's talent mechanism, it is best not to fight head-on. 2. Saving people is important. So Gao Yang pretended to fight back to buy himself precious time, immediately squatted down to pick up the black gold card on the ground, and at the same time dealt with the horn, and then teleported to escape, and finally rescued Hong Xiaoxiao 1 minute later. Just as Hong Xiaoxiao came back from the gates of hell, Gao Yang's mobile phone vibrated. It was Qinglong calling. Hello. Gao Yang answered the phone in a low voice. Did you just use your talent? Qinglong asked. Yes. What happened? Qinglong's tone was between concern and interrogation. Hong Xiaoxiao and I were attacked, and we escaped. Gao Yang reported briefly. Is anyone injured? Qinglong asked. No. Who is the enemy? Qinglong asked again. I don't know him, a middle-aged man, probably an awakener, with a very strange law-based talent, coming for me. He knows I am the heir of God. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Is Hong Xiaoxiao with you? Yes, but she is unconscious and won't wake up for a while. Gao Yang answered truthfully. Don't move. I come to you right away. Qinglong said. Okay. Gao Yang didn't say the address. Qinglong could locate him through the electronic bracelet. After ending the call, Gao Yang first strengthened his 6 senses to the maximum, checked the movements around him, and eliminated the danger. Then he immediately called Wang Zikai, who answered the phone quickly. Brother, come back quickly after you finish your work. I can't afford to serve this lady. Wang Zikai, I was just attacked by someone. Gao Yang interrupted. What? Wang Zikai was surprised. Who? Are you okay? No, he is not my opponent yet. Gao Yang paused for a second and continued. In the next period of time, I need you to help me do something, which may be a bit difficult. Oh, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Wang Zikai was impatient. Gao Yang explained the matter, and hung up the phone. At this time, Hong Xiaoxiao was still unconscious on the massage bed. He walked up and pinched her philtrum hard. After a few seconds, Hong Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, but her mind was still a little confused. Maybe you like plums? Hong Xiaoxiao. Gao Yang called her name. Our company, our products, have super strong repair. Gao Yang was helpless, and reached out and patted her face twice. Hong Xiaoxiao. Wake up! Ah! Hong Xiaoxiao's soul returned to her place, and she sat up suddenly, breathing rapidly, panicking. Where is this? What happened to me? Oh, right. That man he. You just turned into a meat paste. I helped you rewind. Gao Yang wanted to say this, but thought it was too troublesome, and for Hong Xiaoxiao, it would be better not to think of that horrible memory. You were knocked unconscious by him, and I took you away. Oh. Hong Xiaoxiao covered her chest with one hand, and her breathing calmed down a little. The world of awakeners is really dangerous. Last time, my lungs were pierced by a bullet, and this time I was knocked unconscious again. Hong Xiaoxiao subconsciously reached out to touch the hairpin on her hair, and found that it was gone. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, and the memory of the moment before her death came to her mind. Ah! Hong Xiaoxiao screamed, covered her mouth with both hands, and trembled all over. No. I just died. Gao Yang was silent. You saved me, right? But how can you have my talent? Ah, you can copy. Gao Yang was slightly surprised. This girl, her mind is very fast. Elder Qiang. Thank you. Hong Xiaoxiao's eyes were wet, and her voice was crying with fear. If it weren't for you, I would have died. No, I want to resign. This job is not for humans. I will definitely die. I will die sooner or later. Hong Xiaoxiao, calm down first. Gao Yang said. No, I will definitely die. I want to resign. I quit. Hong Xiaoxiao broke down emotionally. Hong Xiaoxiao, take a deep breath, calm down. Gao Yang slowly guided. Hong Xiaoxiao slowly stopped crying, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. After repeating this several times, her emotions finally stabilized. Gao Yang looked at the pale and depressed Hong Xiaoxiao, and suddenly realized, the time has come. Chapter 587. Hong Xiaoxiao. Gao Yang looked serious and said solemnly, I believe you have fully experienced the dangers of the foggy world. Not only do you have to deal with dangerous beasts, but you also have to beware of those who are disloyal among the awakened ones. Yeah. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded and wiped her eyes. Everyone is a clay Buddha crossing the river and can't save themselves. No one really cares about the life and death of others. The union is the same. You just joined the company, and you were sent to perform dangerous tasks. Last time, you were almost killed by scalpers. This time you died directly. If I hadn't copied your gamer, even Elder Suzaku couldn't save you. You should know that any resurrection talent requires the corpse to retain a complete brain and heart. Hong Xiaoxiao thought of the scene when she was killed again, and her face turned pale, and her whole body trembled. That was a real death experience. Gao Yang didn't give her a chance to breathe, and continued, even if you quit the union now, you can't go back to the past. You have awakened, and are in danger at any time. Whether it is the beast, the awakened, or the Sangmu sect, they will all target you. Especially the bad guys among the awakened, they will definitely covet your talent. You should know that talent is conserved. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded. You have a special talent. Many people must want to kill you so that they have a chance to comprehend it. What should I do? Hong Xiaoxiao felt unprecedented helplessness and confusion for a while. I don't want to die. I just graduated and finally found a job. My father is in poor health, my grandmother is old, and my brother has just started high school. My family needs me. Hong Xiaoxiao. Gao Yang turned to comfort. Everyone in the foggy world is walking on thin ice, but you are luckier than others. Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao was a little confused. How can I be lucky? I am so unlucky. Because you know me. Gao Yang gave the answer. Your only way out now is to trust me. Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned. Look, I have copy, which can copy your game player, and the storage time is up to 50 hours. It is very convenient, right? In the future, when we perform tasks together, you should stay with me as much as possible. In this way, even if you are killed, or even your brain and heart are damaged, I can revive you. Similarly, if I die without a complete body, only you can save me. Hong Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Yes, we can save each other, just like today. Yes. Gao Yang smiled faintly. There is no permanent boss, only permanent friends. Today I am the Seven Shadows Elder, and tomorrow I may be Octopath Traveler, who knows. But what is certain is that you don't want to die, and I don't want to die either, and our talents determine that we are the best life-saving combination, and we should work closely together. Although Hong Xiaoxiao has little experience, she is not stupid. She immediately understood Gao Yang's words and nodded. Well, I understand. Okay, from now on, we are friends who share life and death. Gao Yang stretched out his hand and confirmed. Can I trust you? Hong Xiaoxiao hesitated for a while, and after a few seconds, she gritted her teeth, stretched out her hand to hold Gao Yang's hand, and nodded heavily. Yes. Activate lie detector. The target did not lie, and his attitude was kind. Gao Yang let go of Hong Xiaoxiao's hand and glanced at his phone. The Elder Qing Long will be here soon, and he will definitely ask you privately. You just report truthfully. Okay, we don't need to report our conversation just now, right? Hong Xiaoxiao asked. Gao Yang asked back. What do you think? Hong Xiaoxiao blushed for a moment. Just pretend I didn't ask. Very good. Before Hong Xiaoxiao could say anything, her stomach growled. She was a little embarrassed and a little discouraged. High in stake, I haven't even had a bite yet. The girl in front of him was a blank sheet of paper in Gao Yang's eyes. He saw through it at a glance. He smiled faintly. Do you have time later? Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao raised her head. Yes, I've asked for leave. I don't have to go to work. We will go back to Shilongzai with Elder Qing Long in a while. After reporting, I will invite you to have barbecue at Boss Lu's place. Gao Yang was also going to exchange information with Lu Qingying. Okay. Hong Xiaoxiao agreed immediately, and for a moment, she even forgot the shadow of death before. Sure enough, there are still reliable seniors in the workplace. I don't seem to be so unlucky. In the early morning, Shilongzai, Xuanwu Branch 2F. Outside the door of the special cell at the end of the corridor, a woman in a white coat leaned against the wall, tilted her head slightly, and smoked a thin lady's cigarette elegantly. The gray-blue moonlight outside the window shone in, outlining a faint white edge on her delicate profile. Who? Zhu Kei slightly touched his teeth, exhaled a puff of white smoke, put down the hand holding the cigarette, and gently flicked the ash. Click. The door opened and Lu Qingying walked out. Her long, smooth silver-gray hair was shining with a cold white light, and she was wearing a light green sweater that was off-shoulder and hip-wrapped. She was graceful and charming, and the soft and charming swaying feeling when she walked was very hot. How is it? Zhu Kei asked. During the day, Zhu Kei gave Kyo the food that Lu Qingying had marked. An hour ago, Lu Qingying invaded Kyo's dream for the first time while she was asleep and activated Kyo's nightmare. To ensure the best effect, Lu Qingying came directly to Kyo's side and started Sweet Dream. Just now, the alarm that was set rang, and Kyo woke up, and Lu Qingying was able to leave the dream. Lu Qingying didn't rush to answer, but raised her chin to Zhu Ke and blinked. Zhu Ke immediately understood, and took out a cigarette case and lighter from the pocket of his white coat. Lu Qingying lit a cigarette and took a puff. She stood against the wall, holding her right elbow with her left hand, holding the cigarette with her right hand, and raised it to her sexy red lips, and spoke softly. I saw her childhood in Kyo's nightmare. Lu Qingying tilted her head and smiled. Unfortunate childhood. Chapter 588. Zhu Ke nodded slightly, waiting for the next words. Her mother is a drug addict, completely hopeless, and sold a 4-year-old Ku to a human trafficker gang for 800 yuan. Ku was locked up in a small dark room with other children and raised like a dog. Lu Qingying sighed softly. After torturing them for a week, making sure they were absolutely obedient and dared not escape, they began to assign jobs. Smart children became pickpockets, good-looking children cheated people, and stupid children had their hands and feet broken, or their eyes blinded, and thrown on the street to beg. Ku was not smart, nor good-looking, so she could only break her legs. She was dragged into the room, and when she saw the miserable state of the child in front of her, she became stressed and woke up. After waking up, she dragged all the human traffickers into the strange field, playing hide-and-seek. In the past, her mother often played this game with her, but Ku hid and waited for her mother to find her. Every time, she had to wait for a long time until she fell asleep. In fact, her mother was addicted and didn't want her daughter to see her taking that, so she tricked her into hiding. But later, her mother didn't even care about this. Lu Qingying realized that she had gone off topic and brought the topic back. In short, Ku hid in the field, no one found her, and they all died. The next day, Edmund found these children, including Ku, who was dying in the broken closet, and the two became father and daughter. Suzaku nodded. Is this all the information in the nightmare? Well, the information is very messy. Lu Qingying smiled. The above is what I sorted out. What is certain is that Edmund protected Ku very well, and she had basically no contact with the Songmu cult. Zhu Ke nodded. Thank you. No, I didn't help much. Lu Qingying asked, are there any other things? Zhu Ke smiled. If I must say something, there is one more thing. Please go ahead. Lu Qingying looked over. Everyone's time is running out. Zhu Ke got straight to the point. Are you still planning to continue to be a free player? You know, the door of the Qilin Union is always open to you. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Zhu Ke. Lu Qingying's smile was both gentle and polite. I still like to be free. Okay. Zhu Ke is not the HR of the Qilin Union, and poaching is just a side job, not a requirement. The two chatted for a few more words, smoked a cigarette, and Lu Qingying left. Zhu Ke leaned against the wall to think for a while, and just as he was about to leave, his cell phone rang. It was Qinglong's call. Hello? Zhu Ke picked it up. Yesterday afternoon, Qiang and Hong Xiaoxiao were attacked. Qinglong said calmly, I just finished dealing with it here, and I sync with you. Who? Zhu Ke was shocked. Qiang said he didn't know him, but from his description, the man's ability was strange, and he should have a talent for laws. I haven't seen such ability among the opponents I have met so far. Zhu Ke was even more surprised. Does that mean you have no clue? Yes, but he came for Qiang, and he knew that Qiang was the heir of God. Qinglong said. The Songmu sect? Zhu Ke guessed. It is very likely. Qinglong said. It is not ruled out that it is a dead beast, but the possibility is very small. Reason? Zhu Ke asked. The dead beast has not appeared so far, and the ability of the dead beast is only above that of the living beast. If it is a dead beast, Qiang and Hong Xiaoxiao would not be able to escape unscathed today. Zhu Ke heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. Anyway, that person might start with the people around Qiang, so you should be careful. Understood, I hang up first. A few minutes later, Zhu Ke walked out of the empty Xuanwu building. The current Shilong village has lost a large number of law staff in puppet state, and the number of awakened people has also been reduced by half. It is no longer as lively as before. Most of the stores are closed. The dead tree in the center of the square, which is full of colorful light bulbs, is still flashing the changing neon lights diligently, but it looks even more lonely and desolate. Zhu Ke walked towards the exit of Shilong village, took out the car keys from the pocket of his white coat, and the crisp high heels knocked on the stone bricks. Duh. Suddenly Zhu Ke stopped and frowned. A second later, the current on the dead tree short-circuited, and all the colorful light bulbs went out instantly. Zhu Kei quickly turned sideways, and under the tree, there was a man standing. This man was tall and thin, and vaguely dressed in a suit, jeans, and leather boots. He looked dusty, and exuded a very strong melancholy temperament. Zhu Kei was alert at first, and 2 seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and fell into shock. Zhu Kei knew this man. To be precise, Zhu Kei knew this corpse. Zhu Kei didn't speak, quietly mobilized the energy in her body, ready to launch equivalent exchange to strengthen herself 5 times at any time. Her intuition told her that this man was quite dangerous, and if she wanted to fight, it would probably only happen in an instant. After a few seconds of strange confrontation, a gust of night wind blew the man's hair, and his voice was low and hoarse, very cold. It seems that the air of God is not here. Zhu Kei still didn't speak, staring at the man, not daring to relax at all. The man's target was not Zhu Kei. He stopped pestering, flashed to the side, and his figure disappeared behind the dead tree, and then disappeared. Zhu Chua's eyes were still fixed on the direction where the man disappeared, and he had already dialed Qilin's cell phone. Soon, Qilin answered. President, I want to see you in Qinglong, immediately. 20 minutes later, Xuanwu Building, conference room. Qilin and Qinglong listened to Zhu Chua's story of what happened before. Qilong frowned slightly, and touched the beard on his chin. It seems that this man is the one who attacked Qiang in the afternoon. He came to Shilongzai to find Qiang. I can guarantee that he is definitely corpse number 2. Zhu Kei was a little excited. Zhu Kei was familiar with every corpse in the Union, and would never make a mistake. You mean corpse number 2 has been resurrected? Qilong glanced at Zhu Kei. But who else can resurrect a corpse that has been alive for more than 24 hours besides you? Zhu Kei was silent. She also wanted to know. The silent Qilin took off her glasses, took out a silk scarf handkerchief to wipe the lenses, and put them on again. The green eyes under the lenses were like a deep lake under the moonlight. Qilin sighed softly. Suzaku's judgment is correct. That ability is corpse number 2. Chapter 589. Qilong looked at Qilin. Is he very powerful? At the beginning, Xuanwu and Guima worked together to steal 12 corpses from Beigui Funeral Home, namely, corpse number 2, corpse number 4, corpse number 7, corpse number 21, Sankong, Lanson, Shiran, Lian, Xioi, Laoqiao, Heek, Xiangjie. Among them, only the whereabouts of corpse number 2 are unknown. Qilong said people to look for it later, but did not pay special attention to it. More than 10 years ago, when Zhu Kei and Qilong joined the Qilin Union, corpse number 2 already existed. They did not know this senior, nor did they understand his talent. President Qilin rarely mentioned him, only saying that he was an old friend. But now, this old friend has been resurrected, and Qilin has to face this matter seriously. His name is Luqi, one of my earliest companions, who died a year before the establishment of the Union. Qilin said. How did he die? Qilong asked. Suicide. Qilin said. Zhu Kei and Qilong were both shocked. They didn't expect this answer. Luqi has severe depression. He was my friend and patient before he awakened. Qilin said with regret. His condition was sometimes better, and sometimes worse, and he finally chose to leave. At that time, I was only level 3 in Wanxiang. If I could be stronger, maybe I could help him get out of it. The 3 of them were silent for a while. Qilong thought of something. President, what kind of talent does he have? It seems very strong. Not only strong, but also very special. Qilin's eyes moved. I even think that Luqi suffers from severe depression, which is the side effect of that talent. Could it be? Qilong suddenly guessed judgment. Qilin nodded. Judgment, serial number 100, miracle system. The judgment's domain is very large. Qilin said. The coverage area reaches a diameter of 50 meters, and it does not need to be activated, it exists passively. Fighting with him, it is easy to step into his domain. In his domain, everything must be fair. The definition of fairness. Zhu Chua's face sank. Defined by him? Yes. Qilin said, he is the judgment, but not God. He himself cannot violate the law of fairness, and the simple concept of fairness in people's minds. But he can use the law of fairness. This afternoon, he randomly judged Qiang and Hong Xiaoxiao, which is the use of fairness. He has a 50% chance of killing Qiang directly. Qiang is so lucky. No, Hong Xiaoxiao is also very lucky. Zhu Kei broke out in a cold sweat. If she went to supervise Gao Yang herself today, or sent someone else, I'm afraid one of them would have to die. Qilin sighed. I didn't want to mention Luqi before because it was a regret in my heart. Besides, you had just joined the Union at that time, and I didn't trust you enough. I didn't want you to know the horror of the talent judgment. Qilong and Zhu Ke nodded to show their understanding. But there is one thing I don't understand. When Xuanwu stole Luqi's body, why didn't he control him? Zhu Ke asked. Luqi is obviously stronger than other bodies. I have thought about this question too. Qilin looked at Zhu Ke. There are three possibilities. First, Xuanwu didn't know that Luqi's talent was very strong. At that time, everyone generally believed that the later the talent, the weaker it was. Xuanwu may have thought that judgment was very weak and didn't give priority to control. The upper limit of the bodies he could control was only 10, and Luqi's body happened to be left. Unlikely. Qilong shook his head. Luqi's body was obviously hidden by Xuanwu, which means Xuanwu must value him very much, or at least know that he is special. Yes. Qilin continued. The second possibility is that Xuanwu intends to keep Luqi's body and manipulate it at a more critical moment. The manipulation of the body is not unlimited. Yeah. Qilong agreed with the second possibility. I also think that the manipulated body is a consumable and cannot be reused indefinitely. Your guess is similar to mine. Zhu Ke nodded. I have always had a doubt. After the Awakener dies, the talent will sooner or later be understood by other Awakeners, but the corpse controlled by Xuanwu can still use this talent. This is very contradictory, because we all know that according to the law of conservation of talent, a talent cannot appear in two Awakeners at the same time. Of course, Copy and Thousand Faces are exceptions, but this is temporary. Zhu Ke crossed his legs and changed. He sat comfortably. Later I figured it out. Although the controlled corpse can use the talent from before death, the time and number of times are very limited. Once used, it is gone. This is similar to Copy and Thousand Faces. You said that, but it reminds me of another thing. Qilong narrowed his eyes slightly. According to Chiang's report, when Guema was resurrected, he lost voice transmission and only had teleportation left. As far as I know, the voice transmission talent has gone to a young man in the Baichuan group, but that person did not survive the Scarlet Tide. Can I draw this conclusion? Qilong thought for a while, and said, according to the law of conservation of talent, after an awakened person dies, his talent will be comprehended sooner or later. When the corpse is resurrected, if no one has comprehended his talent, he will retain the original talent. If the talent is comprehended by others, when the corpse is resurrected, he will lose the talent. I think so. Zhu Ke agreed. I agree too. Qilin slowly put down the coffee cup. Let me talk about the last possibility. Level 4 Puppet Master cannot control Luqi's corpse. Although Judgment is ranked 100, it is extremely special, and its strength is not weaker than the top 12 talents. It is very likely. Qilong's sharp eyes lit up. Chiang's current level 6 copy cannot copy the top 10 talents. Although Xuanwu's Puppet Master is strong, it is only level 4 after all, and may not be able to control Luqi's corpse, so he hid the corpse, and wanted to control it after his talent was upgraded. The three people basically came to a conclusion and fell into thinking. Soon, Qilong broke the silence. Could it be that someone has comprehended Puppet Master and recontrolled Luqi? Qilin shook his head. The summoning rune is in my hands. Even if someone comprehends Puppet Master, it can only be level 3 at most. What Xuanwu level 4 couldn't do at the beginning, level 3 is even more impossible. Suzaku also added, Luqi's current state is definitely resurrected. The breath of the living and the dead is different. I can tell them apart. Suzaku slightly focused, but except for me and the ghost group, no one can revive the corpse, and the ghost group has a 24-hour limit to revive the corpse. Only my equivalent exchange does not need a time limit. Could it be that there is someone else in the Sanmu sect who can revive the corpse without a time limit? Qilong continued to speculate. Chapter 590. This is contradictory. Qilin said, if the Sangmu cult can revive corpses, there would be no need to ask the ghost group for help. Yes. Qilong nodded and continued to guess. Could it be the tail team? There are still 3 tail talents who have not appeared. Maybe their talents have been upgraded and have the ability to revive. Lucky. Painter. Regret. Qilong listed them one by one. From the name, Regret sounds like a resurrection talent. Regret, serial number 195, Knowledge System. Suzaku's eyes turned slightly. No, not quite right. Resurrection talent should belong to the Life System and Miracle System, and at most one Time and Space System. Suzaku, don't be too limited. Qilong said, everything is possible, such as the powerful of the Strengthening System. If that Mrs. Wu can really achieve mechanical ascension, it will be immortality, which is also a kind of resurrection. There is also the Knowledge System. If Dr. Jia, who is genius, can research a real resurrection medicine, Is it also equivalent to resurrection? That's right. Suzaka nodded. That's all for guessing. Qilin concluded. To know the answer, you have to ask Lucci himself. Next, everyone should be careful. The current top priority is to assist Qiang to get the Guardian Rune from the Abyss, and open the door to the end as soon as possible. Yes. Qilong and Suzaka nodded. Speaking of Qiang. Qilin's eyes darkened. I don't know if I'm overthinking. I feel he has changed. I can't see through him anymore. Me too. Qilong said frankly. I always thought he was a good colleague. Although he was bold and cunning, he still had a bottom line. But now, I always feel like he has two minds. Grandma, parents, and companions are all dead, which is a big blow to him. Qiang has always been a sentimental person. Suzaka sighed. I think he may be rethinking what to do in the future. Speaking of this, Suzaka complained, President, you didn't go to the island country to save him, which must have chilled his heart. Heh. Qilin smiled bitterly. I did use him in this matter, and it is reasonable for him to complain, but I think Qiang should be a person with a bigger vision. Qilin shook his head and sighed. If possible, I don't want to be his enemy. Apart from Long, he is the most dangerous. Suzaka was shocked. President Qilin actually said such words in front of her and Qinglong. It seems that he has been very defensive against Qiang. When Suzaka thought of the possibility of being an enemy of Qiang in the future, he felt a sense of sadness. During this period, the bits and pieces of getting along with Qiang came to mind, and finally, the memory was frozen in a strange moment. One late night, Gao Yan answered the phone and suddenly wanted to borrow a cigarette from Zhu Kei. He looked very tired, sad and confused at the time. Zhu Kei suddenly regretted it. Perhaps he should have lent him a cigarette at that time. In this fucked up world, it is not a bad thing to have a gentle smoking buddy. Qilong. Qilin made an arrangement after a brief thought. Qiang is very strong. Lucci may not be able to kill him, but for the sake of safety, we should send some more people to watch him. The electronic bracelet has already made him a little disgusted. Isn't it inappropriate to send someone to monitor him? Zhu Kei was a little worried. Don't force him to do something. How about arranging some people from Group 5? Qilong said. That's fine. With his acquaintances, he will feel much better. Zhu Kei said. Okay. Qilin made a decision. Take off Qiang's electronic bracelet and send a few people to protect him. Qilong will arrange the personnel. Qilong nodded. Leave it to me. Thank you for your hard work. There must be no accidents before helping Qiang get the Guardian Rune. Qilin stood up and tapped the ground with his crutches. Dismiss. Early in the morning, Sheng Ruxia Flower Shop on Xiangyang Road, Daxu District. The city was a little foggy in the early morning. A sprinkler truck just passed by the road, and the wet ground reflected a large area of warm red morning light. The beautiful singer was wearing a beige sweater and straight jeans, a brown apron, and holding a watering can, watering the potted plants outside the flower shop. The green light across the street came on, and a tall woman walked across the sidewalk to Sheng Ruxia Flower Shop. She wore a white Chanel-style short jacket inside, and a black vertical coat outside. Her gray hair was tied into a braid, pulled from the back of her head, and placed on her left chest. She wore bright pearl earrings on her earlobes. The overall look was low-key, but the details were moving. The singer who was bending over to water the flowers heard footsteps approaching. She lifted her long hair by her ears, looked up, and smiled. Miss Lu, are you here to buy flowers? Yes. Lu Qingying also smiled. Or white lilies? The singer asked. Yes, please pack a bunch for me. Lu Qingying said. Every year on this day, Lu Qingying would come to the singer store to buy a bunch of flowers, and then go to Tapingshan Cemetery to visit an old friend who had passed away many years ago. Lu Qingying took out her mobile phone and was about to scan the code when a tall figure covered her like a mountain, followed by a man with a strong nasal voice. Pack another bunch of white roses for me. Lu Qingying didn't even need to look back to know that this person was a dead pig. Okay. The singer was not surprised at all, and walked into the store with a smile. I was wondering why you didn't come today, and sure enough you came. Lu Mei, long time no see. In the late autumn weather, Siju was not afraid of the cold at all, wearing a custom-made gray linen thin shirt, and a pair of black linen shorts, and a pair of thick wooden slippers. Lu Qingying said harsh words in a gentle tone. Siju, why are you fat again? Haha, it's inevitable for people to get fat when they reach middle age. Siju was happy, and not angry at all. If you continue like this, you won't be able to get into the elevator. Lu Qingying said. I will lose weight, starting tomorrow. Siju still smiled. He had said this sentence at least 10,000 times. The two are old friends, and after a few words, the singer came out with 2 bouquets of flowers, which were white roses that Siju wanted and white lilies that Lu Qingying chose. Lu Qingying and Siju took the flowers and walked towards the nearby subway station in tacit understanding. Chapter 591. 1 hour later, Taipingqiao Cemetery. Lu Qingying and Dead Pig stood in front of a tombstone halfway up the mountain and placed their bouquets in front of the tombstone. Lu Qingying stepped back 2 steps, took out 3 short incense sticks and a lighter from her retro bag, lit them, and handed them to Dead Pig beside her. Yours, I guess you don't have them either. Haha, thank you. Dead Pig took the incense with a smile. Lu Qingying took out 3 more, and lit them for herself. The two stood side by side, bowed 3 times to the tombstone, and lit incense. Then, Dead Pig began to clean the weeds around the grave with his bare hands, looking like a burly farmer doing farm work. Lu Qingying stood aside, lit a lady's cigarette, and smoked it quietly. On the tombstone, the name and date of birth of the deceased were engraved, 1982-2009. Bachiochi. A black and white photo is inlaid on the tombstone. The photo shows a short-haired girl with a bright smile, an oval face, and a heroic look between her eyebrows, which reminds people of the heroic female generals in costume dramas. The name Bachiochi comes from an ancient poem, and the author is one of her father's favorite poets. Bachiochi awakened at the age of 18. Before awakening, she was Lu Qingying's high school classmate and the only good friend. Of course, she still was after awakening, because Lu Qingying also awakened. At the age of 23, Bachiochi fell in love with a man and married him. This man was a dead pig. It is worth mentioning that the dead pig was not as strong as it is now. 2 years after the marriage, the relationship between the two broke down and divorced. Bachiochi withdrew from the 12 zodiac signs and joined the Baichuan group a year later. The reason why she joined the Baichuan group was simple. There were many weak people in the Baichuan group who needed help more. She has always been a kind and righteous woman. Unexpectedly, she died mysteriously less than a year after joining the Baichuan group, and the murderer has not been found so far. Many people regret her death, but as time goes by, her name is gradually forgotten. Only Dead Pig and Lu Qingying will never forget. Are there any clues about Xiuba's death? Dead Pig asked while clearing weeds. No. Lu Qingying smiled a little frustrated. Sometimes I wonder, it's been 9 years, maybe the murderer died a long time ago. After all, in the foggy world, everyone's life is short. If she's alive, I want to see her in person. If she's dead, I want to see her body. Even if there's only ashes left, I scatter them myself. Dead Pig said. Actually, you don't have to be so persistent. Lu Qingying said half-truthfully. Qiuqi had already stopped loving you when he died, and it has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to make yourself more dramatic? Lu Qingying flicked the ash from her cigarette. I think you should find another woman to start a new life with. A man like me. The Dead Pig straightened up and took a look at the photo on the tombstone. Only a silly woman like Xiao Ba would like him. But it's a pity that she woke up too late and was still delayed by me. Yes, she is really silly. Lu Qingying's eyes were slightly cold. There are so many good men, but she picked a pile of cow dung. The Dead Pig was not angry at all, and continued to pull the weeds on the grave with his bare hands. Ring, ring, ring. The Dead Pig's phone rang. He took a look, walked aside, and made sure that the phone could not take a picture of Bachiochi's tomb before answering the video call. Dead Pig laughed cheerfully. Meng Xiaoyang, why did you wake up so early today? Uncle Dead Pig. The soft and aggrieved voice of Meng Xiaoyang came from the other end of the phone. I had a nightmare. I dreamed that Uncle Dead Pig disappeared. Haha, how could that be? I'm fine. The Dead Pig looked at the white rabbit in the video. Rabbit, tell Meng Yang that dreams are the opposite. I told her, but she didn't listen. She had to talk to you on the phone to feel relieved. The white rabbit was a little helpless. She just called Tiango and said that he disappeared in the dream. Hee hee. The Dead Pig smiled. Meng Yang, Uncle will be back soon. What do you want to eat? Uncle will buy it for you. I want ice cream. No, have you forgotten the diarrhea last time? The white rabbit said fiercely. After chatting for a few words, the Dead Pig hung up the phone. You are doing well in the 12 zodiac signs. Lu Qingying said in a subtle tone. Yes, I feel like I've found a second home. Dead Pig glanced at Lu Qingying. Sister Lu, you can actually come here too. People are afraid of loneliness after all. You don't need to punish yourself for living this kind of life. You have no responsibility for Xiuba's death. Don't pretend to know everything. Lu Qingying sneered. I'm living a good life now, take care of yourself. Haha, okay, just ignore what I said. Dead Pig stopped persuading. After standing for a while, Lu Qingying looked at her watch. I have something else to do, so I leave first. Dead Pig still had a handful of weeds in his hand. He looked up at Lu Qingying's back as she left and sighed slightly. 9 a.m., Lijianjuan, Wang Zikai's home. Gao Yang woke up from the sofa. Chu Shui was lying on the carpet, wearing Gao Yang's big t-shirt, with bare legs, holding a pen and paper in her hand, writing something mysteriously. Yesterday at noon, Gao Yang was attacked by someone, and immediately asked Wang Zikai to do something. Wang Zikai hung up the phone, and packed up his things and left home. Afterwards, Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao returned to Shilong village, and made a detailed report to Qilong. Then, Gao Yang invited Hong Xiaoxiao to Lu Qingying's barbecue restaurant to eat barbecue, consolidating the newly established colleague friendship. In the evening, Gao Yang went home, talked to Gao Xinxin on the phone, and then accompanied Chu Xue to play games and watch movies. Late at night, Gao Yang and Chu Xue agreed to take turns on duty. Chu Xue went to bed first in the first half of the night, Gao Yang kept watch, and Gao Yang slept in the second half of the night, while Chu Xue kept watch. Chu Xue refused at first, and insisted on sleeping together. Gao Yang had to tell the truth that he was attacked during the day, and Chu Xue became serious. At this moment, Chu Xue's white and thin legs swung back and forth, lying on the carpet, smiling foolishly and counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 more. Gao Yang walked over and took a sneak peek. It was a piece of letter paper with crooked words on it, which looked like a wish list. Most of the wishes were blocked by Chu Xue's little head. Gao Yang only saw the first few wishes. Eat grilled fish with Gao Yang tick. Watch fireworks with Gao Yang tick. Claw dolls with Gao Yang tick. Watch a movie with Gao Yang. Wow! Chu Xue noticed Gao Yang behind her, and quickly covered the letter with both hands. Don't look. Gao Yang, don't look. I didn't see anything. Gao Yang pretended to be confused. What are you writing? Nothing, hee. Chu Xue felt a little guilty, and quickly folded the letter, and stuffed it into the big collar of her t-shirt. As a result, as soon as she stood up, the letter slipped out from under her t-shirt and fell at her feet. Chu Xue quickly squatted down to pick it up, holding it in her palm, cherishing it to death. Gao Yang held his forehead. Hurry up and change clothes with pockets. I don't want to change. Chu Xue pouted. Be obedient, change your clothes, and I take you to the movies. Gao Yang said. Chapter 592. Okay. Chu Xue ran into the cloakroom quickly. Under Gao Yang's repeated emphasis and persuasion, Chu Xue finally had some basic gender views. She knew that after turning into a human form, she had to wear human clothes and pay attention to the rules of body privacy and physical contact. She must not do whatever she wants like in cat form. After Gao Yang finished washing up, Chu Xue ran out wearing a white sweater. I'm dressed. Gao Yang took a look at Chu Xue's 2 bare legs and sighed. Chu Xue is not afraid of the cold, so he doesn't care about socks. Gao Yang hesitated, but still asked worriedly, have you put on your inner clothes? Yes. Chu Xue grinned. Have you put on your pants? Gao Yang asked again. Yes. Chu Xue grabbed the sweater with both hands and lifted it up, revealing a pair of short jeans and a bare belly. Okay. Gao Yang turned his eyes away, turned around and went to the dressing table to pick up a comb. Come here, I comb your hair, and we go out. Gao Yang, I want to braid my hair. Chu Xue sat down obediently, looking forward to it. The big braid that my sister braided for me. Haha, there are quite a lot of requirements. You know how to love beauty, and look more and more like a person. Gao Yang smiled with relief. Okay, I try, but I can't guarantee success. Ding-ling-ling. The doorbell rang. Stupid Kai is back. Chu Xue jumped up happily and ran to the entrance. Wait a minute. Gao Yang grabbed Chu Xue and said, stand behind me. Gao Yang blocked Chu Xue, kept a distance from the entrance, and shouted defensively, Who? Captain Chiang. It's me. Kan's excited voice came from outside the door. We're here to see you. Gao Yang said expressionlessly, the door is not locked. The door was immediately pushed open. Ken was wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt with horizontal stripes today, and denim overalls on the outside. His mushroom head had grown a lot longer, and was combed into a soft 3:7 split. The hair on both sides covered his ears, and was flush with his thin white neck. Captain! Ken walked up happily. Don't move. Gao Yang shouted coldly. Kan's smile froze, and he stood there in a daze, feeling a little embarrassed for a while, not knowing what he had done wrong. Prove your identity, Gao Yang said. Ken was stunned, and then reacted, oh okay. A second later, she disappeared in front of Gao Yang, and then a breeze blew towards Gao Yang and spun around him. It's okay. Gao Yang was relieved. It is too unlikely that someone can disguise himself as a Ken and use invisibility and wind at the same time. Ken reappeared and walked quickly to Gao Yang. Captain, we are here to see you. We? Gao Yang looked up, and sure enough, Man Shi, wearing camouflage combat uniform and black tactical cap, walked in, followed by Johan, wearing the uniform of Team 5. Then, Hong Xiaoxiao, wearing a professional suit, walked in. She looked around, and was a little nervous. The last person to come in was Liu Shuang, wearing a white robe and red skirt which costume. She had no expression on her face, and was as cold as ice. Liu Shuang gently closed the door, and now everyone was there. Shua. Man Shi was still smiling on his face the previous second, and the next second he threw a flying knife towards Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang raised his right hand, and easily caught it with 2 fingers. Shua. Gao Yang returned the flying knife to Man Shi, and Man Shi also caught it steadily, and put it back into the scabbard bag. Brother Man Shi, I have proved it. No need to prove it again. Ken said. Who said I want to prove myself? Man Shi glanced at Gao Yang. I am testing the captain. Wow, you really? Ken said steady. There are many people who can catch your flying knife. Gao Yang deliberately asked. This doesn't prove anything. Of course. Man Shi sneered. Everyone's actions and reactions will be slightly different. Gao Yang nodded. It seems that Man Shi has already memorized the actions and reactions of his teammates. Johan quickly confirmed the surrounding environment. He looked at Chushua, and deliberately asked loudly, Who are you? This was naturally asked to Hong Xiaoxiao and Liu Shuang. Ken was one of them, and Man Shi had told her about the existence of the ghost group and Chushua in advance. Wang Xiaoxua. Chushua took the initiative to answer, I am Wang Zikai's cousin. Are you Gao Yang's friends? Gao Yang was very pleased. Chushua, although I told you in advance about the possible situations and how to deal with them, your reaction speed is still beyond my expectation. Gao Yang explained to Johan on the surface, but actually said to Hong Xiaoxiao and Liu Shuang, she is white-faced, very stable, don't worry. Then I say it directly. Johan no longer worried. Captain, you were attacked yesterday afternoon, and Elder Qinglong sent someone to protect you. Hui Xiong has to go to work, and he is more suitable for taking beatings, not good at protection, so he designated the 5 of us. It is protection, but also surveillance. Gao Yang did not expose it, nodded. Thank you, sit down. Wait a minute. Chushua finally reacted. She widened her eyes. Gao Yang, are we going to the movies? Well, let's do it another day. Gao Yang said. We can go together. Chushua was very unwilling. She thought she could tick another box on her wish list today. There are many people in the mall, the space is closed, the vision is blocked, and it is easy to be attacked. Let's stay in the villa. Man Shi is a mercenary, and is very professional in security work. Liu Shuang and I will go outside to keep watch, and the rest of us will stay with the captain. Man Shi glanced at Liu Shuang. Let's go. Elder Qinglong asked me to stay with Elder Qing. Liu Shuang stood there with a cold face. Man Shi was not surprised by this. He originally planned to send Liu Shuang away. Hong Xiaoxiao was a newcomer in the workplace, and was easy to deal with, so that the other people in Group 5 would have the opportunity to communicate with Gao Yang privately. Now it seems that Elder Qinglong is also preventing this situation from happening, so he sent Liu Shuang. I go outside with you. Johan was afraid that Liu Shuang would be suspicious, so he took the initiative to replace her to avoid suspicion. Okay. Man Shi jumped and flipped out of the window. Johan went upstairs directly to the rooftop. Gao Yang, Chushua, Cantu, Hong Xiaoxiao and Liu Shuang were left in the house. Cantu already knew about Gao Yang's parents and Officer Huang. She hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up the courage to say, Captain, we sent you a text message, but you didn't reply. I received it. Gao Yang nodded. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood recently. Being in a bad mood is naturally a reason, but Gao Yang didn't reply to any text messages from anyone in the Patsong team to avoid suspicion. The chat software on everyone's mobile phone in the Union has been encrypted, and in theory, it is also supervised by the Union. Gao Yang thinks there is no need to take this risk. Even if it is just a private chat, it is likely that the Union will figure out his other thoughts. It turned out that Gao Yang's caution was right. After his parents' funeral, Jilin immediately dismissed him from his position as the head of the Patsong team, and secretly began to be wary of him. We all understand. Cantu didn't know what to say for a moment. Everyone is just very worried about you. Thank you. Gao Yang said in a strange tone. Please sit down, I make you a cup of coffee. Gao Yang walked into the kitchen, Chu Xue followed, and Liu Shuang followed closely behind. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. This Liu Shuang is really inseparable. Chu Xue was a little unhappy. She pouted and stared at Liu Shuang. You are a follower. Liu Shuang was unmoved. I am on a mission. 2 seconds later, she added coldly. You are the follower. Chapter 593. You? Chu Xue was unhappy and pointed at Liu Shuang excitedly. Gao Yang and I are friends, but you are not. You are the follower. I am on a mission, but you are not. Liu Shuang counterattacked calmly. You are the follower. You. Chu Xue's face turned red, and she didn't know how to refute for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered what her sister Bailu said when they quarreled. You are talking nonsense. Okay. Gao Yang hurriedly rubbed Chu Xue's head. Stop making trouble, go find a can to play games. Humph! You follower. Chu Xue was not satisfied, and quickly shouted and ran away, fearing that Liu Shuang would fight back again. Liu Shuang didn't even look at Chu Xue, but kept staring at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was boiling water. He pointed to the cabinet under his feet. Coffee is on the first floor, thank you. Liu Shuang was slightly stunned, leaned over to open the cabinet, saw the instant coffee, and asked coldly, how many packets? 5 packets. Gao Yang said. At the same time, Johan and Manchi stood on the roof of the villa, back to back, watching for possible enemies nearby. Laohan, I feel that something happened between the captain and Qilin. Manchi controlled the volume. Yeah, I have the same feeling. Johan frowned slightly. Now the Pitsong group has also been fully taken over by Qilong, which feels very bad. The captain has joined the union for less than half a year, and he has found several runes in a row, and also pulled out the Song Mother cult, the ghost group, and the living beast. He is also a mixed blood. What is his name? It seems to be called Shensi. Johan said. Heir of God. Manchi pondered the word. The captain has already surpassed his master in achievements. He has 6 talents, and killed Zhu Yuan, and saved all the awakened people in Licheng. If you were Qilin, you would still sit there. Don't you feel a little cold on your butt? Johan tried to put himself in his shoes. If I were Qilin, as long as the captain and I have the same goal, I don't mind continuing to cooperate, but if we don't, we have to consider taking action. Manchi snorted coldly. Wait, once the runes are gathered, the real purpose will be revealed. Manchi is right. Manchi and Johan were both stunned. Gao Yang appeared beside them without knowing when. Captain, you. Manchi suddenly reacted and smiled. Phantom? Gao Yang nodded. I am a phantom, but I can communicate with you. Just now, Gao Yang deliberately asked Liu Shuang to help him get coffee. When she left Gao Yang's sight, he split a phantom clone and teleported to the roof. There's not much time left, so I make it short. Gao Yang spoke faster. I plan to do it myself. This is very dangerous, and I need to make some preparations. In the next week, you must not fall asleep between 10 a.m. and 3 a.m., and keep your phones on and wait for my signal at any time. Gao Yang stepped forward and whispered a few words in Manchi's ear. Manchi nodded. I understand, I tell everyone. Be careful. Gao Yang said, and slowly turned into a phantom and disappeared quickly. At the same time, in the kitchen, the water was heated. Gao Yang, with his back to Liu Shuang, had a hidden energy fluctuation in his eyes, and the phantom clone he created disappeared. Gao Yang picked up the hot water and poured it into the coffee cup. When pouring the 3rd cup, Gao Yang's hand accidentally shook, and the hot water was about to splash onto the kitchen counter, but it stopped in an instant and solidified into a small mass of water, slowly flowing into the coffee cup. Gao Yang remained calm. Liu Shuang's reaction is very fast, and her control over the water element is also perfect. Water God is at least level 6, so Ice God must be level 6 as well. If she becomes an enemy in the future, it will be quite difficult. Thank you. Gao Yang turned around. Liu Shuang didn't say anything, but blinked as a response. In the morning, Cantu taught Chu Xue how to play mobile games. Gao Yang didn't know how Chu Xue played the game, but she had learned all kinds of friendly greetings very well, which worried Gao Yang very much. Hong Xiaoxiao received the information of the company's latest products, and was reciting sales pitches there, and from time to time she treated Liu Shuang as a customer and practiced. Liu Shuang didn't say a word throughout the whole process, and her eyes never left Gao Yang. At noon, Gao Yang went to the refrigerator to find salmon, shrimp, mayonnaise, lettuce, luncheon meat toast, and made a seafood sandwich for everyone. Cantu took 2 sandwiches and 2 boxes of milk and ran to the roof to deliver food to Johan and Manshi. Chushue was a famous paper tiger when it came to eating, making the most noise and eating the least. There were a lot of sandwiches left, and they were all given to Hong Xiaoxiao. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled shyly while eating. I got up too early today and didn't have breakfast. I'm a little hungry. After eating, Gao Yang went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lu Xuan watched from the side and helped him control the rhythm of the water flow to improve his efficiency in washing dishes. In the afternoon, Gao Yang, Cantu, and Hong Xiaoxiao played Monopoly with Chu Shui. The 3 of them used all their strength to release water, and finally let Chu Shui win. Chu Shui jumped up happily and gave everyone a hug. Even Lu Shuang, who was watching the game, got her hug. Lu Shuang had no reaction. She didn't like it or reject it. Time soon came to the evening. It was really boring, so everyone started singing. Late at night, Cantu and Hong Xiaoxiao were hungry again and suggested ordering takeout. Gao Yang agreed. He used his mobile phone to order fried chicken, barbecue, cola and beer, all high-calorie foods that can bring happiness to everyone. Half an hour later, the takeaway was delivered and filled the table. Cantu reached out to take it, but Gao Yang glared back. Gao Yang asked coldly, Cantu, do you know what's wrong? Cantu lowered his head and stammered, I shouldn't be so rude, I should let the captain eat first. Not bad. Gao Yang nodded. What's the reason? Because the captain is the leader? The subordinates should respect the leader. Cantu didn't think about it. Gao Yang sighed, his disappointment was beyond words. He didn't say anything, and reached out to Hong Xiaoxiao. Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned, and after a few seconds, her eyes lit up, and she quickly picked up a string of roasted beef tendons and handed it to Gao Yang, respectfully, Captain Chiang, you eat first. Gao Yang rolled his eyes, and almost fainted. 1 or 2 of them are careless, I'm afraid this team will be difficult to lead in the future. Chapter 594. The scene was awkward for a few seconds. Gao Yang reminded unhappily, hairpin. Oh. Hong Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, and immediately took off the black hairpin from her hair, marked it, and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang put the hairpin on his sleeve, picked up each food, including the drink, and tasted it in a hygienic way. Then, he closed his eyes, and felt it with his heart. Half a minute later, Gao Yang opened his eyes. The food is safe, everyone can eat it. Cantu finally figured it out, and was ashamed and moved for a while. The captain was not a person who cared about the workplace situation at all. He was worried about everyone's safety, and took the initiative to test the poison. Now someone wants to kill me, he may use any means, remember this. Gao Yang said. Everyone nodded. Captain, do you want to call Johan and Manshi? Cantu remembered that there were 2 dedicated teammates blowing the cold wind on the roof, and felt a little sorry. I have no objection. Gao Yang said. I don't mind either. Hong Xiaoxiao was optimistic. Just a few minutes, should be fine? Lu Shuang, who was sitting upright, thought for a few seconds. She stood up. Elder Ching, come with me to the kitchen. Is there something? Gao Yang asked. I can let them rest for a few hours, but they have to go to the kitchen. Lu Shuang glanced at Gao Yang. You can't leave my sight. Yeah. Gao Yang stood up, feeling in his heart. Canned, Hong Xiaoxiao, learn more about what is rigorous and what is professional. Gao Yang and Lu Shuang came to the kitchen, and Lu Shuang turned on the faucet of the sink. The water rushed out of the faucet, turned quickly, turned into a water snake, drilled out of the window, poured onto the lawn in the yard, and turned into a pool of water. The water continued to expand, spreading in all directions, covering the walls and roofs outside the villa, and quickly formed a thin layer of frost. Within 3 minutes, a thin layer of frost covered the area within 100 meters centered on the villa. Liu Xuan adjusted her breathing slightly, and said in a cold tone, within 3 hours, I can immediately find anyone approaching. Gao Yang nodded. Hard work. The 2 cold wind duos on the rooftop, Manshi and Johan, came down. They lay on the sofa, drinking beer and eating grilled wings, looking very comfortable. Those who didn't know would think they were 2 office animals, who just got off work. Xiaoxua wants to watch a movie, right? Let's watch a movie. The Falcon suddenly suggested. After a day of getting along, she had quickly fallen in love with this beautiful girl. The most important thing is that among all the people present, Chushua's IQ is comparable to hers, which makes her feel very close. Okay, watch a movie. Chushua was the first to agree. Others did not object. Gao Yang turned on the home theater, and everyone picked and chose, and finally chose a classic comedy Journey to the West that you never get tired of watching, starring Zhou Xingye. Ah, it's him! Chu Shui shouted excitedly. She had seen Zhou Xingye's God of Comedy before, and recognized him at a glance. There are 2 movies in total. The first one is very nonsensical, full of satire, and hilarious. Especially Can't 2 and Hong Xiaoxiao. Although they have seen it many times, every time they see the classic funny plot, they still roll on the sofa with their stomachs in their hands. Even the stinky-faced Wang Manshi and the robot Liu Shuang couldn't help laughing when they saw some parts. Chu Shui curled up her legs and hugged Gao Yang's arm. She watched more seriously than anyone else. Although she laughed from time to time, she was more infected by the happy atmosphere of everyone. In fact, she didn't quite understand the jokes in the movie, and she couldn't even understand many parts. At first, she would keep asking Gao Yang why, and Gao Yang would answer patiently, but everyone was watching very seriously, and Gao Yang was also very involved, so Chu Shui slowly stopped asking. Finally, the movie came to the second part. Although some plots were still very funny, there were obviously more heavy parts. Rather than being funny, everyone began to feel sorry for the love between Zixia Fairy and Zizunbo. At the end of the story, Zizunbo took the initiative to wear the tight hoop curse and lost Zixia Fairy. Can, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Chu Shui's eyes were red. At that moment, Chu Shui was sad and happy. Sad because of this sad love, happy because she seemed to finally be able to integrate into everyone. At the end of the story, Zizunbo's reincarnation stood on the city wall, looking at the back of Sun Wukong, and said with a smile, "He looks like a dog." This scene is too classic. Johan sighed. Some people say that Zhou Xingye made the whole movie just for this sentence. Manshi said. Yeah. The silent Liu Shuang unexpectedly expressed his opinion for the first time. When I was a kid, I just laughed. Hong Xiaoxiao grabbed a tissue and blew her nose. When I was in school, I cried every time I watched it. Now that I'm in society, the sentence that impressed me the most is this. Yes. Even the heartless Cantu became serious. She held her cheek. We are all dogs. Why? Chu Shui was confused. She looked at Gao Yang. He is obviously Sun Wukong. Why did he become a dog? Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, and suddenly found that it was not easy to explain. He tried to say, maybe what he meant is that people who can't escape fate are all dogs. Heaven and earth are not kind, and treat all things as straw dogs. Manshi said. Ah, brother Manshi, don't say it, my good mood is gone. Cantu said. Why? Chu Shui was a little stubborn. I still don't understand. Xiaoxue, you are still young, you will understand in the future. Can said. Yes, there is no need to dwell on this, children should go to bed. Manshi stood up and glanced at Johan. Stand guard? Let's go. Johan drank the last sip of beer, got up and left. I go rinse my mouth. Hong Xiaoxiao got up and walked to the bathroom. Ah, I rinse my mouth too, my mouth is full of cumin. Ken followed and left. Liu Shuang quietly returned to the chair in the corner, and continued to silently monitor Gao Yang. The living room became quiet. Gao Yang patted Chu Shui's shoulder. It's getting late, you should go to bed. I don't want to. Chu Shui suddenly shook off Gao Yang's hand. She jumped up and ran to the second floor angrily. Chapter 595. Gao Yang was a little surprised. This seemed to be the first time that Chu Shui was angry, and she was so angry with him. But why did she suddenly get angry? After a moment of silence, Gao Yang seemed to have figured it out, and he stood up. Liu Shuang immediately stood up and followed Gao Yang, not leaving his side. Soon, Gao Yang came to Chu Shui's room and knocked on the door 3 times. Xiaoxue, are you there? Gao Yang asked deliberately. Go away. I'm fine. Don't bother me. Chu Shui's angry voice came from the room. Gao Yang gently turned the doorknob, and the door was not locked. Chu Shui didn't have the habit of locking the door. Gao Yang glanced at Liu Shuang. Do you want to come in together? No, I'd be at the door. Liu Shuang's task was to monitor Gao Yang, and prevent him from having time alone with the people in Group 5. As for Wang Xiaoxue, she was not within her monitoring range. However, considering that Gao Yang can teleport through the wall, Liu Shuang reminded him, I will monitor the entire room and protect you. Gao Yang did not expose him. Okay. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The bedroom was very dark, and a layer of white mist had already covered the floor of the room. The gray-blue moonlight shone in from the window, which was as strange as a fairyland. Gao Yang walked in the mist, and every move was monitored by Liu Shuang. There was no figure of Chu Shui on the bed. Gao Yang looked at the closet beside him. He reached out to open the closet door, and the door was grabbed from the inside. Chu Shui? Gao Yang shouted softly. Go away. Don't worry about me. Chu Shue was still very angry. I sleep here tonight. Gao Yang smiled bitterly and lowered his voice. Chu Shue, we agreed that good friends don't get angry overnight. The closet was quiet for a while, and Gao Yang tried to open the closet door again. This time, Chu Shue was not grabbed from the inside. Chu Shue hugged her legs and curled up in the closet. Her big eyes were swollen from crying, and her face was covered with tears. Gao Yang felt distressed. He took out the clothes next to Chu Shue, bent down and got in. He sat side by side with Chu Shue in the closet and closed the door. The pale blue moonlight accompanied by the hazy mist penetrated into the gap of the closet door, lighting up Chu Shue's eyes and nose, and illuminating Gao Yang's chin and Adam's apple. Chu Shue, we were wrong just now. We shouldn't have perfunctorily treated you. Gao Yang apologized seriously. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Chu Shue shook her head, her voice aggrieved. It's my fault. I'm a ghost and you're human. So I can't understand your movies and your words. I'm the fool. Chu Shue is not. No, I am. Chu Shue kept her head down and tried to stop crying. If I wasn't a ghost, it would be fine. Gao Yang's heart ached. For the second time, Chu Shue said this. Gao Yang turned sideways, found Chu Shue's hand in the dark, and held it tightly. Chu Shue, look at me. Chu Shue still had tears in her eyes. She turned her head away, not wanting to look at Gao Yang. Look at me, Gao Yang emphasized. Chu Shue was stunned for a moment, then raised her head obediently, and looked at Gao Yang's eyes in the dark. Chu Shue, your mother is a beast and your father is a human, right? Gao Yang asked. Chu Shue nodded. My mother is also a beast and my father is also a human, right? Gao Yang continued to ask. Chu Shue nodded. Then we are the same kind. Chu Shue was stunned. What do you think is the difference between me and Manshi, Jiuhan, Cantu, Hong Xiaoxiao, Liu Shuang and others? Gao Yang continued to ask. Chu Shue shook her head. Yes, I am no different from them. We all have souls, emotions, and we can think and love. Gao Yang said, isn't it? Yes. Chu Shue's eyes became firmer. We are the same kind, so you also have souls, emotions, and we can think and love. Gao Yang said. Yes. Chu Shue finally stopped hesitating and nodded heavily. Gao Yang held Chu Shue's hand tightly. You can't understand the movie tonight, not because you are different from everyone else. It's just because you are younger than us, and you have too little knowledge and life experience. When you reach your sister's age, you will understand everything. Gao Yang, I seem to understand. This time, Chu Shue became more determined, and the tears in her eyes flickered gently. In the closet, the girl stared at Gao Yang's face, her breath lingering. Her heartbeat began to accelerate again, pounding, and she suddenly realized that she wanted to get closer, not to rub Gao Yang's chin with her head, but to make a more intimate move. She remembered that it was a scene she had seen in a movie. It was an act that only lovers would have, touching each other's lips with their own lips. That's called kissing. Chu Shue felt a little dizzy. She closed her eyes slightly, and decided to obey her body's instinct. Ring, ring, ring. Gao Yang's phone rang. Chu Shue shuddered, and the fleeting strange feeling disappeared. Gao Yang did not notice the changes in Chu Shue's heart. He looked down at the incoming call on his phone, and frowned slightly. It was green tea. He immediately opened the closet door, walked out, and answered the phone. Hello? Elder Chiang, are you asleep? Green tea asked with a smile. Not yet. I'm strolling outside, and want to come to you for a drink. Is it convenient? Green tea's tone pretended to be relaxed, which made Gao Yang feel something was wrong. Gao Yang knew very well that green tea could not be here for drinking, but if she was consulting about dual personality, she would not come at this time. Intuition told Gao Yang that green tea was in a hurry. Sure, but I have a lot of friends here. Gao Yang said, if we drink, I'm afraid we have to drink together. Green tea's mind turned quickly, and he immediately guessed what Gao Yang meant. He was under surveillance. The person on the other end of the phone thought for a few seconds and seemed to have made up his mind. Okay, let's drink together. It's more lively with more people. Okay, come over. Gao Yang said the address. Come right away. Gao Yang hung up the phone, and Chu Shue had already come out of the closet. She hadn't cried, and her eyes were still a little swollen. Who is it? Green tea, the big guy. Gao Yang said. Him. Chu Shue had just had dinner and sang with him, so she naturally remembered him. Is he coming to play with you? Yeah, something. Gao Yang touched Chu Shue's head. You go to sleep first. Chu Shue's smart eyes turned. No, I want to go with you. Gao Yang thought about it, and didn't object. Okay. Chapter 596. Gao Yang was about to speak after leaving the room, but Lu Shuang asked outside the door first, "Who called you?" "Green Tea, the leader of Group 5 of Baichuan Group." Gao Yang answered truthfully, "He is coming to see me now." "What?" Lu Shuang asked. "Drinking." Lu Shuang was thoughtful and stopped talking. Gao Yang, Chu Shui, and Lu Shuang went downstairs together and told everyone what happened. Cantu immediately called Jiu Han, and Man Shi back to the room. Everyone stayed awake and waited for more than 20 minutes before the doorbell rang. "The door is not closed," Gao Yang said. Green Tea pushed the door open and was about to speak when a small stool hit his head, which was quite dangerous. Green Tea instinctively threw a punch and smashed the small stool into pieces. He activated inch force at a glance. He smiled bitterly at Gao Yang and the others in the room. "Elder Qiang, are you welcoming me like this? Confirm your identity, don't mind." Gao Yang explained, "I've been targeted recently." "Haha, no wonder there are so many bodyguards." Green Tea glanced at everyone and walked into the entrance. He was wearing a vest and sports shorts, a pair of running shoes, and a towel around his neck. It seemed that he had run all the way here at night. Sure enough, he took the towel and wiped the sweat off his face. "I still have half an hour of aerobic exercise today, so I just ran here." "You're not here to drink with me, are you?" Gao Yang got straight to the point. "Of course." Green Tea spread his hands. "I didn't even bring any wine." He laughed dryly and closed the door gently. "I have something to tell you." "Okay, they must listen in." Gao Yang glanced at Lu Shuang beside him. "Just listen in." Green Tea sighed a little helplessly. "I can't care so much." Chu Shui, who was standing by, suddenly grabbed Gao Yang's arm. Gao Yang turned his head and saw Chu Shui's body tense, her pupils dilated, staring at Lucha quietly, entering a state of alert. "What's wrong?" Gao Yang asked Chu Shui. Chu Shui shook her head, didn't speak, just grabbed Gao Yang. "Elder Qiang," Lucha said seriously, "I'm going to tell you a very important piece of information next, but you have to promise me one thing first." "You say," Gao Yang said. "I need protection," Lucha said. Gao Yang was startled and had guessed what it was. He asked softly, "Do you know who Chen Hui is?" Chen Hui, a female traitor sent by the Sanmu cult, has been lurking in the Baichuan group 10 years ago. It's easy to talk to smart people. Lucha looked around and confirmed that the surroundings were safe. He stepped forward. "Let me tell you the conclusion first. Chen Hui is." After Lucha finished speaking, he found that Gao Yang and others had no expression on their faces. Green Tea was stunned. "Why didn't you respond?" "So who is Chen Hui?" Man Shi was a little impatient. "Didn't I say it? Chen Hui is." Green Tea said it again. This time, Gao Yang was more certain that it was not that Green Tea didn't say it, but that the name was encrypted. Green Tea thought she had said it, but she didn't. "Who is Chen Hui?" Jiu Han's face darkened. "I said it was." Green Tea opened her mouth twice again, but still couldn't make a sound. Green Tea was shocked and confused. "What's going on? I clearly. Gao Yang reacted. "It's a curse." A language-triggered curse, he shouted. "Hong Xiao Xiao. Give him a hairpin." Hong Xiao Xiao was stunned, hurriedly took off the hairpin, and threw it at Green Tea, but it was too late. Green Tea's face turned pale in an instant, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, pinching his neck with both hands, looking painful and ferocious. Gao Yang wanted to pick up the black hairpin on the ground and put it on Green Tea, but reason told him that it was too late to save the game because Green Tea had already triggered the curse, and Chu Shui also held Gao Yang tightly and didn't let him pass. Ah! 2 seconds later, Green Tea suddenly raised his head, and his neck almost broke backwards. 7 colorful dust materials rushed out of his eyes, nostrils, ears and mouth, like crystal clear particle energy. These particle energies hovered above Green Tea's head, and in just a few seconds they gathered into a nebula. At the same time, Green Tea was drained and turned into a lifeless body, falling to the ground. Wall of size. Chu Shui had come in front of everyone and opened his arms. A spirit wall immediately burst out from under her feet. It was translucent green, and looked like it was made of countless spiritual bricks. In the middle of the wall, a face without gender characteristics was carved. The eyes of this face were filled with high-frequency flickering black and white noise. It opened its mouth in the void, like a vortex leading to the abyss of the netherworld. Pound. The nebula hovering above Green Tea's head exploded, and turned into countless flying dust. These dusts would not destroy any entity, but would fill the entire villa like poison gas, polluting and distorting everyone's soul. But now, as soon as they exploded, they were blocked by the wall of size. The vortex that the mouth on the wall of size turned into did not let go of any dust. In just 3 seconds, the exploding nebula disappeared and was completely sucked into the black hole. Seal. Chushua opened her lips slightly. Instantly, the green wall of size also turned into countless spirit particles and scattered, like fireflies flying all over the room. After using her ability, Chushua was also washed by the energy. Her shiny golden hair turned back to gorgeous silver, and the beautiful pupils in her eyes fell off, red like gemstones. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her little face was almost transparent. After a few seconds, she turned around and smiled. Gao Yang, it's okay. Gao Yang and everyone around him were stunned. On the one hand, they were shocked by the sudden and strange death of green tea, and on the other hand, they were shocked by Chushua's terrible ability. In fact, if Chushua didn't take action, everyone present would be contaminated by the dust cluster. The only one who could escape was Gao Yang, who could teleport out of the house, and others might not be able to make it in time. Manchi picked up the black hairpin on the ground, held it in his hand, and approached Green Tea's body. He reached out to feel his breath and check his pulse. A few seconds later, he looked back at Gao Yang. Captain, he's dead. Chushua, save him. Gao Yang knew that as long as the heart and brain were not severely damaged, Chushua could revive the body once within 24 hours of death. I can't do it, Chushua said. Why? Gao Yang was shocked. Chapter 597. His body is not broken, but his soul is broken. Chushua looked at green tea on the floor. The soul is broken, no one can save it. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little colder. Just now. Was it a spiritual injury? Gao Yang asked. Yes. Chushua nodded and explained in her own way. The big guy's soul turned into a bomb, and when it exploded, it would blow up everyone's soul. So you just saved us? Gao Yang said. Yes. Chushua blinked proudly. Gao Yang, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Gao Yang sighed, feeling fortunate, and glanced at Green Tea's body. He and Green Tea were just ordinary friends, but it was too sudden for an ordinary friend to die in front of him. Memories of Green Tea were about to emerge, and Gao Yang immediately launched spirit armor to stop all this. There were more important things at the moment. Just as Lu Shuang was about to speak, Gao Yang interrupted her in time. I know what you want to ask. Let's talk later. Gao Yang looked at Chushua. Chushua, did you know that Green Tea had problems? So you want to accompany me to see him tonight? Yes. Chushua nodded. The last time I saw him, I felt that his smell was a bit strange, but I'm not sure. Smell? The smell of the soul? Jiuhan tried to understand. Yes. Chushua nodded. Chushua is the ceiling of spiritual damage. She can smell the smell of everyone's soul. Gao Yang explained. It seems that Green Tea's soul has been polluted long ago. Why is it a bit like fireworks? Manchi said coldly. The former makes a person's body into a bomb, and the latter makes a person's soul into a bomb. Gao Yang thought for a moment and added, not only that, but there is also a curse attached. Once the keyword is mentioned, it will trigger a soul explosion. Does that mean? Cantu suppressed the fear in his heart and tried to follow everyone's thoughts. The traitor of Baichuan Group, that Dust, knew that Green Tea had discovered her, so he took the initiative? As long as Green Tea said Dust in her name, it would trigger the explosion? Yes. Johan nodded. It seems so. Chushua, can this be done? Gao Yang asked. Yes, soul bombs can be made. Chushua nodded. But you need to touch the other person's soul. I understand physical contact, but what does touching the soul mean? Manchi frowned slightly. Chushua, do you want to say the conditions for cursing the soul? Gao Yang tried to understand. Well, within 3 days, you have touched the other person's body, talked for more than 1 minute, and you also need to know the other person's real name and birthday, and you also need to call the other person's name and get the other person to answer. Chushua thought for a while. Well, it seems that's all. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this ability is not against the sky, the triggering conditions are very harsh, and the crime must be committed by an acquaintance, but this is really an assassination talent tailored for traitors. Chushua, can you make a soul bomb? Manchi asked suddenly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. No. Chushua shook his head. It's too complicated. This woman is very powerful. Manchi stopped talking, and the coldness in his eyes disappeared. Woman? Gao Yang grasped the key point. How do you know that the other party is a woman? Chushua pointed to her nose. There is her smell in the big guy's soul, well, as the fuse of the soul bomb. Then can you find her by smell? Gao Yang asked again. No. Chushua shook her head. She is very careful. This smell is what she has changed. I only know that she is a woman. Gao Yang was a little disappointed, but felt that it was reasonable. This dust, who could lurk in Baichuan group for so long, even Li's prophet could not find it, must be very cautious. Others only change their appearance, but she can even change the smell of her soul. After Gao Yang knew what was going on, he glanced at Liu Shuang, and then looked at everyone. As you can see, I lied to you. Wang Xiaoxue is not Wang Zikai's sister. She is a ghost, named Chu Xue. Captain, you even lied to us. Ken pretended to be a little hurt. Hee hee, how many secrets do you have that we don't know? Man's acting skills are much more natural. Johan also followed. I have long felt that this girl is not simple, but I didn't expect that she is actually a ghost. Hong Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Things happened too suddenly. Green tea pounded and died, and then suddenly a ghost ran out to save everyone. There were also soul bombs, curses, and traitors in the Baichuan group. Hong Xiaoxiao's mind was as messy as a ball of wool that a cat had played with, but she was at least sure of one thing, that is, she really didn't follow the wrong person. This Seven Shadow Elder is too powerful, and there are big guys around him, and this ghost named Chu Xue can be resurrected. It seems that the chance of survival has increased again. Lu Shuang stared at Chu Xue, examining her from beginning to end, and didn't speak. Gao Yang continued, although Chu Xue is a ghost, she is very close to me, and she has never eaten awakened people, nor has she hurt humans, so she is not our enemy. Lu Shuang remained silent. Gao Yang looked at everyone. Chu Xue saved our lives tonight. If you still want to report to the organization, I have no objection. However, if the organization wants to kill Chu Xue, we will repay kindness with ingratitude. Ah, it's a bit difficult. Cantu touched his chin pretending to be embarrassed, but he was shouting in his heart, Captain, I give full marks for this wave of moral kidnapping. I don't care. Manchi played his true colors. He really didn't care. I don't care either. Johan said. I. Hong Xiaoxiao looked at everyone. I listened to you. Finally, Gao Yang looked at Lu Shuang, and the decision was hers. Lu Shuang didn't answer immediately, but remembered something. Last time in the Scarlet Tide, you said you were bitten by a ghost but survived. Is it this ghost? I have a name. My name is Chu Xue. Chu Xue glared at Lu Shuang unhappily. You follow her. It's her. Gao Yang admitted. You knew each other at that time, but you never reported it to the organization. Lu Shuang asked. Yes. Gao Yang remained calm. Chu Xue is a friend I made privately. She poses no threat to the organization or the Awakeners. I don't think it's necessary to report it. Lu Shuang said nothing. Her mission this time was to protect Gao Yang and prevent Gao Yang from having any private contact with the members of Group 5. Gao Yang's private friends were indeed irrelevant to the mission. However, she was absolutely loyal to Elder Qinglong and had no secrets. Lu Shuang made a decision. I will report it truthfully. Okay. Gao Yang guessed that Lu Shuang would not turn a blind eye, but he had no loss if he tried. The main thing was to cooperate with the other people in Group 5 to act, and help them clear their suspicion. Selfishly, Gao Yang did not want Chu Xue's identity to be exposed, but now he had no choice. But on the bright side, even if Qilin knew about this, he would not do anything to him. Now Qilin needed him to find the Guardian Rune. Gao Yang took another look at the dead green tea and sighed softly. Liu Shuang, I request an emergency meeting. Time, place, people? Liu Shuang asked. Now, here, the leaders of the 3 major organizations. Gao Yang replied. Chapter 598. Lu Shuang took out his cell phone and dialed the number of Elder Qinglong, his eyes still on Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned around and looked at Chu Xue beside him. Chu. No. As soon as Gao Yang opened his mouth, Chu Xue shouted excitedly, Don't chase me away. Chu Xue. Gao Yang said earnestly, I don't want to chase you away. The people who will come later may not like you. I'm afraid they will hurt you. I'm not afraid of them. Chu Xue said angrily, I will beat them all away. But I'm afraid. Gao Yang said. Chu Xue was stunned for a moment. She grabbed Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Gao Yang forced himself to smile. But you can't protect me forever. There will always be a time when you are not by my side, right? What should I do then? Chu Xue lowered her head and wanted to say something. Chu Xue, go home first. I promise I come to see you soon. Chu Xue thought about it seriously and looked at Gao Yang. Will they bully you? No. At least they still need me now. Gao Yang didn't say the last sentence. He rubbed Chu Xue's head. Go quickly. Your sister must miss you. Well, okay. Chu Shua looked at Gao Yang reluctantly. Goodbye, Gao Yang. Goodbye. Chu Shua walked to the window, and couldn't help looking back at Gao Yang. There was no one else in her eyes. Gao Yang, miss me? Okay. Gao Yang waved gently. Chu Shua jumped lightly, and jumped out of the window. Just when everyone thought she was leaving, her head popped out of the window again. You must miss me. Definitely. Gao Yang waved again. Chu Shua finally left. Gao Yang retracted his smile, and said coldly, Johan, clean up the scene. Manshi, go outside to keep watch. Hong Xiaoxiao, report to the organization. Can, go make some coffee. Liu Shuang has already communicated with Elder Qilong. Be there in 20 minutes. Gao Yang nodded, sat down on the sofa, and began to close his eyes and rest. Within 20 minutes, the leaders of the three major organizations were all here. Zhu Ke drove, bringing Qilin and Qinglong to appear together. Tiango and Douhu flew directly from Qianqi building. Li arrived by helicopter, and the driver was Huang Lian. He controlled the gravity and let Li, Wu Sei and Chening, who were in a wheelchair, land safely in the front yard of the villa together, and then drove the helicopter away. Outside the villa, Gao Yang, Qinglong, Zhu Ke and others were all there. Green tea is dead? Li was sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by Chening. Li was shocked. Chening was also pale, with red eyes, and she suppressed her grief. My condolences, Gao Yang said. The body is here. Manshi stood on the lawn, with a body covered with white cloth under his feet. A trace of grief flashed in Li's eyes, and she looked at Wu Sei. You go to the autopsy. Yes. Wu Sei walked towards Green Tea's body, lifted the white cloth, and his face was a little ugly. Wu Sei checked it briefly, turned back and said, no external injuries. Died of soul explosion. Manshi said coldly. What explosion? Wu Sei frowned, thinking he had heard it wrong. Soul explosion? Manshi repeated. Wu Sei cursed in his heart. I don't know whether the soul explodes or not, but my brain is about to explode now. What's going on? Chening pursed her lips, and pushed Li into the house. Gao Yang called her. Chening, I'd do it for you. Chening was stunned and looked at Li. Li nodded. You all wait outside. Yes. Chening let go of the wheelchair, and quickly walked towards Wu Sei. She mustered up the courage to look at the body lying on the ground, covered her mouth with one hand, and her body trembled slightly. Wu Sei checked the body and stood up. She knew that Chening had a good personal relationship with Liu Cha. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She turned her head and cursed at the air. Do you know who killed it? Chening looked at Manshi with an angry voice. No comment. Manshi replied coldly, looking at the villa. See how they talk. Gao Yang pushed Li into the house, and Qinglong and Zhu Ke also waited outside. Qinglong gave an order, surround the villa and keep a distance. In the living room of the villa, Qilin and Douhu were already sitting on a sofa each. Gao Yang pushed Li closer, and sat down on a single sofa. Didn't Long come? Gao Yang asked deliberately. He's on a business trip, and not in the city. Douhu crossed his legs and held a cigarette in his hand. I'd be in charge while he's away. Okay. Gao Yang glanced at Qilin. President, I report the situation tonight in detail. Qilin leaned on his crutches and nodded. Go ahead. In the next 10 minutes, Gao Yang explained the situation in detail, including Chu Shua and her abilities, without hiding anything, which was basically consistent with Liu Shuang's report. Douhu's acting skills were sophisticated. When he heard Chu Shua, he pretended to be a little surprised, but only a little. Li had a calm attitude and did not express his opinion. Qilin also looked as if he had expected it. He should have guessed that Gao Yang had some dealings with the ghost group. As long as he didn't make any principled mistakes, he would not pursue it. After Gao Yang finished his report, Douhu summed up with a nonsense. It is obvious that green tea was silenced by Chen Hui. According to Chu Shua's judgment, this Chen Hui belongs to the top spiritual body damage talent. Gao Yang looked at the three leaders. Have you seen similar talents before? No. Douhu answered very straightforwardly. Qilin also shook his head. The talents on the talent table are only basic introductions. Many talents are stronger and more complicated as their levels increase. I probably haven't seen it either, Li said. Then it's difficult to find clues from the talent part. Gao Yang glanced at Li. Mrs. Li, I actually have some guesses about green tea. But you can say it, Li said. It all started the night before yesterday. That night, my friend and I ran into green tea in the mall. Green tea asked me about some issues related to dual personality. Dual personality? Mr. Li didn't understand. Why is he interested in this? I didn't understand at first either. Gao Yang said. Later, he patted my shoulder unintentionally and I immediately copied his talent. I copied his talent mainly to eliminate danger, because I was worried that he might have launched a curse-type talent on me. Speaking of this, Gao Yang specifically explained, I was almost killed by Red Crazy's explosion before, so I am more cautious about physical contact. Another reason is that I remembered that when I played volleyball with X in New Zealand, Green Tea took the initiative to make physical contact with me and asked me to copy his inch power, and finally won the game. So I thought that Green Tea might have deliberately asked me to copy his talent this time to convey some message to me. No one knows his true thoughts. Anyway, I launched copy on him at that time, explored his talent, and found that there was indeed something fishy. Qilin, Dohu, and Mr. Li all held their breath and looked over. Gao Yang's eyes turned slightly. I found that Green Tea not only has level 5 inch power, but also level 3 mind reading. Mr. Li was surprised. He has realized a new talent. Dohu touched his chin. Hee, it seems that this kid didn't report it to you. Mr. Li was silent. But if it were me, I wouldn't rush to report it. Dohu smiled. Your organization still has a traitor. Once the fact that Green Tea has realized mind reading is exposed, he will be silenced sooner or later. That dust is in the dark, and he is in the light. It is hard to guard against. Qilin nodded slightly in agreement. Based on this, Gao Yang took over the topic. I guessed that Green Tea would come to me sooner or later, but I didn't expect that he had been targeted by dust and cursed. Tonight he wanted to come and tell me the truth, but he was silenced. Why didn't he tell me directly? Mr. Li was a little confused. Mrs. Li, please forgive me for being blunt. Dohu spun the cigarette in his hand. This dust is a bit strong, and you people from the Baichuan group may not be able to deal with it. If it were me, I would also ask for help. Chiang is capable, quick-witted, and has some friendship with Green Tea. He is the best choice. That's right. Mr. Li sighed bitterly. Even if Green Tea told me, I'm afraid I would have to ask you for help. Chiang, continue. Qilin knew that Chiang's reasoning had just begun. Chapter 599. Gao Yang nodded. I think this dust has some ability to deceive herself or brainwash herself. That is to say, she usually deceives herself, so she can deceive others. Interesting. Dohu laughed. Mr. Li was thoughtful. Qilin lowered his head and took a sip of coffee, raising his hand slightly. Gao Yang continued, Green Tea has the ability to read minds, but did not immediately find out dust. He should have accidentally heard another voice of dust when he was in contact with dust. This voice did not reveal Dust's identity as a traitor, but made Green Tea feel a little strange, like two personalities. Green Tea was cautious and began to suspect that the other party might be a traitor, but he could not be sure. It happened that he met me that night, so he asked me about the dual personality. Green Tea learned about the dual personality from me, and found that it was similar to the situation he encountered. The situation is different, so he suspects that the other party is a traitor, lurking in Baichuan group with a true and false personality. Then, Green Tea had the idea of investigating the other party in depth. He told me that he would come back to me. Before leaving, he patted my shoulder to give me a hint. Gao Yang sighed. These 2 days, Green Tea should be investigating Chen Hui. Unfortunately, Chen Hui is too smart. He immediately noticed that Green Tea was suspicious of her and cursed Green Tea's soul, and then what happened tonight happened. Well, no problem. Dohu said. Qilin had no objection. Ms. Li looked worried. She looked at Gao Yang. Have you locked the suspect? 3 points have been initially determined. Gao Yang said. The first point is that Chen Hui is a woman. Zhu Ke asked this clue from Xuanwu's body at the beginning, and Chu Xue confirmed it again tonight through the smell of the soul. Second point, the lock range within 10 years is invalid. Gao Yang glanced at Li. Although Chen Ying and Wu Sei have joined the Baichuan group for more than 10 years, I don't think they are completely free of suspicion. They may have belonged to the Cangwu sect for a long time, but they activated the mission at a specific time. This is entirely possible. Moreover, if they have the ability to brainwash themselves, even if you are with them day and night, you may not be able to detect anything wrong. Li nodded. Third point, Chen Hui has had contact with Green Tea within 3 days, including physical contact and friendly conversations. Li breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chen Ying can be ruled out. She accompanied me to the island country to handle private matters during these 3 days. We just returned to Liqing 2 hours ago. She has been by my side. Li said, pressing the button on the wheelchair. After a while, Chen Ying pushed the door open and said respectfully, Mrs. Li, what do you want? Immediately check Green Tea's whereabouts in the past 3 days, and see which female members of the organization he has contacted. Don't make it public. Yes. Chen Ying left. The room became quiet, and the 4 people were silent. each with their own thoughts. A minute later, Qilin made a decision. He put down his coffee cup and sighed, "Qiang, we can't delay any longer. We must get the Guardian Rune immediately. Well, we have to speed up." Dohu also nodded. "What's the idiom? Undercurrents are surging, and the storm is coming. Give me some more time." Gao Yang said expressionlessly, "I don't expect to reach level 6 spirit armor. I will go to the abyss as soon as I reach level 5. Is one day enough?" Qilin asked. Gao Yang thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I will go to the abyss at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow, okay?" "Okay." Qilin looked at the people present. "You two must be present." "Of course," Dohu said. "Well, my prophet can also help a little," Li said. "Thank you. I really need Mrs. Li's help." Gao Yang was not polite. No one knew what was waiting for Gao Yang in the abyss, and Li's 10-second prediction of the future was very crucial. Gao Yang had already thought of a simple exploration method. He would tie a rope to the abyss, and the other end of the rope was tied to a bell. Once there was danger, he would pull the rope hard, and the people above the abyss would immediately notice and pull him up. Of course, Gao Yang might have met with an accident at this time. But Li could predict the scene of the bell ringing 10 seconds in advance, so he could rescue Gao Yang 10 seconds in advance, and there was a high possibility that he would escape. After determining the time to go down to the abyss, the four chatted about other things, including the investigation of the Sangmu cult, and the plan to open the gate of the end after collecting the 12 runes. 20 minutes later, Jining knocked on the door and came in. She made a brief and calm report. The female members that Green Tea has contacted in the past 3 days are as follows. Group 1 Wu Sei, AI Man, Xia Yi, Wang Weiyin. Group 3 Li Zi, Group 5 Yu Shi, Lu Ding, Ling Jia, Group 6 and He Gu. Gao Yang had mixed feelings. Although it is disrespectful to complain about the dead, Green Tea is really a social nerd. Even if Wang Weiyin, who is absolutely impossible, is ruled out, there are still 8 suspects. Lie detector is definitely ineffective against Chen Hui. She can brainwash herself, and will never detect lies. Gao Yang was about to remind her, but Qilin spoke first. "Madam Li, before Chen Hui is found out, your people had better not have any physical contact with the people on this list." "Thank you for the reminder." Li glanced at Qining. "You go and arrange it." "Yes." Qining left. Qilin glanced at everyone. "Is this the end of tonight's meeting?" "I'm okay." Do, who had already put the cigarette in his mouth, and couldn't help smoking. "I have no objection." Li glanced at Gao Yang. "I'm fine too." Gao Yang thought for a while and asked Qilin, "President, should I stay here or go back to the Union?" "You decide." "I'd better stay here," Gao Yang said. "The 5 of them will continue to protect me." "Okay," Qilin said. Gao Yang said Qilin, Dohu and Li away from the villa, and the others left separately. Lu Shuang, Man Shi, Jiu Han, Ken Tu, and Hong Xiao returned to the house. "Captain, how is it?" Ken couldn't help asking, "Do you know who Chen Hui is?" Gao Yang shook his head and said the suspect list that Qining had locked on. "Be careful of these people, don't go to them, and don't have any physical contact. It's better to have less trouble than more." "Yeah." Ken nodded vigorously. The others also took notes silently. Hong Xiao, who was standing by, listened quietly, but her heart was in turmoil. "It's terrible. This is the world of awakeners. Fortunately, I followed the right person and avoided many dangers again." Gao Yang sat down on the sofa. "I want to sleep for a while, you guys can do whatever you want." 2 days ago, Gao Yang invited Hong Xiao to Lu Qingying's store to eat barbecue, and got a soft candy marked with Sweet Dream. Tonight he planned to exchange intelligence with Lu Qingying, so he took the opportunity to eat it. Gao Yang closed his eyes, and sighed in his heart. Things really happened one after another. If I had known that today would be so busy, I would have postponed the meeting for a day. Chapter 600. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and frowned slightly. In front of him was the ruins of the underground temple of the ancient Ni kingdom, but it was slightly different from the real ruins. There was no burning animal altar embedded in the ground in the central square. Instead, there were 2 huge torches that illuminated the entire underground space. The obelisk in the center of the square was still there, but there was no sarcophagus under the obelisk, but an ancient throne. The throne was very wide, like a stone bed. A queen was lying on her side on the throne. Her shoulder-length black hair was tied into several drooping braids, with golden hair bands wrapped around the ends of her hair. Her forehead was neatly cut with an arc-shaped bangs, and her makeup was beautiful. She was wearing a thin deep V-feather dress on her sexy and plump body. The layered pleats were like luxurious wings, draped over her shoulders, like a pair of golden wings, giving people a sense of a queen who was both enchanting and noble and mysterious. Lu Qingying was in a charming posture, holding a short scepter with a golden snake head in her hand, her long legs raised, and she smiled. "Sit down." Gao Yang sat down on a stone chair next to the throne, and said calmly, "We already know the ruins of the temple in the ancient Anai country. Boss Lu has good information." "Haha, thank you." Lu Qingying slowly sat up. "I have only seen a few photos of the scene, and most of the details have to be filled in by my imagination." "Excuse me." "Very impressive." Gao Yang flattered casually. "Elder Qiang, please accept my condolences for your family's affairs," Lu Qingying said. "Yes." Gao Yang's face was calm, as if he was listening to someone else's story. "Let's talk about the topic." "Uh-huh." Lu Qingying put down the short scepter and lifted the small braid on her shoulder, causing the golden feather ornaments on her body to make a crisp sound. "As usual, tell me the information I want first, and you can give it to me as appropriate." Gao Yang nodded gently. 1. Any information about the Gate of the End. 2. Any information about the death of the dead pig's ex-wife. 3. Any information about the Qinghe Park incident a week ago. 4. Something seems to have happened to you tonight. Any information about it? After listening, Gao Yang smiled casually. "You want so much in one breath, can you eat it?" "Haha, I don't expect you to tell me everything, of course I ask more, and the more you can eat the better." Lu Qingying smiled. "Tonight, let you feel the feedback from old customers." Gao Yang paused for a moment, and his tone sank. "I tell you all the above information I know." Lu Qingying was startled. A trace of joy flashed across her eyes, and then she became defensive. "Oh, what a good day today is. You want to do such a big business with me. Elder Qiang, is this transaction instructed by your organization? Time is running out. We all have to hurry up." Gao Yang gave an ambiguous answer, letting Lu Qingying guess for herself. "I understand. Boss Lu, in addition to equivalent information, I also hope to get some discounts from you," Gao Yang said. "You tell me first. I will definitely give you what I can." Lu Qingying smiled. "You must promise me that you do not belong to the 3 major organizations. If you lie," Gao Yang's eyes turned cold, "we will kill you." He deliberately used "we," on the one hand to confuse, on the other hand to bluff. "Haha, I thought it was something else," Lu Qingying said without any nervousness. "Don't worry, I promise you this. Unfortunately, lie detector cannot be activated in Sweet Dream." "Okay." Gao Yang nodded. "Intelligence 134. I will tell you everything I know." In the next 10 minutes, Gao Yang told everything, and he kept less than 5% of the content. Lu Qingying listened carefully, and did not speak the whole time. Until Gao Yang finished speaking, Lu Qingying said lightly, "That is to say, except for Qilin, no one has seen the Real Gate of the End, and no one knows where it is." "Yes," Gao Yang said. "Elder Qiang." Lu Qingying smiled lightly. "Can you visualize the Gate of the End in your mind, so that I can feel it vaguely?" "Yes, but this is a different price," Gao Yang said. "Don't worry, I have a book in my mind and remember everything," Lu Qingying said. Gao Yang closed his eyes, and tried to outline the Gate of the End in his mind, trying to recall every detail he saw, and imagined it quietly for a minute. "Okay, thank you." Lu Qingying blinked with satisfaction. Through Gao Yang's description, and touching the concrete picture in his mind, Lu Qingying had a more intuitive understanding of the Gate of the End. "It's so beautiful." Lu Qingying sighed. "I really want to see its true body. When we collect all the 12 runes, we can see it," Gao Yang said deliberately. He. Lu Qingying's eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. "I'm afraid this matter is not that easy. 7 prophecies, and the rune conventions of the 3 major organizations. I have also heard about these vaguely." Gao Yang was silent, and did not talk about this topic. Lu Qingying leaned forward, holding his chin with one hand, and carefully looked at Gao Yang's face. "Elder Qiang, I felt that you were extraordinary from the beginning, but I never expected that you would be the heir of God. This Lu Qingying is really well informed. I hope you won't change your opinion of me just because I'm a mixed blood," Gao Yang said. "How could that be?" Lu Qingying covered her mouth and chuckled. "I never look at identity. As long as there is information and the rules are followed, I will accept anyone who comes. Boss Lu is still very broad-minded. Haha, no matter how broad-minded I am, it's not as broad-minded as your fate." Lu Qingying raised her eyebrows slightly. "I hope you can collect the last rune as soon as possible and lead us to victory. Good luck to you." "Okay, let me do the math," Lu Qingying said. "The Gate of the End is S plus information, but the information you have currently can only be considered S-level information. Do you think it's appropriate? No objection. I have a part of the information about the God's heir, so I can only count it as S-level information. Okay. I knew a long time ago that there was a traitor in the Baichuan group. As for the fact that she was a traitor of the Songmu cult, I also knew about it some time ago. However, the death of Green Tea has locked the suspect of the traitor, which is of great significance to me. I will give you S information. Okay. 1S 2S dash, a huge sum of money. Lu Qingying clicked her tongue. I don't know what information I can give you. Gao Yang was prepared. A few days ago, I was assassinated by someone. Gao Yang briefly described the situation at the time, and the ability of the man in the suit helped me find out about this person. It's S information. Heh. Lu Qingying smiled. I just happen to know this person. Chapter 601. What a coincidence. Gao Yang didn't show much surprise. This man's name is Lu Qi. He used to be a good friend of Qilin, but later died. What was the cause of death? Gao Yang asked. I heard he committed suicide. Lu Qingying's beautiful eyes moved, but the accuracy is not guaranteed. I'm afraid only Qilin knows the truth. What is his talent? Gao Yang continued to ask. Judgment, serial number 100, miracle system. I don't know the specific mechanism, but it is said to be related to fairness. You can keep an eye on this. Gao Yang's heart sank. He himself made his fortune with the miracle system talent. He knew how difficult it was to deal with the miracle system talent. Being targeted by this person would be a big hidden danger in the future. Enter the system. Lu Qi died. Why did he come back to life? Could it be that Suzaku resurrected him and sent him to kill me? No, this is inconsistent. Qilin Guild has no reason to kill me at the moment. Qilin still urgently needs me to go to the abyss to find runes. Wait. Corpses? Xuanwu asked Guima to steal 12 corpses. I remember that including the guy who detonated, I only touched 11 corpses in total. Could the other corpse be Lu Qi? The Songmu cult resurrected Lu Qi and sent him to kill me? But didn't the Songmu cult have the ability to resurrect people? So they asked Chuxua of the ghost group for help? And Chuxua's resurrection must be within 24 hours of death. Lu Qi has been dead for many years. Exit system. How did Lu Qi resurrect? Gao Yang asked Lu Qingying. I don't know about that. Lu Qingying said, I am also curious. If you want to know the truth, you can tell me and count it as A+ information. Gao Yang nodded. The next information is A+, but if you are willing to answer me truthfully, I will count it as S-. Okay, you go first. Lu Qingying was very patient. I asked Dohu about the ex-wife of Dead Pig. Her name is Ba Qiuqi. She divorced Dead Pig 11 years ago, joined Baichuan Group 10 years ago, and died mysteriously 9 years ago. Yes. Lu Qingying still had a smile on her face, but her eyes were sharper. I suspect that Ba Qiuqi was killed by Chen Hui. Gao Yang concluded. Lu Qingying was slightly startled and half closed her eyes. Chen Hui is a master of spiritual damage. He directly destroys the soul without leaving any external injuries. Not to mention back then, even now, there are only a handful of people with spiritual damage talents. If I hadn't seen Green Tea's soul explode tonight, I would definitely not be able to find out the cause of Green Tea's death by just looking at Green Tea's body. 9 years ago, Ba Qiuqi's mysterious death may also have been caused by soul damage. It is indeed possible. Lu Qingying said. Boss Lu, I be frank. Gao Yang didn't beat around the bush. What is your relationship with Ba Qiuqi? Did Ba Qiuqi go to Baichuan Group to investigate Chen Hui? Do you want this information yourself? Lu Qingying's eyelids, painted with light blue-gray eyeshadow, slightly opened, revealing a hint of aggressive desire. Elder Qiang, you are so smart. A little tempting. I take it as a compliment. Gao Yang didn't change his face. That's right. Lu Qingying admitted generously. Ba Qiuqi was my high school classmate and my best friend. She joined Baichuan Group to investigate something, but she probably didn't know the existence of Songmu cult at that time, and I didn't know it even more. I have always wanted to find the murderer who killed Ba Qiuqi and avenge her. When I think that the customers who do business with me have sufficient intelligence capabilities and stability, I will ask them to investigate Ba Qiuqi's death. You are not the first person to accept my commission. You are so honest. Gao Yang said. How dare I neglect you since you are so sincere tonight? Lu Qingying smiled. Okay, S-. Gao Yang said. You still need an S intelligence from me. It seems that you have something else to ask. Lu Qingying guessed. Yes. Gao Yang stared at Lu Qingying coldly. Who do you and Ba Qiuqi rely on? I don't think you, a lone man, can survive to this day. Elder Qiang, these are 2 questions. Lu Qingying blinked shrewdly. Question 1. Are Bachiochi and I in the same group? Question 2. If so, who do we rely on? Gao Yan also laughed. Then you count it as 2 questions, 1 A plus and 1 S, how about it? You answer me, and I will make up the difference of A plus. Hee hee. Lu Qingying smiled. Elder Qiang, you are really bad. I have never turned over your trump card, but you always think about his trump card. I can't help it. I am really curious whether you are an enemy or a friend. Gao Yan said. Friends and enemies are just like right and wrong. They are relative, aren't they? Lu Qingying smiled lightly. How about this? If you trust me, let me owe you an S-level intelligence first. Gao Yang knew that he couldn't ask any more questions. He thought for a while and said, if necessary, can you exchange it for a favor? Of course, but my ability is limited. Don't count on it too much. Lu Qingying said. Gao Yang thought to himself, more friends and fewer enemies, it's always good. Then let's do this for today. Lu Qingying laid down on her side again, holding her cheek with one hand. Her figure is charming, and her chest is exposed. The night is long, maybe. I appreciate your kindness. I set the alarm, and will wake up soon. Gao Yan declined. An hour later, Gao Yan was awakened by the vibration of his cell phone. He opened his eyes. The living room was quiet. Hong Xiaoxiao and Guanto were each holding a pillow, and fell asleep on the sofa next to him. Lu Shuang sat on a high-back chair opposite Gao Yang, closing her eyes to rest. Her breath was very light, and it was obvious that she was not really asleep, but was monitoring Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned off the alarm on his cell phone, and closed his eyes again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang woke up again. Because he maintained a light sleep, he rested for a long time. At this time, the whole living room was filled with a faint mist, especially around Gao Yang, which became more and more dense. Gao Yang moved a little, and the mist was gently dispersed. Lu Shuang, who was sleeping while sitting, immediately opened her eyes, and woke up from her light sleep. She stared at Gao Yang with her still somewhat dry blue eyes, deeply implementing the never-leaving monitoring task. Then, she waved her hand gently, and the mist in the living room was immediately blown out of the window and dissipated. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. Her job is also very hard. I'm going to wash my face and rinse my mouth. Come with me. Gao Yang stood up and asked. Lu Shuang nodded, stood up from the chair, and just as he was about to follow Gao Yang to the bathroom, he suddenly called him. Wait a minute. Gao Yang turned around. What's the matter? Give me 10 seconds. Lu Shuang still had no expression. My legs are a little numb. Gao Yang choked. So you are not a robot. In the morning, Cantu went out to buy some breakfast. This time, Cantu put on the hairpin marked by Hong Xiaoxiao and took the initiative to test the poison for everyone. After breakfast, Manshi and Johan continued to stand guard outside the villa. Manshi was about to jump out of the window when Gao Yang called him. Manshi, don't leave yet. Manshi looked back at Gao Yang. Something? Yes. Gao Yang thought about it and asked first, is it okay for you not to rest? My highest record is 16 days without sleep. Manshi said. Gao Yang nodded, waved his hand, and patted the sofa next to him. Manshi, sit down. Chapter 602. Manshi looked suspicious, hesitated for a few seconds, and still sat down next to Gao Yang's sofa, and carefully kept a certain distance. Am I that scary? Gao Yang pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. Yes. Manshi's expression was tense. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I am still your captain after all. Gao Yang deliberately said to Lu Shuang beside him. You are also the heir of the 6 talents, the wild of beasts and humans. Manshi paused, a hybrid. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Manshi, I still like your unruly look before. Let's talk business. I want to upgrade spirit armor to level 5 today. Gao Yang said, it's unrealistic to find beasts all over the street now, and the high-level beasts below the delusion beasts have limited threats to me, and it is difficult to help me upgrade my talents. You want me to come? Manshi frowned. Yes, I thought about it, and the only person who can threaten me and want to kill me is you. Gao Yang smiled. Try to kill me, maybe you can help me upgrade my talent. I won't do it. Manshi stood up coldly and walked towards the window. Why? Captain, who do you think I am? Manshi said in an unhappy tone, and jumped out of the window without looking back. Gao Yang sighed. It is still too difficult to kill a companion. Even a cold-blooded man like Manshi can't do it. Do I really have to go to the streets to find high-level beasts? Warning, the lucky point income increases to 4,000. Swish. A black gold dart shot in from the window, and Gao Yang was startled, and he didn't even have time to activate the teleport talent. Thanks to the system reminder, Plus his own high agility, he instinctively turned sideways, and the flying knife slashed his cheek and inserted into the sofa. You are such a good snake. Gao Yang didn't even have time to complain, as he had already seen from the corner of his eye that there was a severed hand on the dart that was stuck in the sofa. After fighting the monster in the temple of the Guni Kingdom, the snake's self-destruction was upgraded to level 6. Even if it was just a severed hand, the power was equivalent to several grenades. Boom! The living room exploded, and all kinds of furniture and wall debris flew everywhere. The strong airflow swept the high-temperature flames and shattered all the glass windows on the first floor. Gao Yang quickly activated teleportation, and only had time to hug Cantu and escape out of the window. Originally, Cantu was curled up on the sofa playing a mobile game. She only heard a loud noise, and the whole person was in a trance. When she came to her senses, she had already arrived at the front yard of the villa. She was holding an arm under her armpit and under her knee, which was the posture of a princess hug. Captain? Cantu was surprised and happy to see that it was Gao Yang holding her, and her face turned red. This. Gao Yang's face was ashen, and he didn't answer. He quickly put down the can, turned around and walked into the villa that had been blown to pieces, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. In the living room that had been blown to pieces, a frost lotus the size of a telephone booth appeared, and a huge petal slowly bloomed, and inside stood Lu Shuang and Hong Xiaoxiao, who were unharmed. It seems that Lu Shuang never relaxed for a moment, and rescued Hong Xiaoxiao in time. Fa, what happened? Hong Xiaoxiao was confused and her voice changed. It's okay, man, she is training with me. Gao Yang explained. Hong Xiaoxiao, did you save the file for the living room? Saved it. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded hurriedly. Read the file quickly, Gao Yang said. Hong Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed. I only have 2 Mobius strips and 2 hairpins. If I use one, I will have one less. I have to apply to the organization. It's okay, I write the report. Gao Yang complained in his heart. I don't feel sorry for the black gold equipment of the Qilin Union, but I can't report back if my good brother's house is bombed like this. Oh, okay, then please go out. Hong Xiaoxiao walked to the fireplace in the living room, found a Mobius ring from it, and started to activate time reset. Gao Yang, Lu Shuang has come to the front yard of the villa. White bones have grown on Mensch's broken left hand, and fresh flesh and blood are also catching up little by little. It is worthy of being a level 6 gecko, and its recovery ability is really strong. Gao Yang glanced at Manshi and affirmed, the effect is very good, continue. No. Manshi sneered. I tried this training method with Huixiong before, and the effect was not good. Huixiong can't kill me at all, and I can only kill him for a moment. The killing intention subsides, and then it is a waste of physical strength and cannot upgrade talents. Gao Yang thought, indeed, the system alarm has been lifted. Manshi said, in the next day, I will find opportunities to sneak attack you 3 times, and I will kill you every time. You can't wear Hong Shishi's hairpin, and you can't have any retreat. Okay. Gao Yang was very relieved. Manshi was thorough in doing things. Remember, you only have 3 chances. Manshi said. Okay. If you really die, don't blame me. Manshi jumped easily, jumped onto the wall of the villa, and went to the roof. Ha ha ha. Can laugh very self-awarely. Well, I bask in the sun in the yard today, and won't be a nuisance to the captain. Well, call Hong Xiaoxiao, Gao Yang said. The whole day after that, Gao Yang and Lu Shuang stayed in the living room of the villa. Gao Yang can activate spirit armor at any time, and it will be seamlessly connected after the cooling time is over. He will be attacked by Manshi at noon, afternoon and evening. Because Gao Yang was prepared, he easily resolved the 3 attacks, and his talent was not upgraded. Gao Yang was a little disappointed, but it was also expected. He just had the idea of giving up. Manshi suddenly came back and launched a 4th attack on Gao Yang. Gao Yang was confused by Mansh's 3 chances and almost fell for it. This time, Gao Yang escaped with great difficulty, and his left arm was almost cut off by Manshi, and blood flowed all over the floor. At that moment, Gao Yang's scalp was numb, and spirit armor was upgraded. Gao Yang reduced his perception of pain to the lowest level, endured the pain, and smiled with satisfaction. Manshi, you really wanted to kill me just now, didn't you? The murderous intent in Mansh's eyes had not yet subsided, and he coldly retracted the blood-stained short blade. Being able to kill the heir of God is enough for me and Huixiong to brag about for the rest of our lives. If you really die, you are not qualified to be my boss. With Liu Shuang here, Manshi didn't say this. Captain, you lost a lot of blood. Are you okay? Can hurriedly ran into the house, took out the sea potion, grabbed the captain's hand, and was about to inject him. At the same time, Hong Xiaoxiao also trotted over, and stuffed the black hair clip with the mark into Gao Yang's pocket. Gao Yang was a little emotional for a while. These two girls are a little stupid, but they are solid enough. My spiritual armament is level 5. Gao Yang let Can bandage his wound and looked at Liu Shuang. Go down to the abyss to explore at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Liu Shuang nodded. Gao Yang continued, I will be busy next. I want to go back to the university tomorrow afternoon to handle the leave of absence procedures. It will be inconvenient to go out with a lot of people. You and Cantu will accompany me. Cantu can be invisible, and I can teleport. Even if I encounter a strong enemy, it will be easy to escape. Liu Shuang thought for a moment and blinked. Yes. Chapter 603. The next morning, the sky was blue, the sun was clear, and there was wind. Gao Yang, Liu Shuang, and Cantu left Wang Zikai's villa and stopped a car to go to Liqing University. On the way, Gao Yang pretended to close his eyes and rest, but actually entered the system to check the current attribute status. Latest accumulated luck points 549 points. Physical strength, 441 endurance, 448. Strength, 1108 agility, 1872. Spirit, 1817 charm, 636. Luck, 1777. Teleport level 6. Copy level 6. Flame level 6. Phantom level 6. Spirit armor level 5. Lie detector level 4. Luck level 5. After getting off the car, Gao Yang, Cantu, and Liu Shuang went to the teacher's building together and found the counselor. Cantu waited outside the office, and Liu Shuang changed into regular clothes and accompanied Gao Yang in the name of his cousin. The counselor knew that Gao Yang's parents had unfortunately died in the Qingshan fire. He was not surprised by Gao Yang's decision to take a leave of absence, but he still advised him kindly, Gao Yang, you should mourn for your family's affairs and cheer up. You have good grades in your major, and it's a pity to take a leave of absence now. Thank you, teacher. Gao Yang smiled gratefully, but there are only me and my sister at home. My sister is an art student, and it costs a lot of money. I have to work to earn money first. Oh, this is really... The counselor was both sympathetic and helpless. It doesn't matter. I will come back to school when my sister goes to college, Gao Yang said. Okay. The counselor stopped persuading him and chatted for a while, then signed the leave of absence procedures. Gao Yang then asked two teachers to sign, and went back to the dormitory to pack up. Qiu and Lin Dajian stayed up all night yesterday and slept in the bed. As soon as they saw Gao Yang, they woke up from their sleepiness. When they saw a tall, thin, and beautiful woman following him, they immediately woke up from their sleepiness and hurriedly got dressed and got out of bed. Xiao Gao, you're back. Qiu pulled up his pants while climbing out of bed. Gao Yang glanced at Liu Shuang. This is my cousin. She came with me to go through the procedures for taking a leave of absence. From today, I'm taking a leave of absence. Ah? Lin Dajian was surprised, but he also knew about Gao Yang's parents, and for a moment, he thought it was reasonable. Without parents, there was no mood to study. No need to take a leave of absence, right? Qiu was also unexpected and reasonable, and he was reluctant. Xiao Gao, why don't you think about it again? I've thought it through very clearly. Gao Yang smiled. I'm very happy to have met you and Laosher during this period. I keep in touch in the future. Alas. Lin Dajian sighed, not knowing what to say. Two roommates helped Gao Yang pack his things and walked him downstairs to the dormitory. I have something to do today, so I won't treat you to dinner. Gao Yang looked at the two roommates. Don't send me off, just stop here. Okay, you should be better off. Qiu's eyes were a little red. He hesitated for 2 seconds, but still stepped forward and hugged Gao Yang gently. Brother, keep in touch in the future. Keep in touch, don't forget us. Lin Dajian also stepped forward and hugged Gao Yang, patting his back. Okay, let's go. Gao Yang turned around with his bags. Leaving the boys' dormitory, Gao Yang passed a teaching building. At this time, he secretly took a look at the canned food. Helping Gao Yang carry the canned food of books and materials, he immediately quickened his pace. Oops. Cantu stumbled and fell to the ground, and the books in his hands fell. Liu Shuang glanced at Cantu, and his eyes returned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang immediately put down the things in his hands, squatted down to help Cantu pack up the books, and he picked up a study notebook, and couldn't help sighing, I didn't expect college life to end so soon. Who said it wasn't? Cantu also sighed. There are still many wonderful things in college life that you haven't experienced. Lu Shuang has never been to college, but she has no interest in things in the ordinary world. At the same time, Gao Yang's phantom clone has quietly passed through several teleportations and came to the highest floor of the teaching building, rushing to a small utility room at the end of the corridor. At this moment, the door of the witch club was locked. Inside, the heavy curtains were drawn tightly, the light was dim, and an ancient bronze candlestick stood on the sacrificial table piled with various mystical props, with a burning candle on it. Nana stood in front of a full-length magic mirror, wearing a long gray-blue wig, a bunny ear hairpin, a black bunny girl uniform, clear gray stockings on her legs, and a pair of black high heels on her feet. She leaned forward, her hands hanging naturally, tilted her head, and smiled at the mirror, cosplaying the heroine of a romance series. Ah, romance series is really not suitable. Nana grabbed the low-cut uniform with both hands and pulled it up, but it didn't work. The bunny girl senior's figure is too good, even my king can hardly control it. Control what? Gao Yang's phantom silently teleported into the room and stood in front of Nana. Wow! Nana screamed and quickly ran to the lace curtain behind the altar, grabbed the large black robe of the god of death, and wrapped herself up. She blushed and shouted, "You are so bold! You actually peeped at my king. Your Majesty, the gears of fate have turned." Gao Yang didn't have time to explain. He knelt on one knee and shouted, scaring Nana. Huh? Gao Yang continued, "Please make your choice." Ah? What? The creation witch and the first generation of fallen angels are the two poles of the world after all. Although you are the descendant of both and the only savior, it is time to make a choice. Are you going to lead the people of the creation witch to welcome the false victory, or lead our people of the fallen angels to pursue the true light? Your Majesty the witch. Please make your choice immediately. Gao Yang looked up at Nana, his eyes firm and hot. Nana was stunned, her pupils dilated, her lips slightly opened, and then slowly closed, opened again after a few seconds, and closed again. Swish. Finally, Nana gritted her teeth and lifted the black robe of the god of death on her body. At this moment, although she was wearing the bunny girl uniform in the love anime, her chest was burning with the hottest and craziest second-year soul in her life. Heh. Nana sneered elegantly, "My king has long been tired of the hypocritical witch life. People of the fallen angels, go and pursue the true light. My king will definitely give you the most sacred blessing. Activate lie detector." The target did not lie, and his attitude was kind. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his bet was right. A few seconds later, Gao Yang's phantom slowly disappeared, and a small note was left at his feet. Chapter 604. Gao Yang completed the formalities of taking leave of absence and returned to his home. At 3 p.m., Zhu Ke came to find Gao Yang, and Liu Xuan left to prepare for the exploration of the abyss in the evening. Zhu Ke bought Gao Yang a cup of milk tea and a pack of cigarettes on the way, letting Gao Yang choose. Gao Yang chose milk tea, and Zhu Ke smiled a little disappointedly. "Oh, I really shouldn't have stopped you from smoking at the beginning. I feel that I have missed the only chance. Smoking is not good, why don't you quit it too?" Gao Yang said. "Okay." Zhu Ke took out a cigarette. "I will quit after smoking this one." Zhu Ke crossed his legs, lit the cigarette, took a puff elegantly, and looked at Gao Yang intently. "Qiang, that abyss must be very dangerous. If you don't want to go down, don't force yourself, we will think of other ways." "I know, but I have to go down," Gao Yang said, "not just to find runes." "Why?" Zhu Ke asked. "I always feel that there is something waiting for me inside." Gao Yang said, "An intuition? The intuition of the heir of God?" Zhu Ke asked with a smile. "Maybe." Gao Yang lowered his head and took a sip of milk tea. Zhu Ke was thoughtful. The two were silent for a moment. Zhu Ke finished a cigarette, and Gao Yang also drank half a cup of milk tea. Zhu Ke threw the cigarette butt into a disposable paper cup. "Qiang, I know you may not like to hear it, but I still want to say that I like you more before." Gao Yang put down the milk tea and didn't look into Zhu Chua's eyes. "I also like you who quit smoking more. Is it really impossible to go back?" Zhu Ke was a little regretful. "I can't go back." Gao Yang's voice was calm. "Life pushes people forward, and the only thing we can choose is a small matter like drinking milk tea or smoking." "Okay." A bleak smile appeared on Zhu Chua's lips. She took out another cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. "I wish you good luck." Gao Yang didn't speak. 10 seconds later, he looked up. "Xiaoli." "Shut up." Zhu Ke interrupted coldly. "Stinky boy, don't seduce Auntie. Auntie will beat you." Okay. Gao Yang shut up. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yang, accompanied by Zhu Kei, arrived at Qinghe Park on time. This area has been blocked by the Baichuan group, and the restored Qinghe Lake has been opened again. Liu Shuang emptied all the lake water, and the monkey opened the lid on the abyss, and the abyss filled with evil black fog reappeared. Near the abyss stood Qilin, Li, in a wheelchair, and Douhu. Behind the three stood Qinglong, Liu Shuang, Tiango, Pohu, Wanlian, Wu Sei, and Chening. Tiango held a large bundle of ropes containing black gold fibers in his hand. We're here. Qinglong was the first to notice. Everyone looked sideways, and not far away, Gao Yang and Zhu Kei came over. Qiang, how do you feel? Douhu grinned. Not bad. Gao Yang didn't waste any words. Let's get started. Qiang, don't force yourself. Ask for help immediately if something happens. Qilin said. Thank you for your concern, President. Gao Yang said, and walked towards Tiango. Tiango consciously tied the rope around Gao Yang's waist, and Gao Yang also copied Tiango's flight in case of emergency. After everything was ready, Tiango held a large bundle of ropes and flew over the cliff. The other end of the rope was tied with a bell. Mr. Li looked up at Tiango and activated prophecy to predict the future 10 seconds later at any time. Gao Yang walked to the edge of the abyss and looked at the unfathomable black abyss under his feet, which was surrounded by black mist. After confirming that the system had no alarm, Gao Yang took a deep breath and then jumped. Tiango controlled the force and slowly lowered the rope. Gao Yang soon landed below the horizon, and his limbs touched the black mist. These mists seemed to have life, and quickly gathered towards Gao Yang, turning into misty tentacles that entangled Gao Yang, but soon, they were blown away by the wind. Gao Yang gestured okay to the Tiango above his head, and then pointed down. Tiango understood and continued to lower. Soon, Gao Yang completely sank into the black mist and disappeared. Douhu unconsciously took a few steps forward and looked towards the center of the abyss. He forgot to smoke the cigarette in his mouth. Zhu Kei looked serious and held his breath in his chest. Chen Ying's face was calm, and his hands secretly grasped the back of Li's wheelchair, and sweat oozed from his palms. Others were also silent with their own thoughts. Except for Tiango and Liu Shuang. Tengu still looked like he hadn't woken up yet, but he was working diligently, lowering the rope continuously. Liu Shuang put on a classical witch costume, and her expression was cold and wooden, like a robot that had not received any new instructions. At this moment, Gao Yang in the abyss could no longer see anything. He didn't know how deep he had fallen, and only felt that the black fog around him was getting thicker and thicker. Suddenly, Gao Yang's body sank, and he was falling. At the same time, outside the abyss, Li was shocked and shouted to Tengu. Something happened. Tengu was startled, quickly grabbed the rope, and flew high into the sky. In less than 2 seconds, the rope in Tengu's hand fell down rustling, completely out of control. Tengu grabbed the rope with all his strength, but the rope was controlled by some terrible force, turning into a cold and rough venomous snake, directly cutting his palm. Dong. Douhu made a move. He jumped hard and jumped towards the midair Tengu. He hugged Tengu with one hand and grabbed the rope with the other hand. He fell to the other side of the abyss 2 seconds later. A gust of wind blew by. Qilong had arrived. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the rope with Douhu. Dingling. The bells rang randomly. The two of them held the rope steadily. After a few seconds, the power on the other end of the rope disappeared. Douhu was startled and quickly pulled the rope up. His hands were so fast that after images appeared, just like an electric fan. In just a few seconds, Douhu pulled up the hundreds of meters long rope. His face sank. The other end of the rope was broken. Zhu Kei held a tablet in her hand, and the signal on it also disappeared. She looked at Qilin nervously. President, Gao Yang's locator is out of order. Qilin was not surprised. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. He said calmly, Wait. Zhu Kei hesitated and finally sighed. Tengu's palms were red with bloodstains, and he said with some guilt, I'm sorry. Don't blame you. This abyss is very evil. Douhu patted Tengu. Don't worry. Qiang is a tough guy. He doesn't listen to reason at all. Heh. Qilong smiled helplessly. Brother Hu, what you said is pertinent. In Qinglong's eyes, Qiang has only been awakened for half a year, and he has helped everyone collect all the runes, and also involved the existence of the delusion beast, the living beast, the god's heir, and the curse abyss. His exploration of the misty world by himself is almost catching up with the sum of all the others. Qinglong always thought that his talent was domineering enough, but compared with Qiang, it was not enough. If his infinite evolution is a visible and tangible halo, then Qiang's luck has risen to a fate that cannot be explained by common sense. God's air, the air of God. Oh, it turns out that God can also be partial. Chapter 605. In the abyss, Gao Yang fell at an extremely high speed. It was pitch black all around him, and he could no longer tell whether it was because the black fog was too thick or because he had come to an underground space without light. When he just lost control, Gao Yang was also a little panicked. He quickly activated spirit armament to calm himself down. After thinking for a while, he found that he could not take any measures. The only thing he could do was count seconds to confirm how long he had fallen. The whole process lasted about 1 minute. Gao Yang roughly estimated that 1 minute of free fall seemed to be 3,300 meters. Is the abyss created by the self-destruction of the curse abyss really that deep? It doesn't seem to be an exaggeration. After all, it was originally intended to blow up the entire city. Finally, Gao Yang had a feeling of hitting the bottom. He quickly conjured a phantom clone as a cushion, stepped on the phantom and jumped up suddenly, cushioning the fall, and finally landed safely. As for his phantom clone, it fell heavily to the ground, but it was not hurt too much. Gao Yang noticed that the ground was very soft, like a layer of black snow, and it made a crunching sound when he stepped on it. He looked down, but he could not see any details, which was very strange. What was even more strange was that there was obviously no source of light here, but Gao Yang seemed to be in a dim room and could see the outlines of the surroundings clearly. Gao Yang was thinking about whether to summon a fireball to light up this place, but suddenly he was startled. A door appeared in front of him. This was an old-fashioned iron door of an apartment, rusty, and covered with various small advertisements and flyers, layered and colorful. There were no walls or houses on both sides of the door. It was a dark gray void with only one door. Gao Yang took a few steps forward and soon arrived at the door. The system did not send out a danger alarm. Gao Yang realized that even if he did not activate spirit armament, he was not afraid at all, but was very curious. He knocked on the door politely. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A lazy and casual girl's voice came from the door. Me. Gao Yang did not know how to answer. You are finally here, come in, the door is not locked. The girl's tone was very familiar, as if she was Gao Yang's friend, waiting for him here for a long time. Gao Yang did not hesitate and pushed the door open. Inside the door was a room, more than 10 square meters. The window was closed, with a blue curtain without a pattern drawn, and underneath was a single wooden bed, a black and white plaid-style three-piece set, and the bedding and sheets were a bit messy. Opposite the bed was an old wardrobe and desk. On the desk were a pot of wilted cactus, a few fashion magazines, a few packs of snacks, and a rather old-fashioned white square computer screen and white grid keyboard, which looked clumsy. There were brightly colored movie and animation posters everywhere, with characters, landscapes, animals, and abstract symbols. The reason why I said everywhere instead of covered everywhere was because the room had no walls or ceilings, and it could only be judged that it was a square bedroom by the layout of the surrounding furniture and items. There was a ceiling fan and an energy-saving lamp hanging above the head, both covered with dust. Sit. Gao Yang was startled when the voice appeared. A skinny girl appeared in front of the computer desk. She had her back to Gao Yang, with short gray-purple curly hair that reached her shoulders. She wore a loose white t-shirt that revealed half of her shoulders and thin straps, and a pair of gray and black-edged elastic sports shorts. Her smooth calves were bent and stepped on a black swivel chair. She was picking her toes with one hand and holding a small pudding ice cream in the other, eating while staring at the computer screen, with green fluorescence flashing on her face. Gao Yang first looked at the computer screen, but he couldn't see anything clearly, only a ball of flowing fluorescence. He looked at the girl's profile again and was surprised. Nana! Nana leaned back, turned the swivel chair, and said in a relaxed tone, Oh, you see me as Nana. Gao Yang immediately reacted. Is your current image a projection of my cognition? Almost. I don't let you see my true appearance because I'm afraid you can't stand it. Nana opened her mouth wide, wrapped the ice cream, and licked it hard. It's delicious. Gao Yang thought. I met Nana once during the day today, and it was poaching, with the element of gambling, so Nana left a deep impression in Gao Yang's short-term memory. Gao Yang's mind moved, and he tried to imagine the system image of the dormitory ant. In a blink of an eye, Nana disappeared. The woman on the chair had long braids, a long floral dress, a whistle on her chest, and a gentle smile. Ah! The dormitory ant's voice also changed. She was still holding the ice cream and maintained the casual sitting posture before. She looked down at herself. To be honest, I still like the previous image more. I'm not used to it, so I use this one. Gao Yang said. Hee hee, you little brat, you're pretty arrogant. The dormitory ant made a playful expression with a gentle face. Why do I feel that you are not afraid of me at all? I don't even know who you are. Gao Yang said. The unknown is the most terrifying, isn't it? The dormitory ant said. Who are you? What do you want to do? Gao Yang was a little impatient. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would be dead. Since he didn't kill him, it meant that he would not be killed for the time being. He didn't need to give the other party a good face. Good question. The dorm ant licked another mouthful of ice cream, with a little white cream on the corner of her mouth. I am the creation witch and the first generation of fallen angels, something or other, I forgot what happened later. Do you think you are very humorous? Gao Yang sneered. In an instant, the dorm ant turned into a fat and ugly cockroach number 10, with pink scars and tumors all over her face. Hey! The cockroach with brown saliva was startled, and the ice cream in his hand fell to the ground. Be more respectful, I am. Cockroach almost let it slip. Hurry up, change back to me. Respect is mutual. A picture flashed through Gao Yang's mind, and the cockroach turned back into the dorm ant. Okay. You are awesome. The dorm ant stood up, walked to the drawer of the bedside table, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it, and it was covered with earthworm-like black symbols, which kept changing, and he couldn't understand what they were. What is this? Selling body contract? The dorm Andy smiled. To put it nicely, it's a labor contract. What do you want to do? Gao Yang frowned. If you don't sign, you die. The dorm Andy smiled. Sign, and I let you go. What's the price of signing? Gao Yang asked. That's a lot. Why, are you scared? The dorm Andy showed sarcasm. You were so arrogant just now. You chose milk tea and smoking so straightforwardly. Why are you so hesitant to sign a contract? Are you still a man? Gao Yang sneered, took the pen and the contract, and signed with a wave of his hand. Haha, that's right. The dorm Auntie took the contract with a smile, and a second later, her smile froze. Chapter 606. Who is Qiying? Me. Gao Yang smiled. Don't like it? Then I change it. I have many names, such as Black Horse, Qiying, Jin Tianan, Xiao Gao, and the people of the fallen angel. Okay, let's do this. The dormitory ant waved her hand, and the contract turned into a white butterfly, flew into the bedside table, and stretched out into a piece of paper again. The drawer closed with a bang. Anything else? Gao Yang asked. No more. The dormitory ant sat back in the swivel chair, crossed her legs, put them on the computer desk, and conjured a small pudding ice cream in her hand, and licked it happily. Gao Yang couldn't stand her doing these things in the image of the dormitory ant, and his mind moved. This time, the dormitory ant failed to become a comedy movie character named Ruhua, as she wished. Are you addicted to playing? You have no respect for your parents. The dormitory ant looked at him with contempt, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Get lost. Gao Yang's eyes went dark, and his consciousness was interrupted. Qiang. Elder Qiang. Gao Yang heard a voice in his ear, and he slowly opened his eyes. A second later, he quickly regained consciousness, sat up quickly, activated spirit armor, and calmly observed his surroundings. Gao Yang found that he was lying in a pit. Yes, it was a pit, not an abyss. The pit was not deep, about 4 meters, with a diameter of several dozen meters. It looked like a hemispherical swimming pool that had just been dug, and had not had time to lay cement and tiles. Gao Yang was puzzled. Why am I here? Oh, I went down to the abyss to explore, but I forgot everything after that, as if I had just slept. Qiang, are you okay? Zhu Kei shouted outside the pit, and everyone else looked at him with concern. Gao Yang dived into the abyss, and the rope suddenly accelerated and broke. Everyone could only wait, from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., for 3 hours. Then, the black fog in the abyss gradually became thinner, and finally dissipated. Without the obstruction of the black fog, everyone was surprised to find that the abyss was less than 5 meters deep, just a big earth pit, and Gao Yang was lying in the middle of the earth pit, looking unharmed, with his chest rising and falling smoothly, as if he was just sleeping. Despite this, everyone still didn't dare to enter the pit easily. After all, Tiango and Heiyu had a precedent before, maybe this was another disguised trap. Everyone could only shout to wake Gao Yang up. After shouting a few times, Gao Yang woke up. Judging from Gao Yang's reaction, he seemed to be confused. Elder Qiang, how about a trip to hell? Dohu had a playful smile on his face. Gao Yang didn't rush to answer. He slowly stood up, moved his limbs, and then mobilized the energy in his body to confirm safety. He teleported out of the pit, and returned to the crowd. What happened? Qilin asked. I don't remember anything. Gao Yang told the truth. Qilin's eyes were slightly stern. It's the same as the black fish. Are you kidding? Dohu raised his eyebrows, half believing and half doubting. I really forgot everything, Gao Yang said. Zhu Ke stepped forward and held Gao Yang's hand. A gentle energy quickly flowed through Gao Yang's body. Zhu Ke retracted his hand and looked at Qilin and Qilong. He is not injured, and the energy in his body is stable. Qilin was silent, and Qilong frowned slightly. How long have I been in there? Gao Yang asked. 3 hours. Qilin answered. Gao Yang silently entered the system to check his luck points, but they didn't increase at all. Logically, even if he was idle for 3 hours, he should have increased his luck by 6 points. Is it that the time in the abyss passes differently, or does luck not increase in the abyss? Gao Yang had no impression of what he saw or what happened, but he always felt like he had done something very important, or some kind of transaction. Gao Yang's head was a little painful, and he answered again, I really can't remember anything. I believe you. Qilin nodded. Qiang, do you mind if we search you? We can't rule out the possibility that you have found the rune, but encountered something that caused memory loss. No mind. Gao Yang was very calm. Qilin glanced at Qilong. Qiang, I'm sorry. Qilong stepped forward. Gao Yang opened his hands, as if he was going through security check. Qilong searched Gao Yang's body carefully with both hands, and indeed did not find any rune circuit. Qilong shook his head at Qilin. Qilin's eyes flashed with confusion. Rune circuit is the most stable thing in the world. It can't be destroyed, and it can never disappear out of thin air. Where did it go? Moreover, Long was not present for such a critical event today. Could it be that Long had already predicted that the Guardian rune was not in this abyss? Anyway, Elder Qiang calmed this evil abyss. Mr. Li in the wheelchair was grateful. Tonight's adventure is worthwhile. That makes sense. Dohu laughed and echoed. Qilin nodded, no longer making meaningless entanglements. He looked at Qiang. Thank you for your hard work today. It should be, Gao Yang said. Lu Shuang and Paho will clean up the mess. Qilin continued to make arrangements. That's all for tonight. We discuss the rune issue later. Ah, it's just a false alarm. Let's go. Dohu put his hands on the back of his head and turned to leave. President. Gao Yang called Qilin. What? Qilin turned around. I have something to tell you, Gao Yang said. Here? Qilin asked. No, I want to talk to you alone. Gao Yang didn't hesitate to say it in front of everyone. When? Qilin asked. It depends on your convenience. Qilin thought for a moment. Then let's go tonight. Let's go back to the clinic and talk. Zhu Ke, drive us. Okay. Zhu Ke nodded. Qilong glanced at Lu Shuang. After you finish dealing with things here, go find Elder Qiang and continue to protect him. Yes. Lu Shuang replied. Chapter 607. Suzaku drove. Gao Yang sat in the passenger seat, and Qilin sat in the back seat. The three of them were silent along the way. Suzaku's slender fingers tapped the steering wheel lightly, making a rhythmic click sound. She clearly remembered that a few months ago, the three of them were still talking and laughing in the car, discussing whether Qiang's overly cautious style of doing things was attractive. At that time, Qilin directly took out 2 rune circuits and gave them to Qiang, trusting him and respecting him very much. How did it come to the situation today step by step? Perhaps it started from the night when Qilin did not save Qiang, or it may be earlier. Many seemingly ordinary things will be found to be footnotes of fate when looking back in the future. Suzaku sighed in her heart. The worst result she could think of was that Qiang would resign and return to the 12 zodiac signs. Of course, it is also possible for Qiang to set up his own business, but although he has grown rapidly, it is too reluctant and unwise to be independent now. Juchua's thoughts were flying, and she felt irritated. She couldn't stand such silence, so she turned on the radio, and it was singing a song. What a damn radio station, it's talking about something else. Zhu Ke immediately turned off the radio. On the way, Zhu Ke smoked 2 cigarettes, complained about the long red light 3 times, tapped the steering wheel 886 times with her right index finger, and finally sent the 2 to the clinic downstairs. Gao Yang got out of the car and opened the door for Qilin. Qilin leaned on a cane and bowed out. Zhu Ke was about to get out of the car. Qilin looked at Zhu Ke and said, "You go back first." Zhu Ke was slightly stunned and waved his hand. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Late at night, Qilin and Gao Yang walked through the quiet lobby, stepped into the elevator, and soon arrived at their destination. Qilin took out the key and opened the door of the clinic, and the wind chimes rang crisply. At this time, The receptionist was no longer there, and Gao Yang followed Qilin into the psychological counseling room. Qilin took off his wool coat, turned around and smiled at Gao Yang. "Sit down first, I make you a cup of coffee." "Okay, thank you." Gao Yang was not polite. Qilin walked into the tea room. Gao Yang looked around. He had held meetings here many times, but he had never carefully looked at the layout of this room. It was a rectangular space with two side rooms on the left, which were the utility room and the tea room, and a small room on the right, which was the bathroom and toilet. The bay window faced the west, and outside was the road. Across the road was the riverside scenic belt and Lijiang. Unfortunately, the curtains were drawn, so the beautiful night outside could not be seen. "The coffee is ready." Qilin walked out of the tea room with 2 cups of coffee. His legs were inconvenient, and his steps were a little bumpy. Gao Yang immediately stood up, took the coffee with both hands, and put it on the coffee table. The two sat down at the same time. Qilin picked up the crutches on the sofa, leaned on them with both hands, and looked at Gao Yang. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Enter the system. All accumulated luck points are added to charm. All subsequent gains will automatically add charm until I stop. Physical strength, 441 endurance, 448. Strength, 1108 agility, 1872. Spirit, 1817 charm, 1207. Luck, 1777. Exit the system president. Gao Yang looked at Qilin. "I want to resign." Qilin was not surprised at all, and smiled faintly, obviously guessing it long ago. "Can I ask the reason?" "There are many." Gao Yang answered calmly. "It's mainly my personal reasons." Qilin nodded. "I'm sorry that you want to quit the Qilin Union," Qilin said, "but I respect your decision." "Thank you, President," Gao Yang said. "What are your plans next?" Qilin continued to ask. "I haven't thought about it yet," Gao Yang said half-truthfully. "To be honest, the death of my parents has hit me hard. Although the time left for us in the foggy world is not much, there are some things that I can't move forward if I don't think clearly." "I understand. Everyone has their own homework." Qilin nodded gently. "So, tomorrow you go to Qinglong to handle the resignation procedures and do some work handover. You may also need to sign some confidentiality agreements. I hope you will cooperate." "No problem," Gao Yang said. "Is it just this matter?" Qilin asked. Gao Yang thought for a moment and took a deep breath. "In fact, there is another thing that I think I should tell you." "You say," Qilin said. "When Long went to the island country to save us, he left me a message before he left," Gao Yang said. "What did he say?" Qilin's eyes under the glasses became colder. "He said, after the runes are collected." Gao Yang slowly raised his head and looked at Qilin. "You must not open the door to the end." "What do you mean?" Qilin was a little confused. "I don't know." Gao Yang smiled bitterly. "What I understand is that he hopes that after the runes are collected, he will find a person that everyone can trust, and under everyone's joint supervision, that person will open the door to the end, and not you." Qilin was silent for a few seconds. "Does Long think you are the right person?" "Yes." Gao Yang nodded. "But I don't want to be this person." Qilin didn't speak. "I partially agree with Long's words," Gao Yang said again. "I think it can't be Long, it can't be you, it can't be Mr. Li, and it can't be me. We have to find someone we trust, and let him open the gate of the end with 12 runes. We can accompany him throughout the process." "Have you thought of a suitable candidate?" Qilin pushed his glasses. "There is indeed one," Gao Yang said. Qilin asked, "Who?" "But again," Gao Yang said. Qilin thought for a few seconds and nodded. "She is indeed a good candidate. Yes, she has lost her memory, and is kind by nature. Lu Qingying and I have confirmed this. In addition, she doesn't know the world of fog at all, and there is no faction behind her. She is as pure as a blank sheet of paper now. I can't think of anyone more suitable than her," Gao Yang said. "Indeed?" Qilin sighed lightly. "But have you ever thought that opening the door will trigger a violent energy resonance, which is very dangerous, but you may not be able to withstand it? But it's just amnesia, not losing talent and energy." Gao Yang said bluntly. "I think the risk is much smaller than the risk that others may face when they get the 12 runes." Qilin smiled faintly. "Qiang, your growth rate surprises me." Gao Yang didn't speak. After a short silence, Qilin said regretfully, "Qiang, your suggestion is very good, but I'm sorry, I can't agree." Chapter 608. Why? Gao Yang guessed that Qilin would refuse, but he was still very curious. "I discovered the door of the end, and now only I know where it is. I have been working hard for this over the years," Qilin said firmly. I think I am qualified to be the one who opens the door. Does it really matter who opens the door? Gao Yang didn't understand. It's very important. Qilin looked serious. Qiang, things are not as simple as you think. The dragon is just misleading you in a way you can accept, so that you think you have made the right choice and stick to your choice. Think about it again. Can the matter of opening the door really be done by an insignificant person? Qilin narrowed his eyes slightly. Just like going down to the abyss tonight, can it really be done by someone other than you? Tengu and Blackfish have tried it. What are the results? Different people open the door, and the results are different. The door of the end is not just a door. I can't give such an important mission to others. Gao Yang was silent. Qilin said sincerely, Jiang, I can give in to anything except this. Opening the door is something that only I can do, and I can sacrifice my life for it. Whether you are a member of the Union or not, I sincerely hope that you can understand and support me on this matter. Qilin said. Gao Yang still didn't say anything. He was thinking. His mind was a little confused, and he felt that he needed to calm down. He looked up. Can I go to the bathroom? Please go. Gao Yang got up and walked into the bathroom, closed the door, turned on the faucet of the wash basin, and washed his face. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself for a full 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, Gao Yang walked out of the toilet, closed the door gently, and sat down on the sofa again. President. Gao Yang looked at Qilin seriously and said firmly, Thank you for everything you have done for mankind. Thank you for your trust and cultivation of me. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Gao Yang took a deep breath. I still insist that Kyo or other third-party candidates open the door. The room fell silent. A trace of fatigue flowed across Qilin's face. He sighed slightly, took off his glasses, and looked at Gao Yang with clear eyes. Qiang, it was not until just now that I realized that I might have made a mistake. I was deceived. What? Gao Yang asked. The Guardian Rune has not disappeared at all. It has been on you since the beginning, Qilin said. Gao Yang was shocked. Launch instant. Instant what? Gao Yang's brain, hiding in the toilet, has forgotten the name of this talent, and the energy path in his body has also begun to blunt until it is paralyzed. Not only that, the energy paths of other talents in the body, as well as all the experience and skills about fighting and escaping, were all forgotten. Then all memories, emotions, thoughts, and knowledge began to be forgotten. Gao Yang's brain, like an old photo that faded quickly, turned into a blank sheet of paper in just a few seconds, with nothing left. Gao Yang's body was intact, his brain tissue was sound, his heartbeat and pulse were normal, and he was still alive. But in a sense, he was dead. As Gao Yang, all the information and memories he had been exposed to in the past 18 years were completely cleared, and his brain was empty, cleaner than a baby. Except Hong Xiaoxiao, no one could restore his brain. Unfortunately, Hong Xiaoxiao was not around, and Gao Yang was not marked as a gamer. Gao Yang collapsed to the ground in the toilet with a thump. His body twitched violently, and then he began to lose control of his bowels and bladder. He lost all memory and experience of eating, drinking, defecating, walking, running, sitting and jumping. He could not do anything except breathing instinctively. To be precise, he could not do anything. The system's warning was still repeating in his ears, but he could no longer understand the meaning of the language. Warning! Lucky point benefits increased to 14,000 times. Warning! Lucky point benefits increased to 14,000 times. Warning! Lucky point benefits increased to 14,000 times. Qiang, I'm sorry. Qilin's green eyes showed a secret little white spot. He used the skill of the 7th level All Things, which was also his killer move brain formatting that he had never used on any of his kind. This move has a small range, but is the most secretive, rapid and dangerous. If mental attacks can also be divided into long range and close combat, this move is definitely a hidden sword in mental close combat, winning by surprise, tricky and vicious, leaving no room for maneuver. Qilin ignored the phantom of Gao Yang sitting motionless on the sofa. He stood up, leaned on a cane, and walked into the bathroom. He slowly squatted down, stretched out a hand, and searched Gao Yang's armpit. Generally, the rune circuit is hidden in the armpit. Although Qilin didn't know how Gao Yang avoided Qinglong's body search, Qilin's intuition told him that the guardian rune must be on Gao Yang, and the so-called abyss was simply a cover. Suddenly, Qilin was startled. The touch of Gao Yang's body was wrong. He was slowly melting. No, not melting, but disappearing. Qilin didn't even look back, and immediately launched the widest range of mental pressure, but the phantom of Gao Yang on the sofa had disappeared. 3 seconds ago. Swish. Gao Yang on the sofa activated teleport. passed through the bay window, and flashed outside the building. He fell from the height of 19 floors, and still felt that the speed was not fast enough, so he activated teleport again to accelerate, and landed in less than 2 seconds. Gao Yang rolled to buffer, quickly jumped and teleported, crossed the late-night road and the riverside scenery belt, plunged into the Lijiang River, and swam to the bottom of the river. The whole process of escaping took less than 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, Gao Yang at the bottom of the river activated power of awareness without hesitation, adding most of the attribute values to charm, and the stiffness and dullness of the brain slowly dissipated and slowly recovered. It was so scary. After taking off his glasses, Qilin almost killed him even though he activated brain formatting on the phantom in the bathroom instead of himself. That's right, Gao Yang in the bathroom was the phantom, and Gao Yang sitting in front of Qilin was the real body. Gao Yang was standing in front of the mirror of the wash basin. He hesitated for 10 seconds, not thinking about whether to support Qilin or oppose Qilin. He had made this decision long ago. Qilin must not be allowed to get the 12 rune circuits. In those 10 seconds, Gao Yang was thinking about whether to hide his real body in the washroom or let his real body go out. He had a strong intuition that Qilin would not let him go tonight. Qilin had already made up his mind to kill him, and it was very likely that he had guessed that the Guardian Rune was already in Gao Yang's hands, although he had given it to Wang Zikai for safekeeping. Deceiving Qilin on such a principled matter would definitely result in death. Next, whether Gao Yang agrees or refuses, Qilin will no longer trust Gao Yang, and will not even leave him as a trouble. Qilin had already revealed his cold hands and terrible determination when he interrogated Gao Yang for the first time. Thanks to Gao Yang's temporary charm value, he felt a kind of mental pressure that was about to explode as soon as he entered the bathroom. They were like countless strange mental threads that penetrated the wall, quietly surrounded Gao Yang, and even touched the hair on his skin. At this time, whether Gao Yang chose to attack or escape, he would be subject to Qilin's mental pressure at the first time. As far as Gao Yang knew, the maximum range of Qilin's mental damage was within a diameter of 30 meters. Even if Gao Yang immediately activated teleportation, he could not escape Qilin's claws. The only way Gao Yang could escape was to use phantoms to make a feint to the east and attack to the west. However, Qilin probably guessed that Gao Yang went to the bathroom to pretend to think, but in fact he wanted to secretly activate phantom to try to escape. Qilin is a man who can't be overestimated. After 10 seconds of fierce struggle, Gao Yang decided to take a gamble and do the opposite. After launching illusion, Gao Yang's real body walked out of the bathroom and faced Qilin, while the phantom hid in the bathroom, ready to escape at any time. In addition, Gao Yang tried to be as natural as possible when he gently closed the door, leaving only a very small gap in the door. Qilin could see the mirror inside through the gap, and capture a shadow of Gao Yang's phantom projected on the wall in the mirror. Finally, Qilin took the bait. He took off his glasses, and made up his mind to kill. He launched brain formatting on Gao Yang's phantom in the bathroom. At that time, Gao Yang's real body was sitting in front of Qilin, and was completely shocked by the residual power of Qilin's move. His brain also stiffened and quickly lost a lot of memory, experience and emotions. The mental defense brought by more than 1,200 points of charm was still fragile in front of Qilin. If Gao Yang was a thin piece of paper in front of Qilin before, Gao Yang now is just a piece of cardboard, and was easily pierced by Qilin's mental dagger. Qilin was determined to win, and walked towards Gao Yang's phantom in the bathroom. Gao Yang's real body, sitting on the sofa, immediately suppressed the remaining power of mental damage and activated teleportation to escape. 5 seconds later, Gao Yang was immersed in the dark and cold river bottom. He activated the power of consciousness and raised the temporary charm value to 6,000, successfully resisting the remaining damage of brain formatting. Without any hesitation, he took out his waterproof mobile phone and pressed the one-button group message that had been set up long ago. Ding. The signal was sent successfully. Chapter 609. In the suburbs, an unfinished building. In the rough house, looking around, there are only rough cement walls and dusty cement floors, no doors, and the window is a square gap with uneven steel bar fractures on it. In the room, there is only a mattress, a folding stool, on which are placed 2 mobile phones and a power bank, a large bottle of pure water, and half a pack of compressed biscuits. Man, she is wearing a dark camouflage combat uniform, and various close-fitting cold weapons. He stands upright, folding his hands, and is resting his eyes. However, he is standing on the ceiling, hanging upside down like a bat. Buzz. The phone rang. It was a text message from the boss. In the dark, Man Shi opened his eyes, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Late at night, in the downtown area. The bar street with lights, wine, and debauchery is crowded with people. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Ah! What are you doing? A man panicked and pushed aside the crowd blocking the road, causing passers-by to scream. He was holding a black waste bag in his hand and was running for his life. Soon, he just rushed out of the alley and was about to get into a car on the side of the road, when a hairy strong arm quickly stretched out and grabbed the man's neck. Gray Xiong smiled and pulled back, and the man fell heavily to the ground, screaming and seeing stars. Gray Xiong squatted down with a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, and patted the man's panicked face in a playful manner. Brother, take a break, who can you outrun with your short legs? As he spoke, two of Gray Xiong's colleagues, plainclothes police officers, chased out of the bar street and rushed over. Where is the man? Did you catch him? I caught him. Hui Xiong shouted to his colleague. Old Xiong, how come you are so fast? The colleague panted and chased after him. Heh. Hui Xiong pointed his finger at his head. You need to use your brain to handle cases. This is called prediction. You are still experienced. The colleague flattered him. Hui Xiong was very proud. He took off the handcuffs from his waist, handcuffed the man on the ground with his hands behind his back. Ding. The mobile phone in his hip pocket rang. Hui Xiong was stunned, took out his mobile phone and took a look. It was a text message from Team 7, with only a few short words. Pooh! Hui Xiong, shocked, spit out the cigarette in his mouth, got up and left. Hey! Where are you going? The colleague shouted. Hui Xiong didn't hear it at all, snatched the suspect's car keys, opened the car door, and got in. I'm requisitioning your car. Hui Xiong left a sentence and drove away. The two colleagues and the suspect were left staring at each other. Late at night, the shabby boxing gym was in a slump. An elderly drunk boss slumped on the sofa, drinking beer and watching a boxing match. Dong dong. Johan was shirtless, with a strong body, boxing shorts and red boxing gloves. He punched a 500-kilogram sandbag, which was shaking rapidly as if it was filled with feathers. The steel frame holding the sandbags hummed, and the whole room trembled slightly, like a mild earthquake. Ding. The phone in the pocket of his boxing shorts rang. Johan was in high spirits, and suddenly punched the sandbag with a hook, tearing it apart directly. Countless fine sand flowed out of the sandbag's opening with a clatter, and scattered all over the floor. How many times this month? You little bastard. The old man on the sofa turned his head and cursed. Although Johan could blow his head off with one punch, he was not afraid of him at all. After all, he was also a gangster in the past. He had been through decades of bloody battles, and had seen all kinds of ruthless characters. Can't I afford to pay? Johan replied coldly. He took off his boxing gloves, took out his mobile phone, and took a look. It was a text message from the team leader. His eyes were stern, and he turned around, picked up his coat, put it on his shoulders, and took out a bank card from his trouser pocket, and threw it on the old man's sofa. There are still hundreds of thousands in it. You should renovate the store, otherwise there will be no business at all. Also, drink less alcohol, your liver won't last long. The old man was a little surprised. Smelly boy. Did you get into trouble? Don't run around, just hide here, I protect you. Johan smiled and sighed, quickly left the boxing gym, and waved his hand with his back to the boss. You can't afford to cover up the trouble I caused. Late at night, Licheng University, girls' dormitory. Cantu was wearing pink and white coral fleece pajamas, lying flat on the bed, holding her mobile phone in both hands to spray pesticides, and her legs were not idle either, raised high, stepping on the air pedal, and exercising her leg muscles. She played very smoothly, showing off to the whole audience, full of vigor, and naturally did not spare anyone in her words. Come out and join the team, you are here applying film to the crystal. Friend, your super soldier is still useful, but not much. I'm going to the jungle to buy an orange, you guys don't move around in the middle lane. Shake. A message from Captain Chiang popped up on the phone, and an exclusive ringtone sounded at the same time. This sound effect often appears in fantasy movies, where the protagonist is suddenly illuminated by a holy light, and is chosen by fate. There is a sense of miracle coming. At this moment, the god of Cantu came. She sat up with a not-so-standard card jump, quickly exited the game, and went offline during the most crucial team battle. Cantu rarely betrayed her teammates, but this time, she did not hesitate at all. Cantu got out of bed, quickly changed her clothes, put on her shoes, grabbed a small backpack that had been packed long ago, and rushed out. Orange, where are you going so late? The dormitory is closed. Zhou Qing came out of the bathroom wearing sexy silk pajamas and a mask on her face. Something. Cantu said casually, and suddenly thought of something, turned around and walked to Zhou Qing's dressing table, picked up a box of concealer and degreasing dry powder. Give this to me. Hey, what do you mean? Sister Zhou, I love you. Goodbye, Cantu left a perfunctory kiss, rushed out of the dormitory, and slammed the door. She jumped up, jumped down from the corridor on the 3rd floor, and landed safely with the help of Yufeng. Late at night, the witch club. A circle of goose yellow light was lit in the small dark room. It was a lit black scented candle, with a little exotic mysterious fragrance floating in the air. Nana was wearing a blue and white sailor suit, a black eye mask on one eye, and a black tattoo sticker on the back of her hand, looking like a red spider lily from the underworld. She was lying on a cushion with a 6-pointed star magic totem printed on it, holding her mobile phone in both hands, and was devotedly reading the novel My Brother is a Destiny Boy recommended to her by 2. The book has just updated the 5th volume. Chew sugar knife. Nana's eyes were a little wet, and her voice trembled slightly. You also want to hurt my king. You overestimate your own abilities. Wait for my king's punishment. Ding. The phone rang, and a message from loyal servant Chiang popped up, and Nana was stunned. She immediately stood up, grabbed the Grim Reaper's cloak beside her, and wrapped herself in it, pulling up the hood to hide most of her face, with a mysterious smile on her lips. Oh, this day has finally come. Chapter 610. Late at night, Hong Xiaoxiao walked out of the ATM room on the street, her heart still pounding, feeling like she had done something bad. Although it was not a bad thing, it was crazy. Under man's advice and guidance, Hong Xiaoxiao, who had just received this month's salary, did a bold thing. She took out 2 Jinmu coins and exchanged them for more than 300,000 cash through man's relationship. More than 300,000? When has Hong Xiaoxiao ever seen so much money in her life? She had never seen it in her dreams. The only time she dreamed that she won a 100,000 yuan lottery, she was still disappointed for a long time after waking up. The stacks of banknotes were stacked into the handbag, heavy. Hong Xiaoxiao walked on the road, feeling that no one looked at her with good intentions, and worried that they would suddenly take out a fruit knife to rob her. Hong Xiaoxiao followed man's instructions, and deposited all the money into an account. After that, every month, this account would transfer a sum of money to Hong Xiaoxiao's mother's bank card in the name of Hong Xiaoxiao's salary. The amount was not much, but it was enough for Hong Xiaoxiao's family's daily expenses. As for Hong Xiaoxiao, she had already quit her job as a salesperson, but lied to her parents, saying that she was going on a business trip to the West, and would not be home for a long time. After doing all this, Hong Xiaoxiao thought she had done her best, and was determined to officially step into the world of awakeners. It was impossible to say that there were no regrets and unwillingness. As for her family, whether to completely accept them or completely cut them off, she actually hadn't thought clearly at all. She really envied those who awakened very early, or would never awaken. They either had more time to think and deal with these things, or they didn't need to consider them at all. Living in a muddle and dying in a muddle was a kind of happiness. Cheer up. Hong Xiaoxiao patted her face and took a deep breath. Live well. Ding. The phone rang, and Hong Xiaoxiao hurriedly took it out of her pocket. It was a text message from Elder Qing. Hong Xiaoxiao was shocked. Ever since Manchi whispered the code to her, she had thought that this day would come, but she really didn't expect that this day would come so soon. The salesman teacher once taught her a sentence. Selling is about eye contact. If someone walks towards you, you take a look and decide that it is him. If you think he has a chance, then don't hesitate, don't shrink back, be confident, be firm, and be determined to sell it. Take the first step boldly. I have chosen Elder Qing, I have taken the first step, and I can't look back. Hong Xiaoxiao clutched the phone and ran quickly towards the street. On the screen of the phone that was not turned off, there was a short message, 4 words, 2 punctuation marks. Everything goes well. In the early morning, number 15 middle school, the girls' dormitory. It has been a while since the lights were turned off, and everyone in the dormitory has fallen asleep. Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin was half asleep when she heard someone calling her name. It was a strange voice, not very friendly, and impatient. She opened her eyes, and saw 2 men standing by her bed. Ah! Gao Xinxin was startled and lost all her sleepiness. She nervously grabbed the quilt and shrank into the corner. Who are you? Help, help! Gao Xinxin shouted, but no one else in the dormitory responded. All her roommates were unconscious. Russell. The man on the right raised his hand, and his 2 fingers turned into 2 brown vines, strangling Gao Xinxin's neck, forcing her to stop asking for help. He thought Gao Xinxin would faint, but Gao Xinxin didn't, and was still struggling. "It's a lost person who can automatically correct logic," the man said. Gao Xinxin suppressed the fear in her heart and thought in her heart, "What is a lost person? Is he talking about me? What kind of monsters are they? Why are they attacking me? What do they want to do to me?" The moonlight outside the window shone in, and Gao Xinxin saw the two men in front of her clearly. The man who bound her was tall and thin, with long brown-green hair and greasy dreadlocks, like a head of kelp. He had dark skin, a long face, light green eyes, and a long string of green leaf tattoos extending from his chest to his Adam's apple, like a spine. This person is called Sun He, an elite of the Qinglong group, with a talent of plant, serial number 34, elemental system, and can control the wood element at will. The man on the left was about 27 or 28 years old, with a black crew cut, a round face, a fleshy nose, a short and sturdy figure, and wore a red long-sleeved trousers and sportswear with black edges. This man was Qi Feng, a member of the Suzaku group of the Qilin Union, with a talent of bee venom. All the other girls in the dormitory had been anesthetized by him. "Are you Gao Yang's sister?" Qi Feng said rudely. "If you are, blink once. If you are not, blink twice." MMM. Gao Xinxin clasped the brown cane that was strangling her neck with both hands. Her face flushed, and tears of fear appeared in the corners of her eyes. Soon, her eyelids blinked twice. "Huh?" Qi Feng sneered. "She can't even lie. It's her. Take her away." "Okay." Then he raised his right hand and lifted Gao Xinxin off the bed. He had no intention of showing mercy to her, and planned to strangle her to unconsciousness before taking her away. 3 minutes ago, all members of the Qilin Union received an internal emergency notice. Qi Ying had betrayed, and immediately took his sister back to the Xuanwu branch, and all members entered a state of war. Attached to the notice was a photo of Gao Xinxin and her class and dormitory information. Min He and Qi Feng were the two union members closest to number 15 middle school. They arrived first, sneaked into the girls' dormitory, and captured Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin struggled desperately while hanging in the air, kicking Sun He with both legs, but the other party did not move at all. After a few seconds, Gao Xinxin began to lack oxygen and was about to faint. Qi Feng turned and walked towards the window, and suddenly he found a black shadow approaching at high speed, like a cannonball. "Danger!" Qi Feng had just shouted in a hurry, and the black shadow had already broken through the window and punched Qi Feng. Qi Feng had no time to parry. Sun He's strength was several levels higher than Qi Feng's, and he reacted quickly. Before Qi Feng reminded him, he felt a murderous aura appearing outside the window. He immediately let go of Gao Xinxin and activated the level 6 plant. His arms changed into countless thick and solid dark brown vines, weaving a vine shield to the side to block Qi Feng. "No!" Wang Zikai punched the center of the vine shield with a very concentrated force, because he was afraid of affecting Gao Xinxin and other innocent people. The force of this punch directly chiseled a round hole, the size of a wash basin on the half-meter thick vine shield, and acted on Sun He's chest. Bang! Sun He, armed with the wood element, resisted the force of this punch. He flew out like a high-speed ball, smashed the wall at the end of the dormitory, flew out of the dormitory building, and fell on the playground. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 times, bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and fainted. As for Qi Feng, it can only be said that he was lucky. Wang Zikai was afraid of hurting innocent people, so he concentrated the power of his fist. Qi Feng was just thrown away by the force of the fist, and his head hit the wall heavily, and he fainted. In fact, Qi Feng was not unconscious, but he decided to play dead. As a mediocre person among the awakened, Qi Feng was able to survive to this day, not just by luck. Experience told him that no matter who this buddy who suddenly came out was, he could kill Sun He in one punch, and killing him was just a matter of spitting. The 7 Shadow Elders were so strong, and his backers would be even more powerful. The Kirin Guild had offended a big man this time, and it seemed that they could only rely on the Kirin President and the 2 elders, Qinglong and Zhu Ke. Facts have proved that it was wise for Qi Feng to pretend to be dead. Wang Zikai had no time to pay attention to this little guy. He looked at Sun He who was beaten away by him and sneered, "You dare to touch my brother's sister, are you looking for death?" Chapter 611. Wang Zikai? Gao Xinxin was dumbfounded. In just a few tens of seconds, she experienced shock, fear, confusion, and shock. Now her brain is completely inadequate. Who were those 2 people just now? Who is this person in front of her? Why does he have Wang Zikai's face? Wait, no way. No way, no way. This person is really Wang Zikai. When did that idiot become such a handsome superpower? Wang Zikai turned around handsomely, his golden hair was dazzling, and the lines of his side face under the moonlight were like a knife, with a circle of cold light, and his eyes became deep. No time to explain. Get in the car quickly. Huh? Gao Xinxin was stunned. Wang Zikai didn't explain, but hugged Gao Xinxin's waist, turned around and jumped out of the window. Huh? Gao Xinxin felt dizzy, and the whole person seemed to be flying. When she came to her senses, Wang Zikai had already landed steadily with her in his arms. But it wasn't over yet. Wang Zikai carried Gao Xinxin to the back seat of a red motorcycle and put a helmet on her. Hold me tight. Wang Zikai shouted. Huh? Ah. A few seconds later, the motorcycle made a low and wild engine sound and rushed out, leaving an orange-red taillight after image on the night road. At 0:30, Apple Island, abandoned chemical plant. Gao Yang still clearly remembered that the night before the college entrance examination, he and Gui Ma, members of Group 5, and their original companions Qin Ling and Officer Huang had a deadly battle with Xuanwu here. That night, Gui Ma left his life here in exchange for Gao Yang's life. Gui Ma's lifelong ideal is to hope that humans can open the door to the end and escape from the foggy world. For this ideal, he is absolutely loyal to the dragon and to himself. He is a pioneer, a martyr, and a torchlight that went out before dawn. Gao Yang came to the abandoned chemical plant, where traces of the battle still remained. Collapsed sheds, fallen walls, twisted reactors, broken and messy steel pipes, potholes and cracked cement floors, and charred traces from the fire. Gao Yang came to the place where Gui Ma died. He always remembered that there was a spherical gray reactor under a pipeline, just nearby. Gao Yang squatted down, took away a few pieces of broken stones, and brushed away the dust on the ground. He could still see some very light brown bloodstains, on which weeds had grown and turned yellow. Gao Yang could imagine that next spring, these weeds would be full of vitality again, becoming more and more dense, until the dim bloodstains were completely wiped out, as if they had never existed. Gao Yang took out a piece of paper with "The moonlight is so beautiful" written on it, folded it into a simple white flower, and placed it next to the weeds. Captain! Kim was the first to appear. She was carrying a bulging black backpack, with sweat on her forehead, and was out of breath. I'm here. Wow, Captain, why are you wet? Gao Yang, who was soaked, stood up and was about to speak when a black shadow with a sharp knife light fell from the sky. Gao Yang was too lazy to even dodge. He raised his hand easily and transformed a black gold dagger in his hand to block the opponent's sneak attack. The short blade of the black shadow was caught by Gao Yang, and he bounced in the air and landed a few meters away from Gao Yang. Manshi put the short blade back into the scabbard, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. When did you find me? At the beginning. My stealth is so bad? Manshi frowned. It shouldn't be. Gao Yang did not explain. His charm was 1200, and when his six senses were at their maximum, he could hear Mansh's heartbeat at close range. Although he stopped breathing, his heartbeat could not stop. Where are the others? Gao Yang asked indifferently. They are all here. Manshi had been hiding in a high place before, and the entire Apple Island was in full view. Okay. Gao Yang turned around and led Manshi and Can-Tu out of the iron gate of the chemical plant and came to the outside of the factory. Under the moonlight, there was a gray-brown wasteland. At 10 o'clock, a silver car drove over with a chug and stopped beside Gao Yang, Manshi, and Can-Tu in a blink of an eye. Bang! The car door was kicked open. Huixiong got out of the driver's seat, and Johan, who happened to be hitchhiking, also got out of the passenger seat. Captain! Captain! The two said in unison. Gao Yang nodded slightly, as a response. He looked sideways, and saw a shared electric bike bumping towards him at 1 o'clock. The rider was Hong Xiaoxiao, and there was a finger-sized person standing on her head, Nana. She was wrapped in a big black robe with a middle school look, one hand on her waist, one pointing forward, laughing in the wind, and chattering something in her mouth, but unfortunately no one could hear it. Hong Xiaoxiao took a look at the battery of the electric bike. Oh no, it's almost out of power. How can I ride the bike back later? Wait. What time is it? Why are you still thinking about this kind of thing? Hong Xiaoxiao, cheer up. The next step is the real test. You must survive. Hong Xiaoxiao drove the shared electric bike in front of everyone while reflecting on herself. I'm here, Chiang. Hong Xiaoxiao parked the car and walked quickly towards Gao Yang. She suddenly realized that she shouldn't call him Elder Chiang anymore. She was stunned for a moment and changed her words. Octopath Traveler. Gao Yang smiled in his heart. Hong Xiaoxiao, that's a joke. You weren't followed, were you? Man, she was not very confident about this new bee. No, no. Hong Xiaoxiao waved excitedly. Definitely not, I'm very careful. That's good. At this time Nana, who was standing on top of Hong Xiaoxiao, jumped down, quickly grew bigger, and landed in a one-knee posture. She grabbed the black robe with her left hand, and threw it hard, revealing a sailor suit. She stood up slowly, raised her head suddenly, and took off the blindfold. The evil king's scarlet eyes are finally unsealed. Tremble, weep, from today, my king's will be carried out. Nana suddenly shut up, lowered her head, and walked to Gao Yang honestly. 2 seconds later, she stepped back again and shrank behind him, as if avoiding someone's death sight. Gao Yang had already noticed that a tall woman appeared on his right side. She was wearing a black tights and a black cloak, with a hood covering most of her face, and a cold aura. She had 2 black gold long swords on her waist, 2 butterfly double blades attached to the outside of her legs, and 3 black gold darts shining with silver light floating on both sides of her shoulders, like 3 kites. Her entire left shoulder, which she had lost, was back. Kim was stunned. Damn, this is too cool. It's exactly the Valkyrie in my mind. However, it feels like something is missing. Yes, it's a blower. Kim waved his hand lightly, and a gust of wind blew over. The hood of the black-clothed female swordsman's cloak was blown away, and her long hair was scattered. Under the moonlight, Qing Ling's eyebrows were sharp and her face was beautiful. Welcome back. Gao Yang smiled. Qing Ling said nothing, raised her hands, combed her long hair back, skillfully removed the black rubber band on her wrist, and tied a neat high ponytail. She put her right hand on the hilt of the knife at her waist, and slowly walked towards Gao Yang. Are all the people here? Qing Ling asked. There's only one left, Gao Yang said. Ah. As soon as the voice fell, a high and wild engine sound cut through the night sky of the wilderness. Everyone looked sideways, and a man in a racing suit and a helmet came rushing over on a cool red motorcycle. Chapter 612. Soon, he hit the front of the car hard, drifted sideways, slid 5 or 6 meters, and stopped accurately in front of Gao Yang. The man took off his helmet, revealing a soft and frizzy blonde hair and a spirited face. He grinned with a mouthful of white teeth. Brother, I'm not late, am I? Just in time. Gao Yang asked, where's Xinxin? Don't worry, I have hidden her in an absolutely safe place. Wang Zikai got off the car and hung his helmet on the front of the car. You are really good at predicting things. Gao Xinxin is really being targeted. Gao Yang smiled faintly, and didn't explain much. At first, after Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao were attacked by Lu Qi, he was worried that Lu Qi would find a breakthrough from other aspects, such as his biggest weakness Gao Xinxin. So Gao Yang immediately asked Wang Zikai to protect Gao Xinxin closely in the next period of time, and if someone wanted to hurt her, he would immediately rescue her and hide her. Gao Yang believed that Wang Zikai's terrifying ability would not be inferior to Qinglong and Dohu, so there was no need to worry unless people of the level of Long and Qilin took action. Later, Gao Yang recognized the situation and knew that he could not delay any longer, so he was ready to break up with Qilin at any time, so Wang Zikai's mission was adjusted. The adjustment was as follows. Once Wang Zikai received Gao Yang's secret signal, he would take Gao Xinxin and hide immediately, and then rush to meet Gao Yang. Gao Yang was not naive enough to believe that Qilin was a moral person, and would not take action against his sister. As Qilin himself said, he could sacrifice his life for his goal. He didn't care about his own life, so how could he care about others? Gray Xiong. Gao Yang glanced at Gray Xiong. Gray Xiong immediately understood and stretched out his hand to everyone. Come on, give me your cell phones. Gray Xiong quickly took away everyone's cell phones, and threw them into the car he drove over. Then, he picked up Wang Zikai's motorcycle, and the shared electric bike that Hong Xiaoxiao rode over, and threw them next to the car. Be careful. Hong Xiaoxiao almost said you have to pay for it if it's broken, but immediately shut up. She found that the others looked calm, and had long been accustomed to it. At this moment, she felt more and more that she was moving away from the ordinary world and stepping into the cruel, real world of awakeners. Gao Yang walked forward, looked at the car in front of her, and thought about something. That captain, Cantu, hesitated for a while, but still said, should we have a name? Since we have set up our own business, we must make a name for ourselves. Humph! We already have one. Wang Zikai put his hands on his waist and proudly announced, 94 Duo. No, this is too ugly. Gray Xiong was the first to object. My king can't accept it either. Nana objected. If she knew the organization's name was so ugly, she wouldn't want to join it. Then what do you want to call it? Wang Zikai asked back. Call it, call it. Nana's mind was filled with all kinds of gorgeous words, but when she really had to choose one, she was stuck. For some reason, she turned her eyes to Qing Ling for help, but Qing Ling had a blank expression on her face. She didn't care about the name at all. We have 9 people now, and it's wrong to call it a duo. Johan also objected. Yes, at least it should be called an organization? Hong Xiaoxiao also objected weakly. I do have one. Manshi narrowed his eyes. Forget it, you haven't even graduated from junior high school. What good name can you come up with? Huixiong sneered. I'm curious. Ken looked at Manshi with a smile, expectantly. Tell me quickly. 94 organization. Manshi said. Huh? Ken was stunned. Is there a difference? Johan frowned. Okay, don't embarrass yourself. Huixiong looked as if it was expected. My king objects. Objection. Nana protested again. It's not a number, it's a word. Manshi emphasized word by word. 9 heirs organization. Oh. Canned eyes. We are 9 people, called 9. The captain is the heir of God, so it's called heir. 9 heirs organization. Wow, it feels so grand. Johan thought for a while and nodded. I'm okay. Ha! See, after discussing for a long time, it's still called 94. Wang Zikai automatically ignored the previous paragraph and insisted that it was 94. In this regard, he is really a qualified lost person. Okay, I can accept this. Huixiong also thought it sounded much better. 9 heirs organization. Hong Xiaoxiao read it again and laughed. I think it's pretty good. It's a style that my brother would like. At this time, everyone looked at Gao Yang at the same time. Gao Yang still had his back to everyone. After a moment, he said lightly, the name Manshi came up with is very good, but the annotation is biased. Gao Yang turned around and looked around, looking at each face. Officer Huang once said that each of us is an orphan of the world. Gao Yang shook his head. No, he is wrong. Gao Yang raised his right hand gently. We are not orphans of the world, we are all children of God, fighting for our own destiny. Showing the whole car quickly burned up, and turned into a ball of fire that shot up into the sky. The dazzling red light cut Gao Yang into a backlit shadow. Everyone else looked at Gao Yang under the fire, and the fire on his face changed and swayed. Nana was stunned. At this moment, a sentence from the novel she was chasing suddenly popped up. She felt that it was inexplicably suitable. No, it was simply tailor-made. Like a god, the wonderful inspiration was injected into her soul, making her cells all tremble in excitement. She is the flower that blooms and withers on the cliff, and in the eternal moment of life and death, she caught the light between heaven and earth. This moment belongs to her, it will never come again. 2 seconds later, Nana blurted out. The road to be taken is still on the way, and the road to be defended must still be defended. This not-so-beautiful war has just begun. Burning out the last bit of life is the crown. Drying the last drop of blood is the coronation. Nana took a deep breath and shouted. The 9 heirs organization was born in the dark and chased the dawn. Chapter 6:13. 33 years ago, Liqing, west of Shijing district. This area is blocked from traffic, and is full of mountains. There are countless clear streams hidden in the endless green mountains. They converge into a big river at the foot of the mountain, which is one of the sources of Lijiang River. There is a very famous yuanong tree near the river. In fact, it is 2 ancient pine and cypress trees close together, with branches and leaves intertwined. After years and months, you have me and I have you, and they merged into a big tree. Locals will go to the mandarin duck tree to pray for marriage, and the branches are full of red ribbons. Because of the mandarin duck tree, this river is also called the Mandarin Duck River. There is a river dam at the lower reaches of the river. When the water rises, it is equivalent to a small lake. Every summer, locals like to come here to swim. Almost every year, children and even adults drown here, but it still can't stop everyone's enthusiasm. In the early morning, there is mist in the mountains. A woman wearing a plain white shirt, navy blue trousers, and shoulder-length hair rode a tall horizontal bar bicycle on a bumpy mountain road. Behind the bicycle sat a little boy of about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a blue and white striped t-shirt, yellow shorts, and a pair of brown sandals. The woman riding the bicycle was about 25 or 26 years old, with beautiful features, but unfortunately her cheeks were too thin, her skin was pale, her eye sockets were slightly sunken, and she looked miserable. The little boy was cute and well-behaved, with a pair of big black eyes that were moist and clear. He lowered his head sullenly, holding his mother's clothes on the back with one hand, and carrying a small bamboo basket with the other. The bamboo basket was filled with something, covered with a white cloth, and looked heavy. The bicycle was swaying on the mountain road, and there was a not-so-steep uphill road ahead. The woman began to have difficulty pedaling the bicycle, and she stood up, gritted her teeth, and pedaled hard. "Mom, put me down, I can walk by myself," the little boy whispered. "No. Mom can," the woman answered with difficulty. For her, it was more difficult to stop the car and get on the bike. Every time, the woman had to run a distance on one foot on the bicycle, then lift her foot and step on the bicycle with difficulty, and her son would catch up with her and jump on the back seat of the bicycle. The little boy stopped talking and tightened his hand holding his mother's clothes. The mother and son went up the slope, and there was another bumpy mountain road. The little boy's butt was numb from the bumps, but he endured it and dared not complain at all. Finally, the mother stopped the bicycle, and the dam of Yuanyang River was in front of her. It was very early, and no one came to swim yet. The water was quiet and shrouded in a faint mist. The dam was surrounded by green trees, and the cool morning breeze blew with the sound of cicadas. "Jupiter, come here." The woman wiped the sweat from her forehead and waved to her son. Jupiter did not dare to neglect. Holding a small bamboo basket in both hands, he quickly caught up with his mother and walked towards the dam with her. Jupiter's name was given by his father. His father's name was Muyo, who claimed to be an astronomy enthusiast. In fact, he only went to elementary school and became a cement worker. His understanding of astronomy was just a superficial understanding. His father always told Jupiter that when he went to school, he must study hard and become an astronaut in the future, riding a rocket to the moon, to Mars, to fly out of the solar system, to fly out of the Milky Way, and to travel in the universe. Every time his father mentioned these, his eyes flashed, but Jupiter was not very interested in it. Jupiter had no concept of the boundless universe. To him, the mountains around the village were already boundless, so what did the stars in the sky have to do with him? Even going to elementary school seemed a distant thing for Jupiter. Jupiter's favorite thing was playing with his father. In spring, he picked bamboo shoots and flew kites with him. In summer, he went swimming and catching crabs with him. In autumn, he beat chestnuts and picked wheat ears with him. In winter, he played snowball fights and roasted sweet potatoes with him. There were so many happy things, and the universe and other things were not important at all. Until last summer, my father died. That day was no different from usual. The weather was hot. After a nap, Muyo was free, so he rode a horizontal bar bicycle and took Jupiter to the river dam of Yuanyang River to swim. The father and son took off their clothes, stood on the concrete dam, jumped down with their bare buttocks, and splashed into the water, like two happy fish. The father and son started a race to see who would swim to the other side first. Muyo was always ahead, but halfway through the swim, he would deliberately slow down to let Jupiter catch up. In the end, the father and son tied, and everyone was happy. This time, Muyo also swam very fast. Halfway through the swim, he seemed to hear a call from the shore. He looked back and found that his son behind him was gone. "Old Mu, your son sank." He went to the dam mouth. An acquaintance on the shore shouted, and he took off his clothes, jumped into the water, and swam to help. Muyu's heart sank, and he turned around and swam towards the dam mouth. When Mu Xing woke up, he found himself lying on the shore, and the uncle of the neighbor's house was pressing hard on his chest. "Wow!" Mu Xing spit out a mouthful of water and saved his life. "Dad, Dad." Mu Xing was uncomfortable and scared, trembling all over. "Where is Dad?" "I want Dad." The uncle's face was heavy, and his voice was a little unbearable. "Mu Xing, your dad," was washed away. In order to save Mu Xing, Muyu swam hard towards the dam mouth, where the current was turbulent, and there was a deep pool several meters high below, which flowed directly into the Lijiang River. Muyu grabbed his son and swam back desperately, letting his uncle catch him. At this time, Muyu's legs and feet cramped, and he was swept by the current and rushed to the dam mouth. The uncle was busy saving the child first. When he dragged Mu Xing ashore, he looked back and Muyu was gone. The uncle ran to the pool below the dam and looked around, but he didn't see Muyu. That afternoon, the whole village mobilized and looked for Muyu along the Yuanyang River to the Lijiang River, but there was no trace of him. Everyone speculated that Muyu fell into the pool from the dam mouth, hit his head, and fainted, and then was washed away by the turbulent current and rushed directly into the Lijiang River. There are also superstitious old people who say that Muyu was dragged down by the water ghost in the dam. People die there every year, and it is all the water ghosts who are causing trouble. The fact is, Muyu is missing. A month later, the police determined that Lao Mu had drowned and his body had gone to Lijiang, and could not be found. Muyu's wife, who had been crying all day, finally accepted the fact that her husband had died and held a funeral for him and performed rituals. But in Jupiter's opinion, his mother had not really accepted it. In the days after his father left, his mother's spirit collapsed. She quit her job and was absent-minded every day. She often sat on the bed in a daze, holding her husband's portrait. Sometimes, she would suddenly become hysterical and beat and scold Jupiter, but Jupiter always endured silently. He knew that he had killed his father, and this was the punishment he deserved. In fact, Jupiter was also very sad and missed his father very much, but he didn't even dare to cry. He was the one who killed his father, so how could he have the face to cry? Jupiter. The mother's voice came, revealing impatience. Don't be stunned, come here. Jupiter realized that he was distracted again, and he hurried over with a small bamboo basket. Chapter 6:14. On the cement dam, Mom took the small bamboo basket from Mu Xing, opened the white cloth, took out incense, paper money, a bowl of raw rice, a pot of white wine, 2 wine glasses, and 3 bowls of cold dishes. Mom lit 3 incense sticks towards the dam, inserted them into the raw rice, arranged the wine and food, and pulled Mu Xing to kneel down together. Mom lowered her head and burned paper money, muttering something. Today is the first anniversary of her husband's death. She went to her husband's grave early in the morning to sweep the grave, and then came here. After Muyu passed away, his wife was too sad and became a little neurotic. She also began to believe in superstition. She gradually believed that it was the water ghost in the dam that took her husband's life. She came here to worship the river god of Yuanong River, hoping that the river god could save her husband's soul and let him reincarnate as soon as possible, so that he would not become a lonely ghost. Jupiter buried his face, not daring to breathe. He couldn't help but think of his father again. How great it would be if his father was still here. At that time, the family of 3 would be happy every day, and his mother would not become like this. But his father is gone forever, and I killed him. Jupiter's chest ached, sad, guilty, wronged. The negative emotions that had accumulated in his heart for the past year finally burst his body at this moment. He raised his head and looked at his mother. At this moment, his mother's prayer to the river god had ended. She respectfully poured a glass of white wine, raised it high, and sprinkled it on the river. The first cup, to the river god. Pour another cup of wine and sprinkle it on the dam under his feet. The second cup, to the mountain god. Pour another cup of wine and sprinkle it hard into the sky. The third cup, to the sky. Gurgle. A few bubbles appeared on the water surface in front, creating small ripples that slowly expanded. The woman was stunned, thinking she had seen it wrong. Soon, she was sure that it was not an illusion. Could it be that the river god had appeared? She subconsciously grabbed Jupiter's hand beside her and held it tightly. Splash. After a few seconds, a head emerged from the water. Ha, ha. The man gasped, wiped his face with his hand, looked at the mother and son on the dam, waved and shouted, Xiaofeng. Son! Old Mu. Mu Xing's mother Yin Xiaofeng opened her mouth wide, and her eyes quickly moistened in shock. You. Ha ha. Muyu in the water swam towards his wife and children with a smile, and asked as he swam, Son, are you keeping track? How long did I hold my breath this time? Mu Xing held his mother's hand and smiled happily. I counted to 233. Ha ha, I can't do it anymore. Muyu still smiled. Your dad used to be able to hold his breath for 300 times. Muyu swam to the dam with his arms and kicked the water. He pushed with both hands, brought up the water, and wanted to go ashore. Yin Xiaofeng was stunned for a few seconds, and immediately reached out and grabbed one of her husband's hands. It was not a corpse, not a water monster, it was warm and strong, it was the hand of a living person. Yin Xiaofeng pulled Muyu onto the dam with force. Old Muyu. Yin Xiaofeng's face was already full of tears, her voice was trembling. She quickly frowned and angrily blamed, Where have you been this year? You have made us mother and son suffer so much. Oh, what's the matter? Muyu was caught off guard. He went forward with his bare chest and hugged his wife in his arms. His movements were still so clumsy. Wife, stop crying, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I made you and your mother suffer. Muyu tilted his head to look at Mu Xing, smiled and waved. Mu Xing immediately rushed over, hugged his father and mother's legs happily, and the family of 3 snuggled together. Lao Mu, you are fine, why don't you go home? Do you know how I have been through this year? Yin Xiaofeng buried her head in Muyu's arms and sobbed, feeling very aggrieved. I really didn't want to live many times, and I wanted to take my son with you. What nonsense! Am I not back? Muyu touched his wife's hair and let her go. Come, let me see you. Muyu stared at Yin Xiaofeng's face and frowned distressfully. You have lost a lot of weight, don't cry, it's all over, I'm back, everything will be fine. Well, it's all over, it's good that you are back. Yin Xiaofeng cried and laughed. Muyu reached out to wipe his wife's tears, and the man's hand just touched his wife's face, and the whole person disappeared. Yin Xiaofeng was startled, not understanding what happened. The fact is, in an instant, her husband Muyu disappeared from her sight. Lao Mu. Yin Xiaofeng opened her eyes wide. Standing on the river dam, she looked around in panic. Lao Mu. Lao Mu, where are you? Don't scare me, come out quickly. Are you hiding in the water again? Don't tease me. I'm angry. Lao Mu. Lao Mu. Yin Xiaofeng's anxious and desperate voice echoed in the empty forest. No one responded. Yin Xiaofeng turned sideways, and found that Jupiter was a little strange. Her son's eyes turned green at some point, and blood flowed from his nostrils, but he was smiling. Jupiter, you. Yin Xiaofeng was very confused. You, what's wrong with you? Mom, I'm fine. Jupiter was pale and his breath was unstable, but he was very happy. Wait a minute, wait a little longer, Dad will be back soon. Yin Xiaofeng was shocked. She knelt in front of Mu Xing and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Mu Xing, what did you do to me just now? Mu Xing said proudly, Mom, Dad will come back. Just wait. I have a way. Yin Xiaofeng's red eyes burst into tears again. She hugged Mu Xing into her arms. Mu Xing, silly child, I am sorry for you during this period. I am too miserable. I don't know what to do, so I went crazy. Please forgive me. Ju Xing's chin rested on his mother's shoulder. He was very weak, but he smiled happily because his mother finally agreed to hug him. Mom, it's not your fault. I'm not good. Yes, it's your fault. His mother interrupted Ju Xing coldly. Ju Xing realized it later, and found that his mother's arms became cold and slippery, and became tighter and tighter, almost hugging his body to pieces. Mom! It hurts, it hurts! Jupiter shouted while struggling. It's too late. The mother's arms had turned into countless soft, slippery and tough tentacles, which tightly entangled Jupiter. Gray insects were crawling on the tentacles, like strange leeches, biting his skin, sucking blood and drilling into the flesh. Gray and gray scales also grew on the mother's face, and her pupils contracted, like a dark purple glass ball. No, she is not a mother, she is a monster. Jupiter thought with fear and despair. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. So Mom wants to eat you. Yin Xiaofeng entered an extremely excited state, with a hideous expression and a trembling voice. Be obedient, Mom will be quick, very light, there will be no pain, no sadness, just like falling asleep. Mom! Mom! Save me! Jupiter suffocated and could no longer make a sound. At first, he could still feel the cold, sharp and slippery little insects biting his flesh and blood, but soon, the pain became blurred. He was wrapped in a cruel tenderness, as if immersed in water. His body was like white snow in the sun, melting little by little, and finally becoming invisible and formless. All around him, it suddenly became completely silent and dark. Soon, the darkness seemed to disintegrate, and some strange light flowed in, illuminating Jupiter's face. My father's voice rang in my ears again. The universe is so big and boundless. There is everything in the universe, and there is nothing. In the universe, we are as small as a grain of sand. Just thinking about it makes me feel beautiful. Dad, I seem to have seen the universe. You didn't lie to me. It's so beautiful. Chapter 6:15. Ah! Yin Xiaofeng's screams rang in his ears. Jupiter's consciousness, which was already in the universe, was instantly pulled back to his current body. Jupiter felt the unbearable pain of being tortured to death again, but the pain was easing. It turned out that his mother's hug had loosened. The slippery and sharp little tentacles left Jupiter's body, rustling back into his arms, and returned to a pair of ordinary female arms in an instant. Yin Xiaofeng's 7 orifices were bleeding, mixed with the hot tears on her face, forming a desperate, unwilling and confused twisted face. Jupiter will never forget this face in his life. 2 seconds later, Yin Xiaofeng fell down with a muffled sound and died at Jupiter's feet. Jupiter's clothes were torn and blood was all over his body. He breathed heavily and stood there shaking. Boy, are you dead? If you're not dead, just squeak. A man's voice came from behind. Jupiter endured the pain and slowly turned around. The man who came was a middle-aged man dressed as a farmer. He wore a torn straw hat that covered most of his face. He was shirtless, wearing blue linen pants, barefoot, dark skin, thin, and carrying a hoe covered with yellow dry mud on his shoulder. No, no. Dead? Jupiter's voice trembled, and he was in a trance. He thought he was having a nightmare. I didn't expect you to wake up at such a young age. Your mother is a devourer. She was about to kill you. I saved you. You are lucky. Jupiter had a wooden face, and didn't understand what the man was saying at all. The man put down the hoe. Don't blame your mother. She doesn't want to. People and beasts are incompatible. You will know it later. Don't blame Mom. Jupiter's eyes were broken, his voice was sad, and 2 lines of hot tears slid down his face. It's all my fault. If I could let Mom and Dad be together forever. Heh. The man smiled. Boy, how old are you and what's your name? 5 years old, Jupiter. Jupiter answered honestly. What a miserable child. The man sighed. My last name is Yin. You can call me Uncle Yin. You can't live alone now. Come with me. Jupiter shook his head and looked down at his dead mother at his feet. I want to be with my mother. From the moment you used your talent on your mother, she was dead. What's the point of guarding a corpse? The weather is so hot now, it will soon stink, grow worms, turn into a pile of rotten meat, and only a few bones will be left in the end. Uncle Yin spoke directly, not treating Jupiter as a child at all. Jupiter was silent. Your mother is dead and no longer exists. Do you understand? Uncle Yin continued. Jiuxing was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head. Will I never see her again? No, one day, you will be reunited with your parents. Uncle Yin said, we can all be reunited, so you don't have to rush. Really? Jiuxing's eyes were burning again. Of course, I never lie. Dark-skinned Uncle Yin nodded and smiled. So are you leaving? Where are we going? Jiuxing asked. Go home. Uncle Yin paused for a moment and shook his head. No, that's not home, but we can go find it. Find home? Jiuxing seemed to understand. Yes, find a real home, a home where everyone can reunite. Ha ha ha. Uncle Yin laughed, carried his hoe and walked away, happily singing. The river flows eastward, the stars in the sky are like the Big Dipper. Jupiter looked at the man's back as he left, then glanced at his mother's body at his feet, clenched his fists, his face full of pain and struggle. Soon, the man singing gradually became quieter, and was about to disappear in the woods. Jupiter still loosened his fists. He raised his hand, wiped the tears and blood on his face, stepped over his mother's body, and trotted after him. Feiyang District, Lijiang Middle Road, Blue House Psychological Clinic. Qilin opened his eyes from the single sofa in the consultation room. He kept leaning, put his hands together on his lower abdomen, and did not get up immediately. Every day after lunch, Qilin would sit on the sofa like this and take a nap for 20 minutes. He would always wake up on time without an alarm. Today is the 3rd day of the wanted Xiang. Qilin unexpectedly slept a little longer, and even had a dream. About 10 seconds later, Qilin sat up straight and looked at his watch. Sure enough, he slept for 4 more minutes. He reached out to smooth his bangs, picked up the glasses hanging in his chest pocket, and put them on, then stood up with a cane. Qilin walked out of the consultation room, and came to the front desk. Behind the front desk sat a young girl with short brown hair and a gentle face, who was the receptionist, Miss Jean. She crossed her legs, holding her mobile phone, and seemed to be chatting with someone. Her fingers quickly typed text, making a crisp da-da-da sound. Miss Jean. Qilin's voice was soft. Yes. Miss Jean was caught slacking off during work hours, and she hurriedly took back her phone. Sue, what do you want, Dr. Sue? Do you want to order coffee, pick up a courier, or pay the property fee? None of them. Qilin smiled. Cancel all my future appointments. Oh, okay. Miss Jean nodded, and couldn't help asking, Dr. Sue, is there anything going on recently? Yes. Qilin nodded, then you can pack up and leave. Ah? Miss Jean was stunned. Dr. Sue. I know I shouldn't look at my phone during work hours, but I've finished my work. Miss Jean, you do an excellent job and treat people well. I'm very satisfied with you, and can't find any fault with you. Qilin interrupted with a smile. It's not your problem, it's my own fault. Dr. Sue you. Miss Jean couldn't believe it. Don't you plan to be a psychologist? Qilin nodded. I want to take a good rest for a year and rethink my life plan, otherwise, my own psychology will have problems. Oh. Miss Jean was in a complicated mood, and didn't know what to say for a while. I will pay you 3 months' salary. Qilin said, and took out a black velvet gift box from his pocket. This is a small gift from me to you. Miss Jean was flattered. Dr. Sue, this is too polite. It's just a little thought, Please accept it. Qilin smiled. Don't embarrass me. Okay, thank you. Miss Qin took the gift box and opened it immediately. Inside was a pair of beautiful and delicate emerald earrings in the shape of Jupiter. Wow! So beautiful. So unique. Miss Qin really liked it. That's great. Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried that you wouldn't like it. How could that be? Dr. Su has good taste. I like it very much and will wear it often. Miss Qin was very moved for a while. Thank you, Dr. Su. I won't say anything nice, but Dr. Su, you are really the most gentle and charming man I have ever seen. I wish you all the best in the future, and all your wishes come true. Thank you, and I wish you all the best. Qilin responded with a smile. Miss Qin finished her work, completed the resignation procedures and left. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the clinic was completely quiet. Qilin returned to the consultation room, found a classical record in the cardboard box in the warehouse, turned on the record player, listened to the passionate and tragic pure music while grinding coffee beans by hand. Time, around him, completely slowed down. Qilin slowly brewed 3 cups of hand-ground coffee, and the air was filled with mellow fragrance. Ring, ring, ring. The wind chime sounded, and people came. Chapter 6:16. Qilin in the tea room turned around. Qinglong and Zhu Ke were already standing outside the door. The weather was getting colder, so they both put on long windbreakers and tied scarves. President. Come in and sit down. Qilin walked out of the tea room with a crutch in one hand and a coffee tray in the other. The 3 of them sat down on the sofa in the psychological counseling room, chatted for a few words, and drank 2 sips of coffee leisurely. Let's have a meeting. Qilin went straight to the point. Miss Qin was not here, so there was no need to talk about mutual aid treatment in the future. Qilong reported his work first. Last night, my people found some clues outside the abandoned chemical plant on Apple Island. Isn't that where the Xuanmu incident happened? Zhu Ke frowned slightly. Yes. Qilong nodded. There is a burned private car and 2 motorcycles. Judging from the wreckage of the motorcycles, they are shared electric bikes in Simo. There are also the wreckage of 9 burned mobile phones in the car. It is Chiang and his friends. Zhu Ke said. Yes. Qilong glanced at Zhu Ke. I asked the intelligence department of Baichuan Group to investigate in depth. The last renter of this shared electric bike was Hong Xiaoxiao. Suzaku's face sank slightly. Although she had guessed that Hong Xiaoxiao had betrayed, she still felt a little embarrassed when she came to the final conclusion. The owner of the Simo is Chiang's friend, the special lost person named Wang Zikai. Qilong continued. It is said that he is very powerful. When Qifeng and Sin went to catch Gao Xinxin, he almost killed him. Qilin took a sip of coffee, his eyes moved, and he didn't speak. As for the others who lost contact, Hui Xiong, Jiu Han, Man Snake, Kan Nana, and the green snake of the 12 zodiac signs. Qinglong's eyes sharpened. They should have defected with Qi Ying. Qilong paused for 2 seconds and said regretfully, I am not surprised about other people, but Nana, I really didn't expect it. I raised that child myself, and I treated her well on weekdays, but I didn't expect that she would betray me. Excuse me, you raised her and treated her well, but you never really recognized her. Suzaku smiled bitterly, and what she needs most is recognition. Qinglong was stunned and nodded to admit, there is indeed a generation gap between her and me. I don't understand her inner world, and have never thought about understanding it. Everyone has their own aspirations, don't force it. Qilin said lightly, from now on, we will be enemies. Qinglong and Suzaku were silent. Qilin put down the coffee cup and held the crutches with both hands. Qinglong, continue to hunt down the 7 Shadows gang. If you meet them, you can decide whether to arrest or kill them. Understood. Qinglong nodded. Qilin looked at Zhu Ke again. You contact the 12 Zodiacs and the Baichuan Group to make our attitude clear. We can accept cooperation and neutrality, but if they assist the Qiang gang, whether it is open or secret, they are enemies of the Qilin Guild and will bear the consequences themselves. Okay. Zhu Ke nodded, hesitant to speak. Suzaku, just say it. Qilin is very perceptive. Zhu Ke hesitated for a few seconds and sighed softly. President, are we really going to go this far? Qilin looked serious. Qiang got the Guardian rune at the beginning, but concealed it and deliberately delayed the time to upgrade spirit armor. On the surface, he was preparing for the abyss, but in fact, he was dealing with me. He had a different intention a long time ago. Zhu Ke was silent. Qiang also made it clear that he would never let me open the door to the end. Qilin looked at the two. Qinglong, Zhu Ke, you have been with me for almost 20 years. Don't you know what my bottom line is? Qilong and Zhu Ke certainly know this. Qilin's bottom line is, he can discuss, tolerate, or even compromise on anything, but the door of the end must be opened by him personally. This is why, in the past 20 years, Qilin has never told another person the location of the door of the end. Qilin has said more than once, anyone who tries to stop him from opening the door is his enemy, and the enemy of all mankind. He has been working for the survival of mankind all his life, and this must be done by him, and only he can do it. I understand. Zhu Ke said no more. President, does Long also object to you opening the door? Qilong asked. That's what Qiang told me. Qilin narrowed his eyes slightly, but this may not be Long's original words. Maybe Qiang wants to sow discord and wait for the fishermen to benefit. It's very likely. Qilong said in an unhappy tone. Although Qiang is young, he is very cunning. So, unless Long personally opposes my opening the door, I will not rashly become an enemy of the 12 zodiac signs. Qilin paused for a moment. However, I asked Dohu about this matter. Dohu said that Long has been operating secretly during this period, and even he can't contact Long. As for Long's attitude towards my opening the door, only Long himself knows. Will Long hibernate again? Qilong said. I heard that Long's strength is gained by long hibernation. I don't know if it's true or not. The last time he went to the island country to deal with the beasts, he might have consumed too much. Qilin didn't speak. Do you want to bet on this possibility? Zhu Ke frowned. Qilong, do you think it's not chaotic enough now? Qilong shook his head. No, if possible, I hope the three major organizations can coexist peacefully, and not kill each other. Me too. Qilin's eyes were cold. Anyway, let's deal with the 7 shadows first, get the Guardian Rune, and then consider the next step. Yes. What about the Sangwu sect? Zhu Ke asked again. If they don't take the initiative to cause trouble, just ignore them. Qilin said, time is running out in the Mist World, and opening the door is more important than anything else. Okay. After that, the three of them talked about other matters for another half an hour. After the meeting, Zhu Ke was about to get up, and Qilin called her. Zhu Ke, drive me to a place later. No problem. Is it far? Zhu Ke asked. If it's far, I have to go to refuel first. Not far. Qilin said. 10 minutes later, Zhu Ke drove Qilin to Anliang district. Folk songs were playing in the car, and the two were silent. Seeing that they were almost at their destination, Suzaku turned off the radio and said calmly, the day Qiang went to the abyss, he also tried to dig me out, but I refused. Suzaku paused. I didn't think that things would get to this point. Qilin nodded slightly, not surprised. Qiang had the ambition to work alone from the beginning. I'm not trying to speak for him. Suzaku said sincerely, I think he may not have had plans to work alone at the beginning. A high school student who just graduated and awakened for less than half a year, many things are taken one step at a time. To be hypocritical, it was fate that forced him to this point. Suzaku. Qilin took off his glasses, sighed, and said calmly, you are blaming me. Chapter 6:17. No way. Zhu Ke smiled and glanced at the rearview mirror. I just feel a little regretful that I have to be an enemy of my old friend, and the friend who saved us. Qilin focused slightly and looked out the window. If he didn't challenge my bottom line, I wouldn't have come to this point. Zhu Ke didn't speak. Qilin said calmly, Zhu Ke, I don't need loyal subordinates, I need like-minded comrades. You and Qilong were willing to follow me, because you believe that I was leading mankind on the right path. If you are shaken by even this, you can leave at any time. I don't blame you, and I won't hurt you. Oh, do you think I'm afraid of death? Zhu Ke said frankly, of course I believe in you, otherwise I wouldn't have followed you for so many years. I will open the door even if I am the only one left, and no one can stop me. Qilin said firmly. Zhu Ke nodded and raised his eyes slightly. We're here. Okay. Qilin put on his glasses again, opened the door, and got out of the car. Don't wait for me, I go back by myself. Zhu Ke drove away. Qilin leaned on his crutches, and looked up at the building in front of him. There was a huge blue billboard with 5 big characters on it, Anliang Market. This is the largest wholesale market in the city. It contains almost all daily commodities of all sizes. Everything you can think of can be sold here. Qilin slowly walked into the main entrance of the market. In front of him was a wide avenue. Both sides were full of storefronts selling the same type of goods. Every 8 buildings were grouped together, and each group of buildings was separated by a road. It was square, connected in all directions, and boundless, like an infinite reflection of 2 mirrors. People walking inside, if they don't look at the house numbers and signposts, it's easy to get lost. Qilin walked straight for 300 meters and turned left into a place that specialized in selling small toys. There were almost no individual customers here, and they were all doing wholesale business, which looked quite depressed. Soon, Qilin came to a small shop. There was a wooden rack outside the door, which was full of opera masks. At first glance, the colorful masks were all the same. If you look closely, you will find that the color distribution, expression, and facial features of each mask are different. It can be said that each person has a different face. The shop was also full of facial masks on the wall. An elderly, thin old man, wearing black cotton clothes and pants, black cotton shoes, sat on a bamboo stool with his back hunched, holding a mask in one hand and a fine brush in the other, coloring the mask. His hands were thin and exposed, with blue veins bulging, but very vigorous and steady. When he outlined the mask, it was as accurate as a machine drawing. The old man also wore a mask on his face. The main colors were red and blue. The aura of these two colors was positive, but the facial features on the mask were a crooked face. With scars on his face, crooked eyes and nose, and a bloody mouth, he looks both ferocious and sinister, but after looking at him for a long time, he feels a bit funny with his bravado. Uncle Yin. Qilin stood at the door, speaking in a friendly tone. Uncle Yin didn't look up, still concentrating on sketching the mask in his hand, and his voice was old and careless. Come on, sit anywhere. Qilin looked around. The room was narrow, full of masks and sundries, and there was no place to sit. He smiled helplessly. I didn't see the second chair. Then stand. Uncle Yin was not polite. Qilin was not angry or annoyed, and stood at the door calmly waiting. 10 minutes later, Uncle Yin, wearing a mask, finished drawing the mask in his hand, put down the fine brush, slowly stood up, slowly stretched his muscles, walked to the door of the store, and looked up at Qilin. What do you want to see me for? Yes. Qilin said. I need your help. Uncle Yin was silent for a few seconds, and no one knew the expression under the mask. Ah. He sighed. Even President Qilin needs help. It seems that this time I'm really in trouble. Chiang rebelled and took away many people from the Union. He would never agree to my opening the door. The last piece of the Guardian rune is in his hand. Qilin said concisely. If I remember correctly, that kid has only awakened for half a year. What can he do? Uncle Yin said. He is the heir of God. Qilin said, born by the awakened and the beast. Uncle Yin was silent. This time, he was silent for half a minute. The old man slowly turned around and picked up the iron hook at the door. I closed the door first. After closing the store, Uncle Yin and Qilin walked towards the exit of Anliang Market. Uncle Yin was still wearing a mask, with his hands clasped behind his back and a slight hunchback. The old man walked very slowly, and Qilin, who was leaning on a crutch, was not fast either. The two walked in unison, like walking in the park. What can I do? Uncle Yin asked. This will be a protracted battle. Qilin looked straight ahead. I will give you an elder position and the corresponding manpower, and you will help me deal with Chiang. Okay. Uncle Yin agreed very straightforwardly, but I am an old man, so don't count on me too much. You need to have an elder name. Qilin said. Let me think about it. Uncle Yin took a few steps. Let's call it Yin Liang. What does it mean that the world is cold and indifferent? Qilin guessed. No. Uncle Yin smiled and shook his head. I am old, and I can be cold at any time. I have to remind myself, and you all the time to seize the time. Qilin laughed dumbly. Okay, as long as you are happy. Qilin took out a smartphone and handed it to Yin Liang. Do you know how to use it? You little brat, who are you looking down on? Yin Liang took the phone and turned it on. Qilin also took out his phone and sent a list to the people around him. Elder Yin Liang, this is the information of your subordinates. Take a look. Yin Liang walked slowly, quickly finished reading the information, shook his head and sighed. Hey, the young people nowadays are getting worse and worse. After a while, Yin Liang asked again. I don't remember this guardian named Lingqiu. Is he a newcomer? Yes, he was recruited by the Union not long after he comprehended elemental spirits. However, this person is very evil, and Qinglong is still investigating him. Special treatment in special times. We are short of people now. Let me use him. Yin Liang said. Okay, I feel relieved with you here. Qilin said. As the two talked, they quickly walked out of the big market. Qilin came to the side of the road and waved to stop a car. Yin Liang thought of something and said, we need to give an explanation about the 7 shadows and those traitors, and we must have a legitimate reason. Qilin nodded. What do you think? Preemptive strike, throwing dirty water. Yin Liang said. Qilin did not express his opinion immediately. Yin Liang sneered under the mask. What you are going to do is related to all mankind. Boy, this is a war between races, not a friendly match, and morality is meaningless. Qilin's eyes were slightly cold. I know. Yin Liang nodded slightly. Hesitation is weakness. I hope this is the last time. Yes. Qilin nodded, waved to stop a car. Get in. Chapter 618. Late at night, Changyan District, Brother Chang's food stall. This food stall is famous for its barbecue, and is doing a booming business. The store is full. There is a tent on the roadside outside the store, with folding tables and chairs, and a charcoal basin under the table for heating. It is still full. There is also a small table for 2 people, placed in a small alley next to the store. The light is dim, and the cold wind is blowing, as if it has been forgotten by the hustle and bustle. There are 2 men sitting at the table. They ordered mutton hot pot and drank while eating. Come on, drink. A round-faced man, with a crew cut, picked up half a glass of beer and drank it all. It was Chi Feng, a member of the Suzaku group of the Qilin Union. The other man was Xiao Xian, also a member of the Suzaku group, with a talent of thick fog, serial number 95, and a guardian system. He was about 30 years old, with a lot of white hair mixed in his black hair, thin cheeks, dark yellow and loose skin, deep schizo lines, and a haggard look of premature aging. Xiao Xian held a wine glass and looked around for a long time. He took a sip after confirming that it was safe. His body was tense, his mind was highly tense, and he was full of vigilance. Brother, don't be so nervous. Chi Feng was a little dissatisfied. I asked you to come out for a drink, but it's like an undercover meeting. Now is a special period, be careful. Xiao Xian lowered his voice and looked around subconsciously. Maybe we have been targeted by the 7 shadows. Ha ha. Chi Feng laughed, and he also came over and lowered his voice. You think you are too big. The 2 of us are just defeated and can't be seen by them at all. That's right. Xiao Xian felt a little relieved. He picked up a piece of tripe and was about to eat it, but put it down nervously. But we are members of the Qilin Union after all. We are in the open, and the enemy is in the dark. If they want to retaliate, they will definitely start with small people like us. Hey! Chi Feng shook his head and sighed. You worry about everything all the time. Is your anxiety disorder recurring? You won't stop taking the medicine again, right? Xiao Xian avoided his eyes a little. You can't take it all the time. If you take too much, you will become dependent on the medicine, which is not good. Why don't I give you an injection to help you calm down? Chi Feng smiled evilly, quietly stretched out his left hand, and the nail on his little finger immediately turned into a sharp sting. Take it back? Xiao Xian was shocked and nervous. Don't let anyone see it. Chi Feng took back his left hand. Then accompany me to drink and eat meat, don't spoil the fun. Xiao Xian sighed, picked up half a glass of wine and drank it all, and ate a few mouthfuls of hot food, and his body gradually warmed up. After a while, Xiao Xian put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Brother Feng, to be honest, I want to resign. Chi Feng scooped up the mutton. You have mentioned it 800 times. This time it's true. Xiao Xian said excitedly, otherwise you will die sooner or later. You joined the Union because you were afraid of death, and now you want to quit the Union because you are afraid of death. Chi Feng pulled the corner of his mouth. When the god of death, dead beast, comes, do you want to return to the Union? Oh, so the Union is a public toilet, right? Come and go as you please? Xiao Xian didn't say anything. Chi Feng picked up the wine glass and took another sip. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. My eldest brother died during the tide, and I looked down on it at that time. The lives of small people like us are like weeds. They fall wherever the wind blows, and no one cares at all. Not to mention us, even the Jianghu Protector and the White Tiger Elders can die at any time. We are pure cannon fodder. What should we do? Are we just going to die? Xiao Xian's face became more and more ugly. Brother Xiao, listen to me. Stay in the Union and enjoy the shade under the big tree. Chi Feng smiled smoothly. We will do whatever the leader tells us to do, but there are rules for how much and how to do it. If you avoid things will naturally not come to you. This is the best way to survive. Do you understand? Xiao Xian was convinced and nodded. That makes sense. We will take care of each other in the future. Of course. Chi Feng said cheerfully. Why do you think I asked you out tonight? Ding. Ding. Chi Feng and Xiao Xian's phones rang at the same time. The 2 looked at each other, lowered their heads, and took out their phones. It was a message sent by the Qilin Union. This was an official announcement to the 3 major organizations, and all individual players. To all awakened people in the Misty World, we regret to inform you that Elder Chiang, whose real name is Gao Yang, betrayed the Union and all awakened people. Chiang's 7 crimes are as follows. 1. Chiang knew the dangerous identities of Lin Yu and Su Shi's beasts, and knew that the yellow ox of the 12 zodiac signs would rebel, but he did not report it and acted on his own, which almost caused a disaster. 2. Chiang secretly colluded with the ghost group. 3. Chiang secretly colluded with the high-level beast. 4. Chiang secretly hid the last piece of the Guardian rune, deceived and fooled the 3 major organizations, and never thought of making it public. 5. Chiang used his identity as the heir of God to seduce the Qilin Union and the 12 zodiac members to rebel, and attempted to assassinate the Qilin president but failed. 6. Chiang has always hidden his lucky talent. His real identity is the leader of the Tail Team, a senior member of the Sangmu sect, and the biggest traitor among the awakened people. 7. Seven Shadows has long chosen to be with the beasts and abandoned his own race. The above charges are proven to be true. 7 Shadows, and the Sangmu cult behind them are the greatest enemy and threat to all awakened people and humans, and the last obstacle to us opening the door to the end. The time of the fog world is running out. I sincerely hope that all compatriots can distinguish right from wrong, unite as one, and unite the front. Don't lose the big principles for the sake of small righteousness. I hope you all fight for survival and for humanity together. That's all. Qilin Union. November 25th. Qi Feng and Xiao Xian quickly read the text message, and both of them looked a little serious. This Chiang is really well hidden. Qi Feng took back his phone and sighed in a low voice. I have to say, he is a great figure, but it's a pity that he stood on the wrong side. President Qilin and Long will never let him go. Let's wait and see the show. Xiao Xian looked nervous. This is a full-scale declaration of war. Good thing. Qi Feng smiled and raised his glass. Let the big guys fight, and we have nothing to do. Come on, let's have a drink. We won't go home until we are drunk tonight. Xiao Xian thought about it, and felt that it made sense. He took back his phone, and picked up the glass. The two were about to toast, and the half bottle of beer next to them was suspended in the air, flying towards the two people's glasses, and clinking with them. Qi Feng and Xiao Xian were both shocked, their faces turned pale instantly. If they were not still outside, they would have shouted. The next second, Manshi appeared. He held a beer bottle in one hand, and a short blade in the other hand, pressing against Qi Feng's chin. The sharp blade had already cut the epidermis. Then, the Kin next to her also appeared. She put one hand on Man's shoulder, and opened the other hand toward Xiao Xian. A translucent circular air blade directly locked Xiao Xian's neck. At this moment, the night snack shop was bustling with people, but the dark alley next to it was already tense and ready to explode. The air solidified, and only the boiling hot pot was still bubbling. Old colleague, long time no see. Manshi smiled coldly. Manshi, you? What do you want to do? Qi Feng licked her lips, and tried to calm down. The nails of her left hand hidden under the table quietly changed into 5 poisonous needles of different colors. I advise you to keep your hands quiet. Manshi saw through Qi Feng's tricks. You are not me, and you can't get your broken arm back. Qi Feng felt a chill on his back, and took back his be-venom talent. Don't kill me. Xiao Xian was so scared that he almost cried. I have already written a letter of resignation. I will resign tonight. Please let me go. Uncle Xiao, don't be nervous. Kin said with a smile. We are thick fog. Xiao Xian shouted unexpectedly. Chapter 619. Xiao Xian suddenly shouted, and every pore on his skin expanded tenfold, and sprayed out thick yellow mist. Visually, Xiao Xian seemed to explode into a ball of yellow mist. Of course, it is also possible that he really turned into a ball of mist, and Manshi and Cantu had no way of knowing. The incident happened suddenly, and Manshi and Cantu lost their vision. They were worried that the yellow mist was poisonous, so they quickly held their breath, but they still inhaled a trace of mist, and only felt spicy and choking. Cantu quickly activated the invisibility, and Manshi reacted faster. He had already supported Cantu, jumped onto the wall in the alley, and climbed onto the roof. The two people in the invisible state stood on the edge of the roof. Looking down, the whole alley was filled with yellow mist, and it spread to the night snack shop next to it. The diners in the store fainted or fell into a short stagnation. Only a killer quickly transformed into a strong lizard man and rushed out of the store. Swift wind. Kid opened his hands towards his feet, and controlled the level 4 swift wind to blow away the yellow fog. The table and hot pot at the entrance of the alley had been knocked to the ground, and Qifeng and Xiao Xian disappeared. Manshi stuck his feet firmly to the wall and ran down from the tall building. He jumped silently and landed on the top of the killer's head, stabbing the black gold short blade into its crown. The killer didn't even scream. His body trembled as if he had been electrocuted and fell to the ground. Ken also jumped from the roof and landed safely with the help of the wind control. Brother Manshi, they ran away, Ken said. So this is how thick fog is used. Manshi knew Xiao Xian's talent, but after all, he was not in the same group and was not familiar with him. He had never seen him use his talent. Manshi raised his left hand. His little finger was cut off at some point, and blood was flowing. Fortunately, I kept a trick. Ah, how did you get hurt? Ken was worried. Manshi glared at Ken unhappily. Can't you see I did it on purpose? 10 minutes later, in the men's restroom of the bar. Ha, ha. Qifeng hid in the innermost compartment, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, with music blasting and crazy screams outside. After Xiao Xian released the yellow mist, Qifeng leaned back suddenly, lifted the table, and ran away. Without looking back, he ran at full speed at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, ran several streets in one breath, came to the crowded bar street, and under the cover of the crowd, he got into a bar, passed through the psychedelic lights, the dance floor of drunkenness, and hid in the men's restroom. You can't find me here, right? Qifeng gradually calmed down his breathing, reached out for the mobile phone in his trouser pocket, and planned to report to Elder Suzaku. He frowned and touched something sticky, still very cold. He immediately took it out, and saw that it was a bloody severed finger. Silence! Qifeng cursed. Why is there a finger in my trouser pocket? Ah! It's Man's gecko talent. He can locate me by sensing his severed finger. This old bastard. Qifeng threw away the severed finger and quickly stood up. Bang! The compartment door was kicked open, and there was no one outside. Swish! In an instant, a translucent air blade pressed against his throat. Not only that, his limbs were also blocked by the air blade, completely cutting off his idea of escaping. 2 seconds later, Manshi and Cantu appeared. Cantu put one hand on Man's shoulder and pinched his nose with the other hand, looking devastated. Brother Manshi, it stinks here. I can't stand it. Swoosh. 2 flying knives pierced into Qifeng's thighs, and blood gushed out. Ah! Qifeng's legs softened, and he sat back on the toilet lid, trying not to scream too loudly. You go out, leave this to me. Manshi smiled coldly. Okay. Ken couldn't wait and disappeared quickly. Manshi walked into the cubicle, closed the door, and put the short blade against Qifeng's chin, mobile phone. Qifeng's face was pale, and he was sweating all over. He endured the pain on his thigh, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Unlock. Manshi ordered. Qifeng didn't dare to complain, and immediately unlocked it with his fingerprint. Manshi stared at Qifeng with cold eyes. Open the union group. I want to see all the encrypted messages. Okay. Qifeng did as he was told, turned out the message, and handed the phone to Manshi, who didn't take it. He quickly read it, and didn't find any valuable information. Soon, he saw the announcement just released by the Qilin Union. Manshi sneered disdainfully. It's you, the Kirin Union, who are slandering and spreading rumors. Akabe felt cold in his heart. It's over, Manshi is angry, and he's dead. He had heard about this man's cold-blooded style before, and Akabe didn't even have the will to beg for mercy. He closed his eyes, and just hoped that the other party would give him a quick death. 2 seconds later, the cold blade on his neck was taken away. Akabe opened his eyes, and found that Manshi had retracted his weapon. He looked unbelievable. You won't kill me. Spare your life, Manshi said. Akabe wanted to ask why, but didn't dare to ask, fearing that he would change Man's mind if he spoke too much. Manshi stepped forward and quickly pulled out the 2 flying knives on Akabe's thigh. Akabe endured the pain and didn't dare to scream, fearing that it would cause trouble. Manshi took a flying knife and wiped the blood stains on Qifeng's clothes. His voice was cold and gloomy. The captain told me that no one from the Suzaku group should be killed. Qifeng was stunned. You are lucky. Manshi slowly left the toilet cubicle and closed the door. Qifeng did not dare to act rashly. After confirming that Manshi really left, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Qiang and Suzaku are really close friends. When I joined the Union, I was afraid of death and wanted to join the White Tiger group. Brother Chixie was lustful and insisted on pulling me into the Suzaku group. Now that the White Tiger is dead and the elder brother is dead, I have been saved by Suzaku several times. It's really ironic. Qifeng raised his mobile phone and dialed the number of Elder Suzaku. After a few seconds, the phone was connected. Hello. Elder Suzaku. Chieftain gritted his teeth. I was attacked, my thigh was injured, and I can't move. Where is it? I come right away. Chieftain said the address. Nani did it? Suzaku guessed. Yes, it was his people, Manchi, and Kan too. Chapter 620. 2 o'clock in the morning, Nanji District, Baichuan Group Underground Base. Why? Why do you treat me like this? Zhang Wei's excited voice came from the corridor leading to the special cell. He had black gold shackles on both his hands and feet. Because he did not cooperate, struggled desperately, and even rolled around, he was finally held by his arms and carried away by 2 teammates. Zhang Wei's feet were off the ground, kicking and kicking like a pig about to be slaughtered. The man on Zhang Wei's left was in his 40s, wearing an orange mountaineering suit, tall and strong, with coarse brown short hair, a slightly old-fashioned square face, a full forehead, bright eyes, and looked experienced but friendly. This man is Yi Feng, with Talent Hunter, serial number 148, Knowledge Department, Baichuan Group 3, and the team leader is Chen Ying. The man on Zhang Wei's right was in his 30s, tall and thin, with long gray-green hair parted in the middle, his gray eyes were unfocused, and there was always a strange, careless smile on his lips. This man was called Kowa, with a talent of shuttle, serial number 79, auxiliary system, and also belonged to Group 3 of Baichuan Group. Zhang Wei, stop making trouble, okay? Yi Feng looked helpless. We are also doing business impartially. What's the point of you venting your anger on us? That's right. Kowa was in a good mood, looking like he was watching the fun and not minding the big deal. Just treat it as a paid vacation, have fun. Fun your sister, so cool. Zhang Wei cursed. You are not the one who is locked up. You are talking without any pain, you are just a fool. Ha ha ha. Kowa was in a better mood. Uncle Feng, do you think I am a traitor? Zhang Wei shouted. I am so wronged. Xiao Zhang, Uncle will definitely believe you. With your intelligence and ability, how could you possibly be? Seeing Zhang Wei's face getting worse, Yi Feng hurriedly stopped. Ahem, but this is a decision made by the leaders after the meeting. For everyone's safety, you have to bear with it before the dust is uncovered. I don't. I want to protest. I want to appeal. I demand a fair, open and equitable vote. Zhang Wei continued to struggle, but to no avail. Soon, the 3 of them came to the special cell, and Zhang Wei was thrown in by 2 teammates. Bang! The cell door was shut heavily. Let me out. I'm not a traitor. Zhang Wei slapped the iron door hard, and then started kicking with his feet, and the shackles on his body jingled. I don't know how long it took. Zhang Wei was tired of tossing and shouting, and his voice was hoarse, so he sat down against the iron door. He was dejected, and a tear of humiliation flowed from the corner of his eyes. Zhang Wei. A voice came from outside the door. Zhang Wei was happy. It was the team leader Chen Ying. Sister Ying. Zhang Wei turned around and pressed his face against the door. Sister Ying, I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Quick, let me out. Tell Madame Li that I'm not a traitor. I really am not. Zhang Wei, calm down first. Chen Ying outside the door said with guilt. I never doubted you. But you also received the text message from the Qilin Union. Zhang Wei was startled. Of course he received it. Chen Ying sighed. Qiang is a member of the Songmu cult, and the captain of the tail team, with a hidden luck talent, and you have a confidence talent. This talent is too special, we have to pay attention to it. Special ass. Zhang Wei got even more angry when he mentioned this. The most useless talent. It's useless. Whoever wants it can give it to whoever wants it. I wish I could trade one with you. Zhang Wei, don't worry. Chen Ying promised. It won't take too long. Once we find Chen Hui, your suspicion will be lifted. What if we can't find Chen Hui? Will I be locked up forever? Chen Hui has been lurking for 10 years, and hasn't been found yet. Can we find it now? Zhang Wei was emotional, and a little out of control. The fog world has only been around for more than a year. I am waiting to die in this broken house. Why? Why do you treat me like this? Zhang Wei, we have locked in the suspect. The situation is different now. Songmu cult is also ready to move. We will soon find the traitor. Zhang Wei wanted to refute, but he knew that it was useless to say anything. This was not something Chen Ying could decide. He suddenly lost his temper. Oh, forget it, there's nothing to say. I can only blame myself. If I wasn't a weakling, I wouldn't be ordered around like a dog, with no dignity. Zhang Wei, don't do this. Am I wrong? Zhang Wei shouted to the outside. Sister Ying. Our 3 groups are all trash. Everyone can bully us and put all the blame on us. Have you forgotten how Chung Xion's group looked down on us before? Did Mrs. Li do justice? She just turned a blind eye. Oh, what are you so arrogant about? I'm a dog, and Baichuan Group is also a dog. For so many years, we have been bullied by other organizations. Whatever the Qilin Union says is true. He slandered Qiang as a bad guy and a tail team. So I have to be locked up as well? Qiang is the heir of God. His parents died to save us, and his grandmother died. He almost died himself. He killed Zhu Yuan and the leader of the Dark Ones. He also found several runes, all of which were obtained with his life. He did so much for everyone, but because he secretly kept a rune, which was a relic left to him by his father. Just for this, Qilin wanted to kill him and slandered him for colluding with his Songmu cult. It's bullshit. In my opinion, Qilin is the greatest of mankind. Shut up. Qining shouted outside the door, his face pale. Zhang Wei was stunned and immediately shut up, knowing that he was a little too radical. In fact, Zhang Wei didn't think Qilin was a bad person. Over the years, although the Qilin Union was overbearing, it did do a lot of practical things for the awakened people. The prestige of the Qilin Union was not established by fists alone. However, Zhang Wei just couldn't swallow this breath. If the gods fight, they fight. Why should the little demon suffer with him? Zhang Wei. Qining took a deep breath. I promise, I will clear your name as soon as possible, just give me some time. After letting out a lot of anger, Zhang Wei calmed down, feeling guilty. Sister Ying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you, shouldn't have said those words. Don't think too much, have a good rest, I come to see you later. Yeah. The footsteps of Qining became farther and farther away, and soon disappeared. Zhang Wei squatted behind the cold door, hugged his knees with his hands, buried his face in his knees, trembled slightly, and clenched his fists. Qining left the cell area and walked through the office hall. Xiao Tian, wearing a well-behaved children's dress, stood at the elevator door waiting for her. After Xiao Tian lost his parents, he lived with Qining. Qining was like his sister and half a mother. When there were no outsiders around, Xiao Tian called her sister. Sister, let's go home. Xiao Tian said. Okay, let's go home. Qining forced a smile, took Xiao Tian's hand, and walked into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed. Qining hesitated and said, Xiao Tian, there is something I want to ask you. Well, what is it? Xiao Tian agreed straightforwardly. You must keep this a secret. Qining said. Okay. Chapter 621. 1 o'clock in the morning, Millennium Building 6F, Snake Gate, single dormitory. That June was listless and went to bed early, but he couldn't fall asleep. He was upset, turned over and sat up, took out his mobile phone, and played a small game to kill time. After playing for a while, he became more bored. He quit the game and couldn't help but look through the communication records to see if there were any strange calls and text messages he missed. There were none. He didn't give up, so he opened his social software and checked his private messages. Except for a few system messages and advertising push, there were no messages. That June threw his phone away, turned over, and buried his head in the pillow. Brother Yang, you are working alone. Why didn't you call me? You told me that eggs should not be put in one basket, and I believed you. But why did you forget about my egg now? Wang Zikai couldn't be contacted either, probably because he left with you. You are even willing to call an animal, but you are unwilling to take me with you? Have you never considered me as your own? Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, and Fat June was startled and sat up suddenly. Who had come to see him so late? Could it be Brother Yang? It is very likely. Brother Yang is very capable. Maybe he really sneaked in by teleportation. Fat June immediately got out of bed and ran to open the door. The smile on his face froze, and the next second, it was a more surprised smile. Sister Rabbit, why? Are you here? White Rabbit was wearing a cute Pippichu one-piece pajamas. Her face was not good, her hair was a little messy, and she looked irritable after insomnia. Juanma, I can't sleep. White Rabbit was very direct. Can I stay here for a while? Yes, yes, of course. Juanma turned around quickly. You wait, I clean it up first, it's a bit messy here. No, you're not a stranger. Bai Tu walked in directly. Pang Jun tidied up a bit, and quickly turned the swivel chair in front of the computer desk. Sister Tu, sit down. Bai Tu sat down, put her legs together, put her hands on her legs, looked around, and smiled. It's not very messy, much cleaner than Uncle Hu's room, and there's no strange smell. Hee. Pang Jun was a little embarrassed, and wiped his sweaty hands on his pajamas. What do you want to drink? What do you drink when you can't sleep? Baitu asked back. I drink Coke. Pang Jun answered honestly. I feel dizzy when the sugar comes up, and I can sleep, but it's not good for my body, but I have treatment, it doesn't matter. Treatment can only heal injuries, not diseases. Baitu exposed his self-consolation. Hee. Pang Jun touched his head, and smiled foolishly. Then give me a bottle of Coke. Baitu said. Okay, do you want iced or room temperature? Fat Jun asked. Room temperature. White Rabbit's voice was a little softer. Fat Jun took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, and a carton, handed one to White Rabbit, and sat down on the bed. The two of them were 1 meter apart, drinking Coke quietly. After more than a minute of silence, White Rabbit held the Coke bottle with both hands, placed it on his thighs, lowered his head, and said in a depressed voice, Juan, tell me, am I particularly useless? How could it be? Sister Rabbit, if you are useless, then I am even more useless. Fat Jun said. I am the HR of the 12 zodiac signs. This summer, I recruited Black Horse, Yellow Ox, Green Snake and you. White Rabbit smiled bitterly. In the end, Black Horse changed jobs, Yellow Ox betrayed all mankind for his wife, the Beast, and finally died. Now Green Snake has also run away, and set up his own business with Black Horse. Only you are left. White Rabbit looked up and stared at Fat Jun, eyes red and wet. Jun, you don't want to leave too? Fat Jun was startled, and smiled guiltily. Sister Rabbit, what are you talking about? I'm not leaving. Don't worry, I'm absolutely loyal to the organization. Jun. White Rabbit's smile became even more miserable. Don't lie, you went through life and death with them. You must have a deep affection. No. Fat Jun waved his hands hurriedly. No, really not. I followed them because I had no choice. If I had a choice, I would of course choose the organization. The organization is strong, treats me well, trains me, protects me, and treats me like a family member. Fat Jun didn't lie. To be fair, since he officially joined the company, the 12 zodiac signs, especially White Rabbit, have been really good to him. Although they said they disliked him, they took good care of him in action. Baitu's voice was softer, and she was completely different from her usual Baitu. Pang Jun, I grew up in the organization. The organization is my home. There are only two kinds of people in my world, family and outsiders. Once you enter the organization, you are family. Everyone else is an outsider. My kindness is only for my family. Pang Jun nodded. I know. So, Baitu forced a smile. If you really want to go with the dark horse, I respect your choice. But you can't lie to me. If my family lied to me, I would be very sad. Pang Jun was stunned, and his heart was pinched. Looking at the pitiful girl in front of him, he was so excited that he couldn't care less. Sister Rabbit, to be honest, I have been feeling very upset these days. Why? Baitu looked up, puzzled. Back then, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Huang Qi and I went through life and death together. We had a life and death relationship. I always thought they treated me as one of their own, but now Gao Yang has set up his own business and has never even thought of calling me. It seems that they just treat me as a dispensable tool. Baitu didn't say anything. In the past, Gao Yang told me that we should judge by deeds rather than by intentions. I have always kept this in mind. Pang Jun looked up and looked at Baitu with burning eyes. Sister Tu, I remember all the kindness you and the organization have shown me during this period. I now know how Gao Yang treats me. As long as the 12 zodiac signs don't despise me, I will be your family from now on, and I will give my life to the organization. Don't say it. Baitu turned her head and quickly wiped the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand. Jun, I believe you. Yeah. Pang Jun made up his mind. For a moment, he felt relaxed, as if all the acupuncture points in his body were opened. Baitu put down the Coke, took a step forward, leaned over, and her hair hit Pang Jun's face. She slowly lowered her head, as if she was going to kiss Pang Jun's forehead. Pang Jun froze immediately, his heartbeat quickened, and he even forgot to breathe. Of course, Baitu didn't kiss him. Her face was almost close to Pang Jun's face, and her nose was entangled. She held a white button in her hand, and gently pinned it on Pang Jun's collar. This button for help is new. Everyone in the organization wears it. Crush it if you are in danger. I know. Pang Jun's mind went blank. Baitu put the button on Pang Jun, stepped back, and smiled sweetly. Thank you for the Coke, good night. Good night. A few seconds later, Baitu left the room and gently closed the door. Pang Jun was still sitting on the bed, eyes wide open, motionless, as if he had lost his soul. Chapter 622. Baitu walked out of Juanma's dormitory, but did not return to her own dormitory. Instead, she left the snake gate and turned right. Baitu was very cautious along the way to ensure that no members followed her. Soon, she came to Long Min, quickly entered the fingerprint lock, and the metal door mixed with black gold slowly opened, and Baitu quickly entered. The room was dim, with high-tech metal walls on all sides. The smooth and huge black hibernation cabin stood at the end. The bottom of the cabin was connected to a special line, and the green light of energy state flowed from time to time in the line. How is it? In the shadow of the left corner of the coffin, there was a small red dot that quickly brightened. It was Do-Hu smoking. Done. Baitu said in a cold tone. Juanma was still a little shaken, but his mind should be stable later. Haha, Rabbit is really powerful. The beauty trap came as soon as it was said, and it held people tightly. Do-Hu deliberately flattered. Baitu did not respond, and her face was still downcast. What, are you still angry? Do-Hu asked. No, how dare I? White Rabbit sneered. Rabbit, there are no outsiders here. It's 100% soundproof. Just say whatever you want to say. Do-Hu reminded. Then I said it. Say it. Do-Hu grinned. White Rabbit took a deep breath. Do-Hu, you silence. Silence. Silence, even I was deceived. Silence, Tengu silence knows it, but I silence. Silence deceived others. Do-Hu, I silence. Silence your silence, big silence. Do-Hu was prepared, covering his ears with both hands, and watching White Rabbit's sweet words with a smile. White Rabbit blushed, his chest rose and fell, closed his eyes, and took a long breath. Okay, I'm done. Rabbit, you swore in front of the dragon. Are you giving up your ladle-like image? Do-Hu laughed. I'm really angry. Baitu was very excited and glanced at the hibernation warehouse. Captain, how come you didn't even tell me that Gao Yang went to the Qilin Union as an undercover agent? I feel like a fool now. Every time I see Gao Yang, I have to play tricks on him. He probably hates me to death. That's the effect I want. Do-Hu smiled. With your true colors, the Qilin Union won't be suspicious. Besides, Xiao Yangyang is not such a stingy person. But I still don't understand. Baitu asked, why did Gao Yang set up his own company and go back to the organization directly? Anyway, we have the same goal. Baitu was a little worried. He is fighting alone now. How can he be Qilin's opponent? Oh, why? Do-Hu walked out of the shadows and shook his head helplessly. Why do you say? Baitu was stunned and thought for a while. Could it be? Gao Yang is afraid of implicating us. There is definitely this reason, but it's not all. Do-Hu squinted his eyes and took a puff of cigarette. Rabbit, don't look at Gao Yang as only 18 years old. He has experienced too many things and has been dealing with the 3 major organizations and the Ghost Group. His mind is as meticulous as a needle. You can't look at this from your own perspective and standpoint. You have to stand from his perspective and think from the overall perspective. Rabbit. Do-Hu tapped his temple with his index finger. Think more. Baitu concentrated and thought seriously. After half a minute, Baitu thought of some things, but still didn't understand. Forget it. Do-Hu didn't have much patience. I analyze it for you. Do-Hu looked at the hibernation cabin and told Long. That night, Gao Yang went down to the abyss and didn't find the guardian rune. Then he said he wanted to talk to Qilin privately. As a result, the relationship broke down. Qilin directly issued an internal wanted notice for Chiang, accusing him of treason. Too exaggerated, Baitu said. Yes, 2 hours ago, Qilin issued a serious announcement to all, saying that Gao Yang secretly hid the guardian rune and concealed his lucky talent. He is also the real captain of the Tail Team, a high-level member of the Sangmu cult, and an enemy of mankind. Anyway, there are a lot of charges. Except for the secret possession of the guardian rune, I don't believe any other charges. Baitu said. Well, now it seems that the guardian rune was on Gao Yang from the beginning. After the fight against Yu Yuan, the rune was picked up by Gao Yang. No, Qingling is Gao Yang's man, and secretly gave the rune to Gao Yang. But Gao Yang did not hand it over to Qilin or to us. He did not tell anyone and continued to act, delaying time to buy time for him to establish his own business. Reasonable. Baitu agreed with this speculation. Do-Hu smiled experiencedly. In addition, it is probably true that Xiao Yangyang has the talent of luck. Really? Baitu was surprised. First of all, don't you think Gao Yang is too lucky? Uncle Do-Hu. White Rabbit immediately reacted. You mean, luck is a passive ability? Well, Long mentioned it to me before. He said that Gao Yang's luck is also part of his strength. I just came to my senses now. The luck Long mentioned is not a noun, but a talent. White Rabbit's eyes flickered. The captain's talent is domination, the strongest miracle system. If Gao Yang has luck, he can indeed sense it. The captain can kill the beast alone, and the domination must have broken through to level 4, but he has never touched the rune. Could it be that Gao Yang helped him get the energy seed? Baitu didn't say anything more and covered his mouth subconsciously. Oh my god, the captain is playing a big game. Haha. Dohu naturally figured this out. He glanced at the hibernation cabin. Now it seems that Qilin has also figured this out, so he directly used the lucky talent to make a fuss, and labeled Gao Yang the captain of the tail team, and the high-ranking official of the Sangmu cult, and even the enemy of all mankind. The dragon in the hibernation cabin could hear it, but couldn't answer. Dohu looked at Baitu. Back to the previous topic, let's guess what Gao Yang talked about with Qilin at night, which led to the complete break between the two. Maybe 1. Qiang wants to resign. Dohu said, Qilin thinks he is a threat and can't be kept, so he took action on the spot. Not that serious, right? Baitu shook his head. I don't think Qilin is crazy enough. Yes, then the second possibility. Dohu took out another cigarette and held it in his mouth. Qilin found out that Gao Yang secretly hid the guardian rune, and was very angry, and then turned against him. Baitu still shook his head. This matter is more serious, but I feel that Qilin has no reason to be so ruthless. Why? Dohu asked deliberately. Because everyone's goal is to open the door of the end. Once the runes are gathered, they will go to open the door together. Even if the runes are not in Qilin's hands, what does it matter? Aren't the other runes also scattered in the hands of other organizations? Doesn't Qilin have any objections? Baitu said. That's right, so the conflict between Gao Yang and Qilin is bound to be not that simple. Unless... Dohu smiled. Unless what? Baitu became curious. Unless Gao Yang finds out Qilin's bottom line and discovers his ultimate ambition, and Gao Yang firmly opposes it, Qilin can only take action and kill him without hesitation. Because an heir of God who firmly opposes him will be a huge hidden danger. Dohu was afraid that he didn't make it clear, so he made an analogy. Everyone has his own bottom line. Take Long for example. He doesn't care about other things. But if anyone dares to stop Long from opening the door to the end, Long can turn the ancestral grave into a cesspool. Baitu was a little excited. The captain is not so tasteless. It's just a metaphor. Baitu nodded. I understand what you mean. Chapter 623. Okay, let's continue. Dohu shook open the kerosene lighter and lit a cigarette, and the flash of fire illuminated a bearded face. Why didn't Gao Yang tell Qilin immediately that he had the guardian rune? Because Gao Yang wanted to negotiate with Qilin, but Gao Yang was very afraid that the negotiations would fail, and he would have no way out. So Gao Yang first delayed time and prepared to set up his own business. Once the negotiations failed, he would run away immediately. In the end, the two of them really broke down. Baitu nodded thoughtfully. What can be negotiated? Dohu held a cigarette in his mouth and raised a finger. I think there is only one thing, that is, Qilin wanted Gao Yang's guardian rune, Gao Yang refused to give it to him, and the two of them showed their cards and found that they were completely irreconcilable, and then they broke down. It still doesn't make sense. Baitu frowned. Qilin doesn't just need Gao Yang's guardian rune. Rabbit, keep thinking. Dohu suggested the key words, bottom line. Rabbit pondered for a moment and suddenly realized. Only Qilin knows where the gate of the end is, and he has never told anyone. This matter flashed through Baitu's mind, and he figured it all out at once. Baitu's eyes lit up. Qilin's bottom line is, he must collect all 12 runes and open the door himself, but Gao Yang's bottom line is that he must not let Qilin open the door. So Gao Yang refused to hand over the guardian rune, and the two of them broke down. Haha, that's right. Dohu nodded with satisfaction. Wait. Baitu thought of something else. Can Qilin be sure that we in Baichuan group will lend him the rune to open the door? He can't be sure. Dohu said, so he has been preparing for a rainy day. The White Rabbit was shocked and took a breath of cold air. Yes, the Baichuan group is useless and can't do anything to Qilin. Qilin wants to borrow their money. Runes are just a matter of words. But we have a captain in the 12 zodiacs, and Qilin dare not mess around. Dohu nodded. Qilin has been unwilling to lend Dragon the miracle rune because he is afraid that Dragon's talent will be upgraded. Also, the last time Qilin deliberately did not rescue Gao Yang, it was also to force Dragon to take action and weaken Dragon. Qilin has already considered the possibility of going to war with the 12 zodiacs. I even think that on the night of the Scarlet Tide, he and Dragon both had the strength to fight Lilia alone, But Qilin deliberately reserved his strength and just held Lilia back for Dragon to deal with, just to explore Dragon's true strength and prepare for the civil war that may occur later. What a pity, no one expected that X, this traitor, hid so deeply, and almost killed all of us with poison of hell. This Qilin is so insidious and cunning. Baitu was originally against this gentle and hypocritical man. I didn't like him, but now I hate him even more. If Qilin hadn't preserved his strength, X's conspiracy might not have succeeded, and so many Awakeners wouldn't have died. From the results, he really has to take the blame. Dohu thought of something else. The last time I went to an country with Gao Yang, he told me privately that Long told him something when he went to the island country to rescue him, and he also promised that he was on the same boat with us. Now it seems that Long should have made his position clear, that is, Qilin must not be allowed to be the door opener. Gao Yang is a man who values friendship. Long saved Gao Yang, and he owed Long a favor and must repay it. So when the 12 runes were collected, Gao Yang took the hibernating Long and took this step to test Qilin's bottom line. As a result, everything was as Long expected. Qilin did not give in on the matter of being the door opener. Gao Yang broke up with Qilin and took people away. Qilin didn't care about the old friendship and directly killed him. The captain will definitely not give the rune to Qilin. Baitu was a little excited. We, the 12 Zodiacs, will have a battle with the Qilin guild. Yes. Then Gao Yang should come back to us. We must join forces to deal with Qilin, otherwise we will be defeated one by one. Rabbit. Dohu smiled helplessly. You are smart in small matters, but confused in big matters. Baitu was stunned, and instantly figured it out. She felt guilty for a while, and felt a little distressed. It turns out that Gao Yang took on the dirtiest and most tiring work. Dohu retreated into the darkness and continued to smoke, with a little red dot bright and dark. If the 12 Zodiacs go to war with the Qilin guild now, there is no chance of winning. But Qilin is not sure whether the dragon is hibernating, so he will deal with Gao Yang first, and then consider dealing with us. Gao Yang's failure to return to the 12 Zodiacs is also a smoke bomb, which conveys a message to Qilin. The ideas of the 12 Zodiacs and Gao Yang may also be different. So Long may not oppose Qilin opening the door. Qilin does not need to deal with us immediately. But if Gao Yang returns to the 12 Zodiacs, it will completely show that he and Long are on the same side, and we will be directly torn apart with Qilin Union. At that time, whether Long is hibernating or not, Qilin will have no choice but to bring people to kill, so we can only congratulate Qilin that he made the right bet. Dohu reached out and patted the hibernation cabin. Long is indeed still hibernating. Qilin can easily take away 5 runes, and then go to Baichuan group to borrow 3 runes, and become the door opener himself. As for whether Qilin is really devoted to humanity, or for his own ambitions, only God knows. Anyway, I am not optimistic about human nature. Baitu felt uncomfortable. We just stand by and watch. Yes, we wait and see, which is in line with our organization's style of action. If Xiao Yanong needs it, he will find a way to contact us secretly. If he doesn't contact us, it just means that the time is not right. Baitu was still worried. Then, what if Gao Yang is killed by Qilin? Then kill him. Dohu shrugged. Guema also died in the beginning. Guema can die, Electric Mouse can die, so many predecessors can die, Black Horse, and us, why can't we die? The key is to die worthily. Baitu was speechless. Dohu smiled bitterly. The 12 runes have all come out. The sword of Damocles of the civil war hangs over everyone's head. Gao Yang is the hair that holds the hilt of the sword. When it breaks, the sword will fall. Baitu said in a dry voice. When the sword falls, if the captain is not awake, we will all die. Yes. Dohu raised his head, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. I may be able to kill Qinglong, but I can't kill Qilin. Baitu looked at the hibernation cabin in the dark. In the past, she looked forward to the captain waking up every day, but it was just because of simple longing and love. But at this moment, she felt unprecedented need and dependence on him. Captain, when will you wake up? Baitu asked gently. Don't rush the dragon. Dohu walked out of the darkness. He told me that this would be the last hibernation, and he would wake up naturally when it was time. Before that, no matter what happened, even if Qilin came to his doorstep, he would not wake up. Why? Baitu was puzzled. Wouldn't that mean he could be slaughtered? This damn gambler wants to bet the biggest bet. Dohu looked at the hibernation cabin with trust. His journey is to the stars and the sea, and Qilin is not worthy of being his nemesis. Chapter 624. You're right. Qilin doesn't deserve it. Baitu was extremely proud. She was happier when someone praised Long than when she praised herself. If she were to ask what she liked about Long, she could name many advantages: his divine face, strength, gentleness, high IQ and EQ, temperament, good taste, and soft voice. However, if she were to ask why she loved him, Baitu had only one reason: his soul had the ultimate romance of an idealist, pure and dazzling. Some people are born to shine, while others are destined to fly into the flames. Baitu could be the moth that flew towards Long, and could witness his ideals and glory, and she was proud of it. She looked at the hibernation cabin with a firm gaze and high morale. "Captain, you can sleep without worry. The 12 zodiac signs will protect you to the death." It's good to have a little fangirl. Dohu pretended to smack his lips with envy. "Okay, it's too corny to say anything more. It's time to get to work." "Yeah." Baitu also smiled a little embarrassedly. Dohu took out the shriveled cigarette box and found that there was no cigarette left. He frowned. "Although it's too early to say now, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. You can consider it." "Leave it to me," Baitu said. "You can do this alone, no rush. Concealment is the first priority," Dohu reminded. Baitu made an okay gesture. The two left Long men and just returned to the hall. They saw Tiango, who was dressed in salty clothes, coming towards them. He put one hand in his pocket and waved his right hand lightly. "Yo." "Tiango, why are you here at this time?" Baitu asked. Tiango scratched his head. "I'm looking for Uncle Hu." He thought for a while and added, "It's urgent." "You don't look anxious at all." Dohu smiled and gave Baitu a look. The white rabbit understood and turned away. Tiango walked to Dohu, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few words. Dohu narrowed his eyes, smiled. "Okay, go ahead." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on the roof of the Express Hotel on Xiangyang Road, Daxu District, a tall, thin and straight young man stood on the edge of the rooftop. He wore a jacket, jeans, a black woolen hat that covered his entire head, a pair of sunglasses, and a beard. He was Johan in disguise. He was chewing a chocolate bar while holding a telescope and observing the Shengruxia flower shop across the street. Through the telescope, Johan, who was looking down from a high place, accurately peeked into the small window on the second floor of the flower shop. In the attic inside the window, Tiango was sitting on a lazy sofa, wearing white headphones, listening to music with his eyes closed, and seemed to be asleep. Tengu would come to the singer's shop to sit for a while, when he had nothing to do, listen to music, drink some drinks, and bask in the sun. Johan had already learned this information from the Captain Gao Yang. A minute later, Johan finished the chocolate bar in his hand, and his mission was completed. He stuffed the plastic packaging bag of the chocolate bar and the telescope into the pocket of his jacket, and took out an old-fashioned mobile phone from his jeans pocket and dialed an unfamiliar number. The other side immediately answered, and it was a processed mechanical voice. "How is it?" "It's done. It's going smoothly," Johan said. "Okay, we leave tonight," the other party replied. "Okay." Johan hung up the phone, disassembled the phone neatly, took out the chip, crushed it into pieces, stuffed it back into his pocket, and turned and left. Late at night on November 27th, District D of the island country, Shui Street. There are many cheap B&Bs, youth hostels, and 24-hour libraries with capsule hotels in the Shui area, which are popular with backpackers and gather a large number of young tourists from different countries. A young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, three-dimensional facial features and obvious Western appearance walked out of the warm and bright convenience store, carrying 3 discounted lunch boxes and 3 bottles of mineral water in his hands. He walked slowly through the narrow streets under the night, and soon came to a secluded alley. He turned in, went deep into the end, stepped on the external iron stairs, climbed up an old 3-story B&B, and stood outside the door and knocked. He knocked 3 times quickly, paused for 1 second, knocked 3 times quickly again, paused for 1 second, and knocked 3 times quickly again, a total of 9 times. A few seconds later, the door opened, and a man and a woman stood in the house. The girl had blonde hair and blue eyes, and delicate and 3-dimensional facial features. She was a Western girl at first glance. The other man was tall and thin, with brown curly hair, olive skin, light green pupils, and was serious and unsmiling. The 3 exchanged glances, which was considered a greeting. The blonde man entered the house with food and water, and closed the door. Inside was a small and simple 1-bedroom rental house. Tram tracks could be seen outside the window. There was a tatami and a rectangular low table under the window. The blonde man sat cross-legged at the table and took out 3 discounted bento boxes, which were beef rice bowl, fried pork chop rice bowl, and chicken and egg rice bowl. He glanced at the blonde girl and the brown-haired young man and signaled them to choose first. The blonde girl sat down opposite, glanced at it, and chose the beef rice bowl. The brown-haired young man bent down and took the chicken and egg rice bowl, and the blonde man was left with the fried pork chop rice bowl. Two people sat, and one stood, breaking the disposable chopsticks and quietly eating the bento. The atmosphere was dull. The blonde girl had no appetite and ate carelessly. She chewed a mouthful of rice for a long time before swallowing it. She ate a few bites, finally threw down her chopsticks, and looked up at the blonde man across the table. All right, brother, I give up, okay? The blonde man across the table also put down his chopsticks and smiled. It was Gao Yang's voice. Gao Xinxin, how long have you been unable to hold back your words? With your patience, do you still want me to take you with you? Gao Xinxin, who had disguised himself, glanced at his watch and sighed. Only 3 hours had passed. It's too hard to bear. Gao Xinxin, listen to the captain and hide well. It's too dangerous to follow us. The brown curly-haired young man on the side spoke. It was Jiu Han's stern and sexy voice. Gao Yang looked at Jiu Han, who had changed his appearance. When will he arrive? 3 o'clock in the morning. Jiu Han did not stop eating. Nana's disguise can last for 30 hours, and can last until tomorrow noon. Gao Yang nodded. With a plan in mind, he did not speak, and continued to eat. This Nana is really amazing. Just rubbed my face a few times, rubbed my hair, and she became a different person. Gao Xinxin looked at the blonde Gao Yang with disdain. Compared to him, your talent is really useless. I am useless? Gao Yang was not convinced, and looked at Jiu Han. Jiu Han, tell her about the glorious deeds of the 7 shadow elders. Don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping. Jiu Han was not in the mood to join the quarrel between the two siblings. The story has to start from November 22nd. In the early morning of that day, when the GOC organization was established on Apple Island, Nana shouted out a passionate declaration of second-year middle school students. When the 8 characters born in the dark, chasing the dawn came out of her mouth, Nana felt a surge of inspiration from the sky, injected into the sky, and the world suddenly spun, almost making her faint. Can held her, are you? Okay? No. Nana's chest rose and fell violently, pretending to be arrogant, and twisted her mouth. Hee, my king felt a brand new power of chaos gods and demons. My king's evil king's scarlet eyes were completely unsealed. Translated into human language, it means, Nana's 1,000 faces and big and small were upgraded to level 7 at the same time. At that moment, all the team members were happy for her. This is an excellent start for the newly established 9 Heirs organization. Chapter 625. As of now, there are very few Awakeners whose talents have been upgraded to level 7. Now that the 12 runes have been found, theoretically, level 6 to 7 is more difficult than level 3 to 4. That day, Gao Yang talked with Nana for 3 hours. Of course, he used Nana's usual second-year way to understand the specific situation of Nana's upgrade. After that, Gao Yang combined his own experience with the information he had previously mastered, and thought carefully for a night, and finally deduced the 5 stages of talent upgrade. One level 3, Gao Yang called it the training stage. As the name suggests, practice makes perfect, use it more times, fight more times, and you can upgrade quickly. 3 level 4, Gao Yang called it the rune stage. This is also easy to understand. Talents need to contact the corresponding rune circuit to upgrade. The time required for each person is different. If it is fast, it only takes 1 second, and if it is slow, it takes several days or even half a month. For level 6, Gao Yang called it the emotional stage. Many Awakeners have experienced this. When a certain emotion reaches its extreme, it can be upgraded, such as extreme excitement, sadness, anger, fear, despair, etc. Level 6 and 7, Gao Yang named it the belief stage. At this stage, the Awakener must find a strong belief, or ideal, ambition, life goal, and firmly believe in it before he can upgrade. Gao Yang has currently come into contact with the following level 7 talents: Kirin's All Things, X's Plague Knight, and Lilia's Elemental Spirit. The common point of these 3 people is that they all found their own path, and they carried it through to the end without hesitation. Nana is the same. After that second-year speech, she also found her own path, which is to be born in the dark and chase the dawn with a group of companions who truly accept and understand her. In addition, Nana's situation also proved another thing. The belief stage is universal. No matter how many types of talents there are, as long as these talents break through level 4, once any talent is upgraded to level 7, the other talents will directly reach level 7. Of course, this does not include the talents of sequence 100 and 187, which seem to only reach level 4. The last is level 7 and 8, which Gao Yang calls the fusion stage. Level 7 talents get the corresponding rune circuit and fuse into the strongest form. This has been confirmed by X's Hell Poison and Lilia's Elemental Angel. Gao Yang named his speculation talent Stage 5, and everyone agreed after listening. Cantu flattered him. Captain, write a paper. This is definitely a super blockbuster in the academic world of Awakeners. Nana's level 7,000 Faces has undergone a qualitative change. In addition to greatly enhancing its own abilities, it also has the ability to help others disguise themselves. During those days, Nana grabbed the can and touched Hong Xiaoxiao, just like Niwa made clay figures, and they were all squeezed by men, women young and old, tall, short, fat and thin. The two girls were almost doubting their lives. So far, Nana has obtained relatively reliable data. Level 7,000 Faces can help others to shape their faces for about 2 days, but can only help others to shape their bodies for about half a day. Moreover, body shaping is very troublesome. Nana must use both hands to carefully touch the other person's body. For places with greater changes, it is necessary to transform muscles, shrink bones, and move internal organs to achieve the best effect. This is not only painful for the person being shaped, but also weakens his mobility and combat effectiveness. In addition, the changes in height and weight cannot be too outrageous. For example, it is impossible for a 1.9 meter tall person to become 1.5 meters tall, and it is also a fantasy for a 200 gene person to lose weight to 80 gene. It is okay for Nana to help the same-sex body shape, but it is also inconvenient to help the opposite-sex body shape. Therefore, on this short trip of Gao Yang, Gao Xinxin and Johan, Nana only changed the face and hair color of the 3 people. The 3 people took the fake passports obtained by Manshi and went to the island country overnight for 2 purposes. First, to settle Gao Xinxin. Second, to meet with people and make a deal. Gao Yang was very cautious and never forgot the backpacker's image of a poor traveler. He stayed in the cheapest homestay and ate the most affordable discounted lunch box to ensure that no flaws were revealed. At night, the 3 people had dinner and washed up. In the early morning, Gao Xinxin was tired and went back to her room to sleep. These days, although Gao Xinxin was pretending to be strong, she was still very scared inside and didn't dare to sleep alone. Gao Yang was guarding her by the bed. Gao Xinxin put on earplugs and an eye mask, and held Gao Yang's hand with one hand. At first, she was still talking softly, but gradually fell asleep. Clang, clang, clang. Every once in a while, the sound of a tram passing by would be heard outside the window, and the whole house would tremble slightly. Gao Xinxin was not woken up. On the contrary, she felt that the sound made her feel at ease, and she slept more deeply. Seeing that it was almost time, Gao Yang slowly let go of his sister's hand, got up and pulled the quilt over her, helped her brush her bangs aside, and made sure that the black gold button with the time reset mark was firmly pinned on her collar. Then he turned off the wall lamp, walked out of the room gently, and closed the door. In the living room, Johan sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. Gao Yang glanced at his phone, and saw that there was still time. He did not disturb Johan, but sat down on the tatame, leaning against the wall, thinking about things alone. Ding, 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 ding. The old-fashioned phone on the coffee table rang, and Johan immediately opened his eyes, and picked up the phone. It was 4 text messages from an unfamiliar number, a list of awakened people. Johan smiled faintly. Man, she is really good at investigation. The latest member information of Qilin Union and Baichuan Group has come out. Very good. Gao Yang was relieved that Man Shi was doing things, not to mention that there was a Can-Can to help. Johan spent a few minutes reading it carefully, and threw the phone away. Gao Yang raised his hand to catch it, and read from the first text message. Qilin Union, a total of 23 people. President, Qilin. Elders, Qinglong, Shukai, Yinliang, new elders, members of Qinglong Group, Liu Shuang, Guardian, Huagui, Elite, Heiyu, Elite, Sinhe, Elite, Gushi, Elite, Zaya Kinkai, Member, Hedong, Member. Members of Zhukai Group, Isher, Guardian, Yasha, Elite, Da Wangfeng, Elite, Wan Wei, Elite, Chifeng, Member, Xiaoxin, Member. Members of Yinliang Group, Lingshou, New Guardian, Luanjian, Elite, Bianjian, Elite, Sumei, Elite, Daoj, Elite, Waiziaoyuo, Member. Gao Yang focused slightly. Most of the faces on the list were familiar. Yin Yang and Lingshou were new faces, even newer than Hong Xiaoxiao. They had no merits or qualifications, but they could become elders and guards right away. Qilin also transferred people from Qinglong Group and Zhu Ke Group to lead them. It seems that both of them are not simple and must be especially guarded. Gao Yang turned to the second text message, which was the basic information of Qilin Union members. Gao Yang read slowly, and found that there were no messages about Yin Liang and Ling Chou, and it seemed that man, she had not found out either. Gao Yang did not hesitate, and turned directly to the third message. Chapter 626. Baichuan Group, 48 people. Group Leader, Mr. Li. Team Leaders, Chen Ying, Wu Sei, Huang Lian, Liao Liao. New Team Leader replacing Green Tea, Wu Sei Group 1. AI Man, Deputy Team Leader, Sha Yi, Wang Wei Yin, De Ji, Canary, Jing Ke, Hui Che, Lin Fu, Musashi, Flower, 0618. Chen Group 3. Li Zi, Deputy Team Leader, Xiao Tian, Zhang Wei, Jiang Hao, Fu Sheng, Yifeng, Kowa, Miss, Shuang Shuang Tangkuda, Bu Zhou. Wang Lian Group 6. Zhong He, Deputy Team Leader, and He Ge, Jing Shu, Sa Qing, Hung Mu, Han Takeda, Mu Zi Tu, Xing Kong, Wang Diho, Qing Tian Gao, Wang Fu Rong. Liao Liao Group 5. Yu Shi, Deputy Team Leader, Lu Ding, Lao 7, Ling Jia, Yihua Ba, Chu Yu, Ting Ting, Lu Tu, Do Fu, Anonymous. Gao Yang read it slowly, and noticed Liao Liao. Gao Yang had no impression of this person, but he replaced Green Tea and became the leader of Group 5. Is he a man or a woman? Which group was he in before? What job did he do? What talent did he have? Soon, Gao Yang saw the last text message, which was the basic information of the members of the Baichuan Group. Gao Yang found Liao Liao from it. Liao Liao, female, 19 years old, no special experience or merits. Talents, wisdom. Follow the heart. Gongshen. Kun Wang. Gao Yang was a little surprised. There were actually 4 talents. It seems that wisdom can really increase the probability of understanding talents. At present, the Juicy Organization and the Baichuan Group are not hostile, but there is no guarantee that they will fight in the future, so we have to be on guard. After reading the information, Gao Yang threw the phone back to Johan. This list. Everyone in the Juicy Organization has a copy, memorize it, and update it in time if there is any new information later. Understood. Johan immediately sent a text message to the members. Gao Yang and Johan closed their eyes and rested until 2:55 in the morning, then opened the window of the living room, stacked 3 lunch boxes on the windowsill, and put a bottle of mineral water. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a black shadow appeared on time, fell from the sky, and floated outside the window. He wore a big black sweater, one hand in his pocket, and a small black suitcase in the other hand. He wore a black mask on his face, and black headphones on his head. 36. The person made a lazy boy's voice. Gao Yang and Johan, who were hiding on both sides of the window, received the signal and looked at each other. Gao Yang confirmed that there was no system warning, and at the same time, he maximized his 6 senses. After confirming that there were no other suspicious people nearby, he nodded to Johan. Johan walked to the window under the cover of Gao Yang and said to the person outside the window, "Come in." The black shadow flew into the room, took off the mask and headphones, and it was Tengu. Tiango was not surprised to see Johan disguised as a foreigner. He had known it in advance. Gao Yang, who had disguised himself, also came out from the dark. "No one followed us on the road, right?" "No," Tiango said. "I flew at high altitude the whole way." "That's good." Gao Yang felt relieved. "Did you bring the things?" "Yes." Tiango threw the small suitcase to Johan, who took it and opened it to check. Tiango took out a rune loop from his trouser pocket and threw it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it, and 3 seconds later, he confirmed that it was a genuine spiritual rune, with no tampering on it, and no toxins or curses attached. Gao Yang turned and walked towards the bathroom. Gao Yang's real body came out from the door, and took the rune. The previous Gao Yang phantom disappeared immediately. Tiango was stunned. He didn't expect Gao Yang to be so cautious. He gave a thumbs up. "Cool. The captain's fate is not just his own anymore." Johan said sternly, "It belongs to the entire Juicy Organization, so I asked him to be cautious." Juicy Organization. Tiango repeated the name lazily. 2 seconds later, he gave a thumbs up again. "Cool." The story of Juicy's contact with the 12 zodiac signs started on the 22nd. On the night of the establishment of the Juicy Organization, they went to a hiding place of Manshi, an unfinished building, to rest. Johan took a nap and realized his new talent sound transmission when he woke up. At that moment, everyone was happy for Johan, only Gao Yang was in a trance. Sound transmission was once Guima's talent, but after a lot of twists and turns, it still ran to Gao Yang's companions. Unexpectedly, until today, he still owed Guima a favor. Guima, thank you. Don't worry, I'm still walking your way. 3 days later, Johan's voice transmission was upgraded to level 3, which enabled two-way communication within 200 meters, with one person communicating at the same time, 3 minutes of communication time, and 10 minutes of talent cooling time. Gao Yang thought the conditions were ripe, so he asked Johan to find a way to contact the 12 zodiac signs secretly. It was very dangerous to approach the Millennium Building rashly, and the people of the 12 zodiac signs were all on -6F, making it very difficult to contact them. Moreover, there was a prerequisite for the connection of voice transmission, that is, the initiator must see the other party first, so that the spiritual energy can accurately locate and drill into the other party's brain, otherwise the communication would easily fail. After careful consideration, Gao Yang locked the target on Tengu. There were 3 reasons. First, Tengu and Gao Yang were half of his own people. Second, Tengu is reliable. Third, Tengu's whereabouts have a certain regularity. When he didn't have classes in college, he always liked to go to the singer's flower shop, stay in her attic, listen to music, and be in a daze. Gao Yang had been to the attic of the singer's flower shop once, and he could see the fast hotel opposite from the window. On the contrary, Johan was on the roof of the hotel opposite, and he must have seen Tengu in the attic window of the flower shop. The sofa where Tengu sat was very close to the window, and the sound transmission distance of 200 meters was just enough. Johan was very lucky. He waited until Tengu went to the singer's shop that night, and immediately used sound transmission to talk to Tengu. Tengu behaved very calmly. When he learned about Johan's purpose, he said that he could not make the decision and had to ask Dohu. In order not to arouse anyone's suspicion, Tengu did not leave immediately, and stayed in the flower shop for a while before leaving. Then, Tengu went to the Millennium Building 6F and reported the matter to Dohu. Johan, on behalf of Gao Yang, hopes to reach a secret cooperation with the 12 zodiac signs. Currently, only 4 people know about this: Gao Yang, Johan, Tengu, and Dohu. Gao Yang wants to borrow the spirit rune from the 12 zodiac signs to upgrade Johan's voice transmission to level 4. The meeting place is set at Shui Street in the D area of the island country. Dohu agreed. In the afternoon, Tiango went to the singer's flower shop again and spent a song to finalize the specific details of the meeting with Johan. Then, there was the current meeting. Gao Yang handed the spirit rune to Johan, turned around and looked at Tiango, and deliberately smiled and asked, "Uncle who trusts me so much? You dare to lend me the spirit rune? Uncle who said that you and Qilin are now mortal enemies, and the spirit rune is impossible to give to Qilin." Tiango said, "Aren't you afraid that Qilin and I are playing a trick to cheat you of the spirit rune?" Gao Yang continued to ask. Tiango was stunned. Yes. Chapter 627. But? Tiango blinked. It shouldn't be. Why not? Gao Yang smiled. Tiango scratched his face with his index finger, thought for a while, and said, "Have you heard of the razor theory? If it is not necessary, do not increase the entity." Gao Yang happened to have heard of it. Yeah. Tiango nodded. If your goal is to cheat the spirit rune, this game is too complicated and too roundabout. Many details are unnecessary, and some conditions for achieving it are full of coincidences. For example, Johan comprehended sound transmission. It is not up to him to decide what talent he comprehends. Anyway, I don't think the current situation is planned by humans. Gao Yang sighed silently. Tiango, you are good at everything, but you are not easy to dig. Seeing Gao Yang not speaking, Tiango suddenly stepped back and opened his eyes wide. Ah, you are not really trying to cheat rune, are you? Gao Yang smiled faintly. You stay here, and you can take rune back when Johan's talent is upgraded. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you. Tiango breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. The Jussi organization does not owe favors to anyone. Gao Yang said, I will give the 12 zodiac signs a more reliable theory. What theory? The 5th stage of talent. Gao Yang said, Johan will explain it to you in detail. Oh. Gao Yang turned and walked into the bedroom. Gao Xinxin was still sleeping soundly, with the sheets covering her tightly, revealing only a small part of her quiet profile. Clang, 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 clang. Another tram passed by the window, and the light shone through the curtains on Gao Xinxin's eyelashes flickering. Gao Yang stepped forward and shook Gao Xinxin's shoulder through the sheets. Xinxin, wake up. Gao Xinxin slowly opened her eyes, looking sleepy, but her eyes were as frightened as a deer. She was stunned for only a second, and immediately sat up. Brother, What's wrong? It's okay, don't be afraid. Gao Yang said softly, I finished my work here, it's time to go. Okay. Gao Xinxin didn't ask anything. She wore her daily clothes to sleep, so that she could leave at any time. Gao Xinxin got out of bed and bent down to tie her shoelaces. Because she just woke up, her movements were a little slow. Gao Yang squatted down and helped Gao Xinxin tie her shoelaces, tying 2 knots in succession. Gao Xinxin smiled. Brother, you are so stupid that you still can't learn to tie a bow. Yes. Gao Yang smiled. In fact, he had already learned how to tie a bow, but he felt that the bow was not firm and easy to fall apart. What he feared most was that it would fall apart. Okay. Yeah. Gao Yang got up, opened the curtains, pushed open the window, put on a mask and a baseball cap, and put on a small backpack that he had packed long ago. Gao Xinxin also put on a fisherman's hat and a mask, and wrapped herself in her mother's wool scarf. Gao Yang turned his back to Gao Xinxin and stretched out his hands. Come up. Gao Xinxin jumped on Gao Yang's back and put his arms around Gao Yang's neck. Brother, where are we going? Where do you want to go? Gao Yang asked. I want to see the sea. Okay, let's go to a place with a sea. Swoosh. In an instant, the 2 siblings disappeared in the narrow and dim bedroom. Clang, 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 clang. Outside the window, another tram passed by, and the white light of the grid shone into the empty room, flashing quickly. 9 o'clock in the morning, Beishui. Beishui is a bay town in the north of the island country. It can only be reached through the official channel of the tram, and the actual range of movement is very small. It's snowing here, the town is all white, and the streets are lined with light-colored low houses. Through the narrow alleys between the houses, you can see the shallows and the sea not far away. Looking forward, the end of the town is a semicircular mountain range, and the sky above the mountain range is covered with large pink and white clouds, light and gentle like strawberry-flavored marshmallows. The tram on the road came ding-ling-ling. Everything was so leisurely and peaceful. The brother and sister stepped on the not-so-thick snow, and the sister held a box of octopus balls without mustard. The 2 of them completely integrated into the local environment, just like an ordinary pair of brothers and sisters. Brother, open your mouth. Gao Xinxin picked up a hot octopus ball with a bamboo stick and put it into Gao Yang's mouth. Delicious. Gao Yang gave a thumbs up and gave high praise. Gao Yang opened the map on his phone while eating. It's just in front. Soon, the 2 came to a 3-story homestay with sky-blue walls and a sign hanging on the lintel of the front yard, which read Dolphin Hotel. A short middle-aged woman, wearing a blue sweater, jeans, black overshoes, and a leather apron, was shoveling snow in the yard. Excuse me, Miss Sato? Gao Yang asked. The middle-aged woman heard the voice, put down the shovel, wiped the sweat off her face, and turned to look at him. She has a gentle face, and a very blessed fleshy nose. She smiles warmly, and is full of energy. You 2 are the brother and sister from Liqing, right? Yes. At this time, Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin's faces have returned to their original state. Gao Yang took out the forged ID and handed it to Miss Sato. My name is Lu Li, and this is my sister, Lu Shirsu. Miss Sato took the ID, compared it with her, and returned it to Gao Yang. You can just call me Sister Huang. I am also from Liqing. I have worked here for a few years and felt bored, so I simply quit and opened a B&B. Sister Huang. Gao Yang glanced at Gao Xinxin. My sister is not in good health, so she came here to recuperate for a while. Haha, you came at a bad time. It's quite cold in winter. Sister Huang said. I'm not afraid of the cold. Gao Xinxin smiled. I like the sea and I like snow. What a coincidence, me too. Sister Huang turned around. Come on, let's go in. Sister Huang led the 2 to the 2nd floor and opened a double room with ample light and warm decoration. Sister Huang opened a small wooden door, and outside was the balcony, and in front of her was the sea. This balcony has the best view. You can sunbathe, hang clothes, and watch the sea. The bathroom is over there, I show you. Sister Huang walked around the room, and after the introduction, she smiled and asked, Are you satisfied? Well, I'm very satisfied. It's the same as in the photo. Gao Xinxin said. We stay for a month first. Gao Yang said. Okay, but you have to pay a deposit. Sister Huang said. Okay, I pay in cash. Gao Yang reached into the inner pocket of his coat, pretending to take out his wallet, but actually held a black gold dagger. By the way, Sister Huang, are you a crazy beast or another beast? Chapter 628. Sister Huang still had a smile on her face, but her body trembled, and she fell backwards as if she had been electrocuted. Gao Yang appeared behind her in a teleportation and supported her, and put her on the bed. Gao Yang put away the dagger, took out his wallet, and took out a few cash. Lucky, it's the lost. He smiled bitterly and glanced at Gao Xinxin. Wait a few minutes, then wake her up. Yes. Gao Xinxin nodded. After successfully checking in, Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin got familiar with the surrounding environment, had dinner at a nearby ramen restaurant in the evening, bought some daily necessities, and then returned to the hotel. Sister Huang at the front desk was eating melon seeds, while watching the TV series 11 Lei Qing on her laptop. She had completely forgotten about her previous coma. After saying hello, the brother and sister went back to the room. Gao Yang chatted with Gao Xinxin for a while, then looked at his phone. It was almost time. He was hesitating about how to start the conversation when Gao Xinxin spoke. Are you leaving? Yes. Gao Yang nodded. As a lost person, Gao Xinxin would not forget information, and would automatically correct logic. Except for not having combat power, he was very similar to Wang Zikai. Therefore, Gao Yang made some changes, and revealed some of the truth about the misty world to Gao Xinxin. The death of grandma and parents could not be concealed, so Gao Yang blamed it all on the bad guys called mutants. Gao Xinxin looked up. Brother, I still... No! Gao Yang interrupted immediately. You just hide here, and don't let the enemy find you. Gao Xinxin didn't speak, and clenched his fists. Gao Yang said earnestly, Xinxin, if anything happens to you, the sacrifices of grandma, dad, and mom will be in vain. I want to avenge them. Gao Xinxin said. That day will come. Gao Yang felt guilty, but still lied calmly. You haven't realized superpowers yet. When you have superpowers, come and help me. When can I realize it? Gao Xinxin asked. Everyone is different. Gao Yang said earnestly. Wait patiently. It took Wang Zikai several months at the beginning. Gao Xinxin nodded. She grabbed her brother's hand. Brother, promise me that you will never get hurt. Don't worry, I have many companions now, and I am no longer fighting alone. Gao Yang held his sister's hand. Wait, we will definitely get revenge. Yes. I must kill them with my own hands. Gao Xinxin's eyes ignited a trace of hatred and fighting spirit. Gao Yang nodded, definitely. Gao Yang left an emergency contact number, and gave Gao Xinxin instructions for a long time before leaving. He came to the first floor and pretended to be in a hurry. Sister Huang, there is something urgent at home. I have to go back. My sister is troubled by you. Ah? Sister Huang was a little worried. Isn't your sister in poor health? If you are not here, what if something happens? It's okay. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. She is actually heartbroken, just broke up, and came out to relax. Oh, so okay. Sister Huang didn't ask any more questions. Gao Yang left the B&B and walked on the street late at night. The snow had grown heavier without knowing when. He stood under the dim street lights and looked back at the small balcony of the Dolphin Hotel with lights on, his eyes reluctant to leave. A few seconds later, Gao Yang disappeared, and under the street lights, only the heavy snow fell continuously. The next morning, Shuai Street, cheap rental house. Swoosh. Gao Yang teleported back to the living room, holding a bag of food in his hand, which was bread and coffee for 3 people. Jiuhan was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, while Tengu was sitting cross-legged on the tatame, with his back against the wall, wearing white headphones and a black eye mask. His handsome face was blurred in the morning light, as hazy as the soft light lens of a youth movie. Captain. Jiuhan opened his eyes, and his appearance changed back. Well, come, eat something. Gao Yang took off his baseball cap and mask. Have you upgraded? Jiuhan shook his head. Tengu also woke up from a light sleep. He pulled the white headphones and eye mask around his neck, took the coffee handed over by Gao Yang, and took a sip. Cool. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Is cool a universal word for you? How many days can the rune be borrowed? Gao Yang asked Tengu. Uncle Hu said at most 3 days. Tengu said. Gao Yang thought for a moment. Okay, in 3 days, whether Jiuhan has upgraded or not, the spirit rune will be returned to you. It doesn't take 3 days, 2 days will do. Jiuhan's cold tone revealed a stubbornness that refused to admit defeat. After the 3 of them had breakfast, Tiango went back to his room to sleep, and Gao Yang and Jiuhan stayed in the living room. Jiuhan played with the spirit rune in his hand, and sent a voice transmission to Gao Yang. Is Gao Xinxin settled? Gao Yang received the message and nodded to Jiuhan. Captain, I be frank, your sister is a beast, and it's meaningless for you to do this now. Gao Yang didn't speak. When the door to the end is opened, all beasts will die, and you can't protect them or save them. Instead of this, You might as well keep Gao Xinxin by your side and cherish the last time with her. Gao Yang activated his sixth sense and heard the slow heartbeat of Tengu in the next bedroom, confirming that he had fallen asleep. Gao Yang shook his head and said softly, I believe Dr. Jia's speculation that beasts are not enemies of awakeners. That's not a friend either. Johan replied softly. Humans and beasts can coexist. The gate of the end is the hope of mankind and the hope of beasts. Gao Yang's tone was firm. Why are you so sure? Johan frowned. Gao Yang smiled faintly and pointed at himself. Johan was startled and understood. Gao Yang is the best proof. Gao Yang is the heir of God born from beasts and humans, which directly proves that humans and beasts have the possibility of coexistence. Let's make a bold assumption. If one day, all people and all beasts can give birth to heirs of God, isn't this true reproduction? Humans and beasts will reproduce a new life, which not only retains the humanity and soul of humans, but also has the ability of beasts, thus successfully resisting the invasion of the fog. Could it be that this is what Song Dao has always wanted to achieve? Is this the real trump card of Song Dao's Jedi counterattack? Gao Yang actually thought about this step. This pattern is too big. Johan looked at Gao Yang with more admiration. Gao Yang guessed what Johan was thinking, and pulled the corner of his mouth bitterly. Am I too greedy? I not only want to live, but also want to bring my relatives and friends to live with me. I don't care whether they are human, beast, or ghost. Johan shook his head, brewed for a while, and said in a rhythmic way, For cowards, lingering is a kind of greed, and for brave people, creating the world is just a mission. Johan's eyes were burning. Captain, maybe this is really your mission, and Jiosi's mission. Gao Yang was slightly stunned, and said gratefully, Thank you. After a few seconds, Gao Yang sighed again. Johan, I'm sorry. Chapter 629. Why are you apologizing to me all of a sudden? Johan was a little confused. I asked you to join the group on the condition of eradicating the Sangmu cult. Gao Yang sighed. As a result, now I have offended the Qilin Union first. It's just one more thing. Johan has confidence in Gao Yang. I believe you will not give up revenge. Well, the Sangmu cult must be eradicated, for you and for myself. Gao Yang's eyes turned slightly. So, I have an idea. You say. I want to contact the Baichuan group secretly, Gao Yang said. Johan thought for a moment and guessed Gao Yang's intention. Dust? Yes, I plan to help Baichuan group find out Dust. On the one hand, this can implicate Sangmu sect, and on the other hand, it is also a gesture of goodwill to Baichuan group. Baichuan group has the advantage of numbers, and the probability of realizing strong talents is higher than other organizations. It will be a very strong force in the future. Even if we can't cooperate, I don't want to be hostile to them. Very good. Kill two birds with one stone. Johan had no objection. Leave it to me. Wait until I reach level 4 voice transmission. I will contact them secretly. Do you have a candidate? Gao Yang already has a candidate in mind. Chening. Okay. Johan nodded, and then remembered something. Have you read the ultimatum of the Qilin Union to us? I have read it. Gao Yang was very calm. Heh. Johan sneered, very disdainful. I never thought that Qilin was such a sinister villain. Captain, our juicy organization cannot let him throw dirty water on us. We must fight back. I know. Gao Yang said, Don't worry, other organizations are not fools. They will not believe Qilin's one-sided words. Juicy is jumping out now, which is exactly what Qilin wants. If we start a head-on battle, we have no chance of winning. Johan nodded. What are your plans next? First, grab people. Gao Yang's thoughts were clear. New awakeners and individual players. Johan thought of something else. I heard from Manshi that a new awakener of Plague Knight appeared. Currently, the 3 major organizations are actively contacting him, but that person has not thought it through yet. Let Manshi keep an eye on him first, Gao Yang said. As for individual players, I can also think of one to fight for. Johan's eyes lit up. Dr. Jia from Ligua. Gao Yang smiled faintly. I have arranged it a long time ago, but if we can think of it, Qilin must have thought of it too. Gao Yang got up and walked to the window. The sky outside the window was blue, and the city was beautiful. Gao Yang lowered his head and looked at the twin bracelet on his left hand, which was shining in the light. He silently said in his heart, Qingling team, everything goes well. 1 o'clock in the morning, in the center of Ligua, the rich area. On the roof of a 4-story modern villa, 5 figures stood. They were Qingling, Wang Zikai, Hui Xiong, Nana and Hong Xiaoxiao from the GOC organization. All 5 of them were dressed like tourists, their faces were disguised, their hair was changed to low-key black and brown, and they wore red crystals with the aura of the lost on their chests. After leaving the airport, the 5 of them came to the wealthy area with ease, but did not approach Dr. Gia's villa rashly. They came to a taller villa 500 meters away, quickly occupied it, and then went to the roof and used a telescope to spy on Dr. Gia's villa. This wait lasted 5 hours. Someone came out. Hui Xiong stepped on the iron guardrail with one foot and held the telescope in both hands. A man and a woman. The man is familiar, the woman looks a little familiar, but I can't remember who she is. Hong Xiaoxiao. Qing Ling called out. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward and took Hui Xiong's telescope. In the camera, 2 people walked through the front yard of the villa and came to the roadside. The man was about 1.75 meters tall, with a solid build, wearing a brown jacket and black pants, with round features, sparse hair, and signs of baldness. His face was stable and peaceful. The girl wore a light blue horn-button jacket, gray knitted pants, and white sneakers. She had a cute little round face, big eyes with wide double eyelids, a bun, and soft bangs. Her thick hair was enviable. I know them. Hong Xiaoxiao had read the basic files of all the people in the Qilin Union and remembered their faces. They are from the Qinglong group. The man is called Huagui, an elite, and the girl is called Xia Qingkai, a member. Qing Ling memorized the information investigated by Manshi and thought for a moment. Huagui, talent 3 heads and 6 arms. Xia Qingkai, talent magic hair. Yeah. Hong Xiaoxiao carefully added information. 3 heads and 6 arms. Serial number 38, Guardian System. Magic hair. Serial number 75, Reinforcement System. 2 noobs. Wang Zikai was already eager to try, and rolled up his sleeves and was about to jump down the building. Leave it to me. You just watch. Wait. Qing Ling called Wang Zikai. Before leaving, Gao Yang appointed Qing Ling as the team leader of this operation, and specifically told Qing Ling to be extremely cautious. What are you waiting for? Wang Zikai was very impatient. Qing Ling ignored him. Hong Xiaoxiao, take another look at these 2 people. Is there anything special on them? Oh, okay. Hong Xiaoxiao raised the telescope and looked at the 2 people carefully. Hey, there is a small yellow flower on their shoulders. It doesn't look like an epaulet. Anyway, it doesn't match. I know, this is Sin's plant, similar to an alarm. He can detect any trouble with these 2 people immediately. Hui Xiong sneered. There are still people in the room. Sin, the rubbish that I punched away? Wang Zikai was even more proud. You will watch my performance later. No. Qing Ling frowned slightly. After being with Gao Yang for a long time, she was used to thinking 3 steps ahead. Wang Zikai, you saved Gao Xinqin and dealt with Sin at that time. Sin knew that there was a strong man around Gao Yang, and he must have reported it to Qinglong. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao put down the telescope and reacted. Qinglong. Qinglong knew about this. It is impossible for him to send only the 3 of them to monitor Dr. Jia. This can't deal with us at all. Humph. Nana stood on the guardrail, facing the night wind, with her hands folded in front of her chest. My king is here in person, plus Liu Shuang. It's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Oh, you even know how to use idioms. Hui Xiong deliberately teased. How dare you? You vulgar man, how dare you? Nana was halfway through her words when Qing Ling gave her a look that made her mute. Nana is right. Qing Ling was very calm. Liu Shuang is not our opponent either. I suspect Qinglong has also come, and is waiting for his chance. The air froze instantly. The weight of the word Qinglong was as heavy as a mountain. Why? Wang Zikai disagreed. Qinglong is very strong. Do Hu doesn't have the confidence to beat him. Qing Ling said. Do Hu is very strong. Wang Zikai still disagreed. Qing Ling suddenly remembered that Wang Zikai was an idiot and stopped explaining. What should we do? Should we force our way in? Hui Xiong became more serious. If Qinglong is here, I'm afraid the entire Qinglong team will be dispatched. This is too dangerous. Hong Xiaoxiao was the first to back off. The captain said that if the mission is too dangerous, don't force it. Otherwise, shall we retreat? Xiao Hong. Are you looking for death? Wang Zikai always misremembered his companions' names. This is the first mission Gao Yang gave me. If I return empty-handed, my brothers will laugh at me to death? Hong Xiaoxiao shrank her head, hid behind Qing Ling, and shut up. Yes. Hui Xiong was also unwilling. If I retreat like this, how can I raise my head in front of Manshi and Jiuhan in the future? For a moment, several people looked at Qing Ling, waiting for her to make a decision. Chapter 630. Qing Ling was upset. In the past, Gao Yang and Officer Huang made decisions, and she was only responsible for fighting. Now one of them is gone, and the other is not around. The 4 teammates around her can't make up a smart brain. Let me think about it. Qing Ling looked in the direction of Dr. Jia's villa and thought. Hong Xiaoxiao mustered up the courage again and argued with Wang Zikai. In other matters, Hong Xiaoxiao was submissive, but when it came to survival, she unexpectedly insisted. Brother Kai, I know you are brave, but that's you, not us. Hong Xiaoxiao said weakly. Before we set off, the captain said that although Dr. Jia is important, he is not as important as our lives. If the risk is too high, we will give up decisively. Xiao Xiaohong, what are you afraid of? Wang Zikai was confident. I punched Qing Long and kicked Liu Shuang. Can you deal with the remaining few rookies? Hee, Kaizi, you should be thankful that you can hold off a Qing Long. Hui Xiong smiled and lit a cigarette. I must go up, but I must formulate a surprise attack plan to catch them off guard to have a chance of winning. It doesn't matter, I will do it. Under the moonlight, Nana turned her back to everyone and interrupted in a very second-year manner. Qingling's inspiration flashed, and the tactics came through. At the beginning, she didn't plan to retreat. What a joke. This is the first task Gao Yang gave her after the establishment of Jussi. If she returns empty-handed, she will be very unhappy when she thinks of Gao Yang's comforting smile. Nana. Qingling looked at her. Nana was like a frightened bird, trembling all over, and almost fell off the iron guardrail. What are you doing? Nana turned around guiltily, her heart beating. I just said 7 words. It's not too long-winded, right? Come here. Qingling ordered. Nana was scared in a second, jumped off the railing, and walked to Qingling obediently. She lowered her head and dodged her eyes, like a child who made a mistake. Qingling looked at the others. Come here, I will only tell you the tactics once, and we will act in 10 minutes. Sister Ling, are you really going to do it? Hong Xiaoxiao opened her mouth wide. If you are afraid of death, then quit. Qingling said coldly. Hong Xiaoxiao. Hui Xiong took a puff of cigarette in a dignified manner. Everyone has to die, I won't say anything more later. Hong Xiaoxiao was silent, and after more than 10 seconds, she gritted her teeth and went all out. Count me in. Click. The door of Dr. Jia's villa was pushed open, and Huagui and Xiao Qingkai each carried a bag of things and walked in. The thick curtains in the living room were all drawn, and there were 6 people in the house. On the single sofa facing the door, Qilong, who was wearing a black leather jacket, was sitting, and behind him, Lu Shuang, who was wearing a witch costume, was standing. On a long sofa next to him sat Heiyu, who was wearing a racing suit and a left-eye mask. Next to him was Sin, who had brown-green dreadlocks. The two were chatting. On the carpet in the middle of the hall, there lay a lion. This lion was 3 times the size of an ordinary adult lion. It was strong and majestic, but its expression was very leisurely, lazily licking its big meat paw. A tall and muscular young man was sleeping on the lion's belly. His blonde hair was braided into many small long braids, and there was a circle of blue eyeshadow around his eyes. There was an animal tooth necklace around his neck. He wore a thin camel-colored sweater with a large v-neck and khaki shorts. He was barefoot. He looked like a street trendy boy and a wild man who grew up in the forest. This person was called Gu Shi, an elite of the Qinglong team, with the Talent Beast King, serial number 54, and summoning system. In the dim corner of the living room, there was a middle-aged man sitting. He leaned against the wall with his back. Next to him was a black guitar made of black gold. He wore a sleeveless leather jacket and leather pants, with flowery arms covered with weird and evil symbols, messy brown hair that looked like it hadn't been washed for many days, a beard, and a decadent, gloomy and irritable temperament. His name was Hedong, a member of the Qinglong group, with the Talent Lion's Roar, serial number 92, and a reinforcement system. Huagui took out a pack of cigarettes from the shopping bag and threw it to Hedong, who was sitting in the corner. Xia Qingkai smiled and walked forward, taking out a few bottles of drinks from the shopping bag. This is Elder Qinglong's coffee. This is Sister Lilia Shuang's tea. Will you die if you don't speak? Hedong tore the cigarette box with an impatient look on his face. Listening to you talk, my brain is all tangled. Xia Qingkai didn't get angry either. She pursed her lips. She was a stutterer and had been discriminated against since she was a child. After graduating from high school, she went to work as a cashier at a convenience store. For the first time in her life, she was pursued by a boy. When they went on their first date, the other party realized that she was not taciturn, but a stutterer, and he found an excuse to run away on the spot. Xiao Qingkai went home and cried in the quilt all night, and woke up the next day. 2 months later, She was discovered by the Qilin Union and assigned to the White Tiger group. That was her happiest time. Later, the White Tiger elder died, and she was assigned to the Azure Dragon group. Hedong, if you die and are cremated one day, there will definitely be only a stinky mouth left in the ashes. Huague couldn't stand it, and choked his teammate. Hedong held a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, lit the cigarette with one hand, and raised his middle finger to Huague with the other hand. Xiao Qingkai handed the black tea to Liu Shuang, who took it and said 2 words coldly. Thank you. Xiao Qingkai smiled and blinked her big eyes. Elder Qilong. Heiyu took a sip of the energy drink. I don't think Chiang's group of traitors will come. With you in charge, they don't have the courage. Haha, how can a madman who dares to challenge Shuyuan be cowardly? Huague sat down next to Heiyu and put his elbow on his shoulder. Underestimating the enemy will cost you a price. Beside Chiang, the lost beast named Wang Zikai is very scary, so you must be careful. Sin was still in shock. He unscrewed the mineral water and poured it directly on his chest. Large green sprouts immediately grew on his chest and absorbed the water into his body. Let me meet him. Gushi, who rested his head on the lion's belly, said with a smile without opening his eyes. You will regret it. Sin sneered. No, you should die before you have time to regret it. I deal with it. Liu Shuang's voice was emotionless. Qilong didn't speak, but lowered his head to think about things. If you ask me, we should take Dr. Jia away as soon as possible, said Heiyu, lest there be more trouble. The problem is that he refuses to leave. Heiyu touched his chin helplessly. We are not gangsters. We can't force him, right? 2 days ago, the Qinglong group arrived in Lingua to visit Dr. Jia and stated their intentions, hoping that Dr. Jia would go back to the Qilin Union with them to receive protection. Dr. Jia did not agree. He had no interest in the matter between Qilin and Chiang. The reason for his refusal was that his laboratory was here, and it would be too troublesome to move. Qilong promised to help him rebuild the laboratory in the 10 Dragons village in Licheng, and provide manpower and resource support, trying to take Dr. Jia away. Dr. Jia was shaken, but still hesitant, so Qilong could only wait. Of course, Qilong was not only waiting for Dr. Jia, but also for Chiang. He and Qilin believed that compared with the Qilin Union, Chiang and others needed Dr. Jia more. Blackfish said confidently, now is a special period. There is no way to offend him. It is better for us to protect Dr. Jia than for him to be captured and used by the 7 shadows. Xiao Qingkai, do you think so? Xiao Qingkai stood behind Liu Shuang, holding a bottle of soda water. She was suddenly called by someone and felt a little embarrassed. I think. Quiet. Liu Shuang said expressionlessly. Someone is approaching. Chapter 631. The 8 people immediately became alert and entered the battle state. Liu Shuang's face was cold, and he suddenly changed his words. It's not a person, it's a thing, it's coming. Bang. As soon as Liu Shuang finished speaking, something broke the glass window and flew into the living room, rolling gurgling at everyone's feet. It was 7 or 8 metal-shelled hypnotic gases. Qing Ling controlled metal and let them fly in quickly from a distance. Hua. A second later, a layer of ice crystals appeared on the ground, immediately freezing all the hypnotic gases, not giving them a chance to release hypnotic gases. Go outside. Qing Long snorted and rushed out of the house with a swish. He was worried that the next thing thrown into the house would be a bomb. However, Qing Long didn't know that even these hypnotic gases were just props. The Josie organization was short of resources. Except for the weapons carried by the members, there was no combat equipment. The other members of the Qinglong group were well prepared and rushed out of the villa in different ways, and came to the front yard. They are not far away, Liu Shuang said. I find them. Gusha rode on the lion's back, and he clapped his hands and quickly placed them on the lion's head. The lion's eyes flashed blue light, and it opened its mouth and roared, roar. For a moment, all mammals within a radius of 1 kilometer, rats in the sewers, stray cats and dogs on the streets, and pet cats and dogs in the villas, received orders and began to search for suspicious targets. Blackfish's right eye activated clairvoyance, opened the perspective ability, passed through obstacles, and searched for suspicious targets nearby. Overhead. Qinglong's 6 senses were turned to the maximum, and he was the first to detect danger. Everyone quickly looked up, and a black shadow approached quickly in the night sky. It was Hui Xiong, holding 2 black gold knives in both hands, flying towards the front yard of the villa like a cannonball. When he was 30 meters away from the ground, Hui Xiong let go of the flying black gold knife and fell to the front yard of the villa. Ah! Hui Xiong shouted in midair and activated the level 6 beast. His body expanded rapidly, his hair grew, bursting through his clothes and leather shoes. In less than 2 seconds, he turned into a real giant bear that was 3 meters tall and weighed 1 ton. Pound. Hui Xiong landed on his hands and feet, smashing a large pit on the grass in the front yard, and the mud splashed in an instant. The black fish, who had no time to dodge, would have been beaten into a pool of meat paste if Qinglong had not rescued him in time. Roar! The ancient lion rode a giant lion that was slightly smaller than Hui Xiong and pounced on Hui Xiong. Hui Xiong was far less clumsy than he looked. He kicked his legs and jumped away from the pit under his feet, avoiding the giant lion's pounce and bite, and jumped towards the small green vegetables beside him. Xiao Qingkai did not sit still and wait for death, and shouted, "Magic hair!" In an instant, Xiao Qingcai's butt exploded and her hair quickly grew longer. Hiss hiss hiss. Xiao Qingcai's black hair, like thousands of hard black steel wires, rushed towards Hui Xiong, trying to restrain his movements. However, she underestimated the defense and explosive power of the level 6 beast. Hui Xiong, who turned into a giant bear, grabbed 2 handfuls of black hair with his rock-hard hands and pulled them towards himself. Ah! The petite Xiao Qingkai immediately flew towards Hui Xiong, like a little white rabbit falling into the enemy's mouth. What was waiting for it was the giant bear's big mouth full of fangs, which could bite her white neck and thin shoulders in one bite. Swish. Qinglong, who had just rescued Heiyu, approached Hui Xiong at a speed that was as fast as Douhu's killing expert when it was fully activated, and only inferior to teleport. Hui Xiong felt a fierce pressure from the side. He let go of the black hair in his hand without hesitation, turned sideways at the maximum speed, and crossed his hands to protect his chest. The next moment, Qinglong's straight punch came over. Pound. Hui Xiong's arms were numb, and his left arm that received the punch was directly broken, and both arms were almost dislocated. His 1-ton body and tank-like defense actually flew directly out, smashed the stone wall in the front yard, and rolled onto the street. Qinglong did not pursue the victory. He knew very well that there were more enemies than Hui Xiong, and the real enemy had not appeared yet. He glanced at Liu Shuang. "Liu Shuang, deal with Hui Xiong. Kill him if he doesn't surrender." "Yes." Liu Shuang rushed towards Hui Xiong. Is this Qinglong's strength? What a psychopath! Hui Xiong quickly got up, endured the pain, ran away, and laughed at the sky. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! A week before Gao Yang defected, Hui Xiong realized taunt after getting drunk. The only person who knew about this was Manshi. Manshi suggested that Hui Xiong not tell anyone and keep a hand, just like when he realized self-explosion. Hui Xiong listened to Manshi's advice. It was not until the establishment of the Juicy organization that Hui Xiong made this matter public. Tonight, Qinling took his move into consideration in his tactics. As soon as the taunt started, except for Qinglong, who had strong willpower, the other people in Group 5 suddenly felt a nameless fire in their hearts, and they wanted to kill Hui Xiong as soon as possible. They immediately followed Liu Shuang and chased after him. Stop! Qinglong quickly stopped Heiyu, Xia Qingkai and Hedong, but Huagui, Xin, and Gushi had already chased far away. Qinglong looked at Heiyu beside him. Go and see Dr. Jia. Yes. Hui Xiong's laughter faded away. Heiyu regained his composure, turned around and rushed into the villa. Xiao Qingkai, Hedong Yu. Qinglong finished speaking, and a black shadow flashed in the corner of his eyes, with a savage and explosive huge pressure. The opponent is very strong. This is Qinglong's first instinct. He stepped forward while turning sideways, raised his arms, and took the opponent's punch. Boom. The fist did not come with any innate energy, but was pure to the extreme. This power hit Qinglong's ceiling-level powerful physique, stirring up a circle of shock waves, and directly knocked Xiao Qingkai and Hedong out. The two flipped over in midair and landed, and they took several steps back before they stood firm. Hedong calmed down and saw the person clearly. It was the strongest accomplice of Qiang, Wang Zikai, the terrifying lost beast who almost killed Xin with a punch before. Under the cold moon, Wang Zikai had messy blonde hair, bright eyes and white teeth, and sharp lines on his profile. The blonde boy retracted his fist, narrowed his eyes, grinned, and said arrogantly, "You are Qinglong? Not bad, you have some skills." Qinglong's face was calm and his eyes were sharp. A lost person is stronger than a delusion beast. It's really strange. What lost person? Wang Zikai's smile disappeared immediately, and he tapped his chest with his thumb in dissatisfaction. Brother is the son of destiny. Brother is a god. Qinglong was stunned. This kid, do you know what you are talking about? Forget it, a quick battle. Swish. Qinglong disappeared. Wang Zikai was stunned. Oh my, so fast. Qilong had come to Wang Zikai's right side. He swung a punch and hit Wang Zikai's face. Wang Zikai raised his hand to block, but there was a sharp sound of wind at his chin. Wang Zikai was startled. It's a feint. Bang! In an instant, Qilong's left heel kicked Wang Zikai's chin from bottom to top. Chapter 632. Bang! A shockwave spread along the ground, and Wang Zikai flew straight into the sky like a sky rocket. Wang Zikai's chin was hit by this kick, and his brain went into a short downtime. Qilong seized this opportunity, jumped up, chased him to the midair, and appeared above Wang Zikai's head. Wang Zikai's eyes tightened, and he just regained control of his body, but it was too late to parry. Qilong didn't give him time, clenched his right fist, briefly accumulated power for half a second, and threw a simple punch. Bang! Qilong's punch hit Wang Zikai's left chest, where his heart was. Bang! Half a second later, Wang Zikai dragged a high-speed afterimage and fell into the swimming pool in the front yard, like a torpedo explosion. A huge water column rushed into the sky and turned into a heavy rain, soaking the small green vegetables and Hedong in the front yard. Hedong was not surprised by the scene. Xiao Qingkai opened her mouth wide. Elder Qilong's fighting power is too exaggerated, isn't it? Pa! Qilong fell from a height of dozens of meters, like a wooden stake stuck in the ground. His body and knees were almost unbent, and he easily resisted the impact of falling from a high altitude. Qilong looked at the swimming pool and focused slightly. An ordinary person would be crushed into a pool of blood if hit by a simple punch, and even an awakened person, with good strength, would have his internal organs completely shattered. Only awakened people of the Guardian or Strengthening system could survive, but they would be unconscious for a while. No matter how strong Wang Zikai is, he is still a beast. Suddenly, Qilong's eyes tightened. At the edge of the swimming pool, two hands stretched out, and a yellow head with wet hair emerged, and Wang Zikai climbed out of the swimming pool. Wang Zikai twisted his neck, stretched out his hand to pinch his dislocated jaw, and moved it back to the right position with a click. Pooh! He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, then wiped his face. The clothes on the boy's chest were torn apart by the punch, and he simply pulled them off, revealing a sexy and well-proportioned body of muscles, which glowed with a bronze-cold texture under the moonlight. Wang Zikai's mouth corners tilted, revealing a smile between displeasure and excitement. You don't follow martial ethics. Qilong said nothing, and moved his chi to Dantian, secretly mobilizing all his energy. Brother, Wang Zikai clenched his right fist and placed it on his chest. 3 sharp bone spurs rushed out of the back of his hand with a swish. I despise people who don't follow martial ethics the most. Half a minute ago, Gray Xiong, who turned into a 3-meter giant bear, ran wildly on the streets of the rich area. His movements were not agile, but his huge body made his movement speed quite fast for the pursuers. Ha ha ha. As Huixiong ran, he did not forget to send out a level 3 taunt. Liu Xuan's endurance was very high, but she was going to deal with Huixiong. As for Sen, Huagui and Gushi, their endurance was average. Under the reasonable logic of chasing the enemy, they did not realize that they had become impulsive and belligerent. Chong. The fire hydrant in front of Huixiong suddenly exploded, and a stream of water rushed into the sky, quickly turned around, rushed towards Huixiong, and quickly froze into a sharp ice dragon. Get out of the way! Huixiong did not dodge sideways, because this would slow down his speed, and he would be caught up by the people behind him. He swung his claws at the head of the ice dragon. Crack! The dragon head, which had not yet completely condensed into ice crystals, was not strong enough, and was shattered by Huixiong's slap, turning into countless pieces of ice, splashing everywhere. Gray Xiong hardly stopped and continued to run wildly. Those tiny pieces of ice quickly combined and turned into 3 sharp ice cones, shooting at Gray Xiong. Gray Xiong tried to dodge while running away, but was still stabbed in the back by an ice cone. Fortunately, his dense hair was as hard as steel wire, and his skin was rough and thick, so the wound was shallow and not a big deal. Ha ha ha. Gray Xiong continued to laugh. Suddenly, a shadow flashed above his head. It was a black hound that had been lying in ambush on the balcony of the villa in front. It obeyed the Beast King talent. Get out of the way! Gray Xiong slapped the hound away with a slap, but it was this distraction that prevented him from avoiding the real enemy in time. Roar! Behind and to the side of Gray Xiong's head, the ancient lion rode a giant lion from the roof of the 3rd floor and pounced on Gray Xiong. Before that, he had been riding a lion on the roof of the villa and jumping and chasing, taking a shortcut. Ha! Gray Xiong had no time to dodge, and his whole body burst with energy, strengthening his body's defense again. Half a second later, The giant lion threw Gray Xiong to the ground, digging its sharp claws into his flesh, and biting Gray Xiong's thick neck with its sharp fangs. Ah! Gray Xiong reacted quickly, wrapped his arms around the giant lion, and threw it violently. The two beasts entangled together, and rolled violently on the road for several rounds. After this thrilling escape, Gray Xiong gained the upper hand. Although he was in the form of a bear, his body could move like a human. In the struggle, he stuck to the back of the giant lion, locked his hands around the giant lion's neck, and clamped his feet around the lion's waist, so that the giant lion could not bite him. Then, he exerted all his strength. Roar! The giant lion roared in pain, and it waved its claws, and shook its head desperately, but in vain. Seeing that the giant lion was about to be strangled by the gray male, the ancient lion, which had already jumped off the giant lion's back, immediately sat down cross-legged, and his eyes flashed with a strange blue light. In an instant, part of the ancient lion's soul, and most of the energy entered the giant lion's body, and the giant lion's eyes were dazzling like sapphires for a while. The giant lion's body changed, and it became a lion man as strong as the gray male. The lion man burst out with powerful strength, and with a cart jump, the gray male who locked the lion man stood up like a huge turtle shell on his back. The gray male was quite shocked. The explosive power and combat power of the lion man in front of him far exceeded his. His only advantage was defense, but this advantage was meaningless at this moment. The battle-hardened gray male did not hesitate, and bit the back of the lion man's neck fiercely. Roar! The lion man was in great pain, and was forced to kneel on one knee. Just as he was about to fight back, the gray male quickly loosened his hands and feet, broke away from his back, and continued to escape. The lion man was furious, and immediately chased after him. However, although his combat power in the lion man form was doubled, his speed was far inferior to that of the giant lion form. Hui Xiong did not use taunt again. First, his talent had reached the cooling time, and second, his tactics were basically successful. He had already delayed for at least a minute. Now he only had one thing to do: run for his life. The street exit was just ahead, and there was a river in front. If he ran there, he could get away smoothly. Hui Xiong almost saw hope. Swish, swish, swish. Two vines rushed out, and entangled Hui Xiong's legs close to the ground. Hui Xiong's face sank. Oh no, others are catching up. This is Sunny's plant. However, you want to trap me with just these two vines. It's too contemptuous. Hui Xiong kicked his legs hard, ran and jumped, broke free from the vines, and continued to run wildly. Then, before Sunny's obstruction was over, the leaves of the 4 palm trees on both sides of the road turned into countless sharp green leaf daggers, and stabbed Hui Xiong. Hui Xiong was very confident in his own defense. He was determined to escape, and ignored these attacks. He rushed forward. Countless green leaf daggers hit his body, which was just a heavy rain for him. Victory is in front of us. In front of us. There are still 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Hui Xiong's heart was filled with the joy of victory. He had already thought about inviting Man Shi and Jiohan to drink when he returned, and he would exaggerate and brag to them how dangerous this mission was, and how much he played a role. He couldn't wait to see the two men's unconvinced faces, the flatterer's praise, and Gao Yang's faint smile of approval. That kid is obviously younger than me. Why am I so convinced of him? Suddenly, the smile on Hui Xiong's mouth froze. Chapter 633. No. Something is wrong. Why did my movement slow down? Hui Xiong looked down suddenly, and was surprised to find that the green leaves that hit him did not fall off. Most of them tightly wrapped around his body, and exuded a cold chill. This was the energy from his talent Frost. Impossible. Why didn't he have the Frost talent? Hui Xiong didn't have time to figure it out. Ding! A green leaf bloomed a beautiful ice crystal flower on Hui Xiong's chest. Ding 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 ding. Other green leaves also bloomed one after another, and Hui Xiong's body was suddenly surrounded by ice crystal flowers. Ah! Hui Xiong didn't give up yet, gritted his teeth and ran forward, but his steps were getting slower and slower, his body was getting heavier and heavier, and the ice crystal flowers on his body were still blooming wildly. No, I can't die here. GOC was just established, and this is just the beginning. I actually died like this. After all this time, the person who was lighter than a feather turned out to be me. Within 5 seconds, thousands of ice crystal flowers bloomed on Hui Xiong's body. They formed a beautiful ice coffin layer by layer, and the whole street was filled with a chill that hurt people. Hui Xiong was trapped in the ice coffin, with only his head exposed. He couldn't move a step. Fuck. He cursed in his heart, raised the only head that could still move, and laughed at the sky. Ha ha ha. At the last moment of his life, Hui Xiong reactivated taunt, a mockery of fate. Hui Xiong died with a smile. His huge body was completely frozen, and the ice crystals approaching absolute zero quickly took away all the heat in Hui Xiong's body. The cold froze his blood, eroded his internal organs and bone marrow, and turned him into lifeless amber. 2 seconds later, the ancient lion, who was angered by taunting again, or more precisely, the lion man formed by his soul energy and the giant lion, pounced on the ice flower coffin that froze Hui Xiong. Roar! The lion man used his hands and feet, not caring about his own injuries, to smash the ice flower coffin, and Hui Xiong's body was scattered with countless broken ice cubes, turning into corpse parts on the ground. Hui Xiong's head, stained with a layer of frost, was like an ice watermelon, gurgling and rolled to the feet of Huagui. Huagui lowered his head and looked at the dead Hui Xiong. There was no joy of victory in his eyes, only sadness. At the beginning of the Qilin Union, although Hui Xiong and Huagui were not in the same group, they had a good relationship in private. Huagui's daughter suffered from congenital heart disease. She had surgery 2 years ago and wanted to make an appointment with a famous doctor. It was only through Hui Xiong's relationship that she was able to make an appointment. Huagui never had the chance to repay this favor. Unexpectedly, tonight, Huagui ended his life with his own hands under the anger of taunting. Hurry up and disintegrate. Sen, who was behind Huagui on the left, urged. Liu Shuang, who was behind Huagui on the right, had no expression on her face, but it was felt that she didn't like this state either. Huagui activated the level 3 heads and 6 arms, and instantly merged with Liu Shuang and Sen to become the real 3 heads and 6 arms. After the talent was activated, the comprehensive defense ability of Huagui, Liu Shuang, Sen increased by 20%, and the talents of the 3 people could be integrated, which was very powerful. However, there was no distinction between the spirit and energy of the 3 people. In short, there was no mastermind. The degree of tacit understanding is particularly important. If 3 completely unfamiliar people are combined for the first time, it is very likely that 1 + 1 + 1 less than 3 will occur. Swish. 2 seconds later, a golden light burst out from the back of the flower turtle, and the bodies of the 3 people quickly separated and became independent again. Liu Shuang looked at the frozen corpse fragments scattered under his feet, and his face was calm. At this time, 3 high-level beasts that were disturbed on the street rushed out from different villas, 2 devourers and a parasite, and rushed towards Liu Shuang and others. Liu Shuang waved his hand, and 3 ice crystal spears appeared out of thin air. Swish, swish, swish. 2 seconds later, the spears pierced the chests of the high-level beasts and nailed them to the wall. They still struggled, and large pieces of thorny vines climbed up the wall and swallowed them. The sharp thorns turned into steel needles and pierced their bodies, sucking their blood crazily. Soon, the 3 beasts became corpses. It's the story of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The flower turtle calmed down completely at this moment. We were disturbed by taunting. Go back. Liu Shuang turned and ran. The others quickly caught up and rushed to Dr. Jia's residence. 1 minute ago, in the front yard of Dr. Jia's villa, 3 bone spurs burst out of Wang Zikai's right fist. He grinned and quickly disappeared from the eyes of Hudong and Xia Qingkai. Wang Zikai's speed was too fast, and the 2 could hardly catch it with their naked eyes. But Qinglong, who was more than 10 meters away, saw it. Qinglong had already made a judgment. Wang Zikai's strength, agility, and defense were top-notch, and as a fighter, he was almost catching up with Qinglong. However, Wang Zikai had 2 major disadvantages. First, he lacked systematic training, fighting experience, and skills, and had no rules and loopholes. Second, Qinglong had infinite evolution. As long as he survived 1 or 2 waves of attack, 3% to 5% of Wang Zikai's energy would be permanently used by Qinglong, and Qinglong would have a 60% defensive effect against his fists and feet. By then, Prince Kai will definitely lose. Qinglong just had a flash of thought when Prince Kai appeared above Qinglong's head. Under the moonlight, 3 sharp bone claws flashed cold light and exuded a dark red strange breath. The moment Qinglong raised his left arm to block, his back felt cold. His super-sensitive 6 senses and battle sense made him realize the inexplicable danger. Swish. 3 dark red arcs flashed by. Qinglong retreated urgently and retracted his left arm, but 3 narrow wounds were still left on his forearm, and blood flowed, staining the entire left hand. Qinglong was calm, but he was very horrified in his heart. He almost forgot when he was last cut by a weapon. He once thought that the strength of his flesh was enough to resist any physical damage and most black gold weapons. But now, he was easily cut by Prince Kai's 3 ordinary bone spurs. If he hadn't retracted his hand in time, it would have been possible for his forearm to be cut off. Come on! Don't be a coward. Wang Zikai rushed towards Qinglong and hacked at him frantically, with wild and violent moves. Qinglong did not take the attack head-on, but kept dodging, maneuvering, and waiting quietly. Half a minute later, Qinglong frowned slightly. Why hasn't infinite evolution been triggered yet? Qinglong found the right opportunity, avoided Wang Zikai, and attacked Wang Zikai's lower body with a sweeping kick. Wang Zikai jumped back and easily avoided it. The two of them distanced themselves again and entered a confrontation. Qinglong, you're lucky. Wang Zikai shook his hand and wiped off the blood stains on the bone spur. My brother won't let me kill you, so I plan to chop you into a cripple and call it a day. Qinglong suddenly realized. So that's it, this Jiang has already taken my trump card into consideration. Qinglong was not panicked at all, but breathed a sigh of relief. Boy, you're in trouble. Qinglong clenched his bloody fists, and his eagle-like eyes glowed with golden light. Today, I show you how big the gap is between a murderous person and a non-murderous person in a duel. Chapter 634. Ha ha ha. Wang Zikai put his hands on his hips and laughed, with a contemptuous look on his face. Don't brag here, I think you are just. After a moment of distraction, Qinglong came in front of Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai was really surprised. The speed was even faster than before. Qinglong punched. This move was called Simple 1,000 Punches. Duh. Wang Zikai only felt that in an instant, he was surrounded by overwhelming punches, and he couldn't tell the real from the fake. These fast punches were light and heavy, falling on Wang Zikai's body like raindrops. Although they couldn't cause any harm to him, Wang Zikai had no way to defend himself, and could only be forced to retreat. Wang Zikai couldn't even lift his hands. When he wanted to mobilize the muscles in his arms, he was interrupted by Qinglong's fast punches. In just 5 seconds, Qinglong threw a total of 1,000 fast punches, not one more, not one less. These quick punches were like dense drumsticks, hitting every muscle on the front of Wang Zikai's upper body. Each punch only caused a little damage to Wang Zikai, but completely blocked Wang Zikai's movements. 5 seconds later, the dazzling punches disappeared suddenly. Wang Zikai, who was stunned, had a defense vacuum for 1 second. When he regained his body rhythm, Qinglong in front of him clenched his right fist and completed a 1-second power accumulation. 1 second later, Qinglong threw a power-accumulated punch. This punch hit Wang Zikai's chest solidly. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Zikai flew out instantly, and turned into a residual image. This residual image flew out of the street, blasted 3 sonic booms and shock waves along the way, and crashed straight into the bottom of a retro clock tower in the center of the square. Boom. The bell tower collapsed with a loud bang, like a big tree being cut down. Half a minute ago, in the front yard of Dr. Jia's villa, Hedong and Xia Qingkai watched from afar the fight between Elder Qinglong and Wang Zikai. Qingqing, Elder Qinglong, is injured. Xia Qingkai was very anxious. Stop nagging. I'm not blind. Hedong roared unhappily. I get a headache when I hear you talking. Xia Qingkai shut up immediately. Listen, you idiot. Hedong held the black gold guitar. I find the right opportunity later, you hold him back, I come. Suddenly, Hedong felt the sharp wind coming from behind him. He was very sensitive to airflow and realized that this was not an ordinary wind. Hedong turned around without hesitation and plucked the guitar strings fiercely. Zing. Ah! Hedong screamed with his mouth open, and with the energy resonance of the guitar sound, he sent out a super strong sound wave attack in one direction, which was his talent lion's roar. Suddenly, an invisible powerful sound wave rushed out. The 3 black gold darts that wanted to attack Hedong were immediately dispersed, and the sound waves rolled up the grass, soil, water droplets, lazy chairs and parasols in the front yard, and rushed to the villa opposite. All the glass of the villa opposite was shattered in an instant, and even small cracks appeared on the wall. Unfortunately, the 3 black gold darts were just feints. Swish. The 2 street lamps turned into giant spears, falling from the sky, stabbing at the top of Hedong and Xia Qingkai's head respectively. Be careful. This time Xia Qingkai did not stutter. She sensed the danger in time, and her black hair grew rapidly. One part pushed Hedong away, and the other part rushed to the street lamp that attacked her, wrapping it and fixing it. Hedong fell a few meters away. He suddenly stood up and looked at Xia Qingkai not far away. Xia Qingkai's black hair was flying, and her face was full of relief for saving her companions. She did not relax her vigilance. Quick! Swish! A figure leaned over and sprinted to the side of Xia Qingkai. The speed was so fast that people could not react at all. The figure held a tang sword and slashed a beautiful green sword energy from a distance of several meters. Xia Kinkai's face was dull, her eyes were flashing with tears, her lips were slightly open, and she could not say anything. Xia Kinkai's thin white neck was cut by the sword energy, and blood splattered. Qingling did not look at it again, and turned to rush to Hedong not far away. Xia Kinkai! A surge of hot blood rushed to Hedong's forehead, and he plucked the strings of the zither fiercely, about to launch Lion's Roar. Qingling's rush to Hedong was just a feint, and she had quietly hooked her fingers. Puff! A black gold willow knife pierced Hedong's back and pierced his chest. Hedong still opened his mouth, with a look of anger, shock and unwillingness. He fell to his knees, and a pool of blood quickly melted on the grass. Swish! The black gold willow knife pulled out the corpse, and flew back to Qingling's hand. Qingling swung the two knives, and the blood stains on the blades disappeared instantly. The blades were smooth and cold, wrapped in green cold air. Bang bang bang. Just then, 3 sonic explosions came from the side. Boom! Qingling looked back, and just saw the bell tower on the square in the distance collapsed. Qinglong did not pursue the victory. He turned around and saw Xia Kinkai and Hedong lying in a pool of blood. His face sank, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. Qingling's heart sank. Wang Zikai actually failed to hold Qinglong back. Qinglong clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and decided to completely kill Qingling within 5 seconds. Qingling knew that she had no chance of winning, but she did not retreat. She waved her long sword and rushed towards Qinglong. Boom! Just as the two were about to fight, there was a loud explosion from the ground, and then the whole earth began to tremble. 1 minute ago, Heiyu entered the villa from the back door, rushed to the basement in one breath, and came to a high-tech metal door. Heiyu slammed the door hard. Dr. Jia. Open the door quickly. Beep. The cat's eye device on the metal door shot out a beam of light, which was a holographic image. In the image, Dr. Jia was wearing a white scientific research coat, shorts, and a pair of slippers, standing in front of several sophisticated experimental instruments. In front of the instrument was a small platform, on which stood a cubic culture dish, like a super-large fish tank. The fish tank was filled with light blue liquid, and 7 or 8 fish of different colors swam quickly in it. Of course, they were not fish, but the active energy of different awakened people. They seemed to have life, testing, chasing, entangled, and trying to merge with each other. This kind of experiment will fail 101 times out of 100 times. But Dr. Jia had the patience to adjust and improve, and then conducted the 102nd experiment. Dr. Jia stared at the operating panel in his hand with full concentration, muttering, "Well, the temperature seems to be a little high, the concentration of the medium is too thin, it can be increased by 2%. Dr. Jia. Open the door." Dr. Jia did not turn around, and said impatiently, "I told you not to bother me, wait for me to do this experiment first. Xiang is here to rob people. There is a fight outside." Blackfish shouted, "Open the door quickly, or I will hit the door." "Oh, I am so annoyed." Dr. Jia put down the operating panel and shouted reluctantly, "Open the door." Click. The metal door opened to both sides, and Blackfish rushed in, looking nervous. "Dr. Jia, come with me." Dr. Jia disagreed. "No, I still have a lot of work to do." "You are confused." Blackfish slapped his thigh anxiously. "When people die, everything is gone." Chapter 635. Dr. Jia was startled and came to his senses. Xiang's gang can do anything. If they can't kidnap you, they will definitely find a way to kill you. You are a genius. No one wants you to fall into the hands of the enemy, right? Blackfish patiently reasoned. You are the most precious asset of mankind. You can't just die here. That makes sense. Dr. Jia figured out the stakes. No, I can't die. I still have a lot of research to do. Are there any fake death drugs left? Blackfish asked. Only 2 left, Dr. Jia said. Take one quickly and follow me. Blackfish said. This place is not safe. Even fools know to come here to find you. Oh, okay. Dr. Jia took out a small blue medicine bottle from his pocket, poured out a fake death drug, covered his mouth and swallowed it. He thought of something. Give me a minute, I pack some things. It's too late. Don't worry about it. Blackfish grabbed Dr. Jia's hand and dragged him out of the laboratory. Well, then I at least take the parrot with me. No, let's go now. There is a long and narrow corridor in the underground laboratory, more than 10 meters long. Heiyu pulled Dr. Jia through the corridor and said, Let's go to the garage. I drive you away. Do you have any other hiding places? No. Dr. Jia answered truthfully. Forget it, just find a random place to hide first, and contact them later. Heiyu's expression was tense. The 6 Frost Guardians were lured away by that gray male, and Elder Qinglong is fighting with Wang Zikai. The 7 shadows have not appeared yet, and they will definitely come for you. Heiyu didn't finish his words, and suddenly stopped, his face fell. Why aren't you leaving? Dr. Jia, who was following behind, bumped into Heiyu's back, and he took a step back, a little confused. Too late. Blackfish smiled bitterly. The corridor was dimly lit. It was covered with tiny transparent spider silks. Blackfish walked halfway, and found that something was wrong with his body. When he realized the danger, he was already bound by countless spider silks. In the direction of the bright exit, there was a man standing against the light. He took a step forward and entered the dim corridor. He could see his face clearly. He was wearing a blue racing suit, short black hair, blue eyes, long face, and a confident smile. He was the elite Blackfish of the Qinglong team. Nana, I guess you would use this trick. Blackfish knew his former teammate Nana very well. His right hand nails grew rapidly, and turned into 5 fangs covered with dark green venom. One fang was placed on the spider silk, and the transparent spider silk immediately turned dark green, and spread towards Nana. Nana, Blackfish said, I will only give you one chance, surrender or die. Nana, who was bound by spider silk, sneered, it is humiliating that my king is looked down upon by a mere mortal. As soon as the words fell, Nana's eyes flashed with dazzling golden light. Blackfish was startled, and immediately felt the powerful energy bursting out of Nana's body. What? Could it be that her talent has risen to level 7? Oh no, spider silk may not be able to trap her. Blackfish immediately released 100% spider venom, and the green toxin flowed along the spider silk to Nana, but it was still a step slower. Nana's body expanded rapidly, almost instantly breaking free from the spider silk, and breaking through the walkway in the basement, and continued to expand. Level 7 size is unreserved and becomes larger to the limit. Nana was like a towering tree, breaking through the ground, smashing Dr. Jia's villa, and rushing into the sky. For a moment, the entire rich area was shaking, mud and gravel were flying everywhere, and a miniature gravel rain fell nearby. In just 2 seconds, a nearly 30-meter-tall giant stood on the ruins. It was Nana in a blue and white sailor suit. Due to the rapid expansion of bones and muscles, her body was still emitting light golden mist energy, like a mountain surrounded by golden air. The front yard of the villa no longer existed, only the ruins, Qinglong, Qingling, and the dead Hidong and Xia Qingkai were gone. On the roof of the villa across the street, Qinglong picked up the bodies of his 2 companions with both hands. He put the bodies down and looked at the giant Nana in front of him. Nana clenched her right fist, slowly side-glanced, and met Qinglong's eyes. At that moment, a trace of regret flashed across Qinglong's eyes. A fleeting sense of guilt also flashed in Nana's eyes. At this point, the relationship was over. Qinglong no longer hesitated, clenched his right fist, retracted it to his waist, and began to accumulate power. Nana knew what Qinglong was going to do. The 3-second charged punch was powerful enough to create the world, and even a giant would be blown to pieces. Ah! Nana screamed, and the ground shook for a moment. She stepped forward, swung her arms, and smashed towards the roof of Qinglong's villa. However, the giant Nana's movements were too slow. Qinglong easily completed the 3-second charge. His eyes were shining with golden light, and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. A serious punch. Empty. A punch with a strong fist wind and golden energy hit the sky. From a distance, it looked like a huge golden attack wave that directly penetrated the black sky. That's right, Qinglong's serious punch did not hit Nana, because Nana disappeared. 1 second before Qinglong punched, Nana immediately became smaller, and in the blink of an eye she shrank into Thumbelina. Qinglong's punch became a cannon hitting a mosquito. Nana pretended to fight against Qinglong, but it was just a fake move to deceive the opponent. She was a middle school student, but not stupid. She was not stupid enough to confront Qinglong head-on. All the above were part of the plan. What she had to do was to create chaos after becoming huge, to help Qingling and Wang Zikai escape, and Qingling would naturally help her escape. Swish. A black gold dart flew towards Nana in the sky, and Nana hugged the black gold dart with both hands. Qingling, who was flying with a sword, did not hesitate at all and fled quickly, followed by an inconspicuous black gold dart with a girl on it, which kept making a buzzing mosquito sound. Qinglong looked at Qingling, who was fleeing in the sky, and did not chase him. His sight turned back to the ruins in front of him. He quickly jumped onto the ruins and began to search for his companions and Dr. Jia. Soon, Qinglong found the injured and unconscious blackfish. He was like an earthquake victim, crushed by the collapsed walls and soil, and his chest was pierced by a chandelier, but fortunately his heart was not pierced. Qinglong quickly removed the heavy objects on Heyu, pulled out the chandelier, took out the sea potion he carried with him, and stabbed it into Heyu's chest. Heyu groaned, and his pale face gradually regained its color, and his painful eyebrows became relaxed. Qinglong stood up, magnified his six senses, closed his eyes and sensed, and found that there was no one else in the ruins. "Where is Dr. Jia?" Qinglong asked Heyu. Heyu lay on the ground, and his voice was intermittent. "And Nana, hands." The moment Nana became huge, she grabbed Dr. Jia and clenched her fist. Heyu only had time to see this. Qinglong frowned, and quickly figured out many things. He sighed. They still succeeded. Chapter 636. Elder Qinglong. Lu Shuang, Hua Gui, Sun He and Gu Shi just came back. The four had seen the giant Nana and Qinglong's serious punch on the road. They thought the battle was won, but now it seems that it is not the case. Where is Xiao Qi Kai? Hua Gui was a little worried. Where is Hedong? Killed by Qin Shi. Qinglong said calmly, thought for a while, and added, but the body is intact. Hua Gui breathed a sigh of relief and squatted down. That's great. Fortunately, I forced them to take Dr. Jia's resurrection medicine during the day. Dr. Jia was taken away by them. Qinglong said. Where is he? I chase him. Lu Shuang said. Qinglong shook his head. I don't know. Gu Shi jumped off the lion's back, hugged the lion's head with both hands, and pressed his forehead against its forehead. 2 seconds later, the lion roared and ran away. Xiaobai will gather nearby animals to help us find it. Gu Shi said. Xiaobai is the name of this lion. Yeah. Qinglong responded lightly, but he had already given up hope. Qilin President, I'm sorry, I failed in my duty. 10 minutes later, downstream of the Li River. On both sides of the river are ordinary residential areas with lights turned off. The messy and crowded low-rise houses are sleeping quietly under the starlight. The river is wide and quiet, with a shimmering silver light. A white boat is in the middle of the river. Hui Xiong is sitting at the stern, naked, wearing only a thin black cloak, and you can still see the thick hair on his chest. He paddles the boat with both hands, with a happy face after surviving a disaster. At this moment, he only feels that the starry sky is so beautiful, the air is so fresh, and it would be perfect if he could have a bottle of beer. Hong Xiaoxiao sat at the bow, holding a flashlight, shining it on the river, looking for something. I suddenly thought of a question. Hui Xiong, who was rewinded by Hong Xiaoxiao, replayed the battle just now. Does your talent have a distance limit? Of course it does. Hong Xiaoxiao at the bow did not turn around, still searching seriously. How far? Hui Xiong said. Within 30 meters. Hong Xiaoxiao said. Then how did you save me? According to the plan, Hong Xiaoxiao hid under the river bank, and Hui Xiong, who was wearing a black hairpin, could revive him even if he died as long as he ran out of the intersection. However, he failed to run out of the intersection, and Hong Xiaoxiao's time reset distance was not enough. Oh! Hong Xiaoxiao looked frustrated. Don't ask. At that time, Hong Xiaoxiao was hiding under the river bank, and heard the fight coming from the direction of the intersection, guessing that Hui Xiong could not run out. Hong Xiaoxiao was anxious, but she didn't dare to show her face, otherwise she would definitely be discovered by Lu Shuang and others. However, after Lu Shuang and the others left, it might be too late for Hong Xiaoxiao to rush over. Hong Xiaoxiao couldn't gamble on this possibility. She gritted her teeth, crawled into the sewer pipe next to her, and crawled towards the direction where Hui Xiong died. In that short minute, a short distance of 20 meters, Hong Xiaoxiao forgot how many times she vomited and how many times she collapsed. Finally, she sensed her black hairpin, which was the limit of 30 meters. Hong Xiaoxiao calculated the time accurately, and activated the time reset in the last 10 seconds or so. Whether Lu Shuang left or not, she had to revive Hui Xiong. In the end, Hui Xiong came back to life, and Lu Shuang and the others had already left. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately climbed out of the sewer pipe filled with feces and sewage. She cried in grievance and activated time reset on herself, rewinding to the state 3 minutes ago, and then fainted. Hui Xiong, who was naked in coma, soon woke up from the cold. He immediately rushed to the river bank, woke up the unconscious Hong Xiaoxiao, and started the next step. Although Hong Xiaoxiao was rewinded to 3 minutes ago, she still had a vague memory of climbing down the sewer pipe. She retched again and her stomach acid surged. I'm really curious, Hui Xiong said. Uncle Xiong, please don't ask. Let the past go with the wind. Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned. Ah. Found it, Dr. Jia. Not far from the river, there was a floating corpse, wearing a white coat and shorts, with a slipper hanging on one foot. He was dead, and it could be said that he was dead. Hee, Qing Ling is good, this brain is not inferior to the captain. Hui Xiong forgot the previous topic and paddled over quickly. 15 minutes ago, on the rooftop of the villa, the Qingling team. Qingling's long hair was blown by the night wind. She squatted down and opened a map of the rich area. I will arrange the battle plan below. Everyone must strictly implement it, and there must be no mistakes in any link. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward, turned on the flashlight, and illuminated the map. The other team members also came over. Qingling held the black gold dagger and pointed at Dr. Jia's villa on the map. I will use the hypnotic gas props to force them out of the villa and determine their number. Sister Qing, what if the Qinglong team is all here? Hong Xiaoxiao asked. I will take it into consideration. Qingling glanced at Hui Xiong. Does the Qinglong team have a talent for reconnaissance? It seems not. Hui Xiong recalled. No, Lu Shuang's talent can detect. Hong Xiaoxiao thought of something and told him about Lu Shuang's surveillance of Gao Yang. If that's the case, Hui Xiong thought of something. The ancient lion can also control nearby small animals for detection. Then you can't get too close. Qingling quickly improved the tactics. Hui Xiong, I will control the black gold knife and take you over. Only me? Hui Xiong was stunned. Qingling nodded. You just transform into a beast, start taunting and lead some people away. Qingling thought for a while and added, try to act as powerful as possible to attract attention. I'm already very powerful. Hui Xiong roared in dissatisfaction in his heart. Gray Xiong is in danger alone. Qingling looked at Hong Xiaoxiao. Hong Xiaoxiao, save a game for Gray Xiong, and then hide near this river. Be sure to hide well. Qingling pointed at the map. Gray Xiong, lead the enemy away, don't fight too much, and then find a way to escape. If you can't escape, go to the river and let them kill you. After they kill you, they will find that this is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and they will no longer care about you. Hong Xiaoxiao will help you to restore the game. Can't I just beat them all? This is also a possibility. Gray Xiong roared in his heart again, and his face was calm. No problem. After you are resurrected, go to the lower reaches of the Li River immediately. Qingling said. Why? Gray Xiong asked. You will know in a while. Qingling looked at Wang Zikai. Gray Xiong can't lead Qinglong away. Qinglong will definitely stay. Haha, it's finally my turn to play. Wang Zikai rubbed his hands. Well, you come to deal with Qinglong, just hold him back. Qingling said. Why are you dragging your feet? Just get started. Wang Zikai was full of pride. Have you forgotten what Gao Yang told you? Qingling glared at Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai suddenly remembered and rubbed his nose a little unhappy. Okay, I won't kill you, just have a fight. Qingling finally looked at Nana. Nana, you are the key to taking Dr. Jia away. Hee. Nana sneered in a noble manner. My king is really the finale. You become smaller first, and I will use the black gold dart to take you closer to the villa. When Wang Zikai and I attract the attention of others, you sneak into the villa, change into a member of the Qinglong group, trick Dr. Jia into opening the door, and take him away. Simple, my king. You haven't finished yet. Qingling looked over coldly, and Nana shut up immediately. Make sure Dr. Jia takes the resurrection potion, and then grow bigger. Qingling emphasized, grow as big as possible, and the more chaos it causes, the better. Wang Zikai, and I will take the opportunity to escape. Why are you escaping? Wang Zikai was unhappy. Just do it. You want to act on your own, you can. Qingling interrupted Wang Zikai, and took out his phone. Talk to Gao Yang yourself. Wang Zikai choked and shook his hands a little guilty. Okay, I listen to you. Qingling took back the phone and continued to arrange. Nana, after you grow bigger, hide Dr. Jia in your palm, and throw Dr. Jia out in the chaos, throw him into the Li River. Can you control the force? Simple. Nana raised her hands and left foot, turned sideways, and made a baseball pitching posture. My king throws the sky and the earth, and one shot hits the soul. I'm done. Do you have any questions? Qingling stood up. No problem. Yeah. Humph. Everything is under the control of my king. Wait a minute. Wang Zikai was a little confused. Is that all? Qingling just felt a headache. It was really hard to communicate with an idiot. Hong Xiaoxiao thought Wang Zikai was very cute. She smiled and explained, Brother Kai, let me add something. When Nana becomes huge and creates chaos, you can retreat. Nana throws Dr. Jia into the Li River, and then quickly becomes smaller, and Sister Qingling can fly with her sword and take her to retreat. Dr. Jia was thrown into the Li River, which is very far away. The Qinglong group will definitely not be able to find her for a while. But Dr. Jia will definitely fall to death, but falling on the river surface can keep his body intact. Dr. Jia took the resurrection medicine in advance, and can come back to life. I will meet up with Huixiong here, and then go to the lower reaches of the Li River to fish out Dr. Jia's body, and then we will each go to the secret base together. Ahem. Wang Zikai pretended to be natural, of course I know. I'm just afraid that some people don't understand. Thank you, Hong Xiaoxiao. Huixiong said with a sly smile. If you hadn't explained it, I really wouldn't understand. You're welcome, Uncle Xiong. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled knowingly. Qingling turned and jumped onto the rooftop railing, her long hair flying in the night wind. She raised her hand, and 7 hypnotic gases in her handbag flew out. They hovered above Qingling's head, and 2 seconds later, they shot towards Dr. Jia's villa. Action. Qingling's voice was cold and firm. Only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. Chapter 637. 2 o'clock in the morning, the slums of the country. Thousands of low concrete houses, tin houses, and temporary tents are clustered together, like a messy puzzle. In the lower left corner of the puzzle, in a tin house with only half of the roof left, lies a dark-skinned, skinny old man who is a scavenger. He is lost and in a coma. He is covered with a dirty, torn blanket and a few pieces of cardboard. The house is full of various bottles and jars and junk. Qingling, Wang Zikai, Huixiong, Nana, and Hong Xiaoxiao, each wearing a black cloak, sat in the dim corner and waited quietly. Wang Zikai fell asleep and snored beside him. Wang Zikai was hit by Qinglong's punch and knocked down the bell tower. He was in great pain, but he was not in danger of life and was not in a coma. He climbed up from the ruins of the square and wanted to rush back to fight Qinglong. He saw the giant Nana at a glance. He was very unwilling and unhappy, but he was afraid that Gao Yang would be angry when he came back, so he decided to put the overall situation first. Wang Zikai killed a few high-level beasts, who heard the news and ran to the secret base in the slums to meet with everyone. When he rushed over, Qingling and Nana had already arrived. He cursed and fell asleep against the wall in a few minutes. Wang Zikai's super strong physique was maintained by huge energy. He consumed a lot in the battle with Qinglong, but his recovery ability was amazing. Others might need to rest for a week, but he just needed a nap. Not long after that, Huixiong and Hong Xiaoxiao also came back, and Huixiong was still carrying Dr. Jia's body on his shoulders. Half an hour later, Dr. Jia finally woke up. Ah! He groaned, suddenly turned sideways, and vomited painfully, vomiting a lot of jelly water. Should we send him to the ICU first? Huixiong teased while smoking. No need. Qingling said. Dr. Jia is an awakened person after all, and his physique is far superior to that of ordinary humans. He won't die even if he drinks a few mouthfuls of river water. Well, I feel so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Dr. Jia sat up slowly, and found 5 disguised people in front of him. He was very confused. Who are you? Dr. Jia, Gao Yang wants to see you. Qingling said. Ah, you are from Chiang. Dr. Jia came back to his senses, and suddenly he was heartbroken. Ah! My laboratory, my parrot. Haha, the situation is urgent, and we can't take care of so many things. Huixiong smiled. Who did I offend? Dr. Jia got even angrier. I was just a lone man, with my parrot. I went abroad, doing research, humming songs, and suddenly I was robbed by you. Dr. Jia, don't be angry. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled patiently and tried to communicate. Our company. Our organization is very sincere. Sincerity? Dr. Jia was still angry. He stood up shakily. Can you translate for me? What is sincerity? Qingling also stood up, took a step forward, and walked in front of Dr. Jia. You are the person in charge, right? You have to compensate for my laboratory. You have to compensate for my parrot. Bang. Qingling punched Dr. Jia's right eye, and Dr. Jia fell to the ground and fainted. Qingling turned around and looked at Nana, pinch his face, put on the necklace, and leave in half an hour. Oh! Nana hurried to Dr. Jia's side to pinch his face. What type do you want? It doesn't matter, Qingling said. December 1st, 2 a.m. Island Country, Shui Street, Cheap B&B. Qingling, Nana and Dr. Jia sat on the tatami in the living room. The 3 of them disguised themselves as foreigners. Qingling's tang sword was on Dr. Jia's neck, which stopped him from spitting foul language. Gao Yang sat on the only sofa in the house, dressed in a suit and tie, elegantly crossed his legs, holding a half glass of red wine, and looked down at Dr. Jia. Jiuhan stood behind Gao Yang, with his hands clasped in front of his lower abdomen, serious and like a loyal bodyguard. 10 hours ago, Jiuhan's voice transmission broke through level 4, and Tengu had left with the spiritual rune. Gao Yang smiled. Dr. Jia, we meet again. Xiang. Call me Mr. Gao. Jiuhan whispered. The person in front of you is the leader of the Jussi organization. Gao Yang raised his hand gently, and Jiuhan stopped talking. Gao Yang shook the goblet, leaned forward, and looked at Dr. Jia with a half smile. I'm sorry, I didn't want to invite you here in such a rude way. But you see, you don't even want to call me Mr. Gao. Gao Yang. Dr. Jia was not afraid at all. Don't be so pretentious, it's not appropriate. I don't even think your face is young enough to be my son. How can you speak human language? What do you want to do? Ahem. Gao Yang coughed awkwardly. Jiuhan had a stern face, and was a little uncomfortable. Gao Yang broke his composure. I also think this style of painting doesn't suit me. Qingling, put away your sword. Qingling put away his tang sword, stood up and made way. Gao Yang stepped forward and sat down opposite Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia, help me, I'm in big trouble now. Why do you want to provoke the Qilin Union, when you have nothing better to do? Can you afford it? Dr. Jia snorted. I don't want to either. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders, pretending to be relaxed. But he keeps making promises to me, and asking me to work 996, I really can't stand it. Don't give me that, tell me, what do you want to do? Dr. Jia calmed down a little. Join us. Gao Yang said. Impossible. Dr. Jia refused. Qilin is not a good person. Jiuhan said coldly. I don't care about that. Dr. Jia didn't care. I don't want to be enemies with anyone. This will only hinder my research and make it difficult for me to get resources, such as the blood and active energy of the awakened, as well as black gold resources, various intelligence and information. Gao Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. Dr. Jia, you really are science without borders. Okay. Gao Yang proposed an alternative plan. Then you at least help me do 2 things, and I will let you go. You say it first. The first thing is to provide us with something. Gao Yang took out a list. Take a look. Dr. Jia took it and looked at it. 30 C potions, 20 D potions, 20 M potions, 20 illusion-breaking sprays, 30 adrenaline for awakeners, 30 hypnotic gases, 20 resurrection pills. Gao Yang wanted a lot of things, but not too much. If Dr. Jia could return to the laboratory, these would not be a problem. However, his current laboratory is gone, and he got angry again when he thought of this. Dr. Jia sneered. Give me a laboratory and raw materials, these are not a problem. Although the drugs I developed are not as good as those of a stone pharmacist, they are not much worse. Okay, I will provide some of the raw materials. Gao Yang waved his hand, and Jiuhan brought a black suitcase and opened it on the low table. Dr. Jia opened it, and found a total of 1,500 milliliters of blood and 3 black gold batteries storing active energy, provided by a dead pig, a handsome horse, and a singing girl. It's still not enough. There's still a lot to go. Jia Bo said, and my laboratory is gone. It doesn't matter. Gao Yang smiled faintly. We can borrow arrows from a straw boat. Dr. Jia was stunned, and laughed. You are so good, Mr. Gao, you didn't think of asking me to join you at the beginning, right? Chapter 638. Uh-huh. Gao Yang flattered. Genius is smart. Jussi can't provide you with raw materials for laboratories and various drug equipment now. You can't play your great value here. You want me to join the Qilin Union? Dr. Jia asked. Yes, I have written a script for you. Do you want to listen to it? Okay. Gao Yang said, you were kidnapped by the GOC organization. They use both soft and hard tactics to force you to join. But you are upright, and would rather die than surrender. You would never go along with the traitors of mankind. GOC wanted to kill you, but considering that you are a respected individual, killing you would only anger the 3 major organizations and make more enemies, so GOC had to let you go. Now, your laboratory in the country has been destroyed, and you are eager to continue your research work for the benefit of all mankind. So you thought about it again, and reluctantly accepted the help of the Qilin Union to rebuild the laboratory in Licheng, and decided to accept their protection, so that you can work with peace of mind, and no one will disturb you anymore. How about this script? Gao Yang said. Perfect, it fits my character very well. Dr. Jia praised. So you agreed? Gao Yang asked. No. Dr. Jia said, I can follow your script, and you can't do anything to me, Because you really don't dare to kill me. It's not good for you to offend the three major organizations. You. Johan almost went over to kick Dr. Jia. It's okay. Gao Yang had expected it, and waved his hand to stop Johan. He still smiled. Dr. Jia, you are a genius. It's too vulgar to talk to you about feelings, money, and positions. Let's talk about something advanced. What? Dr. Jia narrowed his eyes, half believing and half doubting. The truth of the foggy world. Gao Yang said. You already know it? Dr. Jia's eyes lit up. I don't know. Gao Yang was confident, but I can help you explore. What do you mean? Dr. Jia said. Gao Yang kept it a secret. My second request is, let's talk about the previous things first. Dr. Jia was anxious to death. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Gao Yang stretched out 2 fingers. My second request is that you give me a string of secret key codes to ensure that I can use my mobile phone to send a text message to all the awakened mobile phones in the foggy world. It will be a one-time use. I only need to use it once. This is easy. I can move my fingers. Dr. Jia was impatient. Quick, tell me how you can help me. So you agree? Gao Yang asked. Speak first. Dr. Jia is not stupid. How do I know if you are fooling me? Okay. Gao Yang got to the point. You know I am the heir of God, right? What? Dr. Jia looked confused. TSK. Johan folded his hands and sneered contemptuously. Doctor, the news is really out of date. The captain is the child of a beast and a human, called the heir of God, also called the son of God. He is the only heir of God in the misty world. Dr. Jia was stunned. Gao Yang added lightly, if you think we are lying to you, you can go back and ask people from the 3 major organizations for confirmation. Silence. Dr. Jia jumped up excitedly. Such a big thing, no one told me? I am a genius, and no one notified me. Now you know. Gao Yang said. Gao Yang. Dr. Jia knelt down in front of Gao Yang with a thump, excitedly holding Gao Yang's hand, his voice trembling. No, Mr. Gao, you must promise me to let me study your... Gao Yang pulled out his hand. I can give you some of my blood and active energy, you take it back to study. Really? Dr. Jia was overjoyed. Of course, not only that, after the matter is done, I can also provide you with ghost blood and active energy, so that you can study together. In addition, I have a certain understanding of the birthplace of the living beast and the curse abyss, and I can share them with you. Gao Yang wrote a few more blank checks. As for the ghost group, Gao Yang planned to go back and ask for their opinions. Zhu Yuan is also called the son of curse, which is the opposite of the heir of God. Johan added, I will explain it to you in detail later. Master Gao. You are my reborn parents. Dr. Jia no longer has any moral integrity, kneeling and hugging Gao Yang's legs. Please, you must tell me. Then it depends on your performance. Gao Yang reached out and touched Dr. Jia's head. Remember, complete my 2 requirements. In addition, these studies must not be known to the 3 major organizations and other forces. I promise. I swear. Dr. Jia raised his hand and suddenly thought of something. However, I will definitely be supervised by the Qilin Union at that time. Even if I make those medicines, how can I give them to you? Give them to my king. A very small voice appeared. Dr. Jia lowered his head, and Nana had become the size of a little finger without knowing when, standing on the coffee table, with her hands on her waist. Wow. Dr. Jia moved closer and looked at the little Nana on the table. Your talent is very interesting. Let me draw some blood later. How dare you? The power of my king is also something that you mortals can't spy on. Nana. Gao Yang said, changed to the smallest. Nana did as she was told, and her body continued to shrink, and in a blink of an eye she became an ant. Wow. Awesome. Dr. Jia exclaimed. Gao Yang threw a thick silver ring to Dr. Jia. Put it on. Nana will hide in the ring and follow you. The Qilin Union will have basic respect for you, and will only protect you, not treat you as a prisoner, nor monitor your laboratory. When you make what we want, Nana will take these things away, don't worry. Nana's level 7,000 faces has recorded Gao Yang's image and talent. As long as she doesn't record new targets, the talent storage time can be up to 20 days. After getting the things, she can activate teleport with 50% efficiency and escape through the wall. Gao Yang did not tell Dr. Jia about this detail. Okay. Dr. Jia did not ask any more questions. After confirming that Nana had entered the ring, he put it on immediately. Gao Yang waved his hand again, and Johan handed Gao Yang 100 milliliters of blood and a black gold battery, which were Gao Yang's blood and active energy respectively. Gao Yang put the two things into the suitcase, closed the suitcase lid, and pushed it in front of Dr. Jia. They won't check your belongings, right? Gao Yang asked. Don't worry. Dr. Jia patted his chest. If they dare to touch anything of mine, I will turn against them and never cooperate with them again. Very good. Gao Yang chuckled. Remember, if you turn against me, you will lose the ghost's blood and active energy, the secrets of the living beast and the curse abyss forever. Don't worry. I am a principled person. Dr. Jia was very proud. I usually don't promise people, but I will definitely do what I promise. Activate lie detector. Dr. Jia did not lie and his attitude was neutral. Gao Yang was very satisfied. You can go now. Ah? Dr. Jia was surprised. Aren't you going to send me back? Play the whole play, you figure it out yourself. It's better to get hurt and be miserable. Gao Yang said. That's right. Dr. Jia picked up the suitcase and turned to go out. You better go back to Ligua first. Qing Ling, who had been silent all the time, said coldly. Why? Dr. Jia didn't understand. I go directly to Liqing to find the Qilin Union. Anyway, I don't have any nostalgia for Ligua. I saw your parrot fly out that night. It's not dead. Qing Ling said. Dr. Jia was shocked and overjoyed again. Qingxi, you and Gao Yang are my reincarnation. No, my biological parents. Qing Ling resisted the urge to throw darts at his face, and turned her head to look out the window. Chapter 639. 10 days later, late at night, in G District, south of the city. A certain unfinished building, the top floor of a certain elevator building. A rough finished house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, cement walls and cement floors, no doors or windows, no water or electricity. There are 2 second-hand sofas in the living room, and a mattress in each of the 3 bedrooms. The kitchen is stocked with some food that does not need to be frozen, clean water, and simple daily necessities, and the toilet is stocked with several large buckets of clean water and toiletries. Such a shabby place is the temporary base of the GOC organization. The GOC organization has several such bases. Gao Yang leaned on the sofa and took a nap for a while. Since his parents left, Gao Yang could no longer fall asleep in bed. Only by lying on the sofa could he feel safe for a moment. When Gao Yang woke up, Kim was sitting on the sofa opposite her. She curled up her legs and lowered her head to play with her mobile phone. The light of the mobile phone was adjusted to the minimum, lighting up her eyes and nose. Since the establishment of the Juicy organization, Cantu has quit playing mobile games. One is to avoid exposing her whereabouts, and the other is to say goodbye to her past self. Every day is rest and training, occasionally carrying out tasks, and the rest of the time, Cantu plays small games to kill time. Cantu's favorite game is Tetris. When she was a child, her father often played with her. In her childhood memory, Cantu's father was very powerful. Every time Cantu was about to lose, she would yell and scream, and her father, who was drawing in the studio, would trot out, grab Cantu's game console, and help her operate it. In a short while, the Tetris that occupied the entire screen was eliminated, and her father smiled and returned the game console to Cantu. Orange, when can you beat Dad? Just wait. Cantu pouted in dissatisfaction, but soon she would shout in a panic, Dad! Dad, come quickly, I'm dying. Now Cantu has grown up, and is very good at playing the game. The blocks are accelerating and falling one after another, dazzling, full of afterimages, and the blocks are constantly eliminated and will never be filled. Hong Xiaoxiao watched Cantu play once, and praised her for being so good. She just smiled. My dad is good, but it's a pity that he is gone, and I can never beat him again. The person in the memory is so hateful, we can never beat him. We can't catch up with him. We can only miss him, or hate him. Cantu. Gao Yang's voice was light and hoarse. Go back to your room and sleep for a while. Cantu put down the phone. Hee, it's okay, I'm not sleepy. Gao Yang knew that Cantu was protecting him. Although it was safe enough here, and the people in the Juicy organization were trustworthy, Cantu still wanted to take the initiative to do something for the captain. Gao Yang glanced at Cantu. Okay, got it. Cantu got up and went back to his room. Hong Xiaoxiao was sleeping soundly on the mattress in the room. Cantu lay down and squeezed into the warm quilt. Cantu and Hong Xiaoxiao had become good friends. She smirked. Look at my 9-in white bone claw. Well, don't touch me, I'm freezing. Hong Xiaoxiao turned over in a daze, but she didn't get angry and continued to sleep. Tonight it was Jiuhan's turn. Wang Zikai and Hui Xiong were patrolling nearby. Manxi and Qingling went out to investigate, leaving Gao Yang alone in the dark living room. Gao Yang sat on the sofa, and his mind moved. Enter the system. Accumulated lucky points 979 points. Physical strength 441. Endurance 441. Strength 1108. Agility 1862. Spirit 2017. Charm 1517. Luck 1777. Teleport level 6. Copy level 6. Flame level 6. Illusion level 6. Spiritual armor level 6. Lie detector level 4. Luck level 5. Gao Yang exited the system and sighed slightly. The night he escaped from Qilin's consulting room, Gao Yang's spiritual armor was upgraded to level 6. So far, except for lie detector and luck, all talents within 100 are level 6. Next, it is to accumulate luck points and continue to comprehend new talents. Gao Yang has already decided to lock absolute defense as the next talent. From an emotional point of view, this is his father's talent, with his will, and he must inherit it. From a rational point of view, Gao Yang only has the Guardian Rune Circuit, and he has the conditions to upgrade absolute defense to level 8. If it succeeds, then protecting the people around you will no longer be an empty talk. However, if you want to upgrade to level 8, you must first upgrade to level 7. All of Gao Yang's current talents have not reached level 7. Why? Because my belief is not firm enough? Or is it that protecting family and friends and bringing everyone to live together is not my entire belief? Gao Yang lowered his head and looked at his hands and slowly clenched his fists. There was indeed a trace of confusion and hesitation in his heart, as if he had forgotten something important, but he just couldn't remember it. Shua! Man, she jumped in from the window of the rough house. Swoosh! Qingling stepped on the Tang sword and flew into the house from the window on the other side. How is it? Gao Yang asked. Everything seems normal over at the Baichuan group. Man, she said. The Qilin Union doesn't seem to have any suspicious actions. Qilin said. Thank you for your hard work. Gao Yang nodded. Brother, it's time for supper. Wang Zikai, who was dressed up as Qiaozhuang, walked in from the entrance of the rough house with a package of cola fried chicken. Behind him were Huixiong and Johan, who were also disguised. The three of them returned from patrol. I'm not hungry, you guys eat. I go change clothes. Manchi walked to the utility room. It was his turn to patrol next. He had to wear a wig first, then repair the scars on his face, and then change into a sanitation worker's uniform. Haha, the day my king left, you guys have fallen into such a situation. Pitiful. Sad? Ridiculous. The familiar lines of the second year of high school sounded. Gao Yang glanced sideways, and a girl appeared on the balcony. She had her back to everyone, and the moonlight illuminated a slender silhouette in a sailor suit. She was holding a square suitcase in one hand, and one hand on her waist. Although the action was artificial, it was a bit cute. I'm back. Gao Yang smiled faintly, knowing that Nana had succeeded. These days, he was quite worried that Nana would get into trouble, but he didn't expect her to be so reliable. Nana, you can do it. Huixiong was very happy. Faster than I expected. The 3 realms and 6 paths can't trap my king, and a mere 10 dragon village is simply useless. Nana turned around and threw the square suitcase over. Johan caught it steadily, squatted down, opened it, and quickly checked. The quantity matches, and Sea Potion and Resurrection Potion were given a little more. Ouch. Wang Zikai raised his eyebrows. This Dr. Jia is quite worldly wise. Humph, under the grace and power of my king, he must be loyal. Nana walked into the living room proudly, and shut up immediately when she found Qingling's cold eyes leaning against the wall. Well done. Who knew that Qingling would praise coldly? Chapter 640. Nana was stunned. Her face instantly turned red to her ears, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. She praised me. She actually praised me. No. Who cares about this woman's praise? Nana, calm down. She is CPUing you. You are the descendant of the creation witch and the first generation of fallen angels. You deserve any praise in this world, but she praised you. Qingling. Nana stood there like a mallet, struggling with her heart. Hong Xiaoxiao, wearing loose cotton pajamas, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and walked out of the room. Everyone is back safely, so good. Xiao Xiaohong, wake up, can too, celebrate tonight, and have a midnight snack. Wang Zikai shouted. As soon as she heard about the midnight snack, Hong Xiaoxiao was no longer sleepy. Oh, right away. Just as Hong Xiaoxiao was about to enter the room, the food bag in Wang Zikai's hand opened automatically, and a cup of Coke floated out of it. The straw was automatically inserted, and he took a sip. Then, Cantu appeared. She held the Coke and said with a sly smile, Hee hee, I smelled it a long time ago. Dead girl. Wei Xiong patted Candace's head lightly. You are so smart. I asked you to watch the captain, but you just know how to be lazy. I didn't. Cantu tidied up her messed up hair with one hand. The captain woke up, so I went back to the room. Everyone. Gao Yang stood up and took out a disposable mobile phone. Tonight is indeed worth celebrating. But before that, there is one more thing to do. What is it? Cantu looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang walked through the dark living room and came to the balcony illuminated by the moonlight, looking at Li Chung sleeping at his feet. He raised his phone and pressed the SMS group button that had been set up long ago. Declare war. At the same time, Guanhai Tower. In front of the French window of the private bedroom, Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was pale, panic-stricken, and trembling all over. Although the room was well heated, her body was still very cold. Just now, she had another dream. In the dream, she saw a very scary future. This time, it was no longer vague, but very concrete. The moment she woke up, Li's prophet was upgraded to level 7. Ding. At this time, the phone on the bedside table rang. She was stunned for a moment, controlled the automatic wheelchair to walk over, picked up the phone, and it was a text message from an unfamiliar number. Li read it quietly. Her expression became more and more solemn. 10 seconds later, she closed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. She had made up her mind. Li immediately dialed Shen Ying's number. Mrs. Li, what do you want? The call was quickly connected, and Shen Ying had fallen asleep. Shen Ying, call all team leaders for an emergency meeting, said Mr. Li. At the same time, the Blue House Clinic, which had long since stopped operating. In the clinic, the insomniac Qilin sat on the sofa, sipping hand-ground coffee while listening to classical music. Ding. The phone on the table rang. Qilin leaned over and picked up the phone. It was an unfamiliar text message. Qilin read it quietly, with no expression on his face. After a few seconds, he put down the phone, took off his glasses, took out a silk handkerchief, carefully and seriously wiped the lenses, and put them back on his nose. I don't know if it was an illusion, but under the wiped lenses, Qilin's green eyes became colder, like a layer of frost on the quiet lake under the moonlight. He was motionless, calm and profound. Only the exciting and tragic classical music resounded throughout the room. At the same time, Millennium Building 6F, Rabbit Gate. Dohu and Baitu were playing games on the sofa. After Electric Mouse died, Baitu became the one to play games with Dohu. The two of them were noobs, winning and losing. While playing games, Baitu did not forget to recommend, Uncle Hu, that novel is really good. It has been updated to Volume 5 now. It is more exciting than Doran Juan. You will definitely like it. What's the name? Dohu asked casually. My brother is Tianming Xiaonian. Baitu said. No, what a stupid name. Dohu said. Don't read it. Why don't you read it? It has a high rating. Baitu has recommended it to many people, and Dohu's stubbornness aroused her competitive spirit as a tap water. I must have hired a water army to brush it. Dohu held a cigarette in his mouth, with disdain on his face. Rabbit, don't watch those meaningless things all day long. I recommend you to read the 3-person book. That's a masterpiece. It's an absolute dimensionality reduction attack. Ding. The phone rang. Dohu squinted and looked at it, then quickly picked up the phone. Baitu's phone also rang. She put down the game controller and unlocked the phone. They were both silent for a moment. Dohu threw the phone back on the table, leaned back, crossed his legs, took a deep puff of cigarette, and puffed out smoke. Xiao Yangang, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have made progress. Baitu's reaction was much more serious. Her eyes were burning. She held the phone tightly and read out the text message with ups and downs and emotion, to all awakened people in the foggy world. We are all lambs in a wolf's circle. We don't know where we come from, or where we are going. We are walking on thin ice, and our future is uncertain. Everyone has lost a lot, even everything. Endless death seems to be our only destination. But we never lose hope and never stop. Generation after generation, term after term, one after another, we continue to burn our lives, light up this eternal night, and chase the vague dawn. Finally, we have come to this day, with the 12 runes gathered, and the gate of the end is right in front of us. The irony is that at some point, our greatest enemy has already. It is no longer the brutal beast, but the subtle human heart. The leader of the Qilin Union, Qilin. This man seems to be righteous and selfless, but in fact he is ambitious and dictatorial. As everyone knows, in the past 20 years, he has never shared the miracle rune with anyone, and never told everyone where the door to the end is. Now, he wants to take the 12 rune circuits for himself and open the door alone. I am afraid that he is pretending to save all mankind, but he is really ambitious to realize his wolfish ambitions. Qiang Gaoyang, the former elder of the Qilin Union, saw through this and almost died tragically. Was killed, and also suffered 7 unwarranted crimes. Qiang awakened for only half a year, and served in the Zodiac and Kirin Unions successively. During his tenure, he worked diligently, risked his life many times, lost many teammates, and found 5 runes for the awakening world, but never thought of taking them for himself. In the Crimson Tide, Gaoyang desperately killed Lilia and lost his loved ones. In the confrontation with the Songmu cult, the living beasts, and the Curse Abyss, Gaoyang survived many times and lost his comrades and parents again. Qiang is almost the same as you. Lost everything, but never lost hope, nor lost the dignity and bottom line as a human being. Now, Qiang has no choice but to lead like-minded people to establish the Jussi organization. We may be weak, but we will never surrender. We were born in the night, but we chased the dawn. From today, the Jussi organization officially declares war on the Qilin Union. As long as the Qilin Union does not change its position and put down its ambitions, the Jussi organization will fight to the end and never give up. That's all. The Jussi organization. December 10th. Chapter 641. 2 o'clock in the morning, Blue House Clinic, Psychological Counseling Room. Qilong and Zhu Kei sat on the double sofa, and an old man sat opposite them, wearing an old black cotton coat and a red and blue crooked mask on his face. He was the newly appointed elder Yin Liang. Qilong and Zhu Kei knew Uncle Yin. In the past, they occasionally heard Qilin mention him, but it was the first time they saw him in person. The atmosphere in the room was a little subtle. Zhu Kei casually swiped his phone to ease the embarrassment, and Qilong still sat there with a serious expression. Okay. A few minutes later, Qilin came out with a crutch in one hand and a tray in the other hand, with 3 cups of hand-ground coffee and a cup of pu'er tea on it. Thank you. Thank you. Qilong and Zhu Kei took the initiative to stand up and took a cup of coffee away, while Yin Liang did not move. Qilin took the initiative to step forward and bent down to bring the tea to Yin Liang's eyes. Yin Liang naturally picked up the teacup, holding the lid in one hand and the tray in the other, and began to drink tea. Zhu Kei on the opposite side was dumbfounded. Yin Liang was wearing a mask and his mouth was not exposed at all, but he actually sipped the tea. Not only did he make the sound of drinking tea, but when he put down the teacup, the tea inside really became less, as if he was performing some magic trick. After a while, Yin Liang looked up and met Zhu Chua's surprised eyes. Zhu Kei realized his impoliteness, and immediately lowered his head to drink coffee. First time meeting, let me introduce you. Qilin sat down on the single sofa. This is Uncle Yin, now the new elder of the Union, Yin Liang. These two are Zhu Kei and Qilong. The 3 of them exchanged a few polite words. Qilin put his hands together and leaned forward. Do you all know the reason why I called you here urgently? Everyone has received Jussi's text message. Qilong said in a serious tone. To be honest, it's quite provocative. Zhu Kei smiled helplessly. Indeed? Qilin admitted, then frowned slightly. However, why can Qiang use a strange number to send group text messages to all awakened people? I don't think he can crack Dr. Jia's encrypted communication system. There is something wrong with this Dr. Jia. Qilong made a reasonable guess. He was kidnapped by Qiang before, and was released later. He may have reached some agreement with Qiang, and secretly helped him. It's very likely. Zhu Kei nodded. President. Qilong suggested, or, you should use Wanxiang to interrogate him. Qilin did not express his opinion. Hee hee. Yin Liang still held the pu'er tea and smiled. Qilong looked at Yin Liang. Does Elder Yin Liang have a different idea? Dr. Jia has no position, no loyalty, no faith, only pure curiosity. Yin Liang's voice was old but steady. It's done. There's no point in interrogating him or punishing him. It will only push him away from us. We invited him back to use his abilities, not his loyalty. Qilong thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Qilin, leave this man to me. Yin Liang smiled. It's time to let him do some work for us. Okay. Qilin nodded. However, Yin Liang's masked face slowly turned to Zhu Kei. I want to ask Elder Zhu Kei for some active energy, and also borrow another person from you. Energy is no problem. Who do you want? Zhu Kei asked. Xiao Xian. Zhu Kei was a little surprised. She thought Yin Liang would look for someone with strong combat capabilities, but she didn't expect it to be Xiao Xian, who was timid and mediocre. Okay. Zhu Ke asked again. How long will it take? I don't know. It depends on how long Dr. Jian needs it. Yin Liang said. Okay. Zhu Ke stopped asking. He. Yin Liang laughed. He picked up the teacup and continued to drink tea. Zhu Ke. Qilin began to arrange the work. You go and negotiate with the 12 zodiac signs and the Baichuan group, and tell them not to trust the 7 shadows. Okay. Zhu Ke said. Qinglong. Qilin glanced at Qinglong. You continue to look for the whereabouts of the 9 heirs organization. Once you find it, you can contact anyone in the union for assistance, including me. Leave it to me. Qinglong nodded. Please remember, our first goal is to protect the rune circuit, the second goal is the head of the 7 shadows, and the third goal is the 9 heirs organization. Understood. Qinglong and Zhu Ke answered at the same time. Afterwards, the 4 talked about specific matters for another half an hour, including Kyo's solution, the dead beast, and clues to the Sangmu cult. After the meeting, Zhu Ke gave Yin Liang active energy and drove him to Shilongzai himself. In the car, the two were silent, and the atmosphere was subtle. Zhu Ke thought for a long time, turned down the volume of the radio, and said naturally, Uncle Yin, at your age, you must be a senior in the Xianmen era, right? Hee. Yin Liang's laughter was a little hoarse. I didn't join the Xianmen. This was tacitly saying that he had contact with the Xianmen. Zhu Ke glanced at the rearview mirror outside the car window, and slowly turned the steering wheel. Uncle Yin and the president knew each other a long time ago, right? Pretty early? Before the union was established? Zhu Ke asked. Earlier. Could it be? Zhu Ke. Yin Liang interrupted. What do you want to ask? Nothing, just chatting casually. We will be colleagues in the future. Zhu Ke still had a smile on his face. I noticed it during the meeting today. Yin Liang spoke unexpectedly directly. You are a little hesitant. Are you shaken? Really? Zhu Ke was shocked, but didn't show it. Why did you follow Qilin in the first place? Yin Liang took the initiative. There are many reasons. Zhu Ke said. The most important point is that he vowed to lead humans to escape from the foggy world and go to their real home. Well, I forgot the original words. Zhu Ke smiled. Anyway, when he said this, I was quite shocked. At that time, I was more pessimistic and nihilistic. I didn't think humans could fight against this terrible world, but he made me feel that we might be able to do it. Qilin didn't lie. Yin Liang said, he can do it, and he has been working hard for it. Yes. Zhu Ke was a little emotional. Then why are you still shaken? Yin Liang continued to ask, has your goal changed? No. Zhu Ke sighed slightly. I'm just a little worried. Maybe there can be a better way. I understand. Yin Liang also sighed lightly. Child, the way to survive is shed in blood. It is not perfect, but it is the only solution under the law of reality. The ideal way is sung in praises. It is very fragile, and will only lead to greater failure and tragedy. Suzaka fell into deep thought. If we can live to the day when the door opens, we will all thank Qilin. Yin Liang said firmly. Suzaka smiled faintly. I have learned your lesson. That's it. I will walk the rest of the way by myself. Yin Liang said. Okay. Suzaku pulled over and Yin Liang got out and left. Suzaka glanced sideways. Yin Liang was skinny and his back was hunched. His out-of-place back gradually merged into the bar street with bright lights, wine, women and music. Soon, he was drowned by the surging and flashy crowd. Chapter 642. Shilongzai, the former Xuanwu branch. Yin Liang, wearing a crooked mask, put his hands behind his back, hunched slightly, and walked into the hall. In the hall, 2 union members were entangled on the sofa for guests. Xiao Xian was pressed on the sofa by Su Mei. He looked flustered, blushing, embarrassed and scared. Miss Su, don't do this. Su Mei sat on Xiao Xian's legs. She had a long blue wavy middle-parted hair, a sexy figure, attractive curves, and a beautiful face. There were purple freckles on both sides of her cheeks, like burned makeup, revealing a different kind of charm. She wore a tight beige hip-wrap sweater with a heart-shaped hollow on her chest, and 2 white spots were about to come out. She hooked her hands around Xiao Xian's neck, leaning forward, and a pair of lavender phoenix eyes were charming. Hee, so shy, you must be. Still a virgin? The woman smiled delicately, her voice soft and frivolous. I came to see Elder Yin Liang. The woman stretched out a finger to block Xiao Xian's mouth. She smiled and put her mouth close to Xiao Xian's ear, whispered something, and then bit his earlobe. Ah! Xiao Xian immediately entered a state of stress, shouted, and pushed Su Mei hard. Oh! Su Mei fell off Xiao Xian and lay on the ground. She was weak and boneless, like a piece of clothing falling to the ground, without any sound. She lay on her side on the ground, stroking her legs in white stockings, and her tone was very disappointed. Men who don't understand romance are so boring. You? Xiao Xian jumped up from the sofa, breathing rapidly, pointing at Su Mei, and wanted to say something, but he caught a glimpse of Yin Liang from the corner of his eye, and immediately turned sideways and stood up straight. Elder Yin Liang. Yin Liang nodded slightly, and glanced at the woman lying on the ground. She looked like a puddle of water at the moment. Get up. Su Mei still had a smile on her lips, but her frivolous look was restrained a little. She stood up. Her movements were so soft that she could hardly feel her bones. Su Mei, a former member of the Qinglong group, is now an elite of the Yin Liang group, with the talent Venom, serial number 39, and the poison system. Follow me. Yin Liang turned around, and Xiao Xian followed Su Mei. The three of them took the special elevator to the underground platform, took the capsule train, got off 3 minutes later, and came to a secret platform that was not open to the public. After leaving the platform, there was a high-tech door on the wall in front, and Yin Liang shouted softly, "Dr. Jia, Yin Liang is visiting." There was silence for a few seconds. Click. The door opened, and white light poured out, illuminating the faces of the three people. Inside the door was a brightly lit medium-sized laboratory with gray and white tones, and simple but high-end decoration. Dr. Jia wore a white coat on his upper body, flowery shorts on his lower body, his leg hair was sparse and long, and he wore a pair of pink fur slippers on his feet. He was staring at a large petri dish in front of him, which was filled with light blue liquid medicine. The faint blue light flowed through the glass onto Dr. Jia's sleep-deprived face with deep eye bags. In the middle of the petri dish, there was a special active energy floating. It was like a ball of ink and milk mixed together, but the mixing was not even enough. They could not merge into a harmonious gray, nor could they differentiate into an ancient and profound beauty like Tai Chi. Black and white were entangled randomly, full of contradictions, and exuded an inexplicable loneliness. Around this active energy, there were 5 or 6 active energies of different colors. They were like panicked fish, circling around the black and white energy in the middle. They seemed to have life and emotions, fearing the black and white energy and dared not approach. Strange. Dr. Jia touched his chin and thought, I thought the active energy of the air of God should be all match, and it can be easily integrated with any active energy, but it is so withdrawn, no one accepts it. This shouldn't be right, there must be something wrong. Dr. Jia? Yin Liang came behind him. Dr. Jia interrupted his thoughts and turned around impatiently. Something? What are you studying? Yin Liang, wearing a crooked mask, looked up at the petri dish. I asked Qinglong for some active energy, and I want to try to develop a potion for infinite evolution. Dr. Jia lied without blushing or beating his heart. In fact, he had tried this experiment a long time ago, and it didn't work at all. Yin Liang no longer asked for details. Dr. Jia, you also received the text message, right? What text message? Dr. Jia said. The traitor Qiang sent an encrypted text message to all awakened people. Yin Liang said. Let me see. Dr. Jia turned and walked to the workbench, picked up his mobile phone, found the text message, and read it quickly. Dr. Jia threw his phone away and said indifferently, It's not bad, a little better than your union, but not much. Yin Liang's eyes under the mask were very old, but clear and sharp. I heard that Dr. Jia, you have only authorized the technology of mass announcements to the 3 major organizations, and it must be done with a mobile phone that has been logged in. Qiang is a traitor. How can he use a strange number to send encrypted text messages to everyone? Because I gave him a bunch of keys. Dr. Jia admitted generously. Yin Liang was silent. I didn't expect Dr. Jia to be so frank. After a while, Yin Liang asked again, Did Qiang coerce you? You should tell us afterwards. No. Dr. Jia said, Last time I went to Nigua, Qiang asked me for a bunch of keys. He said that the beasts were very dangerous. In case of an accident, he wanted to inform everyone of the information he had in time, so I gave him one. Who knew he kept it for this time? I didn't tell you because I had forgotten about such trivial matters. Yin Liang was silent again. Dr. Jia chuckled. Don't worry, the key is a one-time use, and will be useless after use. Yin Liang nodded and stopped nagging about this topic. Dr. Jia, the 2 people behind me will stay with you. You want to monitor me? Dr. Jia asked unhappily. No, I want you to help develop something. You can use their blood and energy as you like. Yin Liang handed over another energy battery in his hand. In addition, this is the active energy of Suzaku. No time. Dr. Jia refused coldly. I'm busy. Chapter 643. Yin Liang was silent again. Dr. Jia, I won't pursue your text message, but you don't appreciate my kindness at all. Hee. Yin Liang changed his route. Okay, you go ahead and do it when you are free. These two people will stay in your laboratory and be on standby at any time. Yin Liang turned around. Did you hear that? Yes. Elder Yin Liang. Xiao Xian was excited. Being able to hide with Dr. Jia, at least it was safe, and there was no need to worry about the high-level beasts and the Nine Heirs organization. Hee. Su Mei stared at Dr. Jia's face, with aggressive eyes and fiery desire. The taste of genius must be beautiful. Dr. Jia knew what Yin Liang meant. If he didn't agree, he would have to endure the surveillance of these two people. Yin Liang just wanted to disgust him. Okay. Dr. Jia said. What do you want to do? Thank you for your hard work. Yin Liang took out a piece of paper. Everything I want is on it. It will definitely not be difficult for you. Dr. Jia took it and took a look. It's interesting. Theoretically it's feasible. Give me some time. Thank you. Don't bother me after you're done. Dr. Jia was annoyed. Not for a short time. Yin Liang turned and left. Elder Yin Liang. Xiao Xian called him, hesitated, and asked, What happened here? Should I report to Elder Zhu Ke? No. Yin Liang didn't turn around, and said coldly, It must be kept confidential, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Xiao Xian suddenly became nervous. Yes. 4 o'clock in the morning, Millennium Building 6F, Rack Gate. In the meeting room, Dohu urgently convened a general meeting to discuss the 9C organization's declaration of war on the Qilin Union. Finally, everyone basically reached a consensus. Now each party has its own reasons, and when the truth is not clear, we should continue to remain neutral. After the meeting, Dohu asked Baitu and Tiango to stay. The cute lamb stood on tiptoe, grabbed the door handle with both hands, and closed the door of the meeting room with some difficulty. The room became quiet, and Dohu lit a cigarette slowly, puffing smoke, and spoke for a long time. Tell me your thoughts. Since Gaoyang has declared war, it should take some action. Baitu said. +1. Tiango said. Yeah. Dohu held a cigarette in the corner of his mouth and tapped the table with his right hand. Tingo, you should stay in the Song Girls flower shop more often. Oh. Tiango said. By the way. Baitu said, 20 minutes ago, Shuke called and asked about our attitude. How did you answer? Dohu grinned. I said, this is a matter between you two, we won't interfere. But if you can catch Qinshi alive, it's best to let us handle it, we will be grateful. Baitu said. Very good answer. Dohu nodded. If you rush to sever your relationship with Qinshi at this time, it will only make her suspicious. It is in line with our position to catch the traitor. What should we do next? Baitu's eyes were burning. She had just finished reading the declaration of war of the Jussi organization. Her heart was also boiling with passion, and she was eager to try. She always felt that she should do something. Nothing. Dohu shrugged, eat melons. Okay. Baitu also thought this was the right way to do it, but she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. The fire that had just been ignited was extinguished by reality. 5 o'clock in the morning, Nanji District, Baichuan Group Underground Base. In the key cell, Zhang Wei, wearing black gold hand and foot shackles, was sitting cross-legged on the single bed. During the days when his freedom was restricted, the team members often came to visit him and care about him. Zhang Wei's initial anger gradually subsided. He slept at 8 every day, ate and defecated and slept, and gradually only boredom remained. Until one day, Fuxing, who was in the same group, said Zhang Wei a set of novels called Three People's Book. Fuxing's talent is spiritual blessing, also known as God's blessing, serial number 88, spiritual system. This talent is almost completely immune to illusions and hallucinations, and can trigger a small probability of illusion rebound after level 6. The illusion-breaking spray used by the 3 major organizations is made of her blood and active energy. Fuxing is a woman in her 30s, a vegetarian, and usually pure and unselfish. Her only hobby is reading. She recommended Zhang Wei to read more books, which is good for his body and mind. Considering Zhang Wei's impetuous temperament, she recommended a science fiction novel that is both commercial and profound. Zhang Wei was not interested at first, but he was so bored that he turned a few pages. He couldn't stop turning and opened the door to a new world. He forgot to eat and sleep, and read it almost in one breath, and then reread it several times. Now, he feels that his level and pattern have made a leap. From the perspective of the macro universe, even the entire human race and the entire foggy world are just a drop in the ocean. My troubles are nothing. Zhang Wei, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, thought that he had reached a new realm. Pure heart, few desires, no surprises, and unity of man and nature. Oh, let alone locking me up for a few days, even if I die here for a few months or years. What's the problem? Humans are so arrogant and stupid. Even if I have the ability, I will not do anything for them. Anyway, humans don't thank Zhang Wei. Anyway, the Lord doesn't care. Anyway, everyone will become paper people in the end. Click. The prison door opened and Qining walked in. Zhang Wei, you are free. Qining was very happy. Zhang Wei looked at Qining calmly without saying a word. Just now, Juicy, is the organization of Qiang declared war on Qilin Union. Now both sides have their own opinions, and it is difficult to tell the truth from the false. Qining smiled. So I guarantee with Mrs. Li that you will come out first. Qining took out the key and helped Zhang Wei open the shackles, and took out an electronic bracelet from his pocket. Put this on you, and each of us will wear it just in case. Zhang Wei was still sitting on the bed, expressionless and motionless. Zhang Wei? Did you hear that? Qining asked. I heard it. Zhang Wei finally spoke. His voice was a little hoarse after not speaking for a long time. Then why are you still standing there? Qining was puzzled. Let's go. No need, I stay here. Everything about human beings from now on has nothing to do with me. Zhang Wei said. Qining was stunned at first, and held back her laughter. Okay, then you stay. Qining turned and left, and was about to close the prison door. Wait a minute. Zhang Wei suddenly raised his hand, forcibly holding back the joy of being vindicated, and pretended to be serious. I suddenly feel that human beings may still be saved. Qining was angry and amused. Give you 3 seconds. Here it comes, here it comes. Zhang Wei jumped off the bed with a smile, and rushed out happily. Sister Ying. What declaration did Qiang make? Let me see it. Damn. It's so exciting. It's really his second uncle's excitement. Chapter 644. Early morning, Nanji District, the top floor of Guanhai Building. Ding. The elevator opened, and inside stood a woman in a beige business suit, holding the hand of a little boy in a well-behaved dress, who were Qining and Xiaotian. Qining let go of Xiaotian's hand, and the two walked out of the elevator one after another, switching from a family relationship to a colleague relationship. The two walked through the main restaurant, and the 3 elegant screens at the end were pulled open one by one. Qining and Xiaotian entered and saw Mr. Li. Mr. Li, who was in a wheelchair, was having breakfast. She was holding a small bowl of egg rice, and there was a bowl of miso soup and a few dishes of vegetables on the table. Sorry, I come back later. Qining bowed and was about to leave. No, I'm done. Mrs. Li put down her bowl and chopsticks and waved her hand. A waiter from the restaurant immediately came to clean the table and brewed tea for the 3 people. The 3 screens slowly closed, and the room became quiet. Mr. Li stared at Qining quietly. Qining thought for a moment and said, Madam Li, I have something to report to you. Juicy's people have contacted Xiaotian. Qining concealed part of the truth. In fact, it was Qining who asked Xiaotian to search for Juicy's people because Qining believed in Gao Yang's character, and did not think he would betray humans, so she wanted to find Gao Yang for an answer. Unexpectedly, Xiaotian was actually discovered and contacted by Juicy's people. Mr. Li was not too surprised. She nodded and motioned Qining to continue. Juicy's member Johan has realized voice transmission, and has communicated with Xiaotian. He hopes to cooperate with us secretly. Cooperation on what? Mr. Li asked. Juicy is willing to help us find the traitor Qinhui. In exchange, he hopes to rent runes, resources and manpower from us. If not, at least he requires us to remain neutral, and not assist the Qilin Union in dealing with Juicy. Mr. Li sighed lightly, as if he had guessed it long ago. Until the Baichuan group finds out the traitor, there will be no real unity and stability within it. Mr. Li nodded. We accept secret cooperation. Really? Qining actually had some confidence in convincing Mrs. Li, but she didn't expect her to agree so straightforwardly. Mrs. Li nodded. Only the 3 of us know about this matter, and we must keep it secret. Moreover, I will not participate in the follow-up, and no traces can be left. If the Qilin Union knows about it, the consequences will be disastrous. I understand. Qining nodded heavily, and had already made up his mind. Mrs. Li, don't worry, if I am exposed, you can directly label me a traitor, and never implicate the Baichuan group. Qining, don't say such things again in the future. Mrs. Li said seriously. The Baichuan group and I will never lose you. Chen Ying was startled and nodded again. Yes. Mrs. Li looked at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, there is another task for you. Continue to find new awakeners. The Baichuan group must grow stronger and cannot sit and wait for death. Yes. Xiao Tian nodded. I will try my best. Okay, Xiao Tian, be good. Mrs. Li. Chen Ying saw an unprecedented urgency and uneasiness in Mrs. Li's eyes. Did you dream about something again? Mrs. Li did not answer, but waved her hand. Go. Okay. Chen Ying immediately understood. It's not the time yet. When it's time to tell her, she will know. Chen Ying led Xiao Tian away from Guanhai Tower. The two walked to the side of the road. Just as they were about to get in the car, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped. After a few seconds, Xiao Tian looked at Chen Ying. Chen Ying immediately understood. Let's talk in the car. The two got in the car, and Chen Ying fastened Xiao Tian's seatbelt. He came to see you. Xiao Tian nodded. Chen Ying thought for a moment and made a decision. Let's go have breakfast first. What do you want to eat? I want to eat Huang Gongmen. Xiao Tian said, swinging his legs unconsciously. Let's go. Chen Ying drove to the nearby Huang Gongmen, and the two entered the store and sat down by the window. Chen Ying ordered a cup of hot milk and a full breakfast for Xiao Tian, and a cup of hot coffee and a hamburger for herself. The store was noisy, with cheerful music playing, and Xiao Tian ate with his head down, his legs swinging. Because he awakened too early, and was exposed to danger too early, Xiao Tian was well-behaved and sensible, but his personality was introverted, and his emotions would not be particularly expressed on his face. When he was happy, Xiao Tian would not laugh much, but if he was sitting, he would not help swinging his legs. Eating with Chen Ying every day was Xiao Tian's happiest time. The clear morning light shone through the glass window. Xiao Tian's cheeks were rosy, and his eyes were as black as ink. He ate with big mouthfuls, and some sauce stained the corners of his mouth. Chen Ying picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth. Eat slowly, it's indigestion if you eat too fast. Suddenly, a strange cool wind entered Chen Ying's brain. Then, the sound became a certain concept, and then transformed into specific language. Johan, I am Johan, do you have an answer? Chen Ying did not stop the action in her hands, and continued to drink coffee, while trying to touch and guide the cool wind in her brain, and quickly transformed them into language, and sent them out from her 2 ears. Chen Ying, we are willing to cooperate. Although the spiritual communication of voice transmission could not leave any traces, Chen Ying still used we instead of Baichuan group cautiously. Johan, very good. Chen Ying, how do you plan to find the dust? Do you want Gao Yang to use the copy talent to check and eliminate the suspects one by one? If so, I have to find a way to arrange it. Johan, no, our captain will not take this risk. The moment her body touches the dust, she may be able to hurt the captain's soul. Chen Ying, Gao Yang can use a phantom clone. Johan, the captain has thought about this a long time ago, but unfortunately it is not possible. Johan, the phantom clone can only use the talents that exist in the main body. For example, if the captain copies your telepathy first, the phantom clone can use telepathy. In short, the talents that the phantom can use are all the talents that the main body already has. Johan, the phantom clone cannot start copying to explore other people's talents. This involves a secondary operation, just like the phantom cannot split into another phantom again. Other similar talents have this limitation. Chen Ying, what about time reset? You can take Hong Xiaoxiao with you, and let Gao Yang check one by one. If there is any danger, she can go back to the game. Johan, no, I can't tell you the reason for the time being. Chen Ying, okay, then how do you plan to find Shen Hui? Johan, to be precise, we will help you find Shen Hui. From now on, you can stand on the balcony for a few minutes at 11 o'clock every night, water the flowers, put away the clothes, or just be in a daze. I will send you a message from time to time, and you just need to follow the instructions. Chen Ying, that's it? Johan, don't doubt it. The captain has rich experience in catching traitors, and will definitely help you find them. Johan, the premise is that you must trust us unconditionally. After each step, only you, me, and the captain will know. No one else, including Mrs. Li, can disclose it. Chen Ying, got it. Johan, now do as I say. Chen Ying's face was calm at first, but soon, she became unhappy. She frowned slightly, and even put down the coffee cup angrily. Xiao Tian noticed Chen Ying's mood, and he looked up. Sister, what's wrong? The cooperation failed. Chen Ying said softly. Why? Xiao Tian was a little surprised. He asked me to steal the organization's puzzle rune for him, saying that this was also part of the plan to find a duck trader. Qining sneered. Do you think I'm a fool? Qining sighed. In fact, I also thought that Jussi didn't really want to help us, but just wanted to use me. Xiao Tian was a little disappointed. He thought he had contacted Johan and helped his sister, but now it seems that it was just a false joy. Forget it, let's eat first. Qining forced a smile. Let's not talk about this. Yeah. Xiao Tian nodded and continued to eat. Qining, okay. Johan, very good, now only the three of us know about this. Chapter 645. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chang'an District, 50F, Baihu Hotel. On the last night of the Scarlet Tide, a gas explosion occurred on the top floors of the Baihu Hotel, but Song Dao did not repair it. The Qilin Union rebuilt the Baihu Hotel within 2 months. The top floors are still used as dormitories, comprehensive leisure areas and shelters for the Union, but after losing Elder Baihu, the security chief, and many companions, it has become quite deserted. Most members either have their own private residences or are on missions outside. Xu Kei, wearing a brown coat and beige loose casual pants, a pair of red high heels, holding 4 cups of packaged hot milk tea in his hands, stood in the special elevator and was about to return to his suite. Ding. The elevator door opened. Chuchua's eyes sank, and the special elevator opposite opened at the same time. 2 people stood inside. The elevator led to the platform of the underground capsule train. It seemed that the 2 came from the Tin Dragon village. Yin Yang was still wearing a black cotton coat and a crooked mask. Next to him stood a middle-aged man in a double-breasted black windbreaker, tall and thin, with short black hair combed back, a broad forehead, a high-nose bridge, a square chin, and a pair of exquisite frameless glasses, giving people a rigorous, calm but stereotyped feeling. This man is called Bianjian, with a talent of memory tailor, serial number 44, and a mental system. His apparent occupation is a chief neurosurgeon, and he resigned last month. Bianjian's talent can create a mental force field, accurately affecting and interfering with the target's short-term memory, causing the other party to lose information, have logical disorder, and other negative effects. If you look at him for too long, he can also accurately change, delete, fabricate and reorganize the other party's memory, completely changing the target's life experience, thereby changing or even reshaping the target's personality. Bianjian was an elite member of the Suzaku team. Sometimes, he would use Memory Tailor to cooperate with Suzaku to treat physical and mental trauma for his teammates. Before, Bianjian helped Jianghu get out of the psychological crisis. Now, he is a subordinate of Elder Yin Yang. Elder Suzaku. Bianjian took the initiative to greet his former boss. His pronunciation was clear. His voice was low and cold. Suzaku nodded slightly in response. The 3 walked out of the elevator at the same time. Elder Yin Yang, what are you doing here? Suzaku looked unhappy. I came to see Kyo. Yin Yang said. What's the matter? I heard that she lost her memory. Yin Yang said. Suzaku said, yes. I plan to let Bianjian help her fabricate some memories, so that she can become a member of the Union. Kyo's talent is very good, and we will definitely need it in the future. No. Suzaku guessed that Yin Yang had bad intentions. Elder Xu Kei. Don't try to convince me with your rhetoric. Xu Kei was not being polite to Yin Yang. First of all, it is inhumane to do this, and it is very dangerous to implant a large number of false memories into a person who has completely lost her memory. She has no real memory to support her. If one day she suddenly recovers her original memory, at best her memory will be disordered and her mind will collapse, or at worst she will become a lunatic. Yin Yang was silent for 2 seconds and looked at Bianjian. Is that so? Yes. Bianjian answered truthfully. The success rate of implanting memory is 60%. If she recovers her memory, there is an 80% chance of going crazy. Bianjian adjusted his glasses and further explained, in fact, I am better at improving memory. By lightly modifying the details of key memories, I can subtly change a person's personality and even their worldview. This is very time-consuming, but safer. Now, Kyo's memory is pitifully small, and I have no room to play. Yin Yang thought for a while and asked again, how high is the possibility that Kyo will recover her memory? Bianjian said, this is metaphysics. She may never recover, or she may recover in the next second. I think we can take a gamble. Yin Yang said. No. Xu Kei interrupted again. The president has handed Kyo to me. I don't allow you to do this. Elder Xu Kei, it's wartime now. So we should be more humane. If we lose people's hearts, We will lose the war sooner or later. Shukei said firmly. You can modify Kyo's memory at will today, so can you modify our memory at will tomorrow? You are changing the concept. Yin Yang said calmly. Kyo is a member of the tail team. If you are kind to the enemy, you are cruel to your own people. Kyo is not an enemy, and she has not committed a heinous crime. Shukei said, Elder Yin Yang, leave it to me. I will use my own way to let Kyo join the union. In fact, Shukei has been doing this. Half of the members of the Suzaku group are problem groups, such as the Crimson Fox and the Raven Shark, who were rescued from the mental cage by Suzaku and made into companions. Suzaku's tone softened. Elder Yin Yang, I know you are thinking about the union. But your approach is not only inhumane, but also very dangerous. If you suddenly go crazy while performing a critical task and drag everyone into the strange realm without distinguishing between friend and foe, it will be a disaster. This possibility is very small, Yin Yang said. But it is not impossible. Suzaku did not give in. If you insist on doing this, I request a meeting and a vote. Yin Yang was not convinced by Suzaku. On the contrary, he felt that the person in front of him was still too young. But he knew very well that if he insisted on doing this, even if he succeeded, he would have a big conflict with Suzaku, which would be a huge hidden danger and variable for the entire Chilean Union to win the war. Yin Yang nodded slightly. Okay, do it your way, but you have to speed up. I try my best, Suzaku said. Yin Yang and Bianjian returned to the elevator. The elevator door closed. Suzaku took a deep breath and readjusted her state. She carried the packaged milk tea and went directly to room 5021. Suzaku knocked on the door, waited for a few seconds, and rang the doorbell again, but still no one came to open the door. Suzaku shook his head and sighed, took out his mobile phone, and quickly sent a text message. 10 seconds later, the door opened. Behind the door stood a boy in his 20s, wearing a pink sweater with a cartoon-style mermaid princess printed on his chest. He was thin and small, with messy curly light blue hair, pale as if malnourished, deep eye sockets, big and black eyeballs, but his eyes were a little dull, always staring at the place below the horizontal line. From Suzaku's perspective, he was staring at her chest. Chapter 646. Suzaku was not angry about this, because she knew that the other party had no obscene thoughts. Raven Shark, have you forgotten again? You should look at people by their faces. Suzaku pointed at his own face and reminded softly. The boy named Raven Shark's slightly dull eyes moved up little by little, and looked at Suzaku's face. Suzaku didn't speak, waiting quietly for something. Raven Shark finally remembered that he had to say hello when he saw people. He said softly, Hello, Elder Suzaku? Suzaku nodded with satisfaction and raised the milk tea in his hand. Raven Shark, I brought you milk tea. Do you welcome me to come in and sit down? Raven Shark grabbed the door with both hands, and his eyes moved down unconsciously. I asked him. Okay. Raven Shark closed the door. Suzaku sighed slightly. Raven Shark was born with severe autism, and his parents almost gave up on him. At the age of 14, Raven Shark awakened and showed strange abilities. Fortunately, his parents were lost and automatically corrected his memory and logic. 3 months later, Suzaku found the boy who seemed to be awakened, said he was a teacher who specialized in treating special teenagers, and took Crow Shark away. Under Suzaku's patient care and guidance, Crow Shark took 3 years to gradually come out of his closed inner world, and was willing to communicate with outsiders. After continuous learning and training, he can now live a normal life, although he still looks a little weird. Click. The door opened, and Crow Shark said happily, they said yes. That's great. Suzaku smiled and walked into the door. The house was very messy. The sofa, table, and floor were all littered with clothes, toys, and drawing paper. There was almost no place to step, but fortunately, the air was not turbid, and there was no sweat odor of a sloppy boy, because Crow Shark took a bath many times a day. The walls of the room were covered with graffiti wax paintings with tape, all of which were aquatic creatures, from small gobies to large whales, as well as jellyfish, octopus, turtles. Suzaku had never seen many fish. Crow Shark had no painting foundation, poor painting skills, and childish style, but he could draw a certain vivid charm, giving these creatures a sense of life. Every fish has a name in the heart of Crow Shark, and is his friend. Crow Shark was just asking for their opinions. Suzaku put down the milk tea and looked at an unfinished wax painting on the drawing table, which was a big black shark. Crow Shark took the straw and pierced into a cup of strawberry milk tea, picked it up and took a sip. Then he pulled out the straw and planned to pierce into the second cup of milk tea. No, the other 3 cups are not for you. Suzaku stopped him in time. Crow Shark was stunned for 2 seconds, and slowly understood and accepted this matter. He was not unhappy, and put the straw back into his own cup of milk tea and drank it with relish. Raven Shark, there is a mission. It will be very hard, but only you can do it, Suzaku said. Raven Shark sipped milk tea, as if he didn't hear. Suzaku waited quietly, and half a minute later, Raven Shark raised his head. What is it? Suzaku smiled. Help me find someone. This time Raven Shark didn't stay still for too long. After a few seconds, he nodded and drank milk tea again. For the details, we will communicate on the phone. Suzaku took out his phone and sent him the task content in person. Raven Shark put down the milk tea, took out the phone from his trouser pocket. His eyes became smart. He quickly read the task content, and his fingers quickly typed text. Suzaku's phone rang. Raven Shark, Elder Suzaku, rest assured, Raven Shark will complete the task. Okay. Suzaku smiled and nodded. Raven Shark communicated with people on the internet, just like normal people, and was a little verbose. The Crow Shark quickly pressed the phone again. Crow Shark, Elder Suzaku, I dreamed of Brother Jianghu yesterday. He said that he missed you very much and asked you not to smoke anymore. The smile on Suzaku's face froze for a moment, and then became natural again. Next time you dream of him, help me tell him. Sister misses him too, and sister doesn't smoke anymore. Crow Shark, okay, Elder Suzaku. I leave first. Suzaku carried the other 3 cups of milk tea, walked out of Crow Shark's room, and closed the door. Suzaku stood in the empty corridor, took out a cigarette box and lighter from his coat pocket with one hand, shook out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth, and lit it neatly. Suzaku took 2 steps back, leaned against the wall, tilted her head, and looked at the window at the end of the corridor with white light. The draft messed up her hair, and time and space became hazy. Suzaku smoked quietly, thinking nothing. Room 5003, 50F, White Lake Hotel. This is a large suite with 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, a kitchen and a bathroom, with 2 floor-to-ceiling windows for good lighting. Kyo was wearing plain home pajamas, lying on the sofa, with his hands spread out, tightly grasping the sofa leather, his left leg raised high, and his bare left foot held in the hand of a woman. The woman holding Kyo's left foot was about 34 or 35 years old, tall, thin, wearing a loose sweater and wide-leg jeans. She had natural long black hair, a black bang sticker on her forehead, a plain face, and a pair of small gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, exuding the intellectual beauty of a top student. She held up Kyo's left heel with one hand, clenched her fist with the other hand, and gave Kyo acupuncture massage on the sole of her foot. Her name was Ishur, gifted pharmacist, serial number 86, knowledge department. Ishur has many superficial identities: nutrition expert, acupuncturist, senior masseur, popular online writer. Before Jianghu died, she was an elite of the Suzaku group, mainly in the logistics department, responsible for the development of commonly used medicines. C medicine, D medicine, M medicine are all from her hands. After the Scarlet Tide, Ishur also comprehended Seed of Hatred, and considering her qualifications and contributions, she was promoted to protector. Ishur and Suzaku went to the same university, and was Suzaku's junior, but with Suzaku's advantage of only aging in age but not in face, Ishur now looks more like Suzaku's senior, or even a teacher. Suzaku and Ishur have a good relationship, and they are both single, so they have been living together. Now, Kyo's observation period is past, and she was assigned to Suzaku, so they live together. Suzaku, on the one hand, is to monitor her softly, and on the other hand, he also wants to train her to be his own. Ah! Kyo on the sofa screamed again. It hurts. It hurts so much. Your stomach is not in good condition? Ishur slightly reduced the force. Kyo nodded again. Yeah. Then you should eat less sweets, spicy, stimulating raw, cold, pickled, and glucocorticoid drugs in the future. Ishur said. What's the point of living then? Kyo said again. Uh-huh. Ishur laughed. That's right. Come on, change one foot. Kyo took back her left foot and raised her right foot. Ishur skillfully helped her take off her socks and began to massage the soles of her feet. Kyo started screaming again. By the way, have you completed the task I gave you last night? Ishur remembered something and asked while massaging the soles of her feet. Chapter 647. What show do you watch? Kyo said again. Yes. Ishur got excited. I watched 2 episodes and slept soundly. Kyo answered truthfully. How can you sleep? Ishur got excited and increased the strength of his fingers. Ah, be gentle. Kyo shouted again, but but the story is boring. A group of men running together every day, no plot. Please. A group of delicious meat, boys, running together every day, living together, eating together, taking a bath together, sweating together, encouraging each other, chasing dreams together, this kind of shining, passionate brotherhood, can't you get it? Kush shook his head again. What a fool. Isher was so disappointed that he was about to make an impassioned speech when the door opened. Zhuke came in with 3 cups of milk tea. She heard a few words of conversation between the two at the door and said with a look of disdain, Isher, I asked you to treat the disease, not to bring private goods and lead the girl astray. Sister Xia. Isher was very unconvinced. I still say that your love is too narrow. Real love can break through the shackles of genes and the restrictions of gender. Okay. Zhuke was too lazy to listen to her monk chanting and looked at Kyo. How is it? Is the massage effective? Kyo shook her head. In the past 2 days, Isher gave her various physical treatments to see if this could stimulate Kyo and help her recover her memory, but it didn't work. Zhuke was not surprised by this. According to the existing information, the beasts were too powerful. Through the power of the altar, they could directly control and brainwash all the lost people on the island. Kyo, whose memory was washed away by the energy of the beasts, would probably be difficult to recover. Next, the 3 of them sat down and chatted while drinking milk tea. After a while, Zhuke got a craving for cigarettes and went to the balcony to smoke. The warm winter sun shone on Juchua's face, and the wind blew up her bangs. She squinted her eyes, smoked quietly, and checked the surrounding environment. Across the road was a single apartment, and the balcony faced the Baihu building, where all kinds of clothes and sheets were hung out to dry. On one of the balconies, there was a big golden retriever squatting. The dog owner was at work during the day, and was afraid that the dog would destroy the house, so he locked it on the balcony. The dog was bored and always barked, which was very annoying. However, it was very quiet today, squatting obediently, with its head slightly raised, enjoying the afternoon sunshine. At this time, on the balcony of the single apartment, an invisible hand was scratching the golden retriever's chin. Hee, so good. The voice of the can appeared in the air. Be quiet. The voice of the snake. It's so far away, she can't hear it, right? The can lowered his voice even more. I can't hear it, but this habit is not good. Man, she said. You're right, we should develop good habits. Can accepted it humbly. A few seconds later, another voice appeared in the air. Brother Manshi, Zhuke has released Kyo and is living with her now. Are you trying to recruit her? What else? Manshi sneered. Making friends when you are full? Ken thought of the strange field he encountered before. Kyo's ability is very tricky. It's a pity that I don't have clairvoyance and super hearing. Manshi said. I can't hear what they are talking about. Brother Manshi, 3 women at home can't talk about work. They should just talk about gossip, men and the like. You think everyone is like you. Manshi said. Oh. Ken stopped talking. Let's call it a day. If you stay too long, you be exposed. Manshi said. Shall Huang be good? I see you tomorrow. The invisible hand touched the golden retriever's head again. Woof. December 14th evening. Shijing District, upstream of Lijiang River, Old Fisherman's Wharf. Next to a pier that has been abandoned for many years, there is a small ferry that has been out of service. On the deck of the ferry, there is a fisherman. He wears an orange jacket, a gray fisherman's hat, dark skin, a full beard, and old-fashioned sunglasses. His age is hard to tell. He sits on a folding chair he brought with him, next to a folding plastic bucket filled with water, and holding a black hand pole in his hand. The sunset in the winter evening is full of cold beauty, soaking the entire Lijiang River, and also dyeing the lost old ferry, and the lonely fisherman red. The water waves under the ferry swayed a bit. The fisherman immediately shook his wrist, and the fishing rod shook and lifted up, and the fishing line quickly tightened. The fisherman knew that a fish was hooked, and continued to lift the rod backwards and upwards. Who knew that this fish was quite strong? The fisherman changed to holding the rod with both hands, using clever strength, slowly lifting it up and pulling it back. Voila! After a lot of pulling, the fish was successfully dropped ashore. It was a golden carp. This carp was very big and fat, and it took both hands to hold it. The fisherman was very happy. He sat here for an afternoon without opening the business. When he opened the business, he didn't expect it to be a big fish. He took the hook out of the fish's mouth and put the big carp into a foldable bucket beside him. Water immediately overflowed and the entire bucket was filled with this fish. It swung its tail and struggled hard. The fisherman flipped the lid and zipped it up, completely cutting off its idea of escaping. The fisherman's voice was very young, and he said to himself, "I'm so lucky, I make fish hot pot for everyone tonight." He looked at the time. It was almost time. Soon, the phone in his pocket rang 3 times and stopped. The fisherman took it out and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. He put down the fishing rod, took off the fisherman's hat, tore off the beard on his face, took off the sunglasses, and it turned out to be Gao Yang. Gao Yang did not change his appearance, but disguised himself, so that the people who came to meet him could see his face from a distance and feel at ease. In less than 10 seconds, the phone rang 3 times again and hung up. It seems that the other party has confirmed Gao Yang's identity. Gao Yang immediately put on the fisherman's hat and sunglasses, put on the beard, and turned back into a fisherman. A trace of hidden energy flashed in his eyes under the sunglasses. Just before Gao Yang took off his disguise, he activated Phantom and Teleport to hide his true body in the ferry. Because Gao Yang could not be 100% sure whether the person who came to meet him would suddenly turn against him and shoot a sniper bullet from a distance to blow his head off. The person Gao Yang wanted to meet today was Chening. Last night, Johan helped Gao Yang to make an appointment with Chening to meet here this evening. The reason why they did not choose to meet at night was that the 3 major organizations and Jussi were keeping an eye on each other, and the core members of the organization were very dangerous to move secretly at night. This meeting was only for one thing, which was to discuss the matter of catching the traitor in person and trade some intelligence. In fact, Johan voice transmission can completely transmit messages. Although it is troublesome, it is safer and more concealed. The reason why Gao Yang insisted on meeting was because it was sincere. Of course he lied. Gao Yang has a hidden purpose, but he cannot tell Johan, otherwise Johan will definitely try his best to dissuade him. Chapter 648. Gao Yang's hidden purpose is to completely eliminate the suspicion that Chening is dust. Gao Yang plans to launch lie detector on Chening after meeting her to ensure that Chening is not dust. Considering that dust may have a second personality/soul, and can deceive itself, lie detection is not safe. Assuming that Chening is dust, and has a second personality/soul, then lie detector can at least ensure that the personality that is talking to Gao Yang at the moment is Chening. Then, on the premise of confirming that Chening is not lying and is well-intentioned, Gao Yang will immediately contact Chenying's body and launch copy to explore her talent without giving dust time to react. If Chening only has all things spiritual and master key in her body, then Chening is 100% not a traitor. If Chening has other talents hidden in her body, she is likely to be a traitor. Of course, this move is still quite risky, because Gao Yang does not fully understand dust's talents and mechanisms. In fact, Gao Yang also considered bringing Hong Xiaoxiao with him. Her gamer is a safety net, but this talent is not omnipotent. There is not only a 3-day time interval for reviving the same life form and restoring the same space, but also a total number of times. When Gao Yang first proposed this conjecture, Manshi immediately caught a mouse for Hong Xiaoxiao to experiment. Sure enough, the injured mouse could not be reset again after being reset twice. The experiment took more than 10 days, and consumed several black hairpins, but the conclusion drawn was very valuable. The conclusion is, the upper limit of the reset of the same life form by the level 3 gamer is twice, but Hong Xiaoxiao has no upper limit for resetting herself. That's why Johan rejected Chenying's proposal at that time. Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao worked together to investigate the traitors one by one. Johan believed that the leader of Jussi must not waste this precious resurrection opportunity. After all, there was still a long battle ahead, and anything could happen. Gao Yang pretended to look around casually. Sure enough, a fisherman appeared on the river bank. She wore a fisherman's hat, a windbreaker and jeans, and carried a fishing bag. It was Chening in disguise. Everything went smoothly. Suddenly, a warning sounded in my ears. Warning! You are in danger. Lucky point income increased to 5 times. Gao Yang was shocked at first, and then his mood was complicated. 5 times? What does it mean? Dangerous, but not completely dangerous? Danger is danger. Gao Yang did not hesitate, and immediately looked at the fisherman on the river bank and activated the voice transmission copied from Johan. Gao Yang, the situation has changed, terminate the transaction. Chening, got it, be careful. The next second, the fisherman just passed by the small stone steps on the lower river bank. She didn't turn or slow down, but just passed by the small stone steps, as if the place she wanted to fish was not here. Gao Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chening left safely. The next step was to deal with the enemy, who caused me 5 times the danger value. The cooling time of Phantom has not ended yet. Gao Yang did not use a substitute. He used all 6 senses to feel the movements around him to the greatest extent and guard against possible sneak attacks. Warning! Lucky point income increased to 7 times at this time. The system sent another reminder. Gao Yang became more and more confused. What's going on? Is the system messed up? Warning! Lucky point income increased to 10 times. 12 times. 18 times. 29 times. In the next half minute, the danger level continued to increase. 1 minute later, the danger level reached 3,500 times. At this time, Gao Yang had clearly noticed that there were strange movements under the water of the old ferry. Gao Yang guessed that there should be a large number of fish gathering. It was the fish in this area that became hostile to Gao Yang and gathered under his feet, so the danger value kept accumulating and reached 3,500. Gao Yang had a flash of inspiration and guessed who the enemy was. On the surface, Gao Yang was still sitting on the folding chair, holding the fishing rod, as if he didn't notice anything. Gulyalu. Bubbles began to appear under the fishing line, as if a fish was hooked. Gao Yang pulled the fishing rod as before, but couldn't pull it at all. Gao Yang stood up, grabbed the fishing rod with both hands, and pulled hard. The fishing rod broke directly, but the thing came up. Roar. A huge blue whale jumped out of the water. It was 3 times the size of the old ferry. For a while, it covered the sky and the sun, and the sense of oppression was extremely strong. It opened its mouth and bit towards Gao Yang. At this time, Gao Yang could see clearly. It was not a whale, but a collection of countless freshwater fish and shrimps, river water, and blue energy that looked like a giant whale. Inside the whale was a thin boy emitting blue light. Boom. 2 seconds later, the blue whale swallowed the old ferry next to the dock, blasting a tsunami-like wave, which soon turned into heavy rain. 5 seconds later, everything returned to calm, the huge waves disappeared, the heavy rain stopped, and half of the dock and the entire old ferry disappeared. The blue whale swallowed the ferry and Gao Yang together, dragged them to the bottom of the river, and then turned into thousands of fish and shrimps, and disintegrated. Gao Yang, who was underwater, opened his eyes, and saw the enemy clearly. It was a crow shark. The crow shark had no clothes on, and was covered with smooth blue scales, like a fishman. There were countless glowing fish swimming around him. He was less than 10 meters away from Gao Yang. He looked at Gao Yang from a distance with a dull look in his eyes. His sight moved down, and stared at Gao Yang's chest. The two could not communicate in the water. Gao Yang waited for the crow shark to attack him. But the crow shark did not attack Gao Yang again. It turned around and swam away quickly, and disappeared soon. Gao Yang was a little confused. He hung at the bottom of the water, motionless. After confirming that the crow shark had really left, Gao Yang's figure slowly became transparent and disappeared. It turned out that Gao Yang, who was swallowed by the blue whale, was already an illusion. At this moment, a person who had become invisible was floating on the bottom of the water not far away. It was Gao Yang's real body. When the use time ended, Gao Yang gradually appeared. Considering the precautions, Gao Yang copied 3 talents of his teammates before he went out: voice transmission, invisibility, swift wind. Now, he has used 2 of them. Gao Yang originally did not intend to fight with Raven Shark. First, Raven Shark is a member of the Suzaku group. The 9 Heirs organization has already set a rule that they will not kill people from the Suzaku group unless they have no choice. Second, Raven Shark is a level 6 Sea King. In the water, Gao Yang cannot use fire yet, so he may not be able to defeat him. That is why Gao Yang planned to use Phantom to trick Raven Shark into showing his trump card. Who knew that Raven Shark did not intend to kill Gao Yang, but just dragged him into the water and left. Soon, Gao Yang went ashore and began to review the whole thing after confirming that it was safe. It took him a few minutes to come to a reliable conclusion. The conclusion is, I am really lucky. Chapter 649. Gao Yang knew the basic information of all members of the Qilin Union by heart. He knew that the talent of the Raven Shark was Sea King, serial number 48, summoning type. The Raven Shark had a strange personality and rarely participated in team tasks. The former Qilin Union members in the Juicy organization had never seen the Raven Shark's talent, so naturally they didn't know the specific ability of Sea King. Moreover, as the talent continued to upgrade, the talent mechanism would be strengthened in the changes. However, Gao Yang could guess from the name of the talent that it should be good at fighting in the water, and can also control aquatic creatures. From the situation just now, it seems that the level 6 Sea King can also communicate with aquatic creatures, giving them certain reconnaissance and combat capabilities. The above guesses are best supported by the system warning. The initial 5x, 7x, and 12x luck values should be system warnings caused by the hostility of small fish and shrimps towards Gao Yang. As the number of fish increased, and the raven shark received the notification from the fish and rushed over from the bottom of the water, it converged into the final 3500x luck value. Of course, this is definitely not the real strength of the crow shark. The crow shark does not intend to kill him, but just says hello and leaves. But this behavior is obviously inconsistent. If the crow shark does not kill Gao Yang, there is no need to expose himself. Isn't this alerting the enemy? The crow shark is just a weird character, not a psychopath. I heard that he has autism, but he has been cured by Suzaku. Gao Yang sorted out the logic from the beginning and quickly figured out the whole thing. The first thing that can be confirmed is that the crow shark sea king can communicate with aquatic creatures, give them a certain amount of intelligence, let them work for themselves, and investigate the people of the Juicy organization. Of course, their investigation range is limited to the rivers away from the city, and at most radiates to both sides of the river. Today, Gao Yang came to meet Chening at the old fisherman's wharf. Gao Yang was in disguise, so the fish didn't notice it was him. When Gao Yang met Chening, he took off his disguise. In that short minute, Gao Yang's face was detected by the fish. The fish recognized that this was Gao Yang, the leader of the Nine Heirs organization, and immediately conveyed the news to the nearby crow sharks. So, the crow shark swam over from the bottom of the river. The crow shark should know that he is unlikely to be Gao Yang's opponent. Moreover, based on Gao Yang's understanding of Suzaku, Suzaku would definitely not let his men rashly attack the people of the Nine Heirs organization, at most they would monitor him. Therefore, the original purpose of the crow shark was to monitor Gao Yang, and see what Gao Yang was doing here, and then report back to Suzaku. The crow shark hid very well, and did not get close to Gao Yang. Only the fish were monitoring him, so Gao Yang really didn't notice it at all. But Gao Yang played a fisherman, and he was really fishing. Although he was a layman, he was very lucky and really caught a big fish. This big fish happened to be one of the fish that helped the crow shark investigate the Juicy organization. As a result, other fish with a certain IQ became hostile to Gao Yang, and this hostility activated Gao Yang's system alarm. Gao Yang found that he was being monitored and terminated the meeting with Chening in time to avoid the risk of being exposed. Gao Yang also basically figured out the subsequent things. The crow shark did not want to attack Gao Yang, nor was he greeting Gao Yang. He was saving his friend the golden carp that Gao Yang had caught. The crow shark summoned the blue whale not to swallow Gao Yang, but to drag the entire old ferry to the bottom of the river, so that the golden carp could be saved. After achieving the goal, the crow shark left. If it were someone else, they would think it was stupid to expose themselves for a fish. But the crow shark is an autistic teenager, and has the Sea King talent. In his eyes, the big carp is a true friend, and its priority is even higher than colleagues, who are not familiar with him. After the speculation, Gao Yang secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He was so lucky that he caught a fish, otherwise the secret collusion between Juicy and Baichuan group would be exposed. In the future, they must not meet near any rivers. Similarly, they should try not to meet in places where there are any birds, insects, or mammals, as there is a risk of being detected by the friends of the corresponding talents. At present, it seems that there are only two safest ways to meet. One is Johan's voice transmission, and the other is Lu Qingying's sweet dream. The days are short in winter, and it was dusk when Gao Yang landed. Gao Yang was swept to the bottom of the river by the blue whale. His fisherman's hat and sunglasses were washed away, his fake beard was wet, and the dark foundation on his face was exposed. He was soaked and really attracted attention. Fortunately, there was a mall nearby. Gao Yang decided to change his clothes. The clothes of the fisherman were bought by Gao Yang at the mall. Gao Yang went around the back of the mall, and came to the place where he had scouted before. He activated teleportation, and went through the wall into the dressing room of a decoration store. He was lucky. There were several sweatshirts and jeans that customers had tried on hanging in the dressing room. Gao Yang closed the door, and quickly changed into a dry coat and pants. It didn't fit well, and was a bit big. Gao Yang pulled up the hood of the sweatshirt to cover half of his face. He walked out of the dressing room, came to the front desk, and paid the bill with wrinkled cash. After landing, he used flames to quickly dry the money. Gao Yang put his hands in his pockets, walked out of the clothing store quietly, and headed for the exit on the other side of the mall, which was the direction of home. When he came to the corner, a girl came towards him. Because he was in the blind spot, Gao Yang had no time to avoid her, and accidentally bumped into her shoulder. "Hey." The girl's voice was soft. I'm sorry. Gao Yang, who was under the hood, didn't even look at the other person, and apologized in a low voice without stopping. Gao Yang. The girl recognized Gao Yang and shouted in surprise and joy. Chapter 650. Gao Yang, who had his back to the girl, was stunned for a moment. Between keep walking and turn around to respond, Gao Yang chose the latter for the sake of caution. Gao Yang exhaled lightly and pretended to turn around naturally. It turned out to be Ken's college roommate Zhou Qing. She had a big wave of light golden hair, and the recently popular rich man's daughter makeup. She wore a black and white striped knitted long-sleeve dress, with bare shoulders and hips, a protruding front and a curved back. She had a pair of hot long legs, a dazzling diamond necklace on her neck, and the latest plaid handbag in her hand. Gao Yang's first reaction was, "Classmate, you are really not afraid of the cold. Be careful of cold legs in the future." Zhou Qing, what a coincidence. Gao Yang pretended to smile enthusiastically, and pulled down the hood of his sweater. "Why are you here alone?" Zhou Qing was even more enthusiastic, reaching out to press Gao Yang's shoulder, and said with a sly smile, "You're sneaking around. Aren't you doing anything bad?" "No, I just watched the movie, Wandering on the Blue Planet. It was quite shocking," Gao Yang said. "Really? I'm just about to watch the next one." Zhou Qing thought of something and frowned again. "Hey, I remember your home is in Shanqing district. Why are you here to watch a movie?" Gao Yang complained. "Are you done?" "Oh, I just happened to come here for something today, so I watched a movie on the way." Gao Yang asked back, "What about you? Why are you watching a movie alone?" "Oh, right." Zhou Qing interrupted. "Gao Yang, are you still in touch with Qingzi?" Gao Yang's fingertips quickly mobilized energy and paid attention to system warnings at any time. "No, what happened to her?" "Hey." Zhou Qing sighed. She suddenly said she had something urgent one night and ran out of the dormitory. She never came back and couldn't be contacted by phone. It's been almost a month. I'm so worried that something happened to her. "Aw? No way." Gao Yang pretended to be surprised. "I'm really afraid that she was dragged into pyramid selling." Zhou Qing seemed to really care about Kant too. "I had a relative who suddenly disappeared. Later I found out that he joined a pyramid selling organization and was brainwashed every day. It was terrible. Fortunately, he was arrested by the police later." Zhou Qing. Gao Yang interrupted with a smile. "Well, I actually have something urgent to do." "Oh, okay." Zhou Qing didn't care much. "Qingzi is going to contact you. Remember to tell me." "Oh, by the way, why did I call your mobile phone before, but it was not in service? This Zhou Qing is too annoying. If it wasn't in a public place, I really wanted to knock you out and leave." Gao Yang patiently said, "I lost my mobile phone a while ago, and I just wanted to change my number, so I changed it together. Come on, let's exchange." Zhou Qing took out his mobile phone. Gao Yang didn't take out his mobile phone because his mobile phone was an old-fashioned mobile phone, which could easily arouse suspicion. He was thinking about how to solve it when a voice suddenly appeared. "Gao Yang. Hack your mother." A fist hit Gao Yang's left cheek. In fact, Gao Yang had already noticed that someone was approaching, and he could have dodged it, but Gao Yang didn't dodge it because it was more real. Gao Yang didn't feel any pain at all after being hit by this angry punch, but he still pretended to be unsteady, fell to one side, and screamed "Aya." Sitting on the ground, Gao Yang covered his face and looked up. It was indeed Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu's face was red and his emotions were excited. He clenched his fist with one hand and pointed at Gao Yang on the ground with the other hand. "Gao Yang, I always treated you as a brother, but you actually stole my woman. You are really a piece of shit." "Ah! Are you crazy?" Before Gao Yang could protest, Zhou Qing screamed first, attracting many people to stop and watch. "I'm not crazy." Qiu Qiu had lost his mind and shouted, "What do you mean by no feeling? What do you mean by inappropriate? It's all bullshit. You just cheated." "You cheated? You cuckolded me." Qiu Qiu calmed down first. Gao Yang covered his face and stood up. "You really misunderstood. Zhou Qing and I just met." "Shut up. I settle accounts with you later." Qiu Qiu yelled and looked at Zhou Qing. "Zhou Qing, why did you choose Gao Yang when you can find someone else? You know he is my brother. Why are you so mean?" Mean?" Zhou Qing was stunned at first, and then he was also angry. She sneered. "Who is the cheap one? Are you a man? Can't you afford to play? I'm tired of playing with you. Let's break up." "Let's break up, understand? If you keep pestering me like this, I call the police." "We can break up. But you cheated when you were still with me. Don't think I don't know." I felt something was wrong a long time ago. What do you think of me? You're still looking for a new partner, right? Gao Yang just felt a headache. The matter was very clear. Zhou Qing broke up with Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu couldn't let go, pestered him, and now he happened to see Zhou Qing and Gao Yang together, so he misunderstood. Forget it, ignore this mess, just teleport and leave. Anyway, the fog world has only been more than a year. Anyway, I have long been out of the normal life, love whoever I want. Gao Yang convinced himself in this way, but he couldn't make up his mind. What if Zhou Qing and Qiuqiu are also high-level beasts? Stimulating their animal nature is basically equivalent to killing their previous personality. Baby, who are these two people? Gao Yang was hesitating when another voice came out. Gao Yang and Qiuqiu looked at each other at the same time. It was a blond man, about 27 or 28 years old, tall and handsome, wearing a flamboyant casual suit, dressed like a playboy, and holding 2 cups of packaged milk tea in his hands. Gao Yang was shocked. It turns out that Zhou Qing really cheated. What can I say about his new boyfriend? He is completely an upgraded version of Qiuqiu. It feels like Qiuqiu will be richer, better dressed, and more experienced in picking up girls in 5 or 6 years. That's about it. Dear, you are finally here. When Zhou Qing saw her current boyfriend, her demeanor immediately became much more delicate. She walked over with a wrong look on her face, and took the man's arm. This man is so annoying. We broke up, but he still keeps pestering me. I am so scared. Zhou Qing was about to cry pitiful. Don't be afraid, baby, don't cry. Zhou Qing's current boyfriend comforted Zhou Qing in a cheesy way, hugged her waist, and kissed her face. You go to the cinema first, leave this to me, I come to you later. Yeah. Zhou Qing took the milk tea and turned away. Stop right there. Qiuqiu wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Zhou Qing's current boyfriend. Hey. Brother, don't get excited. The blonde man laughed. Don't touch me. Qiuqiu opened his hand, furious. Brother, it's just a woman. With your conditions, you can just find another one. It's no big deal. After Zhou Qing walked away, the blonde man immediately put on a frivolous face. Since you played with her, let me have a taste of it. I have a lot of resources here. I recommend a few to you later. Let's share the good stuff together in the future, haha. Qiuqiu was shocked at first, and then he was completely angry. Don't confuse me with you. I'm serious about her, and you are a scum who doesn't deserve her. The smile on the other's face froze, and a trace of contempt and disdain flashed in his eyes. You really want to? You're still acting, ah. I know, you haven't reached third base yet, brother, you can't do it. Look at me, I do her tonight, and then take a few photos for you. Hack you. Qiuqiu punched him. Chapter 651. The opponent was well prepared, and was obviously stronger than Qiuqiu. He took a step back, leaned back to avoid Qiuqiu's fist, and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Ah! Qiuqiu was kicked hard and fell to the ground with a muffled sound, holding his stomach and curled up like a lobster. You are shameless, right? The blond man adjusted his suit casually and glared at him fiercely. Get out of here if you know what's good for you, or I will beat you up every time I see you. Qiuqiu rolled on the ground in pain, groaning and cursing indistinct swear words, but he could only watch the other party walk away. Gao Yang watched the whole process without intervening. He could easily knock down the man, but he didn't want to use the power of the awakened against ordinary people. Gao Yang looked at his college roommate, who was humiliated in front of him, and hesitated whether to lead directly or get up and help him. After struggling for 3 seconds, Gao Yang sighed and stepped forward. Qiuqiu, are you okay? Yes, I'm sorry, brother. Qiuqiu gritted his teeth, his eyes red. I just wronged you, you hit me too, calm down. Forget it. Gao Yang smiled bitterly and pulled Qiuqiu up. Does your stomach hurt? Why don't you go to the hospital for a CT scan? It will be bad if your internal organs are injured. No. Qiuqiu covered his stomach and breathed intermittently. Help me out, there are so many people watching here, it's too embarrassing. Okay. Gao Yang was about to leave, so he helped Qiuqiu out of the mall and onto the street. Qiuqiu lowered his head along the way, his face pale and depressed. The two stood on the side of the road waiting for a car, and Gao Yang comforted him. Qiuqiu, that man and Zhou Qing are not good men and women. You are not the same kind of people as them. You can find better people in the future. I know everything. Qiuqiu's voice trembled slightly, with frustration and unwillingness. I told myself at the beginning that it was just for fun, don't take it seriously, who can't afford to play. But when we broke up, I realized that I was really in love. Brother, I think of her every time I close my eyes now, I can't let her go. I really can't let her go. Gao Yang sighed. If it were in the past, he would definitely drag Lin Dajian and accompany Chiu Chiu to have a few drinks. Young people, there is nothing that can't be solved by getting drunk. If there is, then get drunk again. But now, he is no longer a freshman in the Department of Electronic Computer Science at Licheng University. He is the leader of the 9 Heirs organization wanted by the Kirin organization. Chiu Chiu, it's a bad day today. I have something urgent to do. Sorry. I stop a car for you. Go back and rest. Don't think too much. Get some sleep. It will pass. It will pass. Okay, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Chiu Chiu forced himself to smile. Go away. I'm sorry, Xiao Gao. I was so naughty just now. Why don't you hit me? Otherwise I feel bad. Hey, I said it's okay. It really doesn't hurt. Warning. The system alarm suddenly sounded in his ears. Gao Yang activated his 6 senses reflexively, and was highly alert. A strong energy aura appeared on the side, like some invisible tsunami, spreading towards him. Gao Yang looked sideways. In the crowd in front of him, a thin man in a suit with a melancholy temperament was walking quickly, and quickly raised his right hand and opened it towards him. It's Lu Qi. Lucky point gains increased to 10,000 times without any hesitation. Gao Yang grabbed Chiu Chiu and suddenly jumped up, while using teleport and gale with all his strength. Within a second, he reached a height of more than 30 meters, and continued to rise to a higher altitude under the power of the wind. Cut! Lu Qi's open right hand failed to make a fist. Gao Yang had already escaped from the domain of judgment. Beside him, 7 or 8 lost people accidentally saw Gao Yang suddenly take off and escape. Some fainted on the spot, some stopped for 2 seconds, and then continued on their way, as if nothing had happened. The domain of judgment does not need to be activated at any time. It is always open, and radiates 30 to 50 meters around the body, depending on the situation. But it also has a big disadvantage, that is, there is no domain barrier. Before Lu Qi takes action, the enemy in the domain can escape from the domain at any time as long as the speed is fast enough. Lu Qi's actions were fast enough, but he didn't expect Gao Yang to escape faster. Since the last assassination of the Arab god failed, Lu Qi has been looking for Gao Yang, but there is no suitable opportunity. Soon, Gao Yang turned against Qilin, established the 9 Heirs organization and hid, and it became more difficult for Lu Qi to find Gao Yang. Lu Qi didn't have any good way, so he could only start with the people around Gao Yang. He found out that Gao Yang's only family member that he cared about the most was Gao Xinxin, but Gao Xinxin was nowhere to be found. Lu Qi had to settle for the next best thing, and targeted Gao Yang's college roommate Chiu Chiu to see if he could wait for Gao Yang to appear through him. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi really got the chance today. Considering that Gao Yang's teleport can pass through walls, it is easier to escape in the mall. Lu Qi waited in the distance, and waited until Gao Yang and Chiu Chiu walked out of the mall, and came to the open street. Then he mixed in the crowd, and approached them to launch a surprise attack. Lu Qi obviously hid his breath, but Gao Yang still sensed him from a distance. Lu Qi looked at Gao Yang, who disappeared in the sky, and his melancholy eyebrows were stained with a trace of doubt. Could it be that Chen Hui's information to me was wrong, and Gao Yang also had a sensory talent that could detect the enemy approaching in advance? Ah! Gao Yang, who was above the city, grabbed Chiu Chiu, who was screaming, and flew to the top of a hotel building at the fastest speed. In fact, Gao Yang could have not saved Chiu Chiu at all. As long as Gao Yang escaped fast enough, Lu Qi's move would be ineffective. However, the situation was urgent. He only had less than half a second to react, and about 1 second to act. Gao Yang did not think at all and acted on instinct. When he came to his senses, he had already grabbed Chiu Chiu's arm and flew into the air. The swift wind copied by Gao Yang can only be used for 20 seconds, and it is impossible to continue flying at high altitude. Swish swish. Gao Yang received 2 teleport and landed on the rooftop of the hotel with Chiu Chiu. Help, help! I'm afraid of heights. Chiu Chiu still hugged Gao Yang tightly, not daring to let go, not daring to open his eyes. Gao Yang sighed. It seems that he is also a lost person who can automatically correct logic. Chiu Chiu, it's safe, you let go first. Warning. Gao Yang was startled. He burst out with all his strength and pushed Chiu Chiu away with extreme reaction speed. Bang! Chiu Chiu flew out and hit the steel frame of the huge billboard, then bounced onto the concrete roof. Gao Yang felt a sharp pain in his back. His coat and inner layer were cut open, revealing 3 narrow wounds. Blood quickly spread, but this was only a minor injury. Gao Yang's abdomen was dark red, and there were 3 deep and narrow puncture wounds there, injuring the stomach and pancreas. Chapter 652. Gao Yang's face turned pale. He quickly took out the sea medicine syringe he carried with him, pierced the edge of the wound on his abdomen, and pushed in all the medicine. Within 2 seconds, the pain doubled immediately, almost making Gao Yang scream. Then, the pain became dull and vague, and the flesh and internal organs began to heal rapidly. Although the speed of self-healing was not much different, the experience was really bad. No matter how powerful Dr. Jia was, he was still not as gentle and smooth as the sea medicine made by the pharmacist. Gao Yang knew very well that even if the wound healed quickly, the deep trauma of the internal organs could not be repaired immediately. With his current physical endurance of about 500, he had to rest for at least 2 days. If he wanted to recover immediately, he had to use Pang Jun's treatment, Shuchua's equivalent exchange or Mingyang's damage transfer. At this moment, the physical pain did not defeat Gao Yang, but the mental regret, self-blame and regret tortured him. Qiu, under the billboard, slowly climbed up. In this process, his body completed the beast transformation. After the beast transformation, he was more than 2 meters tall, with coarse brown hair all over his body, his eyes flashing cold green, his face long and narrow, his mouth cracked, revealing sharp white fangs, and his nails turned into sharp wolf claws. The neon lights on the billboard flickered and changed, and under the colorful backlight, stood a strong, violent, and cunning werewolf. The Horner. Qiu stared at Gao Yang with sinister and crazy eyes. Haha, I really didn't expect that the brother who slept in the same dormitory was actually an awakener. Gao Yang looked at Qiu, who had awakened his beast nature, with a solemn expression, and his eyes were red. He didn't activate spirit armor, because he wanted to make himself remember this moment, remember his stupidity. Again and again, again and again, damn stupidity. Buzz. The familiar tinnitus came back, and the world began to spin. Soon, the tinnitus became the background sound, and a little boy's voice appeared. It sounded like the little Gao Yang in the orphanage. Haha, you made a mistake again. Why do you always make mistakes? Gao Yang, you can't blame me. Lu Qi suddenly appeared, and I didn't have time to react. It's your fault. Shou Qin called you. Why did you turn back? Why didn't you just leave? Gao Yang, I was worried that leaving directly would arouse her suspicion. Excuse. You just want to turn back. You just like to meddle in other people's business. Gao Yang, I'm not. Why do you care about Zhou Qin? Why do you care about Qiu? Have you forgotten that you are not Gao Yang anymore? That identity is not important to you at all. You had many times to leave, but you didn't. Gao Yang, Gao Yang. Answer me. Why don't you leave? Gao Yang, I want to comfort Qiu. I don't want him to be too sad. I mean well. Excuses. All excuses. You just love to meddle in other people's business. You are weak. Stupid. Conceited. Arrogant. Indecisive. Greedy. Extremely hypocritical. You want everything. What qualifications do you have to want everything? Qiu will die because of you. Li Weiwei will die because of you. Wan Sisi will die because of you. Grandma, Dad, Mom, Officer Huang, they will die because of you. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The more you struggle, the faster you will lose it all. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Gao Yang. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Activate spiritual armor. Ding. The tinnitus disappeared, and the little boy's voice disappeared. Gao Yang had no expression on his face, and a tear ran across his pale face. He looked at Qiu and spoke without emotion. Who are you? Qiu did not answer, and he quickly raised his head. Where are you going? Qiu's chest swelled, and his throat moved violently. Choose forgiveness or death. Qiu opened his mouth as wide as possible, and howled at the hazy night without stars. Qiu's voice was forcibly cut off before it was uttered. Gao Yang appeared beside him in an instant, locked Qiu's neck with one hand, but did not twist it off. Puff. The black gold dagger in Gao Yang's left hand pierced Qiu's heart. Wow! Qiu spurted a mouthful of blood, and a few drops of red splashed on Gao Yang's indifferent face. Gao Yang let go of Qiu's neck and let him fall slowly. Gao Yang stepped forward, supported Qiu, and put him on the ground. As death approached, the Horner's strong body shrank rapidly, his hair disappeared, and his facial features returned to human form. Ah! With blood bubbles coming out of his mouth, Qiu covered his chest in panic and looked at Gao Yang in front of him. Xiao Gao. I, what's wrong? Gao Yang didn't speak. Am I going to die? Chio's eyes overflowed with desperate hot tears, his consciousness gradually blurred, and his mind was scattered. Mom, I'm in so much pain, so cold. Gao Yang didn't speak. Chio raised his blood-stained hand, and tried to reach Gao Yang's face. Save me, I don't want to die. Chio's hand fell, and the light in his tearful eyes quickly dimmed, and finally solidified together with the enlarged pupils. 10 seconds later, Gao Yang reached out and closed the corpse's eyelids. The next second, spiritual armor was lifted. Gao Yang stood up, closed his eyes, and took 3 deep breaths. Who? Gao Yang opened his eyes again, wiped the blood off his face calmly, and disappeared with a swoosh. 1 o'clock in the morning. Lijianjiwen Villa district in the middle reaches of Lijiang. Most of the owners have gone to bed, and only a few villas are still lit. Among these villas that stay up all night, one is the new base of the Juicy organization. The secret base hidden in the unfinished building is no longer safe. Manshi, who was in charge of the investigation, found that the people of the Qinglong group had been quietly checking unfinished buildings, abandoned sites, and other suitable hiding places. It was only a matter of time before the Juicy organization was discovered. After discussion, everyone decided to do the opposite, and go directly to Wang Zikai's villa area to find a house where the residents were not there for a while, and borrow for a while. As for the daily necessities of the previous temporary gathering points, Gao Yang took away what he could take away, and burned what he couldn't take away, ensuring that the Qilin Union could not find them through these items. This is possible, such as Dick's tracking. If it is understood by the people of the Qilin Union, it will be very dangerous. Gao Yang must eliminate all possibilities. At this moment, Manshi, Jiuhan and Huixiong disguised themselves as security guards on night patrol in the community and kept watch around. The other members were about to rest. Gao Yang sat on the sofa, as if he was thinking about something or just in a daze. In the kitchen, Cantu and Hong Xiaoxiao were busy. Wearing disposable gloves, Cantu stacked the fried luncheon meat, vegetables, and salad layer by layer, then covered them with toast and pressed them, and then put them in the microwave to heat them up, and a simple sandwich was ready. Cantu used a small table knife to cut the sandwich into 2 pieces, the larger one for the captain and the smaller one for himself. Hurry up, Cantu urged softly. Okay. Hong Shishiu sighed. 2 cups of coffee were brewed. Cantu put the sandwich on the plate, took off the disposable gloves, and Hong Xiaoxiao put the 2 cups of coffee on the plate. Cantu picked up the plate and looked at Hong Xiaoxiao. How is it? Very good. Hong Xiaoxiao gave Cantu a thumbs up. Hey, wait, my bangs are a bit messy. Hurry, help me fix it. Hong Xiaoxiao reached out and helped Cantu to fix his bangs, and smiled. Full marks. Cantu knew that Hong Xiaoxiao was encouraging her, but she was still very happy. She took a deep breath. I'm going. Go. Cantu carried the plate with sandwiches and coffee and walked out of the kitchen quickly. As soon as Cantu stepped out of the door, his feet stopped on the ground, and the smile on his face froze. Chapter 653. At the same time, Qingling, who had just finished taking a shower, appeared in the living room. She wore a large bathrobe, and tied her waistband lightly, showing off her sexy and reserved figure. She wiped her wet hair with a towel in one hand, and walked straight to the sofa with a hair dryer in the other. Blow dry. Qingling handed the hair dryer to Gao Yang. Gao Yang came to his senses and took the hair dryer. Okay, sit down. Qingling sat down generously. Gao Yang stood up, plugged in the hair dryer, walked behind the sofa, and helped Qingling blow dry her hair. Buzz. The sound of the hair dryer filled the entire living room, and also filled Cantu's ears. She stood at the door of the kitchen, her joyful smile froze, and slowly turned into a slightly bitter embarrassment. Cantu gently retreated to the kitchen, and closed the glass door. She turned around and found Hong Xiaoxiao staring at her. Hong Xiaoxiao certainly knew what was going on, and didn't know what to say for a while. Haha, don't waste it, let's eat. Cantu said with a forced smile. It's all my fault. Hong Xiaoxiao blamed herself a little. I wish I hadn't helped you fix your bangs just now. Oh, what are you talking about? Cantu glared at Hong Xiaoxiao. The captain and Sister Qing must have something to talk about. Do you think they are as idle as us? Cantu, I'm sorry. Hong Shishia's eyes were a little wet, and her voice was a little choked. Since she was a child, Hong Xiaoxiao has had a bad habit. She often ignores her own feelings, but she is very empathetic to the feelings of those around her. When she thought of Cantu's loss at the moment, she was even more aggrieved than Cantu, as if she was the one who was hit. Hey, what are you doing? Cantu laughed out of anger. don't be like this, I'm really fine. I just saw that the captain hasn't eaten since he came back, so I thought of getting him something to eat. I'm sorry. Hong Xiaoxiao was about to cry. It's all my fault. Cantu quickly put down the plate and hugged Hong Xiaoxiao. Oh, don't cry, there will be a chance next time. It's really nothing. In the living room, Gao Yang spent a few minutes to blow Qing Ling's hair dry and straighten it, and then sat back on the sofa. Qing Ling was quite satisfied with Gao Yang's craftsmanship. She lifted her hands behind her head and skillfully tied a high ponytail, revealing her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone. Gao Yang thought Qing Ling would get up and go back to her room, but Qing Ling was still sitting on the sofa, with no intention of leaving. Are you going to sleep on the sofa today? Gao Yang asked. No. Qing Ling said. I have something to ask you. Ask anything. Gao Yang pretended to be natural. You didn't seem right after you came back. What happened? Qing Ling stared into Gao Yang's eyes. Didn't I say that I was discovered by the crow shark and almost exposed my cooperation with the Baichuan group? Gao Yang said. There are other things. Qing Ling was very sure. Gao Yang sighed. Qing Ling couldn't hide anything from him. I killed Qiu Qiu. Qing Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew who Qiu Qiu was. In her eyes, he was just an insignificant person, but she knew that Gao Yang was a friend of him. Next, Gao Yang briefly talked about the whole thing. Qing Ling listened and made an objective judgment. You did nothing wrong. No, I should have left directly at that time. Gao Yang looked down at his hands. Every choice will bring irreversible consequences, but I always make the wrong choice. I am not suitable to be the leader of Jussi. One day, I may kill everyone. This is just your illusion, Qing Ling said. Gao Yang looked up and looked at Qing Ling. Is it an illusion? Qing Ling nodded and said calmly, when Li Weiwei wanted to kill you, I didn't want to save you. Gao Yang didn't speak. Qing Ling and Li Weiwei are good friends. After Li Weiwei killed you, although the beast's personality will no longer be sealed, she can still switch out of the personality on weekdays, which will not affect her relationship with Qing Ling, and Qing Ling will not be sad because of Li Weiwei's death. Yeah. Gao Yang nodded. But I chose to save you, Qing Ling said. Why? I don't know. Qing Ling said. When I came to my senses, I had already killed Li Weiwei. Gao Yang was silent again. I killed my sister's only good friend and saved someone my sister hated. Can we judge that I made the wrong choice at that time? Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Yes. Qing Ling continued. But if I didn't save you at that time, none of this would happen now. Can we judge that I didn't make the wrong choice at that time? Gao Yang was stunned and understood what Qing Ling meant. Qing Ling also knew that Gao Yang understood, but she still stared at Gao Yang's eyes, and said seriously, there is no right or wrong, no good or bad. Choices are just choices. We just have to make choices. Gao Yang's brows relaxed a little bit. He leaned back on the sofa, took a long breath, and relaxed his whole body. Gao Yang reached out and touched his stomach. Suddenly, I feel a little hungry. Do you want to eat something? I rinsed my mouth. Qing Ling thought for a few seconds, but I can rinse it again. In the kitchen, Hong Shishi's emotions came and went quickly. She leaned against the kitchen counter and chatted with Cans. Why do you like the captain? Hong Xiaoxiao asked Can too. Although the captain is handsome, he is not the only handsome guy. Superficial, I don't look at the face. Cantu said. Don't give me that. Hong Xiaoxiao pushed Cantu. Haha, okay, I look at the face too. The captain is super handsome, smart, reliable, gentle and considerate. My favorite. Cantu smiled like a fangirl. Cantu remembered something, retracted his smile, and said lightly, that time in 11, everyone thought I was bitten by the Fu corpse and couldn't survive. Except she ran, everyone was planning to give up on me in their hearts, even I gave up. But the captain didn't agree. He talked to me and kept comforting me. I was very scared and cried while hugging him. Actually, this is very dangerous. Once I turn into a corpse, he may not be able to react and be bitten by me, but he still didn't push me away, nor did he give up on me. He persisted to the end. Xiao Hong, I don't know if you understand, the captain is like a beam of light in the dark, eh? It suddenly illuminated me, and for the first time, I felt that even death was not so scary. Speaking of this, Canta's face showed a happy silly smile again, and she scratched her hair. Haha, maybe it's a bit exaggerated. I'm so envious. Hong Shishi's eyes flickered. Is this love? When can I meet it? This kind of thing can only be encountered by chance. Cantu was a little proud. Xiao Hong, do you have someone you like? Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned. She didn't expect the topic to turn to herself. She smiled embarrassedly. I can't say I like it, but I have a little affection for it. Who? John Hyuk. The one from the Baichuan group? Yeah. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded. He's my type, tall and thin, with small eyes, looks arrogant, but actually he's a nice guy and very humorous. But I feel like he's a scumbag? Cantu had met John Hyuk twice, and didn't have a good impression of him. Ah, is that so? Hong Xiaoxiao was surprised. Yes. It's said on the internet that this type of man is a high-level scumbag. You'd better be careful. Cantu said. Oh, why should I be careful? He doesn't like me. Hong Xiaoxiao waved her hand quickly. I'm just a little crazy, but my mother always told me that men are all the same. No matter they are handsome or ugly, they have a lot of tricks. So if that's the case, I might as well find a handsome guy, at least he's pleasing to the eye. Well, it seems to make some sense. Cantu felt quite inspired. Click. The kitchen glass door was opened. Gao Yang stood at the door. What are you two talking about? Nothing. Nothing. Cantu suddenly felt guilty. Captain, you haven't rested yet. Qing Ling and I are hungry, so we came to find something to eat. Ha, ha, what a coincidence. Cantu hurriedly picked up the plate on the kitchen counter. Hong Xiaoxiao, and I just made some coffee and sandwiches, and there are some left over, you guys can eat. Really? That's great. Gao Yang stepped forward and took the plate. Thank you. Don't be polite, eat quickly, otherwise it will be cold. Cantu smiled with narrowed eyes. Okay. Gao Yang left the kitchen, and Cantu breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she turned around, she saw Hong Xiaoxiao looking at her. Her eyes were wet again, and the corners of her mouth began to tremble. Cantu. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Ah, why are you here again? I'm fine. I'm really fine. Chapter 654. In the middle of summer, the cicadas outside the window are chirping, and the sun is dazzling. In the living room, the square black and white TV is playing cat and mouse, and the standing electric fan next to it is shaking its head quack quack. The warm wind blows across Orange's cheeks from time to time. She sweats and dries, and her skin is sticky. 5-year-old Orange, wearing a cool vest and shorts, barefoot, knees bent, lying on a cool rattan chair, holding a small wooden stick in her mouth. 5 minutes ago, it was still a complete mung bean popsicle. She is holding a black and white screen game console in both hands, and is concentrating on playing Tetris. Soon, the blocks are piled up in a mess in the window, and it is about to reach the top. Orange spit out the small wooden stick in her mouth with a poo sound and shouted loudly, Dad! Dad, come quickly, I'm dying, come and save me. In the past, Dad would immediately walk out of the study, grab his daughter's handheld game console, turn the tide, come back to life, and then rub his daughter's head proudly and ask, Dad is awesome. But this time, there was no movement in the study. Orange couldn't wait any longer, pressed the pause button, jumped off the rattan chair quickly, and rushed into the study barefoot. The study is not big, with a small bookshelf full of professional books on architectural design. In front of the window, there is a tall and thick design table, on which are neat design drawings, various rulers and painting tools. Dad is designing a library recently, and the design drawings are only half drawn. Dad is not in the study. Strange, he was there just now, how come he suddenly disappeared? Ken suddenly felt a little flustered. She shouted anxiously, Dad! Dad, where are you? Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. Ken turned his head, and saw his father. He was wearing a white shirt, black trousers and sandals. He was standing at the door, covered with wounds and blood. The lenses of his glasses were broken into spider webs, blocking his eyes behind. Dad. Kim was surprised and scared. You are bleeding? Orange. The man had no expression on his face, and said coldly, Dad is leaving. Where are you going? Ken. Dad is leaving. The man repeated and turned around. No. Don't go. Dad, don't leave me. Ken threw away the game console, chased after him quickly, and grabbed his father's hand. Don't go. Ken shouted, woke up from his dream, and subconsciously grabbed something. Ken breathed rapidly, and his blurred vision gradually focused. It was morning. In the bright bedroom, Gao Yang was squatting beside the bed. Ken held Gao Yang's hand tightly. Ah! Ken quickly let go, feeling extremely embarrassed for a moment. Captain, why are you here? Just when I was about to call you to get up, you suddenly shouted and grabbed me. Gao Yang was also a little embarrassed, so he joked to ease it. Not bad, you are quite alert. Hee hee. Ken scratched her hair, and sat up from the bed. She had just woken up, and her face was swollen. She lowered her head, and did not dare to look directly at Gao Yang. "Captain, do you have a mission?" "Yes, I have something to ask of you." Gao Yang hesitated, but, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of danger." Ken interrupted, "Captain, leave it to me, I will definitely complete the task successfully. I believe in you." Gao Yang smiled and nodded, "You can definitely complete it." At 3 p.m., Qiushan Community, Dongyu District. Another name for Qiushan is Liqing New Cemetery. The community is separated by a road and a small river, and opposite is a wide low hill with dense and neatly planned graves. Homeowners in other communities can enjoy the prosperous Liqing, or the beautiful river view, when they get up and open the curtains every day, but the homeowners in Qiushan Community can hardly feel good when they wake up every day. Therefore, the housing prices in this community are also difficult to be good. Homeowners who bought this place regretted it, but they had to rent it out because it was difficult to resell it. Over time, Qiushan Community became a cheap rental community and a gathering place for low-income people. Therefore, when a black commercial vehicle worth millions of dollars stopped at the gate of the community, it still attracted the attention of many people. The car door opened and a man walked out. He was wearing a black suit, a black hat, black gloves, black sunglasses, and a white mask, covering himself up tightly and looking very mysterious. Zhong-He followed him out of the car. He had a model figure of 1.9 meters, wearing a loose warm-colored sweater, khaki casual pants and white sneakers, a duckbill cap on his head, tilted his shoulders, put one hand in his pocket, and held a bag of gifts in the other hand. The last person to get off the car was a man in a blue suit. He was in his 30s, about 1.7 meters tall, not tall or short, not fat or thin, not ugly or handsome. Although mediocre, his overall temperament was natural and harmonious. He wore a pair of dark brown glasses, which gave people an inexplicable feeling of intimacy and reliability. He also held a wrapped gift in his hand. His name was Hengmu, a member of the Huanlian group, with a talent negotiation expert, serial number 174, and a knowledge department. After all, they were 3 awakened people gathered together, and they were not marked as lost. They did not dare to stay for long, and walked quickly into a building in the community and entered the elevator. The elevator slowly rose, and Huanglian asked, "What did you bring as a gift?" Zhong-He leaned his shoulders against the elevator wall, narcissistically admiring his handsome face in the elevator mirror. He touched his chin with one hand and said casually, "A pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine, no mistake." "I bought a book." Hengmu's voice was also unremarkable, but it made people feel comfortable. Since he is a writer, he should like it. "Oh, you believe this too?" Zhong-He said sarcastically. A 30-year-old unemployed vagrant would most likely say that he is a writer. Zhong-He. Huang Lian was a little helpless. "We are here to recruit him, not to make enemies with him. Don't talk for a while, leave it to Hengmu." Zhong-He smiled crookedly, and made an okay gesture. Ding. 18F arrived. The 3 walked out of the elevator, and came to 1801. Huang Lian rang the doorbell, and found that it was broken. He knocked politely, but there was no response from the inside. Huang Lian was very patient, and repeated it 7 or 8 times. The door opened. A middle-aged man stood behind the door. He was wearing a washed-out blue t-shirt and shorts, with a beer belly, but his limbs were very thin and long. His hair was greasy and messy like a chicken coop, his face was dark and haggard, with many acne marks, deep eye sockets, but protruding eyeballs, and bloodshot eyes, as if they would explode in the next second. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Gregor?" Huang Lian asked politely. "Which organization are you from?" The man named Gregor was very impatient. "I am Huang Lian, the leader of Group 6 of Baichuan Group. Haven't your people been here?" Gregor was getting more and more unhappy. "Aren't you tired of this every day?" "Hello, Mr. Gu." Hengmu smiled. "I heard that you are a well-known writer. I used to love writing novels, but unfortunately I didn't have much talent, so I gave up." Gregor's expression eased a little. "If I'm not mistaken, the pen name Gregor should come from the male protagonist in Kakaka's The Changes," Hengmu said, and hurriedly handed over the gift in his hand. "This is the latest version of the story of Kakaka, giving it to you as a gift." Gregor still had a little disgust on his face, but he took Hengmu's gift. "Come in and talk. No need to change shoes." Chapter 655. The 3 of them walked into the entrance hall, and came to the living room. One word: mess. There was no place to stand in the living room. It was full of take-out boxes, beer bottles, cigarette butts, crumpled toilet paper, and other household garbage. Zhong-He, help teacher Gu clean up," Huang Lian said. "Okay." Zhong-He was a completely different person, with a humble smile on his face. He stepped forward and opened the curtains, quickly observed the circle, found the entry point, and started from cleaning the desktop. He looked like a professional housekeeper. Wang Lian and Hengmu followed Gregor into his study. It was very dark inside, filled with pungent secondhand smoke, and piled with books everywhere. In front of the window with thick curtains drawn, was a computer desk and a lift swivel chair. On the table was an old laptop, an ashtray full of cigarette butts, and some empty coffee bottles. The notebook was open, and there was not a single word on the document. Is Teacher Gu stuck? Hengmu found the topic naturally. I wrote 200 words this morning and read it several times. It's all bullshit. I deleted it. Gregor sat back on the swivel chair. He couldn't find a cigarette for a long time, so he found a half-smoked cigarette from the ashtray and relit it. John Hyuk brought you a good cigarette. Hengmu said. I asked him. No need. Gregor held his foot with one hand and puffed out smoke. You have so many awakened people, one more is enough. No, you comprehended the plague night of sequence 8. Hengmu said. Is it very strong? Gregor raised his hand, and a flowing wind of poison appeared in front of the three people. Wang Lian and Hengmu were shocked and their faces turned gray. If they were touched by this wind, their bodies would melt into a pile of rotten meat. Except for Hong Shishia's game player, no resurrection talent would work. Gregor shook his hand, and the poisonous wind disappeared. I usually use it to kill mosquitoes, cockroaches, etc. Teacher Gao, your current plague knight is only level 3. Hengmu pushed his glasses and smiled again. The Baichuan group has poison runes. You can use it to break through level 4 and become stronger. We need your strength to fight the end of the world together. I said it. Gregor scratched his greasy hair with his cigarette, but I just want to write novels. I am not interested in other things. Teacher Gu. Wang Lian asked sincerely. I don't quite understand. You know that all your readers are beasts. Is it necessary to continue writing? Yes. Gregor said. As long as there are readers, the novel is meaningful. Whether it is human or beast, my novel will be misunderstood anyway. Being misunderstood is the fate of the expressor. Wang Lian was even more confused and asked with a smile, since it will be misunderstood, what is there to express? This is the interesting part. Gregor also smiled. I think I express I exist. If my expression can be misunderstood in various ways, then my existence will only be greater and, in a sense, close to eternity. Because nothing can exist alone, all things are interdependent, dependent on each other, emptiness of nature, understand? Wang Lian decided to shut up and leave this matter to Hengmu. Teacher Gu, your thought level is too high, I don't quite understand. Hengmu said frankly, can I ask, how many words have you written now? Gregor raised his hand and motioned them to look at the computer screen. Wang Lian was surprised, not a single word. Yeah. Gregor sighed, the beginning is very important. Whether a novel can be successful depends on the beginning. I have written it hundreds of times, but I still can't write a satisfactory beginning. Maybe you are not suitable for this job at all? Wang Lian complained in his heart and asked, have you written any works before? Yes, there are many. One of them is quite popular and made some money, so I don't have to make a living anymore and can concentrate on expressing myself. Can I read your previous works? Wang Lian was very curious. Written by a vest, it's all shit, don't read it. Gregor was very disdainful. This is troublesome. Hengmu said, there is only more than a year left in the foggy world. It would be a pity if you can't finish it. Yes. Gregor frowned. I was stuck for several months at the beginning. 1 year is definitely not enough. I plan to spend 3 years, no 5 years, yes, I can definitely finish it in 5 years. After finishing it, I will not live anymore and will find a random place to die. In this case, you should join us. Let's find a way to escape the foggy world and live 5 years later. Hengmu said, when you finish writing, I want to be your first reader. Read it carefully. No, misunderstand it carefully. Gregor was a little shaken. He lowered his head to think. At this time, Hengmu quickly handed him a cigarette and lit it. Gregor took a breath. You are right, but I still only want to write novels. I don't want to do anything else. Hengmu smiled. Teacher, I think you can try it first. Ah! Hengmu was halfway through his words, when he suddenly screamed and stepped back. Wow! Gregor was frightened by the crossbar, and his butt slipped, and he fell off the chair. Don't yell suddenly, I have neurasthenia. No, your computer. It turned out that the laptop screen behind Gregor suddenly turned black, and a face appeared in it. Don't be afraid. Wang Lian looked calm, He knew the man on the screen. It's not a ghost. Come out, Huang Lian said. The man on the screen hesitated, and immediately turned into a white light, and flew out of the computer screen, and the screen returned to its original state. The man who jumped out of the screen was 25 or 26 years old, thin, with soft and fine brown hair, narrow face, green bean eyes, and the whole person looked a little timid and sluggish. Huang Lian remembered him. His name was Luan Jian, Talent Mirror Man, serial number 40, Time and Space System. He was originally an elite of the Qinglong group of the Qilin Union, and was currently transferred to the Yanliang group. The man in the mirror can hide in any mirror or smooth reflective surface at will. The smallest object can be just a drop of dew. Moreover, he can also jump in it, which is close to teleportation. Of course, there are corresponding limits on the jumping distance and number of jumps. Why are you here? Huang Lian asked in a deep voice. Yes. Why are you in my computer? Gregor also wanted to ask. Luan Jian didn't dare to look at everyone's eyes, and his voice was very low. Elder Yanliang asked me to protect Gregor secretly. Oh, protect secretly. Zhong He, who was cleaning the living room, also came to the door of the study. I think it's secret surveillance. Luan Jian lowered his head, remained silent, and looked uncomfortable. Dong dong dong. At this time, the door rang. Chapter 656. Luan Jian was pardoned, and turned into a white light, and drilled into the laptop screen. Don't stay in my computer. Gregor was very unhappy. I can't write at all when I think of you monitoring me. Swish. A white light shot out from the screen, left the study, drilled into the surface of the wall clock on the living room wall, and then swish again, jumping to an unknown place. Zhong He went to the entrance to open the door, showing an expected sneer. Standing outside the door were a man and a woman, respectively, Bianjian and Su Mei from the Yanliang group of the Qilin Union. Su Mei's mission with Dr. Jia was basically completed, and now only Xiao Xian was still suffering. Bianjian wore a serious suit and a white coat on the outside, nodded slightly to Zhong He as a greeting, and then went directly inside. Brother, we meet again. Su Mei has a charming makeup and a plump figure. She wears a smooth and thin peach pink hip skirt. This is no longer sexy, but borderline. She twisted her slender waist and walked in, reaching out to touch Zhong He's face with a smile. Zhong He did not move, and the black phantom suddenly appeared, armed Zhong He from toes to teeth, and immediately turned into a warrior covered in black armor. Su Mei was stunned for 2 seconds, and withdrew her hand in disappointment. Brother, don't be so afraid of me, I won't eat you. Zhong He also disarmed the phantom in a second, pretending to be frivolous. I just don't like women who take the initiative too much. In his heart, he was complaining. What a joke, you are made of venom all over your body, and if you are in close contact with you, I don't know if you will feel ecstasy, but you will definitely feel death. Hate, Su Mei said coquettishly, then next time. You take the initiative? Zhong He smiled but didn't answer. Su Mei followed Bianjian into the study. Mr. Gu. Bianjian's attitude was polite but rigid. How have you considered joining the Qilin Union? I say. What's the matter with you? Gregor was very annoyed. Why don't you two organizations and the 12 zodiac signs fight to decide the winner first? Don't take turns to bother me. Su Mei smiled and walked forward, suddenly stretched out her hands, and pushed Gregor back on the swivel chair. She straddled her long legs and sat on Gregor's thighs, her plump and soft body leaning forward. Hey! What are you doing? Gregor was forced to lean back, and the swivel chair made a creaking sound. The taste of a writer must be beautiful. Su Mei's eyes were soft and seductive. What, do you want to be happy? Gregor was stunned at first, his eyes lit up. Is the happiness you said that kind of happiness? What else? Su Mei stretched out her hand, and gently stroked Gregor's face. Teacher Gu. Hengmu immediately reminded, Miss Su is full of poison. I suggest you be cautious in this regard. Oh, that's okay. Gregor was already a little confused and breathed quickly. Anyway, I am also full of poison. Just use poison to fight poison. Su Mei covered her mouth and laughed giggle, patting Gregor's chest. Hate. Huang Lian's face was calm, but he sneered in his heart. This Gregor just talked to me about a lot of metaphysical things, and after a long time, he was just a pervert thinking with his lower body. This newly appointed Yanliang elder, in order to poach people, has come up with a beauty trap, really has no bottom line. Gregor seemed to have heard Huang Lian's thoughts. While hugging Su Mei's waist, he muttered to himself, This woman sometimes makes me feel very annoyed, but sometimes makes me so eager, easily breaks through my will, and makes me a slave to desire. After Gregor finished speaking, he found that no one else in the room had left. Hey, You don't have any sense, do you? Next is my private time with Miss Su. Huang Lian and Hung Mu naturally wouldn't leave. They just wanted to get in the way and prevent the Qilin Union from succeeding. Don't worry. Su Mei got up from Gregor's body. When you join the Qilin Union, we will have plenty of time to be happy. I don't think it's necessary. Gregor woke up instantly. Actually, my needs are not high. I can bear it, and it will pass. I still want to write. Huang Lian almost couldn't help laughing. Gregor, I apologize for my previous thoughts. You are really a strange person. Bian Jian didn't expect Su Mei to succeed easily. Su Mei's seduction was just a feint. He took advantage of Gregor's distraction, quietly activated Memory Tailor, entered Gregor's memory a few minutes ago, made a slight deletion, and immediately reduced Gregor's favor and trust in Hung Mu. Now, the scale in Gregor's heart is balanced again. Bian Jian turned to look at Huang Lian, and said in a cold tone, Huang Lian, I want to remind you that the poison rune is not owned by the Baichuan group, but is only in your custody. Its use must be approved by the 3 major organizations, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Bian Jian's implication. You let Gregor's Plague Knight upgrade to level 4 without authorization. Aren't you afraid that he will turn against you and take the rune to level 8? Who will be responsible when the time comes? Don't worry, we will be responsible. Heng Mu said with a smile. I'm just afraid you can't afford this responsibility. Bian Jian said. Be careful when you speak, don't be sarcastic. Zhong He stood outside the study door with a broom and dustpan, and his temper rose. I can't beat your boss, but I'm more than enough to beat you. Zhong He did have the capital to say this. Now he is a level 5 phantom, with richer practical experience and stronger strength. Bian Jian was not angry. Su Mei smiled. Not only was she not afraid of this young man, but she felt that he was more attractive. I have no intention of provoking trouble. I am just stating the facts. Bian Jian replied calmly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Zhong He smiled confidently. In his opinion, the Baichuan group now has the advantage of numbers. There will be more and more people who comprehend the advanced talents. It is only a matter of time before the Baichuan group and the Qilin Guild are on an equal footing. Zhong He's confidence seemed ridiculous in Bian Jian's eyes, but Bian Jian understood him and even sympathized with him a little. Boy, you know nothing about the horror of Qilin. I declare again that I have no intention of provoking trouble. Okay, shut up. Gregor's limited patience was completely exhausted. Listening to you talk, my head is all tangled, and all my inspiration is gone. Teacher Gregor. Heng Mu said with a pleasant face, then what we agreed on before. Wait for me to write the beginning of the novel first. Gregor said excitedly, I won't see anyone before I write it. You all go quickly. If you don't leave, I will poison you. The word poison made everyone tremble in their hearts. Okay, then we won't bother you. I wish Teacher Gregor will have a lot of inspiration and write like a god. Heng Mu said, and left with Huang Lian and Zhong He. Then we say goodbye too. Bian Jian glanced at Su Mei, and the two left. The 5 people walked out of Gregor's house, and walked towards the elevator together. The atmosphere was silent and strange. Ding. As soon as the 5 people arrived at the elevator entrance, the elevator door opened automatically. Chapter 657. No one was in the elevator. The 5 people didn't think much and stepped into the elevator one after another. The elevator door slowly closed and began to descend. About 10 seconds later, a figure appeared in the air outside the elevator. It was Kan. Kan covered his chest with one hand, took a long breath with a nervous look, and whispered to himself. It was a close call. I almost bumped into him. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Kan looked around and confirmed that there was no one, and immediately came to Gregor's door. This was the task Gao Yang gave to Kan. On behalf of the 9 Heirs organization, he came to talk to Gregor in a covert way to let him know that there was a new organization, and to take it into his consideration. Kan stretched out his hand, and was about to press the doorbell, but suddenly put it down. Hey, what was I going to do? Oh yes, I was going to press the doorbell. Kan raised his hand again, but froze again. Wait, why am I pressing the doorbell? Oh yes, I'm going to visit Gregor. Kan too realized that her memory was slightly lost, which caused a sense of mental stagnation. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back and realized, I was disturbed by some kind of spiritual talent. This is Bian Jian's Memory Tailor. After Cantu comprehended Swift Wind, her mental strength was greatly improved. She quickly concentrated her mind, stabilized her state, and turned around quickly. Sure enough, 5 people appeared behind her. Huang Lian, Zhang He, Heng Mu, Bian Jian and Su Mei. Cantu, you are too impatient. As a former colleague, Bian Jian said coldly, The elevator going down does not mean that we are really leaving. Kanta's face was pale, and he roughly understood the matter. From the moment the elevator door opened and there was no one inside, the 5 people guessed that something was wrong, but their faces were very calm and did not show any unnaturalness. They entered the elevator tacitly and pretended to leave. Huang Lian could control gravity, and the elevator that was halfway down could quickly rise up and kill Cantu with a surprise attack. Cantu was distracted for a moment, and a black shadow swam towards Cantu along the ground. It was Zhonghe's phantom. Cantu had only one thought in his mind: run! Blade of the wind! Cantu raised his hands and shouted, and the air around him quickly solidified into a translucent wind blade, flying towards the 5 people. The 5 people were well prepared and quickly dodged to the corner. Part of the sharp air blade cut on the wall, splashing white wall dust, and part of it shot into the end of the corridor, leaving several cuts on the fire box. Cantu didn't even think about fighting head-on. Her move was just to buy time. She turned around and rushed into the fire escape staircase and jumped out of the window. Chase! Huang Lian quickly chased after him, followed closely by Zhonghe. Bianjian, Su Mei and Hengmu stayed where they were and did not move. First, the 3 were not good at tracking, and second, Gregor also needed someone to monitor him. The 3 did not dare to disturb Gregor again, so they had to stand outside the door and wait quietly. At the same time, Cantu jumped out of the window of the high-rise building and flew to the high-rise building opposite. The wind flying of level 4 gas was not fast, and it was completely inferior to Qingling's sword flying and Tengu's level 6 flying. Huang Lian and Zhonghe chased to the fire escape. Huang Lian did not hesitate, grabbed Zhonghe and jumped out of the window, and activated level 6 gravity. Huang Lian and Zhonghe were immediately in a zero-gravity state. The 2 seemed to be floating in outer space. With the previous inertia, they chased Cantu. Cantu, who was flying to the high-rise building opposite, looked back and saw Huang Lian and Zhonghe following closely. She pushed with both hands, the power of the wind. Instantly, an invisible hurricane blew towards Huang Lian and Zhonghe, approaching a level 8 typhoon, with a force that could uproot a small tree. Shadow Ball! The black shadow spread out from Zhonghe's body surface and turned into a black sealed sphere, wrapping Zhonghe and Huang Lian together. The hurricane blew towards the phantom ball and blew it back to the building behind him. Bang! The shadow ball smashed the wall of the building like a demolition ball, but at the moment of smashing, the shadow ball quickly exploded and turned into a spider web composed of black shadows, adhering to the wall of the high-rise building, safely catching Huang Lian and Zhonghe. The canned food had already flown to the roof of the high-rise building opposite. Zero gravity. Huang Lian grabbed Zhonghe's arm and threw it hard. Zhonghe and Huang Lian had cooperated many times and had a tacit understanding. He relaxed his body and let himself be thrown out. 2 seconds later, John Hyuk flew to the roof of the tall building opposite. John Hyuk activated the phantom, and a black shadow rope rushed out of his arm, hooked the iron railing on the edge of the rooftop, and pulled hard, landing safely. John Hyuk looked up and was slightly startled. The Ken in front of him did not run away again, because her way was blocked by someone who was the Tengu of the Chinese zodiac. Tengu had pigtails and wore a ferocious Tengu mask. He put his hands in his pockets and floated in front of the can. He could start space cutting at any time, cutting off the can's idea of escaping. John Hyuk sneered. He knew that the Chinese zodiac also sent people to monitor Gregor. The 3 major organizations all wanted to win over this powerful newcomer. After all, one more teammate means one less enemy. The Ken froze in place, and was at a loss for a while. Although she had participated in many battles of varying sizes, they were all teamwork, and her experience in acting alone was almost zero. Now there is an ambush in front and pursuers behind. She is surrounded on all sides, and has no way to escape. With the strength of Tengu and John Hyuk, she can never be their opponent. Swish. John Hyuk activates Phantom. The black shadow under his feet quickly swam close to the ground, turning into a black circle, surrounding Cantu in the middle, just worried that she would become invisible again. Don't kill me! I surrender. Cantu made a quick decision, raised his hands, and slowly knelt on one knee. Don't kill me, I admit defeat, I will do everything. Tengu didn't say anything, but he was sweating in his heart. Great, no need to really do it. John Hyuk's mind moved, controlled the phantom, climbed up Cantu's whole body, and bound her, just bound her, without strangling her. Cantu breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, proceed according to the plan, just delay first. Puff. Cantu's pupils widened, and his back felt cold. She slowly lowered her head, and found a black gold three-edged spike that had pierced the back of the can, and the bloody tip of the spike had penetrated her chest and hit her heart. Chapter 658. The one who attacked Cantu was Luan Jian. His mission was the same as Tengu's, to secretly monitor Gregor. He had been hiding in the mirror in Gregor's house. Hearing the sound of fighting outside, he secretly joined in. Luan Jian jumped from the window glass of the opposite high-rise building to the glass window of the opposite high-rise building, and then jumped several times, hiding quietly in a pool of water on the rooftop. After confirming that Cantu was captured and had no chance of resistance or evasion, he launched a surprise attack and stabbed Cantu in the back. This situation was unexpected for Zhang Hyuk and Tengu, and both of them were shocked. "What are you doing?" Zhang Hyuk yelled. Kill him!" Luan Jian lowered his head, not daring to look Zhong He in the eye. Elder Yin Yang said that anyone who sees Jiu should be killed without mercy. "What's wrong with you?" Zhong He cursed, and even he himself didn't know why he was so angry. "I have caught her. Wouldn't it be better to catch her alive? We can still interrogate her." "You killed her. What's the use of a corpse?" Luan Jian felt a little wronged, and his voice was much weaker. "Elder Zhuke can interrogate. The corpse doesn't matter." "You know shit. The corpse can only be interrogated once. The living can be used as hostages, as bargaining chips." Zhong He became even angrier. "You are a stupid dog. A dog thing born by a mother, but not raised by a mother." After the can was stabbed, Tiango subconsciously looked for the black hair clip on the can, and searched for Hong Xiaoxiao hiding nearby. "The answer is, no." "Stupid dog." The masked Tiango echoed coldly. Luan Jian could no longer bear the accusations from these two people. He felt wronged and helpless. He didn't understand why he did something wrong when he was just following orders. He couldn't stand it any longer, and swished back into the water at his feet, disappearing in a few jumps. After scolding, Zhang Hyuk calmed down a little. He retracted the phantom, walked towards Kan, and knelt on one knee. Kan was lying in a pool of her own blood, her pupils dilated, with only tears of despair in her eyes, her face full of pain, unwillingness and confusion. She was still so young. She didn't take the initiative to hurt anyone. She surrendered. How could that beast Luan Jian have the heart to do it? Zhang Hyuk reached out and closed Kan's eyes. She touched Kan's face and was startled. The touch was wrong. Zhang Hyuk quickly retracted his hand and took 2 steps back quickly. At his feet, Kan's body began to become transparent and disappeared within a few seconds. Zhang Hyuk immediately reacted and shouted to Tengu, "It's an illusion. We've been tricked. Go back." Tengu already understood what was going on, and gave a thumbs up in his heart. Cool. Tengu flew lazily to the opposite building, and did not forget to extend his hand when passing by Zhong He. "Give you a ride?" Zhong He grabbed Tengu's hand. "Don't be so slow. Hurry up." "Oh." Tengu reluctantly increased his flying speed. 2 minutes ago, the apartment building where Gregor was. Gao Yang calculated the time, entered the elevator, and quickly rehearsed the plan in his mind, while checking the 3 talents stored in his body. 1,000 faces. Invisibility. Wind. Very good, there should be no problem. Activate level 7,000 faces. 1,000 faces has many restrictions on shaping the face and body of others, but is easy to disguise itself as someone else. Within 5 seconds, Gao Yang's appearance and clothes have become like Kan's. In addition, the transformation of 1,000 faces is a passive ability, just like the growth of broken limbs of the man-snake gecko. It is not subject to the 20-second talent usage time limit, and is calculated according to the talent storage time. Ding. 1 second before the elevator door opened, Gao Yang activated invisibility. Gao Yang quickly walked out of the elevator in front of the 5 people. The 5 people outside the elevator naturally noticed this detail. The elevator was open, but there was no one inside. However, they remained calm on the surface, and walked into the elevator, while eliminating the possibility of a trap. Not long after the elevator door closed, Gao Yang immediately revealed himself. First, he was actively exposed, and let the 5 people take the bait as soon as possible. Second, the talent usage time is only 20 seconds. In order to play the role of Kan Head well, Gao Yang tried to bring in psychological activities as much as possible, because psychological activities will affect the actor's micro-expressions, and make the role more realistic. In short, if you want to deceive others, you must first try to deceive yourself. The fake Kan Head played by Gao Yang came to the door, and was about to knock on the door, when he was first disturbed and restrained by the Bianjian memory tailor. Then, the fake Kan summoned air blades to attack the 5 people. While the 5 people were dodging, the fake can activate a phantom and teleport. The real body of the fake came to Gregor's house, and the phantom of the fake began to escape. After the phantom of the fake jumped out of the window, it did not fly away with the wind, but flew to the building opposite. There are 2 reasons. 1. Copy. Swift wind can only be used for 20 seconds. 2. To give the opponent a chance to catch you, make sure that the hidden monitor also takes the bait. Sure enough, Ranjian and Tengu also took the bait. On the other side, the real body of the fake came to Gregor's house and entered the study. Gregor was writing without noticing. Gao Yang returned to his original appearance, quietly approached Gregor, looked at the computer, and read out the opening sentence of the novel that Gregor had just written. Many years later, facing the door of truth, mankind finally remembered the distant long night that was once dominated by them. Gregor was 300% devoted to writing. When he heard Gao Yang's voice, he thought it was his inner monologue. He touched his chin and was quite satisfied. Well, this beginning has a feeling. Your composition is so complicated, Gao Yang complained. Is it? After Gregor answered, he was suddenly startled and turned his head quickly. Ah. Who are you? Gregor fell headfirst. While Gao Yang was talking, he had already inserted a small demedicine syringe into Gregor's arm. Gao Yang quickly carried Gregor, took his laptop, walked out of the living room, came to the balcony in the opposite direction of the clone's escape, and disappeared with a swoosh. At this time, Hingmu, Bianjian and Sume were still standing outside Gregor's house, unaware of this. In the early morning, in Lijianjiwen Villa district, the temporary base of the Jussi organization. In the small bedroom with aromatherapy, Cantu and Hong Xiaoxiao slept together. The floor was heated. The 2 wore thin pajamas and covered with a thin blanket. Suddenly, Cantu opened his eyes suddenly, his cheeks flushed, and his heartbeat accelerated. She roared in her heart, "Ah, why did I think of this again?" "Don't think about it. Go to sleep." The more Cantu tried to stop thinking, the more she would think. After realizing it, she reviewed what happened in the morning in her mind again. "Well, I have something to ask of you." Gao Yang hesitated, but, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of danger." Cantu interrupted, "Captain, leave it to me, I will definitely complete the task successfully. I believe in you." Gao Yang smiled and nodded, "You can definitely complete it." Gao Yang got up, closed the door gently, and then reached out to Cantu on the bed. "Give me your hand." Cantu didn't think much and reached out. Gao Yang held Cantu's head, leaned forward, pinched Cantu's face with his other hand, and then brushed Cantu's messy bangs behind her ears and rubbed her hair. Cantu's brain crashed directly. "Captain, what does he want to do? It can't be what I think." Chapter 659. After a few seconds, Gao Yang retracted his hands. "Okay, your mission is complete." "Ah?" Ken came back to his senses. "You were just copying my talent?" "Yes," Gao Yang said. "Lend me your invisibility and win for a while." "Captain, if you want to borrow it, just borrow it. No need to be so polite." Ken smiled embarrassedly, still a little confused in his heart. To copy my talent, the action doesn't need to be so ambiguous. At this time, Gao Yang had another tape measure in his hand. "Next, tell me your height, weight, measurements, shoulder width, leg length." Isn't this also part of the mission?" Ken was confused again. "Yes." Gao Yang nodded with a smile. Nana said that it is easy to make mistakes due to nervousness for the first time. It is better to understand your body in depth first, and get into the state better. "Ah!" Cantu was too surprised and pushed Gao Yang away with force. "Captain! This is too sudden. Sorry, I am not ready yet." Gao Yang was stunned and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't make it clear. I was planning to transform into you to perform the mission. This is my first time using 1,000 faces. I have no experience. It is easy to make mistakes to grasp your appearance information with the naked eye, so I want to know you better for safety." At that moment, Cantu suddenly realized, and she was struck by lightning. She blushed and wished she could use her toes to pull out a spaceship on the ground and escape from the solar system immediately. "I'm not going to live anymore." Cantu turned around in shame and buried her face in the pillow. Our company, our products use cutting-edge technology." Hong Xiaoxiao was awakened by Cantu and talked in her sleep in a daze. She turned over and fell asleep quickly. When Gregor woke up, he found himself sitting on a swivel chair, surrounded by darkness, like a secret room. He felt dizzy and weak, his tongue was bitter, and his fingers were numb. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared in the darkness in front of him. It was a finger with a flame burning on it, like a faint candle. Behind the candle, a young man's face appeared. Hello, Mr. Gu. Gao Yang greeted with a smile. Who are you? Gregor stared at the person in the dark. I am Gao Yang, the leader of the Nine Heirs organization, Gao Yang said. Gregor looked at Gao Yang, in a trance for a few seconds. He held the chair with both hands and slowly sat up. The first question was, where is my computer? Don't worry, it's here. Gregor breathed a sigh of relief. The computer contained a large amount of writing materials and reference materials he had collected, as well as countless waste drafts. Although they were waste drafts, they were also useful. Gregor looked at Gao Yang again, who was illuminated by the weak firelight. Tell me, what do you want to do? My purpose is the same as the three major organizations. Gao Yang said straight to the point. I invited you here because I hope you can join us. I say it again. Gregor took a deep breath, his eyes wide open, and shouted at Gao Yang. I just want to write novels quietly. You psychopaths, don't bother me anymore. If you force me again, I will really be rude. Believe it or not, I will poison you, you damn bastards. Okay. Gao Yang agreed immediately. Gregor was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. What did you just say? What's okay? I agree to your request. Gao Yang smiled. You can write your masterpiece quietly without worrying about anything. The end of the world has nothing to do with you, and the people from the three major organizations will not come to bother you every day. If we can leave the foggy world in the end, I will take you with me, and you can continue to work on your creation. If we can't leave in the end, it's nothing more than dying together. How about it? Really? Gregor was skeptical. Of course. Gao Yang said, but you have to stay here and can't go anywhere. Gregor leaned back and frowned in embarrassment. Although I basically don't go out, there is still a big difference between staying at home and being imprisoned. The conditions here are not bad, and there is a month's worth of food and water stored. Gao Yang patiently explained, my people will come once a week to replenish your supplies. If you have any needs, you can tell him and we will try our best to meet you. In addition, there is internet here, but the IP address is hidden, and all traces of your internet access will be monitored by us. Gregor nodded. It sounds good. Then it's a deal? Gao Yang asked. Okay, just treat it as a retreat. Gregor thought of something else. By the way, can you find a woman to spend the night with me? 2 or 3 days a month will do, preferably a mature and sexy older sister type. Gao Yang shook his head. I'm afraid not. After 2 seconds of silence, Gao Yang made the biggest compromise. Anyway, there are no living ones, silicone ones. I can get them for you. Gregor waved his hand in disappointment. Forget it, just bear it, and don't let desire break my will. Okay, then I wish Mr. Gregor to have more ideas and write 20,000 words a day. Gao Yang stood up, walked to the side, and stretched out his hand to turn on the main switch on the wall. Chong chong chong. Suddenly, the lights in the house were bright. Gregor was startled. He thought he was in a cramped, narrow, and shabby secret room, but he never expected that it was a very spacious and warmly decorated basement. There are complete home appliances here, and there are 7 rooms, all with private bathrooms. Gao Yang pointed to a red button on the wall. In case of emergency, press this button and my people will come immediately. In addition, since you promised me, don't try to escape. Gao Yang said, otherwise I won't guarantee your personal safety. I know. Gregor walked straight to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of beer from it. He was very used to it. He turned around and asked, where are the cigarettes? In the drawer of the study table. Gao Yang answered while launching lie detector at him. Gregor did not lie and his attitude was neutral. A minute later, Gao Yang left the only entrance to the basement, which was a waterproof metal door disguised as a wall. Outside the basement, it was pitch black. Gao Yang raised his right hand, and a fireball appeared, illuminating the surrounding area. This is a dirty, damp, dark sewer with crisscrossing pipes, like a maze. When the water rises, everything here will be submerged. Living in the basement, it is difficult to get out. This was once one of the secret bases of the 12 zodiac signs. It has been abandoned for many years. Dohu gave it to the Jussi organization on his own initiative. Gao Yang took some time to leave the sewer, activate teleportation, pass through the manhole cover, and come to the alley in the middle of the night. There was a person standing on the side of the road, and it was Manshi. Did you agree? He asked. He refused to join, but accepted Plan B. Gao Yang said, after that, you will visit him once a week, bring Hong Xiaoxiao and her hairpin, just in case. Manshi's eyes moved. Gao Yang glanced at Manshi. Do you have something to say? Manshi smiled coldly. Captain, why don't we kill him? Since he refuses to join Jussi, he will be a hidden danger sooner or later. If we kill Gregor, his talent will not be ours. Gao Yang said, we are few in number, and the probability of comprehending new talents is the lowest, but it will benefit the Baichuan group. Besides, Gregor is not a bad person. Jussi's bottom line is not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Gao Yang glanced at Manshi. When you were a mercenary, didn't you also abide by this bottom line? Manshi smiled. Old things, I have forgotten them. Gao Yang walked forward, and Manshi followed. Gao Yang thought of something and asked again, but what's the situation over there? Suzaku and Ishur are watching her closely, and there is no chance to approach her alone. Manshi said. I think of a way. Gao Yang had an idea in his mind. Chapter 660. In an old-fashioned two-bedroom, one living room rental house, a brother and sister were having dinner. There were 3 home-cooked dishes on the table: stir-fried pork with green peppers, steamed eggs, and shredded potatoes. The sister was 23 years old, wearing a black and white striped sweater, her hair was tied up, and she wore a pair of black-framed glasses. She didn't look like dressing up. The brother was 14 years old, with a delicate face, looked very thin, and wore a junior high school uniform, and buried his head in eating. The sister picked up 2 pieces of meat, and put them in the brother's bowl, and scooped a spoonful of steamed eggs for him. Eat more vegetables and less rice, otherwise you won't grow tall. Yeah. The brother buried his head in eating. Did you drink the milk in the morning? The sister asked again. Yeah. The sister stopped talking, lowered her head to eat, and calculated this month's salary, and the expenses of the family. I'm full. The brother put down his bowl and chopsticks, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Okay, go do your homework. The sister spoke like an elder. Sister, tomorrow is your birthday, said the younger brother. The elder sister was stunned. She almost forgot it. She looked indifferent, and continued to eat. Will I celebrate your birthday with you? Said the younger brother. No, I still have to go to the funeral home. 2 bodies were delivered this afternoon. I have to make up for them tomorrow. After graduating from college, the elder sister went directly to the funeral home to work as a mortician. In fact, the elder sister can find a more decent and easier job, but the mortician has a high income. The younger brother lowered his head and said with some guilt, Sister, why don't you stop doing this job? I have discussed with Aunt Lu next door. I can go to her night snack stall to help out in the evening. She gives me. What are you thinking about? Your current task is to study. The elder sister interrupted the younger brother, and her tone became stern. I promise, I won't affect my studies. No, how old are you? Aunt Lu is hiring child laborers. If people know about it, her store will be closed. Do you want to harm her? My sister threatened half-truthfully. The younger brother was discouraged. Okay. The elder sister put down the bowl and chopsticks, and her tone softened. Don't worry about me, I'm fine now, really. At the beginning, I was a little reluctant to do this job, but now I have changed my mind. It is a very fulfilling thing to let the deceased leave decently and with dignity. The elder sister smiled. Last month, a junior high school girl about your age died in a car accident. Her face was scraped on the road for several meters. When she was sent to me, that face. The elder sister stopped in time. In short, I spent several days to help her repair her face, so that she said goodbye to her family, friends, and classmates beautifully. Afterwards, her parents came to me specially, and cried to thank me. Your sister felt a sense of accomplishment at that time. The younger brother also smiled. Sister, you are really amazing. That's good to know. The elder sister also smiled, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and continued to eat. Sister, then you won't go home tomorrow? The younger brother asked. It will be very busy. I should sleep in the library directly. The younger brother nodded, his eyes twinkling. Sister, actually I prepared a birthday present for you, then, I will give it to you in advance. The elder sister was stunned for a moment, and smiled helplessly. What is there to give? It's still my money. With this money, it's better to buy more study materials. Sister, I earned this money myself. The younger brother was a little excited. Tell me, how did you earn it? The elder sister was a little curious. The younger brother was a little embarrassed. Hee, I wrote homework for my classmates for a week. Ah. The elder sister hit him on the head with a chopstick. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. You are not helping others, you are harming them, you know? If I don't help him write, he will find someone else to write. Then the money is not as good as mine. The younger brother touched his head and argued. You are still stubborn, right? I don't care about others, but you can't do this kind of thing again, do you hear me? The elder sister was a little angry. I know. The younger brother was also a little angry. He stood up and turned around and left. Wait, where are you going? The elder sister stopped the younger brother. This money is dirty, and the gift I bought is also dirty. I lost it. You, sit down. The elder sister shouted nervously. The younger brother came back, sat down, and was dejected. What's wrong with the gift? The gift is innocent. The elder sister stared at the younger brother seriously, and suddenly laughed. Okay, I shouldn't be so mean to you. Give me the gift quickly. The younger brother couldn't help laughing, and he took out a small gift box from his pocket. Here. What is this? The elder sister was a little surprised. Isn't it a ring? This thing should be given to a girlfriend, not to a sister, but you are still young, you can't fall in love too early. Stop talking nonsense, open it and take a look. The elder sister opened it, and found a small white square box. What is this? Contact lenses. The younger brother was very proud. Sister, it's not popular to wear glasses with frames now, everyone wears this. Your left eye is 300 degrees, and your right eye is 275 degrees, I remember it, and I just gave it to you. The elder sister also heard about contact lenses. She looked up at her brother. Why do you want to give me this? Sister, don't wear glasses with frames. The younger brother was very proud. My classmates all say you are pretty, especially your eyes, which are very beautiful, but you always wear a pair of glasses and have a slump face, as if everyone owes you money, so you can't find a boyfriend. You're looking for death. The elder sister pretended to be angry. Haha, I'm going to do my homework. The younger brother ran into the room with a smile. The elder sister looked at the contact lens box in her hand. Her heart warmed. She turned her head and shouted to the room, Brother, thank you for your gift, I like it very much. In the room, the younger brother did not answer. The elder sister's heart sank, and suddenly she had a bad premonition. She shouted again, Brother, did you hear it? A black shadow emerged from the room and projected on the floor, looking a little weird. Brother? The elder sister noticed something was wrong and stood up hurriedly. She was about to go to the room, but she was stunned. The younger brother walked out of the room. He was covered with hard green scales. His thin body was raised to 2 meters, and a slippery and cold tail grew behind him. His face was covered with blue-gray flesh lumps, as if they had life. Wriggling strangely, his eyes turned into golden glass balls. The corners of his mouth split to the lower jaw, and there were sharp fangs inside. This face barely showed some of his younger brother's appearance. He opened his mouth towards his sister, brown saliva flowing, his voice rough and unclear. Sister, I gave you a gift. Do you like it? Zhuke opened his eyes, and woke up from the sofa in the lounge of the Xuanwu building. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was completely dark outside the window. Today, Zhuke and Isher Daika came to Shilongzai to meet other team members again. After chatting for an afternoon, Zhuke was a little sleepy, so she decided to take a nap and eat together in the evening. It was already 7 o'clock. Why didn't anyone call her to eat? Buzz buzz buzz. The phone in her pocket was still vibrating, and it turned out that it woke Zhuke up. Zhuke took the phone. Hello. Something happened. Come and save people. Isher shouted. Where is it? Juchua's sleepiness disappeared instantly. Barbecue restaurant. Boom. Beep beep. With a loud noise, the signal was cut off. Hey! Isher? Isher! Damn it! Suzaku grabbed his coat and rushed out the window. Chapter 661. Suzaku jumped directly from the window on the 3rd floor and crossed the square of Shilongzai. There was no time to take the slow cage elevator. Suzaku activated a small amount of equivalent exchange to increase his body's function by 2 times, and jumped and crawled to Lu Qingying's barbecue restaurant. She jumped in from the window, and her heart tightened immediately. There was a fierce fight in the store, and all the tables and chairs were overturned on the ground. The air was full of blood. Crow Shark, Bumblebee, Stubborn Weasel, and Redbee fell in different places in the store, bleeding all over the floor, and they didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Isher was facing away from Suzaku, kneeling on the ground with his legs, covering his abdomen with his hands, and there was a pool of blood under his feet. Isher! Suzaku shouted and rushed over. Don't come over. Isher turned his back to Suzaku and stopped him in a painful voice. What happened? Suzaku followed Isher's advice, and didn't approach rashly. Haha, you're here. Kyo's laughter came. Zhuke looked up suddenly, and there was a figure sitting on the counter in the store. It was Kyo. Her clothes and face were stained with blood, and there was a weird smile on the corner of her mouth. Kyo! Zhuke couldn't believe it. What did you do? Kyo easily jumped off the counter, took 2 steps forward, and came to the body of the crow shark. She raised her foot and stepped lightly on his head. Nothing, I played an impromptu game with everyone. It was quite interesting. Shock and anger instantly surged to Jujua's forehead. She clenched her fists, but didn't dare to step forward easily. What happened? Did Kyo suddenly recover her memory? But even so, she couldn't do such a cruel thing. Could it be that Yinliang secretly let Bianqian implant a false memory of Daliang into Kyo, causing her to go crazy? Sister Xia, you're just in time. I've prepared a surprise for you. Ko smiled again, stretched out 3 fingers on her right hand, and closed them one by one. Jujua's heartbeat accelerated, and she was highly alert. She maximized her 6 senses, and was alert to the energy changes around her. 3, 2, 1. Ko finished the countdown again and smiled evilly. Nothing happened. No domain was deployed, no attack. Isher, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly turned around. Her face was covered in blood, but she had a firework tube hidden in her hand. She aimed the firework tube at Zhu Ke, and with a bang, countless thin ribbons and shiny golden paper rushed out. Zhu Ke was stunned, and the whole person was dumbfounded. At some point, the crow shark, the bumblebee, the bee-eater, and the stubborn weasel also stood up from the ground, took out the hidden firework tube, and aimed it at Zhu Ke. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, golden fragments flew all over the sky. Happy birthday, everyone said in unison. Duh. All the lights in the store are off. Only the fire was on in the direction of the kitchen. Zhu Ke looked intently. Lu Qingying, wearing a sexy cheongsam, was pushing a cart with a 3-layer birthday cake on it, with candles on it. Happy birthday to you, she sang softly. Happy birthday to you. Others also clapped their hands and sang along, and surrounded Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke knew that he was being tricked, and felt complicated for a while. Isher came to Zhu Ke, and Zhu Ke reached out and touched the blood on her face, and tasted it with his tongue. It turned out to be ketchup. However, this ketchup did exude a bloody smell similar to blood, which was a piece of cake for Isher, who had the talent of pharmacist, just as easy as a bartender mixing a cocktail. Happy birthday to you. After everyone sang the birthday song, the cart came to Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke didn't need to count to know that there were 18 candles on the cake. Sister Xia, make a wish quickly, Isher urged. I settle the score with you later. Zhu Ke held her hands and placed them on her chest. The first wish is world peace. The second wish is that everyone I care about can be healthy and safe. The last wish. Zhu Ke closed her eyes and made a wish in her heart. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and blew out all the candles. Okay. Yeah. Everyone clapped and cheered, creating a good atmosphere. Thank you for remembering my birthday. I'm very touched, Zhu Ke said, with a sly look in her eyes. She grabbed a handful of cream and threw it on Isher's face with a pop. Ah! Isher was caught off guard and screamed. Ke, who was standing opposite Zhu Ke, realized that something was wrong and turned to run. Pa! A lump of cream hit Kuyu's forehead. How dare you play tricks on me? Zhu Ke grabbed 2 lumps of cream with both hands, and you, one by one, all of you are dead. Ah! Help me. Everyone went crazy and had a cake fight. A tall and strong young man with fair skin, baby face, and black t-shirt stood there. He held a paper plate and a plastic fork in his chubby little hands, and was hesitant to speak. He was completely unable to blend into the revelry crowd. His name is Bumblebee, an elite of the Suzaku team, with the talent Decay Dust, serial number 53, and Poison System. Watch this. Zhu Ke was already having fun, and grabbed a lump of cake and threw it at Bumblebee. Throw it in my mouth. Bumblebee opened his mouth to catch it. Paw! The cream cake hit his fat chest and fell to the ground. Bumblebee stood there in a daze, looking down at the cake on the floor, his heart broken. Don't do that, I want to eat cake. After the cake war, everyone restored the store to its original state, washed off the cream and ketchup on their bodies, changed into clean clothes prepared in advance, and sat together to eat barbecue. On the one hand, they celebrated Ku's official joining of the Suzaku group, and on the other hand, they celebrated the birthday of the Suzaku elder. It was a double happiness. Unfortunately, Xiao Xian was still cooperating with Dr. Jia to do research, and Bianqian and Xiaoluo went to the Yanliang group, otherwise all members would be present. The prank on Suzaku was planned by Isher, because she wanted to give Suzaku a memorable birthday. It turned out that the effect was very good. Suzaku will never forget this roller coaster experience of great sorrow and joy in his life. Don't touch me. Get away. A woman suddenly yelled at Bumblebee while talking and laughing. Chapter 662. The woman who yelled at Bumblebee is Wan Wei, with the Talent Hedgehog, serial number 52, and the Guardian system. Wan Wei can't tell her age. She has a pale face, a thin body, narrow shoulders, and a big head. She is very uncoordinated, a bit like an alien in an early science fiction movie. She has black hair, combed to the sides close to her scalp, and a thick braid tied behind her head. She has a high forehead, prominent cheekbones, small eyes, a flat nose, and freckles all over her face. She has a poor appearance and a mean mouth, making Wan Wei the most unpopular person in the Suzaku group and even the entire Kirin Union. She knows that everyone doesn't like her and often makes fun of her and plots against her in secret, but she doesn't care at all because she dislikes everyone equally. I didn't touch you. Bumblebee felt a little wronged, and her voice was a little sticky. Your fat arm is touching me. The weasel was very disgusted. Also, your body odor is getting worse and worse. Don't sit next to me, I'm going to vomit. I don't have body odor. Bumblebee also got excited. You are prejudiced against fat people. I went out to take a shower today. Okay, stop talking. Suzaku persuaded Bumblebee, come and sit with me. Ishur, sit with the weasel. Okay. Bumblebee got up obediently and changed seats with Ishur, muttering in his heart, I don't want to sit with you yet. The atmosphere became relaxed and happy again. Suzaku was like a head of the family, taking care of everyone. Akabe, you can drink, but don't get drunk and make trouble, otherwise I will knock you out directly. Got it. Akabe smiled embarrassedly. Ishur, roasted pork belly is ready. Wow, thank you, Sister Xia, Ishur pretended to be cute and tender. Although she was tall and thin, she loved to eat greasy food, but she was born not to gain weight. Bumblebee, you have 3 highs, drink less juice. Suzaku put on disposable gloves, wrapped the beef with lettuce, and put it in Bumblebee's bowl. Thank you, Sister Xia. Bumblebee was also proud. I have lost 4 pounds this month. Well, not bad, keep it up. Suzaku picked up a piece of corn flakes, and put it in the bowl of the crow shark, roasted corn, eat it quickly, otherwise it will burn. The crow shark didn't say anything and ate it in small bites. Since he realized Sea King, the crow shark no longer eats meat. He can accept people at the same table eating meat, but aquatic creatures are absolutely not allowed. Stubborn weasel, you're. I have hands, you don't need to pick it up. Stubborn weasel didn't appreciate it at all. Shukei was not angry, and looked at Kyo again. I don't know what you like to eat, pick it up yourself. Okay. Kyo nodded. Ah. Cool. Ishur took a big sip of beer, his cheeks flushed, his eyes blurred. Kyo, do you want a glass of wine? Don't lead the children astray. Shukei said. Kyo, how old are you this year? Ishur asked. Kyo smiled a little blankly. I don't know how old I am, but I must be an adult. Adults should drink. Ishur said. Don't listen to her. Shukei laughed. I get angry when you talk about age. Ishur looked at Shukei. Look at you, you smoke and drink in private. How come you are still the same as when you graduated from college? In a few years I can be your aunt, it's so unfair. You are born beautiful, I can't envy you. Shukei smoked leisurely, deliberately boasting. Sister Xia, how old are you? Bumblebee has always been curious about this question. It's not polite to ask a woman's age. A voice came, and everyone looked up. The proprietress Lu Qingying came over with a beverage tray. Here, this is the free lotus seed and lily soup. Bumblebee was immediately attracted by Lu Qingying's figure and temperament, and his eyes were fixed on her. Boss Lu, you will never age, right? You are still the same over the years. Ishur said. Haha, you're so sweet. Lu Qingying brought the lotus seed and lily soup to the table. Try it. It's good for your health in winter. It replenishes the middle qi, warms the lungs and relieves coughs. Suzaku smiled and said, Boss Lu, I'm sorry, I booked the whole place to celebrate my birthday and made your store so smoky. Of course, Ishur paid for the booking fee, and I haven't been so happy for a long time. Boss Lu sighed slightly. After the tide, the store is much quieter. When it comes to this, everyone is a little sad. Before the Scarlet Tide, Shilongzai was the largest gathering place for awakeners, with hundreds of compatriots appearing here every day, and at that time Xuanwu also softly controlled hundreds of stable lost people working and living here. The Shilongzai was very lively at the beginning, and Boss Lu's barbecue restaurant was often full. Now, the number of awakeners has been halved, and most of the lost people have been disbanded. The 3 major organizations have begun to guard against each other and reduce exchanges. Shilong village has almost become an empty city, desolate and cold. Lu Qingying's barbecue restaurant has long been out of business, and there are only 4 employees left in the lost shop and the kitchen staff. Everyone, enjoy your meal, call me if you need anything. Bumblebee looked at Lu Qingying's back as she left, and muttered to himself, if the boss lady went to play cosplay, she would definitely be a top-notch enchanting big sister, with this height, long legs, and this face value. Heh. The stubborn sneered, she-male. I'm not a she-male, I'm hermaphrodite. Bumblebee was very excited, his double chin trembling. And no one cares about this in the cosplay circle. There are many cross-dressing big men, and some young ladies cosplaying male characters are also very handsome. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. I have the mouth on my body, I can say whatever I want. If you don't like it, you can get out. The stubborn sneered. The two quarreled again. Zhu Kei didn't try to stop the fight this time, smoking leisurely, and took away her soup before Ke wanted to drink lotus seed and lily soup again, and pushed his bowl over. Exchange a bowl with you. I have too much in this bowl and can't finish it. Yeah. Ke didn't think much about it. Late at night? But her hazy consciousness suddenly woke up, and she found herself standing in a slowly rising elevator. Ding. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 26th floor and slowly opened. But she hesitated again and walked out of the elevator. Outside was a dim corridor with doors on both sides. It seemed that they were all transformed into board game bars, script-killing shops, and escape rooms. There were shop signs with different styles, but equally shining on the door. But she felt that this place was somewhat familiar, as if she had been here before, but she couldn't remember any details. She walked forward and came to the outside of an escape room shop that was in operation. There was a sign covered with blood and rust on it, Silent Town. Welcome. A tall adult woman stood by the counter in the store. She was plump, wearing a gorgeous white wrap dress with a black rose on her chest. The complicated skirt dragged to the ground. She wore a black hat, covering half of her face and one eye. Her face was as pale as a zombie, with a pair of eye-catching sexy red lips. She had one hand on her waist and a slender pipe in the other hand, with the corner of her mouth raised, giving people a sense of oppression that was both dangerous and terrifying, but also full of temptation. But I recognized that this was Lu Qingying, who was cosplaying a villain in a horror game. Unexpectedly, Boss Lu is really a big boss in the cosplay circle. If Bumblebee knew about it, he would be so excited that he would drink 3 bottles of Coke in one breath. But he was distracted for 2 seconds and asked, Boss Lu, where is this? Don't be nervous, this is my dream, and yours too. Lu Qingying smiled gently, but unfortunately, her dress only made her smile more weird. Why am I in your dream? But I was a little surprised. I have an old client who wants to see you. Lu Qingying said, but his identity is sensitive, and he doesn't want to leave any traces, so he asked me to set up this game. Did you also appear in my dream last time? But he suddenly remembered the strange nightmare before. Haha, don't worry, the side effects of last time will not appear again. Lu Qingying turned and walked into the hall. Come with me, he is waiting for you. Chapter 663. The waiting room was dimly lit, and the dark red walls were covered with posters of various horror movies and games, as well as posters introducing several secret rooms. On the bench against the wall sat a man in a pure black cloak, with a ray of light behind the cloak, like the dawn that cut through the darkness. The man took off his hood, and it was Gao Yang. Ke was startled again. She had only seen this man once in her memory. Not long after she lost her memory, this man had a brief conversation with her, or more like an interrogation. Speaking of which, he was also a member of the Kirin Union, but Ke had never seen him again. In fact, Suzaku had protected Ke too well at the moment. She hoped that after her rebirth, Ke could try to live like a normal person for a while, and then slowly get in touch with the deeper truth of the world and the situation in the awakening world. Zhu Kei naturally did not tell Ke about Chiang's defection. You are? Ke found that she didn't know his name yet. Let me introduce myself. Gao Yang said in a friendly manner, my name is Gao Yang. I was the elder Chiang of the Qilin Union. After defecting, I set up my own organization. Now I am the leader of the Jusi organization. Defected? But he was a little surprised. Why did you defect? It can't be explained in a few words. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. If you want to know, I have to start from the beginning, the Misty World, the 3 major organizations, the Sangmu sect, including your previous identity. I guess Zhu Kei probably didn't tell you too much. But he didn't say anything again. Don't stand, sit down. Lu Qingying, who cosplayed as the Countess, came over with 2 cups of coffee. As soon as she raised her hand, a gorgeous retro red dining table and a brass candlestick with swaying candlelight appeared in front of her, and then 3 high-backed chairs also appeared. Gao Yang stood up, sat down at the end of the table, and took Lu Qingying's coffee. "Thank you." Ke hesitated for 2 seconds and sat down opposite Gao Yang. Lu Qingying lifted her long skirt and sat down between the two of them gracefully. "You can ask anything you want." Gao Yang took a sip of coffee. Ke asked the most curious thing, "Boss Lu, can you pull me into a dream at any time?" "Of course not." Lu Qingying smiled. "You must touch or eat the items that I left the dream mark on, but Elder Suzaku is very wary of me." Ke thought for a few seconds and figured it out. "Lily and lotus seed soup?" "Heh." Lu Qingying smiled calmly. "When Miss Isher brought you here to set up the scene, I tampered with your tea. That bowl of soup was just a smoke bomb to make Elder Suzaku guard against me. Only when she guards against me will she dispel her guard against me." Ke was silent again. "Is this the awakened one?" "Everyone is not simple." Gao Yang put down the coffee cup and said, "Here, Boss Lu can vaguely catch the things you are thinking deeply about in your mind. Don't stay on any thought for too long." Ke was startled again and said softly, "Thank you for reminding me." "Elder Qiang, you are so mean." Lu Qingying covered her mouth and laughed secretly. "You expose my cards." Ke looked at the coffee on the table again. Driven by curiosity, she took a sip and couldn't help but sigh. "It's amazing. I can't tell that this is a dream." "Ha ha, you are too kind." Lu Qingying smiled. "If your sixth sense is particularly sharp, you can still tell the difference." Lu Qingying waved her hand again, and some more candies and snacks appeared on the table. "Mr. Gao." "Just call me Gao Yang," Gao Yang said. "Gao Yang, do you have something to talk to me about?" "Yes." Gao Yang got straight to the point. "I hope you can join the Nine Heirs organization." Ke was stunned again. "You want to poach me?" Gao Yang nodded. "Why?" Ke asked again. "I still say the same thing. If you want to know the reason, I have to start from the beginning, everything about the Misty World." Gao Yang stared at her eyes intently. "If you don't want to know, you can refuse. After waking up from this dream, I won't look for you again. You can pretend that nothing happened." Ke lowered his head again and thought again. After a dozen seconds of silence, Ke raised his head again and met Gao Yang's gaze. "I want to know everything, including what kind of person I was before. However, even so, I may not join you." Gao Yang smiled as expected. "Okay, but you have to think it through. Some things, knowing is not necessarily better than not knowing. Think it through." Ke nodded again. "I want to know my past." For the next half hour, Gao Yang drank coffee and ate snacks, patiently telling Ke about all his current knowledge of the Misty World, including the identity of his family, and his own identity as an heir of God. Of course, it also includes the Big Three organization, the Songmu cult, the Ghost Group, the Advanced Beasts, and even the Xian men of the last century, as well as the current Nine Heirs organization. When talking about the Songmu cult, there will definitely be the Tail Team, and Edmund, Ke's closest person before he lost his memory. When Gao Yang was telling the story, Lu Qingying occasionally supplemented or helped Gao Yang testify. In addition, Lu Qingying also confessed that she was asked by Zhu Ke to enter Keyo's dream and learned about her miserable childhood. To be honest, everything Lu Qingying did tonight was risky. However, she is not a warm-hearted citizen. Gao Yang asked Lu Qingying to repay the favor of letting Keyo meet Gao Yang and trying to facilitate Keyo to join Jusi. During the narration, Keyo asked questions at first, but then there was only silence. A few minutes later, Keyo digested everything, and her tone was a little disappointed. "Suzaku didn't tell me these. I thought that I was like other awakeners, and I was almost killed by the beast after awakening, which led to amnesia." Gao Yang smiled calmly. "Although I am hostile to the Qilin organization, to be fair, Suzaku is a good person. I think she will tell you these sooner or later, but she thinks the time is not yet ripe. You should be able to feel what kind of person she is." Keyo nodded. Lu Qingying glanced at Gao Yang calmly. "Seven Shadow Elder, it's okay. Sincerity is always a killer move." But seeing Gao Yang so frank, she asked directly, "You want me to join your organization? Is it because of my ability?" "Yes. If you join, our chances of winning will be higher. Of course, the premise is that our goals are the same." Gao Yang paused. "There is another reason. I hope you can help me find the traitor of Baichuan Group, that is, Chen Hui. You were a member of the Tail Team before. As long as your memory is restored, you will definitely be of great help." But his eyes moved again. "Let me deal with my old friends." "Are you really friends with them?" Gao Yang asked back. But he was silent again. "Besides that, I have a personal reason," Gao Yang said. "If you want to know, I can tell you." But he looked at Gao Yang again and blinked. I promised Edmund to take care of you, Gao Yang said. Chapter 664. But when she heard the word Edmund again, her heart suddenly ached, as if it was pricked by a needle. Although her mind was still blank about the memory of Edmund, the pain of the needle prick was like a conditioned reflex muscle memory, and was instinctively awakened. But he hesitated for a long time before asking, Can you tell me about Edmund? I have said everything I should say. I have only met him 3 times, and all of them were as an enemy. I don't know him, Gao Yang said. But he couldn't hide his disappointment. Then why did he ask you to take care of me? Maybe he had no choice at the time. Gao Yang half-jokingly said, Maybe he thought I was a good person. What does he mean by take care of? Ke continued to ask. Gao Yang thought for a moment. It should be that he hopes that I can protect you and let you live well. Edmund once said that he served at Songmu Church in order to get a ticket and take you away from the foggy world. Hee hee. Lu Qingying laughed. The current intelligence all points to the gate of the end. This door is the only escape from the foggy world. Yeah. Gao Yang nodded. What our Juicy organization has to do is to open the door. Ke said again. Qilan Union also wants to open the door. Yes. Gao Yang said. But there is still a difference. What is the difference? Ke asked again. I suggested that you open the door at the beginning because you were a blank sheet of paper at the time, and the safest and most suitable candidate for the 3 major organizations. Qilan insisted that he open the door. Our differences were irreconcilable, so he directly attacked me. Ke thought about it again, half believing and half doubting. Maybe you are lying to me just to get me to join. I'm just telling the truth, you can judge for yourself, Gao Yang said. Ke was silent again. How about this, I give you a week. Think about it carefully this week, and then give me an answer. Gao Yang suddenly remembered something. I remember one more thing about Edmund. What is it? Ke raised her head again. The ring on your hand is a pear, and the other one is in Edmund's hand. His body is kept by Suzaku, and it should not have been disposed of yet. You can ask to see the body, and I think Suzaku will not refuse. Ke was stunned again. There was a word engraved on the inner wall of her ring. Never. After losing her memory, she never understood what this meant. It turned out that there was another ring on Edmund, and perhaps there were words on his ring that could give her the answer. Ke raised her head again and said softly, Thank you. You're welcome. Gao Yang smiled. Ke was silent for a moment, and asked coldly, Gao Yang, aren't you afraid that I will tell Zhu Ke about what happened tonight? Gao Yang said, I don't think you will do that. Why? Emin said that you are not a bad person. Gao Yang said firmly. Ke was startled again, and the needle pricked his chest again. Oh! Lu Qingying covered her mouth and laughed. Even if you really said it, I will not admit it. Lu Qingying had already thought of a countermeasure. Never admit it. Qilan Union would not tear its face with Lu Qingying for a matter without any evidence, just because of Kuyu's one-sided words. After all, it is not easy to find a second neutral information dealer like her. Okay. Ke nodded again. I will seriously consider it. Yes. Gao Yang's face showed no urgency or diligence. Waiting for your reply. December 19th, 10 a.m. A scrapyard in the southern suburbs of Nanji District. In the middle of the empty factory, a cool and wild red modified sports car was parked, surrounded by a pile of auto parts and repair tools. Next to the modified sports car was an old and dirty sofa, on which a woman was sleeping. A ray of sunlight came in through the translucent skylight, shining on the sofa, giving her a limited-time sunbath in winter. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old, with coarse brown short hair, wheat-colored skin, neutral facial features. Wearing a blue work suit, her face and body were all greasy, and there was a wrench under the sofa. It was obvious that she had been working all night to modify the car, and was exhausted, so she fell asleep directly on the sofa. The woman slept very deeply, and a very light snoring could be heard, and she was completely unaware of the danger. A shadow was approaching silently, crawling up the sofa along the floor, and covering her face. The shadow bent down, picked up the wrench on the ground, raised it high, and smashed it towards the woman's head. Swish. The wrench made a strong sound of wind, and when it was about to knock open the woman's head, it suddenly stopped in front of her forehead, and the wind blew her hair apart. Well, don't make noise. The woman turned over in a daze, spread her limbs without any image, and hung diagonally on the sofa, with her head tilted back and hanging on the edge of the sofa cushion. This strange sleeping position caused the zipper of her overalls to be pulled open to her lower abdomen, revealing a black short vest. Her lower abdomen was flat and firm, her breasts were tight, and the lines of her arms, shoulders, and neck were full and smooth, not inferior to those of fitness women. The wrench was spinning in the intruder's hand. After a few seconds, he poked the woman's shoulder with the wrench and helped her lift her clothes to cover her body. Go away. Don't disturb my sleep. The woman waved and opened the wrench. 2 seconds later, the woman suddenly opened her eyes and fell off the sofa with awe. She sat on the ground and looked up. Dohu, with a beard, was wearing a green sportswear with white edges and the words "Leave the city" written on his chest. He squatted beside her expressionlessly, holding a wrench in one hand and a sketchbook in the other. Brother who? The woman let down her guard, zipped up her clothes, and scratched her messy hair. Can you say hello next time you come over? Dohu still didn't speak, threw away the wrench, took out a marker from his pocket, and wrote 2 words on the sketchbook. Get the goods. You're just talking directly? The woman was a little amused. Are you mute? Dohu ignored him, tapped his sketchbook with his fingers, and emphasized the matter of taking the goods. I really admire you. You're always talking nonsense. The woman stretched and stood up. Follow me. The woman's name is Li Zi, the deputy leader of Chen Ying's third group of Baichuan Group, with the talent blacksmith, serial number 85, knowledge department. Since Lu Cha's death, she has added another identity, that is, the suspected traitor. Of course, Li Zi didn't know about this. She stayed in the scrapyard all year round, concentrating on making weapons for the awakened. She didn't come into contact with many people, and many of her work was done by phone. Dohu kept a distance of 1 meter from Li Zi to ensure that there would be no physical contact. Li Zi took out a small remote control from his overalls and pressed it. The door of the factory building rumbled down to ensure that no third person would come in. The two quickly walked to a lift door at the end of the factory building. Li Zi pressed the remote control again, and the lift door slowly rose. Inside was a thick iron door. Li Zi went forward to input his fingerprint, and the thick iron door opened to both sides. Behind the door, there were 2 blacksmith shops. On the left was an old traditional blacksmith shop, with wooden bellows and furnaces made with special craftsmanship occupying the main position. Various types of black gold hammers were hung on the wall. This place mainly made cold weapons. On the right was a modern blacksmith shop, with vacuum-quenching furnaces, air hammers, wire cutting, grinding wheels, sanding machines, polishing machine anvils, various precision hammers, bellows blowers, etc. This place mainly made hot weapons. On the workbench, there were 2 twisted and deformed black gold pistols, which were the relics of Huang Yo. Its end was to be remelted and turned into new weapons. Dohu was moved by the scene and sighed slightly. He tore off a page of the sketchbook and wrote 3 words with a marker. Where are my goods? Chapter 665. Li Zi complained, but his expression was very proud. Brother Hu, I'm not saying that I lost a lot on this deal. I've never made such a big sword. My hands are broken. You can think of it. Li Zi came to a weapon rack, where there was a giant weapon covered with gray cloth. At first glance, it looked like a covered hanger. Brother Hu, are you ready? Li Zi was beaming with joy. Now is the moment to witness the miracle. Dohu's heart was pounding. He had been thinking about it day and night for many days. The ultimate cold weapon, the Dragon Slayer giant sword, was finally produced. He couldn't suppress his joy and excitement on his face, but he resisted the urge to respond to Li Zi's words. He grabbed the marker and wrote a few strokes on the sketchbook. Dohu, 666. Hula. Li Zi lifted the gray cloth with force, and a black gold giant sword appeared brilliantly. The sword is 215 centimeters long, 175 centimeters in blade, 40 centimeters in hilt, 30 centimeters in width, and 2.5 centimeters in thickness. It is made of pure black gold without any impurities. The sword tip is not a regular triangular needle tip, but an oblique triangle. Dohu stepped forward quickly, looked at it carefully, and suddenly frowned. He wrote 3 more words on the sketchboard. Dohu, no blade. No need. Li Zi crossed his hands, quite proud. You have a killing expert. Directly resonate with its energy, and the sword energy formed is 10 times sharper than the blade itself. Not only is the killing power top-notch, but the destructive power is also top-notch. The only drawback is that it is too heavy, more than 500 pounds. You can definitely lift it, but it's hard to use it flexibly. If you have the sword god and metal talents, as long as you can resonate with the energy of the weapon to the highest level, you can not only easily pick up the weapon, but also make the weapon bigger or smaller at any time, like a golden hoop. But you don't have to worry. You can go to Jiang Hao and Huang Lian, and ask Jiang Hao to use Huang Lian's gravity to empower the giant sword. The weight can be reduced by 2/3, and the effect of one empowerment can last for more than half a year. It's a friendly price for you as an old customer, 20 Jinwu coins. Dohu nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a level 6 blacksmith, he can not only create the weapons that customers want, but also tailor-make after-sales plans according to the specific circumstances of the customers. Dohu tore off a page of sketch paper and wrote a few words. 10 yuan. Stingy. Li Zi looked at him with disdain. Then go and bargain with them yourself. If you have the ability, you can do it for free. Dohu grinned and made an okay gesture. Then, Dohu wrote 4 more words. Keep it for me. Do it yourself. Li Zi was a little unhappy. This thing is so heavy, I haven't had breakfast yet. Dohu tapped the words on the sketchbook and emphasized it again. He felt a little guilty. Li Zi, don't blame me, brother Hu, for being unkind. What if you are a traitor? What if you injected a soul curse into the black gold weapon? Then I will be in trouble. To be on the safe side, wait a week before touching the weapon. Any curse energy remaining on the black gold weapon will not last long. Dohu looked around, walked to the corner, and found a large wooden box. He kicked the lid open with his foot, pointed inside, and signaled Li Zi to put the weapon in. This Dohu, why is he so weird today? He was not like this before? Li Zi did not ask much. He held the giant sword with both hands, gritted his teeth, and moved over step by step with great effort. Dohu did not participate in the whole process. Li Zi put the sword into the big wooden box. Dohu picked up the wooden box with one hand, clamped it under his armpit, and turned and left. At this time, Li Zi's cell phone rang, and she picked it up. Hello? Sister Ing, you're here? Oh, okay, I opened the door. Li Zi closed the double doors of the blacksmith shop, walked to the factory door with Dohu, opened the lift door, and the light poured in. Chen Ing was wearing a blue business suit and black high heels. Her hair fell on her shoulders, and her slender figure was slightly backlit. Chen Ing was stunned. Mr. Dohu, why are you here? Ha ha. I'm here to get my weapon, the dragon-slaying giant sword. Dohu smiled happily, and was worried that no one would share his joy. He patted the wooden box happily. Wow. It's more than 2 meters long. More than 500 kilograms. It's really amazing. It's a pity that I can't show it to you now. I send you photos later. Hee hee. Chen Ing smiled and said politely, I'm looking forward to it. No. Li Zi was surprised and aggrieved. Uncle Hu, what do you mean? Are you mute? Why can't you talk to me properly? Why, I'm a small blacksmith. I'm not worthy of talking to a big guy like you, right? Dohu shut up again. He turned around and smiled at Li Zi, stretched out 2 fingers, shook them in front of his temple, expressed his gratitude, and turned away. Stop. If you don't make it clear today, don't think about doing business with me in the future. Li Zi was furious. Chen Ing came up with a smile. Li Zi, I have something to talk to you about. Seeing that Dohu had gone far away, Li Zi was too lazy to be angry anymore. She looked at Chen Ing. Sister Ing, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Ing was silent for half a minute before speaking. Li Zi, in the following chats, don't call me by my name, or Sister Ing, or call me Captain, etc. All of these can be omitted. Chen Ying's defense against Li Zi was not as thorough as Dohu's, but she would also avoid physical contact and response. Li Zi frowned. Why are all of you acting weird today? Okay. Li Zi didn't ask any more questions. Chen Ing nodded. Let's go in and talk. 10 minutes later, Li Zi finished washing up, took out a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, and brought a bottle of coffee to Chen Ing, but Chen Ing didn't take it. Li Zi sat on the sofa, and Chen Ing stood opposite her, deliberately avoiding contact with anything here. Chen Ing got straight to the point. Did Green Tea come to see you before she died? When Green Tea was mentioned, Li Zi was stunned for a moment, sighed a little sadly, and nodded. Yes, didn't I report all this to you? You must be hiding something. Chen Ing said directly. Li Zi was stunned, didn't speak, and raised her head to drink milk. Li Zi, let me tell you straight. Chen Ing said in a serious tone. Green Tea was killed by the traitor Chen Hui. According to the clues we have now, you are also one of the key suspects. No way, even I suspect it. Li Zi was very surprised. She put down the milk. Others don't know, but you don't know? I have no reason to kill Brother Cha. And do you think I have the ability to kill him? Chen Ing sighed slightly. I can't say more about this specific situation, but you should be able to feel it from everyone's attitude towards you recently, right? Li Zi was stunned for 2 seconds and smiled bitterly. I said, why no one came to me for a drink recently, and I thought everyone was busy. Chen Ing said earnestly, Li Zi, if you want to clear your suspicion, you have to tell me everything you know. When did green tea come to you? And what did you talk about? I promised Brother Cha to keep it a secret. Li Zi was a little embarrassed. Li Zi, green tea is dead, killed by dust. Qining felt a little sad. Don't you want to find dust and help green tea get revenge? Li Zi was silent for more than 10 seconds. She raised her head and drank the milk, and crushed the milk carton with a crack. Okay, I tell you. Chapter 666. Brother Cha came to see me 2 days before he died. Li Zi narrowed his eyes, and recalled seriously, in the evening, he brought me some food and wine. We ate and chatted, all about gossip. Later, Brother Cha suddenly asked me if I could make him a weapon. Weapons? Qining was puzzled. I also find it strange. His talent doesn't require weapons. If he really wants to use them, he can make a pair of gloves. Li Zi shrugged. In the end, he didn't want gloves, he wanted a needle. Needle? Qining was even more puzzled. Yeah. Li Zi nodded. I've seen many weird requests from customers, but this is the first time I've heard of a needle. Why does he want a needle? Qining said. He said he wanted a black gold needle that would pierce the opponent's body and directly injure the opponent's soul, causing the opponent's soul to leave the body, but would not harm the opponent's body. Qining seemed to be thinking about something and continued to ask, what did you say to him? I can't do it, isn't that nonsense? Li Zi scratched his head and hesitated, but in theory, it's not completely impossible. For example, I can create a black gold needle and ask Jiang how to help empower it. The premise is to find the active energy of a gifted person who can hurt the spirit body. Moreover, hurting the opponent's spirit body does not mean that the opponent's soul can leave the body. Anyway, it is too difficult to achieve and is basically impossible. Brother Cha also felt that this idea was a bit far-fetched, so he gave up. Li Zi tilted his head. Before leaving, he asked me to keep it a secret, saying it was for my own good. Who knew that he died 2 days later? I guessed that he must have been in trouble. Qining digested the current information and asked again, did he leave anything behind? For example, a suicide note, last words, relics, etc. Li Zi shook his head, no. Qining intuitively couldn't ask anything. Okay, thank you. What I came to see you about today must be kept confidential. Li Zi suddenly said, may I ask, who else are the suspected traitors? Qining smiled apologetically. She couldn't say. Li Zi knew what to do, and didn't ask any more questions. Li Zi walked Qining out of the factory. Before leaving, Qining reminded, Li Zi, if you can trust me, listen to me. Stay here honestly, and don't contact anyone in the organization face to face, especially women. Li Zi nodded, I understand. Outside the factory is a cement road, with open spaces overgrown with weeds on both sides and full of scrapped cars. From a distance, it looks like the ruins of a pre-civilization after the end of the world. Qining walked on the cement road and headed for the parking intersection. She stopped halfway and found a person in front of her, who turned out to be Dohu. Dohu squatted on 2 tires, smoking leisurely, looking at the scrapped vehicles on the wasteland. At his feet, there was a wooden box containing a giant sword. Mr. Dohu? Qining felt something was wrong. She kept a certain distance. You haven't left yet? Ah. Dohu flicked the ash off his cigarette, turned his head to look at Qining, and scratched his hair. Qining, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in intuition? What? Qining said. Dohu flicked the cigarette, but onto the hood of a scrapped car, splashing sporadic flames. He stood up and jumped off the tire. Intuition means that although there is no basis, you just believe in a certain truth, and the facts prove that it is indeed the case. Dohu explained with a smile. I know what intuition means. Qining looked defensive. I don't understand why you suddenly told me this. Hee. Dohu took a step forward. It must be related to you. Chen Ying's chest sank, and she immediately had a premonition of danger. Her right hand was holding the phone, hanging naturally, and her thumb slowly moved to unlock the screen. Don't move. Dohu caught it keenly, not even fingers. Chen Ying's blood almost froze, and her breathing stagnated. Qining. Dohu took another step forward, and the murderous aura emanating from his body completely shocked Qining. He slowly drew out the blue dog demon sword on his back. I don't know why, I just feel that you are dust, maybe because your names are similar, and you are the least suspicious, but I feel that you are the most suspicious. I am not a traitor, your intuition is wrong. Chen Ying's voice trembled slightly, trying to suppress the fear in her heart. Dohu, don't do stupid things. Haha, how can it be considered a stupid thing? Dohu's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. I want to kill you, but I have eliminated the traitor for the Baichuan group and for the 3. The big organization solved the hidden danger. What if you killed the wrong person? Chinning felt a chill down her spine. Is this Dohu crazy? Then I killed the wrong person. Dohu stepped out with his right foot, holding the knife in his backhand, hiding it at his waist, and posing in an I posture. Anyway, you probably won't live to the end, so dying early or late doesn't make much difference. You're crazy! Chinning yelled. The Baichuan group will definitely know that you are provoking a war. Swish. Dohu turned into a phantom, with a purple-blue knife light, and slashed at Chinning. Wow! Chinning didn't see Dohu's movements clearly. She only felt a flash in front of her eyes. A strong wind blew past, her hair was lifted up, broken hair flew, and the cold blade was pressed against her neck. Dohu didn't use the knife energy of killing expert, otherwise, even if the blade didn't cut into the flesh, Qinying's head would have been moved. Qinying's heart was tightly grasped by fear, and she didn't resume heartbeat until she confirmed that her head was still on her neck. Plop, 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 plop. Fear, grievance, anger, relief. For a moment, all kinds of emotions surged up. Great, Dohu didn't kill me, he was just scaring me and trying to trick me. Haha, not bad, you have determination. Dohu took back the blue dog demon sword. Okay, your suspicion is lifted, I apologize to you. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Qinying's cheek, and Qinying tried to act calm. Dohu, you do this. I lied to you. Dohu interrupted with a sneer. Qinying was startled again, and felt a chill in her chest. She opened her eyes wide, and lowered her head in disbelief, only to see that Dohu's other hand was holding a dagger, and the dagger pierced Qinying's chest. The intense pain bloomed like a flower in her chest, and soon, Qinying could not feel her heartbeat, and her stabbed heart quickly stopped. Dohu in front of her was still looking at Qinying with a smile. You? Qinying slowly stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Dohu's face, but in the end, she failed. She leaned back and fell to the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 667. Hey puppy, why are you crying? Asked the firefly. I want to go home, but it's dark and I'm lost, the puppy said sadly. The firefly smiled. Don't be sad, I walk in front of you and give you a light. My home is so far away, and your light is so small, it will go out soon. The puppy shook his head. It doesn't matter, I can call my friends, and we can help you light up the mountain road at night, so that you can go home safely. The puppy was very happy, and followed the fireflies forward. After a while, many fireflies flew over and illuminated the surroundings. Although some fireflies were extinguished, new fireflies always appeared to illuminate the dangerous mountain road. The puppy walked, and finally went home. Okay, the story for tonight is over. The woman in the wheelchair had a gentle voice and a kind face. She gently closed the fairy tale picture book and reached out to touch the little girl's head. Go to sleep quickly. The little girl covered herself with a quilt, revealing half of her face and two big black eyes. She asked worriedly, what about the fireflies? Those fireflies whose lights are not on, can they go home? The woman in the wheelchair was slightly stunned and replied with a smile. Of course they go home. Fireflies will not get lost at night. Yeah. The little girl was relieved. She turned sideways and closed her eyes. Good night. Good night. The woman in the wheelchair left the room and turned off the lights. The room darkened, and the little girl was just about to fall asleep when suddenly the whole bed sank, and the little girl's body fell heavily with it. Gulp. The little girl swallowed a mouthful of cold water, and she opened her eyes in panic, and found herself immersed in dark water. She wanted to call for help, but she could only keep drinking water. There seemed to be a faint light above her head. She struggled with her limbs and looked up to see an oblong skylight, like a bathtub. It turned out that the little girl fell into the bottomless bathtub. Suddenly, the little girl grew up and became the current Qinying. She learned to swim, and swam hard, but she couldn't swim to the exit of the bathtub. Finally, the oxygen in her body was exhausted, and her body became heavier and colder, falling into the bottomless darkness. She was like a firefly in the dark, and the light of life was about to go out. What greeted her was not home, but death. Ah! Qinying shouted, woke up in a startled state, and was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, she was sitting in the driver's seat of her car. The sun was bright outside the car, and the surrounding scenery was in the suburbs. After a few seconds, she realized that she was still outside Li Zi's scrap car yard. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked down. Her chest was dark red. It was the dried blood stain. She pressed her chest with her hand. The wound was gone. I'm alive. Great. I'm alive. I'm not dead. Qinying almost cried with joy. At this time, a hand tapped the car window twice. Qining quickly looked to the side. Outside the car window, Do Hu put one hand in his pocket, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and smiled at Qining. Qining quickly reached for the car key and decided to drive away, but she caught nothing. Qining was startled and looked out the window again. Do Hu took out the car key from his trouser pocket and shook it. "Are you looking for this?" Qining took 2 seconds to judge the situation. She took a long breath, lowered the window, and said indifferently, "Let's do it." "Uh-huh." Do Hu smiled and was not in a hurry to speak. He went around to the other side of the car, opened the door, sat in the passenger seat, and threw the car keys to Qining. "Drive." "You won't kill me?" Qining took the car keys with a puzzled look. "I really want to kill you, and you are still alive now." Do Hu sneered. "I'm not a pervert who likes to torture and kill repeatedly. I think you are a pervert." Although Qining was still very afraid of this man, she was really angry. Do Hu still smiled, took off his coat, and handed it to Qining. "Put it on." "No need. Cover up the bloodstains, for your own good," Do Hu said. Qining thought it made sense, and patiently put on Do Hu's coat. "Are you curious about how you were resurrected?" Do Hu asked. Qining was of course curious. She clearly felt that her heart had been pierced and stopped beating immediately. It was impossible for her to be revived, but she was still alive now, not like she was in heaven or hell. Not curious. Qining deliberately said the opposite, inserted the key, and started the car. I didn't pierce your heart. I controlled the position, but my dagger was coated with paralysis toxin, and you will have an illusion that your heart stopped beating immediately. How about it? Isn't this feeling of near death very exciting?" Qining resisted the urge to curse, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out. Wow! Do Hu leaned back and felt her anger. He no longer wanted to make trouble for himself, and took out a shrunken cigarette box from his trouser pocket. "No smoking in my car," Qining said in an unhappy tone. "Okay, I won't smoke." Do Hu knew he was in the wrong, so he held a cigarette in his mouth but didn't light it. "What's going on?" Qining gave him a way out. Do Hu laughed. "I do suspect you're a traitor, and I happened to run into you today, so I took the opportunity to trick you." "By the way?" Qining frowned. "Yeah, after I decided to trick you, I immediately called by Tuesday. She and Mingyang were nearby, so she rushed over with Mingyang. After I stabbed you, you could at least live for a few minutes. I had calculated everything. You are really a psychopath." Qining felt her scalp tingling. If Bai Tu and Mingyang had been delayed on the road for a while, she would have really died. I had heard that Do Hu of the Chinese zodiac had a brain disease, but I didn't expect it to be true. Suddenly, Qining had a flash of inspiration. Wait, something's wrong. Last night, Qining had just talked to Johan voice transmission, and according to his instructions, he came to talk to Li Zi this morning. This matter is confidential. But Do Hu came to Li Zi to get a weapon this morning and ran into Qining. And Do Hu coated his dagger with paralysis poison in advance. He didn't want to fight anyone, so why did he do such a thing? And Mingyang and Bai Tu happened to be nearby. Why would the people of the 12 zodiacs run to the territory of Baichuan group, and in such a suburb? All these coincidences prompted Do Hu to conveniently trick Qining to see if she was a traitor. Even novels don't dare to write like this. Qining slowed down the car and had a guess in his mind. The last time Gao Yang asked me to meet, I thought it was very risky, but I didn't ask much, and the meeting didn't happen because of an accident. Could it be that Gao Yang wanted to trick me last time to see if I was a traitor? According to Gao Yang's cautious character, he had voice transmission, so there was no need to meet. Today, Do Hu suddenly lied to me about my identity. Could it be that Do Hu also had private contact with Gao Yang and participated in the task of finding Chen Hui? Or even other cooperation? If this is true, it proves that the 12 Zodiacs and the 9 Heirs organization are in a cooperative relationship. On the other hand, the 12 Zodiacs and the Qilin are in a hostile relationship. At least, they can't be in a cooperative relationship. This is a good thing for the Baichuan group. If the 12 Zodiacs cooperate with the Qilin Union, the fate of the Baichuan group can only be divided by the 2 major organizations. Qin Ying's thoughts were mixed. After hesitating for a few seconds, he tentatively asked, "Do you also go to the balcony to smoke a cigarette every night?" Chapter 668. Ah? Do Hu looked confused. "I don't need it. I live alone and I can smoke wherever I want." Qin Ying was not sure whether Do Hu was playing dumb or really didn't understand. She stopped asking, "Where are you going?" "I take you there." "Haha, it should be on your way," Do Hu said. "I'm going to your headquarters." Qin Ying was shocked. According to Johan's instructions, after I talk to Li Zi, I have to talk to the leader of Group 5, Lei, to continue investigating the dust. Sure enough, Dohu had also voice transmission with Johan, and he was answering my last question. Just as Chenning thought of this, Dohu smiled and pointed to the back seat with his thumb. I find Jiang Hao and Huang Lian to empower my big baby. Chenning was stunned and looked at the rearview mirror. There was a wooden box more than 2 meters long on the back seat. Because it was too long, one end of it stuck out of the car window, scratching the seat cushion and the inner door. You can imagine how rude Dohu's actions were. This Dohu, it's hard to tell whether he's real or fake. Never mind, I assume that Dohu has contacted Johan and is also looking for a traitor. Chenning sighed slightly, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards the headquarters. 1:30 p.m., Baichuan Group Underground Base, Lounge Number 3. The lights were bright. All members of Group 5 were there, including Huang Lian and Zhong He from Group 6. 13 people gathered around a round conference table, which was filled with snacks and drinks. Everyone was very excited and was having a heated discussion. In fact, they were playing a 12-person game of werewolf, and the team leader Lei was the referee. I said I'm not a wolf. Why did you vote for me? Yewoba was very angry. Oh, I can't help it, Zhang Hyuk is such a good actor. Lu Ding said with a righteous smile. When I saw his sunny and handsome speech, I thought he must be a prophet, but who knew he was a coward? Being handsome is the key point. Yushi complained. 3 views follow the 5 senses. A man in his 30s was very emotional. As a true prophet, he died the earliest. He had a lot to say. This game is all about logic. Don't be led astray by emotions. Don't look at Zhong He's passionate speech. In fact, his speech is full of loopholes. It's obviously bluffing. Old Chu, do you know what your biggest problem is? Zhong He smiled handsomely. You are too impatient and too strong. It seems that everyone here must listen to you. This will only make people rebellious. That's right. Huang Lian laughed hoarsely. He wore a hat, a mask and sunglasses, and his face was completely invisible. Although your logic is clearer, no one believes you. I'm really convinced. Can you blame me for this? The man named Old Chu has short blue hair, wears black round glasses, has a square face, a hooked nose, and thin lips. He looks a bit like an owl. His name is Chu Yu. His talent is chaotic space, serial number 99, time and space system. His job is to be the head coach of an esports club, but he has been unemployed for 2 years because of his average professional level. Almost done, let's start the next round. A young girl sat in the referee's seat, shuffling the cards skillfully. She wore a gray and white striped sweater, and had short hair tied in a ponytail. She had delicate eyebrows and soft features, and looked easy to get along with, exuding a harmless temperament. It is hard to imagine that she is the new leader of Group 5, Lei, 19 years old, with talents wisdom. From the heart. Bao God. Kuan King. Lei's apparent occupation is a hacker, and she previously worked in the intelligence department of the Baichuan Group. The intelligence department is an independent organization, and does not belong to the 6 major action groups. Lei is low-key and has no ambitions. She slacks off every day and leaves work on time. She is just a casual friend of her colleagues, and has a weak sense of existence. In the past year, the Baichuan Group has lost a large number of companions one after another, and the Baichuan Group has to reassign groups. In addition, Lei has comprehended 2 new talents and has a certain combat effectiveness, so she was transferred to the Huanglian Group as deputy captain. Not long after, Zhong He of the Huanglian Group comprehended Phantom again, and his combat effectiveness was obviously higher than Lei, so he replaced Lei's position as deputy captain. Lei thought he could slack off happily again, but green tea suddenly died, and Lei was transferred to Group 5 as the leader again. At first, Lei refused, but Li saw Lei's great potential and knew that she would become a great talent sooner or later, so he intended to train her. Moreover, Lei was smart but idle, and her outstanding character was stable, which made her very suitable for leading the weak Group 5. Lei had no choice but to bite the bullet and go ahead. After learning the list of suspects in Dust, she also pretended to be a new official, and set some rules for the team members. 1. At any time, you cannot call your teammates by their names, nicknames, or other names. 2. At any time, there cannot be any physical contact between team members. 3. Play werewolf 1 day a week. The superficial reason: let everyone forge a deeper tacit understanding on the basis of independence. The real reason: to guard against the 3 suspected traitors, Lu Ding, Ling Jie, and Yushi. As for Werewolf, it is a game that integrates IQ, acting skills, psychological quality, and tacit understanding among members. Lele can get a deeper understanding of the team members through this game. She has just taken office and has no time to slowly get in touch with and understand them. Werewolf is a good way. Click. Lele was about to deal the cards when someone pushed the door in. Qining, who had changed into new work clothes, walked in with Dohu and Jiang Hao. "Oh, you're all here." Dohu was very enthusiastic. He saw Huanlian at a glance. His eyes were like a tiger seeing its prey in the forest. "Captain Huanlian, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look younger again." Huanlian complained in his heart. "Your flattery is too outrageous." "How can you tell that I look younger again?" Dohu also realized that he had made a mistake and laughed to ease the embarrassment. "I mean, you have a young mentality and can play board games with young people. I can't do that at all." Huanlian stood up politely. "Mr. Dohu, do you have something to talk to me about?" "Hey, what's the relationship between us?" "You're too polite. Just call me Brother Tiger." Dohu smiled and stepped forward. "Xiao Huang, I want to ask you and Jiang Hao for a small favor. Let's go outside and talk." Huanlian was not in a hurry to agree. He glanced at Qining, who explained lightly, "Private matter." "Okay, let's talk outside." Huanlian walked out with Dohu. "Lele," Qining said, "it may take you a few minutes." "No problem." Lele put down the cards. "You guys play first." "Come on." Lu Dingren was addicted. "Let's play a 9-person game. Zhonghe, you go to be the referee. Don't deceive innocent girls like me anymore." Chapter 669. Qining followed Lele to the small meeting room. They closed the door and sat down. Qining asked directly, "How is it?" Lele knew what Qining was asking and smiled helplessly. Sister Ling, Lu Ding and Yushi were all very sad when they learned about Green Tea's death, and their reactions were very natural. "At least I didn't see any problems after getting to know them." She paused and added, "Maybe I don't know them well enough. After all, we were not familiar with each other before." Qining nodded and decided to follow Johan's instructions. She asked Lele, "Except your own group, do you suspect any suspects from other groups?" "Ah?" Lele didn't expect Qining to ask so directly. She didn't want to offend anyone. "I don't know. I think everyone is quite normal." "That won't work. You must suspect one today," Qining said half-jokingly. "Sister Ing, I really don't know." Lele smiled bitterly. "If you insist on me saying it, then I think anyone could be it." "What do you mean?" Qining was shocked. Lele is smart. If she said that, she must have a reason. "Because I personally think that the conditions for locking the suspect are not strict enough." "Why?" Qining asked. Lele hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Look, you investigated the list of people that Green Tea had contact with within 3 days before her death. But is there a possibility that Green Tea does not have to contact people, but can also contact objects? We all know that curses can be attached to black gold objects." "Can it?" Qining didn't know. "Theoretically, it is feasible." Lele said, "You know the black gold battery that specializes in storing active energy. As long as the user activates his talent towards the black gold battery, the energy will be injected into it and preserved for a long time." Qining nodded. "I know this. Dr. Jia developed it." "What does this mean?" Lele raised 2 fingers. "First, any talent is a kind of active energy, and so is the spiritual curse talent. Second, black gold can store the active energy of the awakened for a short time, and the specially made black gold battery can store it for a longer time, and is more convenient to extract." After hearing this, Qining finally understood. "You mean, as long as the dust casts a curse on a certain black gold item, and then finds a way to let the green tea come into contact with it at a certain time, it can curse the green tea from a distance?" "I can only say that there is such a possibility," Lele said. "Indeed, according to what you said, every woman in the organization has the conditions to commit a crime." Qining frowned. "No, everyone," Lele said. "What do you mean?" Qining was surprised again. "That ghost, is it called Chushua?" She said, "She can smell the scent of a woman's soul." "But what is a soul?" Lele asked with a smile. Qining was really stumped by the question. The soul is a mysterious thing. The gender of the soul is different from the biological gender. A man has believed that he is a woman since he was a child. Does his soul smell like a man or a woman? If the ghost smells a woman's soul, does it mean that the other person's body is a woman? Qinying's heart fell to the bottom for a while. So, the list of suspects is meaningless. Everyone in the Baichuan group is a suspect, including the 2 of us. Is right? Lele nodded, feeling extremely regretful. "Oh my god, Do you know what you are talking about? In order not to offend anyone, you are making up nonsense here. Now, your nonsense is well-founded, and you have offended all your colleagues. What happened to keeping a low profile? What happened to hiding? You still want to survive like this? Dream on. That? Sister Ying, I was just talking nonsense. Just listen to it. Don't take it seriously. Lei hurriedly tried to make amends. No. Chen Ying shook her head. You make a lot of sense. Maybe we were going in the wrong direction at the beginning. Maybe the traitor is not on the list of suspects at all. Chen Ying was in a heavy mood. As long as Chen Hui is not found out, the Baichuan group will not be at peace. The seeds of suspicion and distrust are planted in everyone's heart, and the cohesion of the organization will collapse sooner or later. Johan asked me to come to Lei for questioning, which must be Gao Yang's instruction. Why did Gao Yang arrange it this way? Could it be that he also realized that his previous method of elimination had loopholes, and wanted to tell me through Lei's mouth? No, Lei and Gao Yang have no intersection at all. Moreover, if Gao Yang realized that his previous speculation had loopholes, he could just let Johan transmit the sound directly, and there was no need to be so roundabout. Chen Ying's thoughts were in a mess, and she couldn't sort them out for a moment. Ding. Ding. At the same time, Lei and Chen Ying's phones rang. It was an internal text message. They both read it at the same time. Baihuan Group. Qilin Union invites our representatives to go to Shilong Village to discuss important matters. Please ask Wu Sei, Chen Ying, Huang Lian, and Lei, the 4 team leaders, to get ready and leave in 20 minutes. Chen Ying stood up and said, Let's go. Am I going too? Lei was a little surprised. Of course, you are the team leader now. Chen Ying said. That's right. Lei hurriedly stood up and suddenly thought of something. Then should I also wear work clothes? But I don't know how to tie a bow tie. Chen Ying just thought it was funny and sighed. I help you on the way, go change clothes first. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Beiyang District Shilongzai, 2F of Xuanwu Building. The soft sunset shines into the bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows with a wide view, and the whole conference hall is dyed with a bright dim yellow. On the front wall hangs a totem flag of the Qilin Union, with a golden qilin on a black background, solemn and elegant. Under the flag is a rectangular conference table. Zhu Ke and Yin Yang wearing a mask sit in the main seat, with the Dohu and White Rabbit of the 12 zodiacs sitting on the left, and the 3 elders of the Baichuan group sitting on the right, Wu Sei, Huang Lian and Chen Ying. Zhu Ke was the host of this meeting. She put her hands together on the table, and said in an orderly manner, Everyone should know that the lone man Gregor has been kidnapped by the 9 Heirs organization and his whereabouts are still unknown. The 3 major organizations must be prepared for this matter. I was still talking about this with Baitu yesterday. Dohu leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. Gregor has comprehended Plague Night. If he joins the 9 Heirs organization, it will be quite difficult. I agree. Wu Sei nodded. However, Gregor has a strange personality. Huang Lian looked at Dohu and Zhu Ke separately. We have invited him many times in a friendly manner before, but he refused. GOC directly captured him, and he will definitely not join them. Heh. Yin Liang chuckled, his voice old. This is the difference between a regular organization and a gangster gang. Whether it is Dr. Jiao or Gregor, we all adhere to the principle of treating people with courtesy and voluntary freedom to contact them. But GOC directly robbed them with despicable and dirty means. Yin Liang sighed. Dr. Jiao is upright, and does not take soft or hard tactics, so GOC did not succeed. But if this Gregor takes hard tactics and does not take soft tactics, GOC might really take advantage of him, so we have to be on guard. A level 3 Plague Knight, not bad. Dohu played with the kerosene lighter in his hand. Being level 3 now doesn't mean you always be level 3. The masked Yin Liang looked at the 3 leaders of the Baichuan group. If he gets the poison rune, level 8 is possible. I believe. Yin Liang looked around at everyone. No one wants to experience the hell poison again. Chapter 670. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds. Elder Yin Liang, what do you mean? Wu Sei was a little unhappy. Will our Baichuan group hand over the poison rune to the GOC organization? Team leader Wu Sei, let me correct you. The poison rune circuit is shared by the 3 major organizations, and your organization is only responsible for keeping it. Zhu Ke's polite tone was tough. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Wu Sei responded coldly. I don't question the position of the Baichuan group. Yin Liang slowly took over the words. But, if GOC wants to forcibly seize the rune, can you ensure that it is foolproof? Of course. Huang Lian's voice was firm. At first, the rune circuit of the Baichuan group was kept by Wu Sei, Huang Lian, and Green Tea, 3 powerful team leaders. Now that Green Tea is dead, Wu Sei has been included in the list of suspects of Chen Hui. In order to avoid suspicion, she took the initiative to resign from the position of keeping the rune. Now the rune is kept by Huang Lian and Chen Ying. As for Lei Lei, she has been in the team for too short a time, and is not qualified enough. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. Yin Yang spoke again. Team leader Huang Lian, I have no intention of offending you. The fact is that with your current strength, let alone Qiang, you can't even beat half of his subordinates. The rune circuit is not safe in your hands. Being underestimated, Huang Lian felt a nameless anger in his heart, but he suppressed it, and did not flare up. Indeed, although Huang Lian has reached level 6 gravity, his natural talent sequence is 31, and his strength is far inferior to the core members of the Juicy organization. Not to mention them, just in terms of paper strength, his subordinate Zhong He is stronger than him. Don't worry about our affairs. Wu Sei couldn't bear it and retorted. Let me reiterate. Xu Kei smiled again. The poison rune is shared by the 3 major organizations, not the private property of your organization. You? Wu Sei was about to get angry, but Chen Ying beside her gently grabbed her hand. Wu Sei quickly calmed down and stopped talking. Chen Ying smiled. I guess you already have a plan, why not tell me about it? The poison rune will be temporarily kept by the Qilin Guild. Yin Liang said, until Gregor is rescued and the Jiuxi organization is eliminated. The 3 leaders of the Baichuan group all sneered in their hearts. I'm afraid that everyone outside the fog can hear your abacus sound, if there are people outside the fog. Chen Ying would naturally not agree, Wu Sei and Huang Lian would not agree, and Madame Li would not agree. But she didn't rush to refuse, she chose to remain silent, and looked up at Dou Hu across the table. Dou Hu was an old hand, and immediately understood Chen Ying's request for help, but he didn't say anything, and gently hid Bai Tu's leg under the table. Bai Tu certainly understood the principle of the lips and teeth are cold, and had already prepared in his mind. Elder Yin Liang, I know your organization has good intentions, but this approach is really inappropriate. The poison rune is the common property of the 3 major organizations. Isn't it because they have no ability to embezzle it that they are entrusted to the Baichuan group? If it is entrusted to the other 2 parties, wouldn't it violate the previous principles? With a powerful enemy at hand, the 3 major organizations still have to be suspicious of each other? Yin Yang smiled faintly. Besides, the Qilin organization will not betray its trust, and become an enemy of other organizations for a rune. Bai Tu was speechless for a moment. Chen Ying was in a dilemma. It was impossible to agree, but if she really refused, it would give the Qilin Union an excuse to provoke the Baichuan group in the future. Elder Yin Liang, I have an idea. Dou Hu smiled and said. Please speak. Elder Yin Liang looked at Dou Hu. The poison rune of Baichuan group is given to us for safekeeping. Of course, we will not take it for nothing. We will give Baichuan group a rune as a credit mortgage. When Juicy is eliminated, we will exchange the rune back. This is good? Wu Sei was the first to agree. Dou Hu, it has to be you. I agree too. Huang Lian was relieved. Yin Yang did not rush to express his opinion, but looked at Xu Kei to ask for her opinion. Xu Kei was also thinking. Based on her understanding of the current situation, Dou Hu's bad idea might really be the only compromise that everyone can accept. Qilin Guild currently has 4 runes: Miracle, Time and Space, Knowledge, and Summoning. But Qilin Guild will never use them as credit mortgage to exchange poison runes with Baichuan group. Miracle, Time and Space runes are needless to say, and Knowledge runes directly correspond to least profit, which is also not acceptable. The Summoning rune corresponds to Puppet Master. Although no one has yet comprehended it, considering the large number of people in the Baichuan group, the possibility of comprehending it is the greatest. This talent is very evil, and no one knows how terrible it will be after level 8, so we must be on guard. The 12 zodiac signs currently also have 4 runes: Spirit, Element, Life, and Enhancement. Dou Hu will definitely not hand over the Spirit rune. After all, they have to be wary of Qilin's level 8 all things, and the Element rune will not be handed over, because the new owner of Elemental Spirit, Lingqiu, is already a member of the Qilin Union. The Enhancement rune corresponds to Qinglong's infinite evolution. The 12 zodiac signs definitely don't want to take risks, so it's safest to keep it in their own hands. The only feasible way is to use the Life rune as a credit mortgage and exchange the Poison rune with the Baichuan group. The Life rune corresponds to Zhuqiu's equivalent exchange. Even if Xu Kei accidentally gets the Life rune and accidentally upgrades to level 8, it is likely to be a magical skill related to resurrection and treatment, rather than an offensive and destructive magical skill. After a short silence, Xu Ke nodded to Yin Liang. Yin Yang also had an idea in his mind, and slowly said, I don't object to this plan. Dohu, what rune do you plan to use as a credit mortgage for your 12 zodiac signs? Qining was afraid that Yin Yang would regret it, so she immediately pushed forward the matter. How about the life rune? Dohu looked at Qining. Xu Ke sneered in his heart, Dead tiger, I don't know your little tricks. Wait a minute, let's discuss it. Next, the 3 team leaders of the Baichuan group gathered together and discussed in a low voice. In fact, they were all following the process and had already agreed to this plan in their hearts. Soon, the discussion ended. Qining looked at Dohu. Okay, you give us the life rune as collateral, and we will give you the poison rune for safekeeping until Gregor's problem is resolved. Okay. Dohu grinned, then the problem is solved. When the 2 parties trade runes, our people must be present. Xu Ke added. I don't care. Dohu shrugged. Okay. Qining also agreed immediately. She was complaining in her heart. I was afraid that you would not come to calm the situation. Although the possibility is very small, it is not ruled out that the 12 zodiac signs will forcibly snatch the rune. If there is nothing else, just disperse. Dohu was so suffocated that he wanted to smoke. There is one more thing. Xu Ke said solemnly. Today, we also want to confirm in person the attitudes of the 2 major organizations towards the Juicy organization. I still say the same thing. Dohu said nonchalantly. We will just watch the show and not get involved. If there is any clue about Juicy, we will tell you for free. In exchange, if you catch Qingxi, it would be best if you can hand her over to us for disposal. If you kill her, you must give her body to us. Dohu smiled. After all, she still has a lot of little secrets of our organization. I don't want her body to be friends with someone. Xu Chua's mouth twitched slightly. Good Dohu, you are Yin and Yang, right? Don't let me see you next time, or I will tear your mouth apart. Our Baichuan group is the same. We will not participate in the war, but if there is any clue about Juicy, we will definitely provide it to you. Wu Sei also gave an official answer. I understand. Xu Ke glanced at Yin Liang. I'm fine here. I'm fine too. Yin Liang said. Xu Ke stood up first. Today's meeting ends here. Thank you all for participating. Once you reach a consensus on the details of the rune replacement, please send me an encrypted email.